Chapter 1. Transformed into a sea squirt larva. Chunmu opened his eyes, and upon doing so, he was utterly bewildered. Water? He realized he was enveloped in the cerulean expanse of the ocean and found himself adrift in the sea, surrounded by the azure waters. He felt an unexpected sense of comfort, rather than the suffocating sensation he anticipated. What on earth is happening? He glanced at his own form and was startled to discover he had transformed into a translucent creature. This entity resembled a tadpole, possessing a large head and a trailing tail. Suddenly, he noticed several other beings nearby that bore a resemblance to him. Sea squirt larva. Chunmu immediately recognized the identity of the creature before him. Could it be that I had become a sea squirt larva? He was at a loss, attempting to lift his hand only to find he had none, and when he tried to move his foot, it was merely his tail that flicked. What was happening? He recalled going to bed as a human and waking up in this bewildering form. Chunmu was unable to accept this reality. No, I refuse to be a sea squirt larva. I want to revert to being human. The frail nature of the sea squirt larva made it susceptible to becoming prey for other creatures of the ocean. And Chunmu had no desire to meet an untimely end. Congratulations on binding with the biological evolution system. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's interest was piqued. Who are you? I am the biological evolution system. The voice conveyed no emotion or inflection. As a modern individual, Chunmu was well aware of the concept of a system, often depicted in numerous novels. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm, transformed into a sea squirt larva, and bound to a system? But why sea squirt larva of all things? Chunmu felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he exclaimed, I do not wish to remain a sea squirt larva. Is there a chance to return to being human? Your original body perished in an explosion during sleep. You're now deceased and cannot revert to human form. The system responded. Chunmu was taken aback. Explosion? The system offered no reply. Never mind. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, Chunmu inquired. You claim to be the biological evolution system. What capabilities do you possess? All that you consume will transform into the energy required for evolution. Once sufficient energy is amassed, you may undergo evolution. Evolution? Chunmu's curiosity was stirred. Can I evolve into another animal? Indeed. Is it possible to evolve back into a human? Unknown. Unknown. This implies that it is a possibility. He then noticed the other sea squirt larvae around him starting to attach themselves to the rocks, no longer drifting with the current. Recalling the habits of sea squirt larvae, he remembered that they swim freely for several hours post-birth before adhering to the bottom of boats or rocks, filtering seawater to extract nutrients for sustenance. Recognizing the need for nourishment to gain energy, Chunmu realized that the prospect of consuming fellow sea squirts was out of the question. His priority was simply to avoid becoming someone else's meal. Thus, he chose to follow the other sea squirt larvae and attach himself to a rock. What should he do next? Chunmu was at a loss, left with no choice but to remain affixed to the rock. Acquiring energy. Evolution energy progress stands at 0.1%. The system's voice resonated in his ears. What does this mean? Chunmu pondered. He hadn't consumed anything. So how could the system claim he was beginning to gather energy? Wasn't it said that energy acquisition only commenced upon ingestion? Confused, he dismissed the thought accumulating energy was beneficial, after all. However, as time passed, Chunmu noticed something amiss. He observed that his tail, along with the internal notochord and tail muscles, was gradually atrophying, while the brain within his large head was also vanishing. In that instant, enlightenment struck him. He was not devoid of sustenance, rather. He was consuming himself. What he was consuming were his own notochord, tail, and brain. His body was metabolizing its own brain to obtain energy. The evolution of a sea squirt larva into an adult sea squirt is referred to as retrogressive metamorphosis. From a biological evolution standpoint, the transformation of a sea squirt larva into a sea squirt represents a regressive process. Many organisms evolve from simpler structures to develop sensory, nerves, and brains, whereas sea squirt larvae do the opposite. They start with sensory nerves and a brain, and, as they mature, digest these components, resulting in a more simplified body. Evolution energy progress stands at 65%. Chunmu realized his form had transformed into that of a sea squirt, resembling two tubes affixed to the rock. One tube filtered seawater to consume the plankton within, while the other expelled waste. Although Chunmu's brain and other organs had vanished, he had no eyes, no nose. He still possessed the ability to perceive his surroundings and feel the water's currents. Does this imply I have not entirely become a sea squirt? Has the biological evolution system granted me sight and sensory perception? Never mind, Chunmu decided. His priority was to gather the necessary energy. He diligently employed the filter to draw in seawater, consuming the plankton within. This food is far too scarce. I can only rely on the plankton carried by the current. Chunmu attempted to reposition himself, but it was futile. His body had firmly adhered to the rock, rendering movement impossible. This is quite frustrating. I am an animal, yet rooted in place like a plant. With no alternatives, he continued to consume. Energy required for evolution stands at 66%. Listening to the system's notifications, Chunmu felt invigorated and persisted in his consumption. He needed to accumulate energy to 100% and discover what he might evolve into. Time trickled by. The energy obtainable by the sea squirt was woefully insufficient. After consuming for what felt like an eternity, he had only managed to increase his energy by a small fraction. Shenmue continued to feed, unaware of how long had passed. Finally, energy required for evolution stands at 100%. Commencing evolution. Shenmue felt enveloped in a golden light. His body, shrouded in the golden glow, detached from the rock and began to ascend. As he heard the soothing sounds and felt his form gliding through the ocean, Shenmue's spirits lifted. At last, he was on the verge of evolution. He was curious about the form he would take. The golden light guided him toward the shoreline, where it dissipated. Evolution complete, the system announced. Shenmue surveyed his new form. However, upon seeing his body, he was completely taken aback. He found himself situated on a beach of a deserted island, surrounded by countless oysters. To his astonishment, he realized he had become one of those oysters. This is an oyster? I have transformed into an oyster. Chapter 2. The Oyster Devoured by a Starfish. Hey there, want to have some offspring? While Shenmue was still reeling from the shock of his transformation into an oyster, a voice rang in his ear. To his surprise, it was a female oyster beside him. Shenmue was momentarily speechless. Oysters can talk. No, oysters certainly do not converse. However, oysters possess a unique means of communication among themselves. With the aid of the biological evolution system, hearing them was not all that strange. Shenmue retorted, "Get lost. Who would want to have offspring with you?" "Oh." The oyster responded glumly, then turned to another nearby oyster and asked, "Hey there, want to have some offspring?" Shenmue glanced around and observed that the oysters seemed to be engaged in discussions of romance. Oysters are oviparous creatures that release both eggs and sperm into the ocean, allowing them to become fertilized and hatch into larvae in the water. Upon contact with the surface, these larvae will attach themselves permanently. The romantic endeavors of oysters occur during the summer. Thus, the flesh of summer oysters is often shriveled and lacking substance, as they are preoccupied with reproduction. Scientists have developed triploid oysters, which possess 3 sets of chromosomes, unlike the typical 2 sets found in ordinary oysters. Triploid oysters are devoid of the instinct to reproduce. In their existence, they're solely focused on consumption. Regardless of the time, triploids only consume, and they cannot reproduce, requiring artificial cultivation entirely for human indulgence. Hence, triploid oysters are always plump and delectable, regardless of the season. Successful initial evolution. Evolution reward obtained, consumption activated. You may consume entities smaller than yourself to gain energy. Shenmue was immediately exhilarated. This method would undoubtedly be far more efficient than filtering plankton from seawater. However, he suddenly recognized a dilemma. How could he consume entities smaller than himself? After all, he was currently immobile. Oysters are fixed in place for their entire lives. Much like sea squirts, Shenmue was unable to move, which raised the question of how he could consume anything smaller than himself. System, how am I to consume? You need only to touch the target and determine that its size is smaller than yours to initiate consumption, replied the mechanical voice of the biological evolution system, devoid of emotion. But the issue is that I cannot touch the target. I am unable to move, Shenmue protested. The system offered no response. It was evident that this matter could not be resolved for the time being. Disheartened, Shenmue lamented his newfound ability that he could not utilize. He decided to revert to the traditional method. Oysters consume food quite differently from sea squirts. At high tide, Shenmue slightly opened his shell. Water flowed into the shell, streaming into the mantle cavity, passing through the gills for filtration, and finally exiting from the dorsal side. In simpler terms, seawater entered the oyster, and nutrients were filtered and consumed. Thus, he opened his shell and ingested seawater and plankton, continuing to consume relentlessly. The substances ingested transformed into the energy required by the oyster, while also becoming waste expelled from its body. Many individuals believe that the dark green mass within oysters is waste. However, it is merely the oyster's digestive system, rich in protein and highly nutritious. As time passed, Shenmue continued to consume until he finally heard the system's notification. Energy acquisition in progress, evolution energy requirement progress is 0.01. Hearing this, Shenmue felt utterly defeated. The energy required for this evolution was astoundingly excessive. It had been an entire afternoon. At that moment, the tide receded and the water rushed away, leaving Shenmue exposed. He felt no discomfort as he closed his shell. He found himself quite comfortable within. Oysters are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of enduring the scorching heat of summer and the frigid cold of winter. They can survive out of water for a week or even a month, with the tide just having receded. Shenmue felt perfectly at ease. The next day, as the tide returned, he was once again submerged. Is it time to feast? Let's go, become a fervent eater, Shenmue exclaimed as he opened his shell to filter seawater and consume the nutrients within. Energy acquisition in progress, evolution energy requirement progress is 0.05. As the tide receded once more, he closed the shell, and the cycle continued for a third day, repeating this pattern. About a month later, Shenmue had lost track of time, no longer caring to keep records in his mind. On this day, a terrifying event unfolded. He noticed a starfish moving slowly nearby, covering another oyster in its path. When the starfish departed, only the empty shell remained. Shenmue's heart raced as he witnessed the starfish inching towards yet another oyster. For an oyster, a starfish is akin to a harbinger of death. With its long, flexible arms and suction cups, the starfish can firmly grasp the sides of an oyster's shell. Prying it open, once a small gap appears, the starfish extrudes its stomach, containing digestive enzymes that are injected into the oyster's flesh. As the meat digests, it is enveloped by the starfish's stomach and absorbed into its body for gradual digestion. As an oyster, Chun-Mu was entirely immobile, and the starfish was significantly larger than him. Should it approach, he would surely be devoured. Inwardly, he prayed, "Please, do not come any closer. I must eat quickly and evolve otherwise. I am doomed." Chun-Mu continued to consume. Meanwhile, the starfish was also feeding, but unlike Chun-Mu, it was consuming other oysters. Time passed slowly, and Chun-Mu noticed an increasing number of starfish approaching him. Energy acquisition in progress, evolution energy requirement progress is 99.1. Hearing this notification, Chun-Mu desperately continued to consume. 99.3. Hurry, hurry. The army of starfish drew nearer. Suddenly, a starfish crawled atop Chun-Mu, enveloping him entirely. Energy acquisition in progress. Evolution energy requirement progress is 100. At that moment, the starfish's suction cups latched onto Chun-Mu's shell, attempting to pry it open. Terrified, Chun-Mu's entire body retracted. Evolution commencing. Upon hearing this, Chun-Mu felt a surge of anticipation. It had begun. His body was enveloped in a golden light, and as an oyster, he rapidly expanded. Damn starfish, farewell. How terrifying, Chun-Mu thought as his form was whisked away by the golden light. But not far landed nearby. A voice resonated, evolution complete. Chun-Mu was taken aback. Had the process transported him so close? Looking at himself, he discovered 5 starfish limbs emerging from his body. What? A starfish? I have become a starfish. Chapter 3. Chun-Mu as a starfish. Upon realizing that he had transformed into a starfish, Chun-Mu inhaled sharply. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace his new reality with a sense of acceptance. Unlike tunicates and oysters, the starfish's diet does not consist of plankton. Instead, it feasts upon mollusks, crustaceans, and small fish. Most importantly, Chun-Mu was relieved to discover that he was no longer confined to a single location, akin to a mere plant. Congratulations. You have successfully evolved and received an evolutionary reward, the gift of consciousness vision. What is consciousness vision? The system offered no response. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Mu uttered, "Activate consciousness vision." In an instant, he was able to perceive everything within a 50-meter radius centered around his body. The sensation was enchanting. He could even observe his own form. His perspective was not limited to his physical body, but encompassed any angle within this circle. It was a marvelous experience, allowing him to discover more and detect potential threats early on, thus avoiding ambushes. This evolutionary reward is quite impressive, he remarked, suppressing his elation as thoughts of further evolution occupied his mind. The starfish possesses 5 arms, each adorned with numerous tiny tube feet, those small suction cups that function like legs, enabling the starfish to move. Chun-Mu relied on these tube feet to shift his position. However, after some time, he found the pace exasperatingly slow. This is unbearably sluggish. He lamented inwardly, estimating that at his current speed, he could only advance 6 or 7 centimeters per minute. Such a pace was suffocatingly slow. While there are many species of starfish, most move at a leisurely rate of 5 to 8 centimeters per minute. Notably, one species, the sand star, can traverse an impressive 28 meters per minute. Clearly, Chun-Mu had not transformed into a sand star. Gradually, he inched forward, setting his sights on the oysters ahead. Perfect sustenance for a starfish. Suddenly, he heard voices emanating from nearby starfish. As a former oyster, he had been oblivious to such sounds. But now, as a starfish, he could perceive the calls of his kin. "I'm hungry. I want to eat. I need to relieve myself. I'm hungry again." Upon hearing this, Chun-Mu felt a gnawing sensation in his own abdomen. Previously, as an oyster, he had not experienced hunger. Now, however, the feeling was unmistakable. What was happening? He dismissed the thought, deciding that hunger necessitated action. After all, he needed to consume food to gather energy. Furthermore, Chun-Mu still possessed the ability to engulf smaller creatures. Yet all that surrounded him were other starfish and oysters. The other starfish were still too distant and mobile for him to pursue. So he opted for the stationary oysters instead. As he approached, he decided to test his swallowing ability. Chun-Mu encountered the oyster, a feast. Suddenly, the tightly shut shell of the oyster opened, revealing its golden flesh, which then melded into Chun-Mu's being. He was absorbing energy. Yet the progress towards the energy required for his next evolution stood at a mere 0.0001%. Although he had acquired energy, a gnawing hunger still lingered within him. It dawned on Chun-Mu that while energy had been consumed, it had not filled his stomach, leaving it empty. Clearly, sustenance was still necessary. Contemplating this, he continued his quest for the next oyster. On the rocky beach, a multitude of oysters lay scattered, and the number of starfish was scarce. Alleviating any concerns Chun-Mu had regarding food scarcity, he approached an oyster, enveloped it, and with the suction cups on his tube feet, pried open the shell, regurgitating his stomach into the shell to devour the flesh within. After consuming one, it was not long before he felt the urge to relieve himself. Once he finished, hunger struck anew. What was happening? Why was he hungry again? The starfish possessed 2 stomachs and had a remarkably short intestine. To put it simply, anything ingested by the starfish was swiftly expelled. Once excreted, the stomach would yearn for food once more, leading to an endless cycle of eating and excreting. Chun-Mu was compelled to pursue the next oyster, driven by the dual forces of hunger and the need for evolution to gather energy. He repeated this process, consuming another oyster, relieving himself, and feeling hungry once more. As he continued this cycle, a thought struck him when he noticed his proximity to a starfish. This endless cycle of hunger was unsustainable. It would be prudent to hasten the accumulation of energy for his next evolution. Otherwise, the pace of his movement and the relentless hunger would become quite burdensome. What could be done? Observing a starfish slightly smaller than himself, an idea formed. He moved toward the starfish, which was currently feasting upon an oyster, and remained stationary. Upon approaching, his ankle brushed against the starfish. Absorb. The starfish's body transformed partially into golden light and entered Chun Mu's being, while the remaining hard shell fell to the ground. He was receiving energy, with progress towards his next evolution now at 3%. The energy possessed by the starfish was significantly greater than that of the small oyster. The starfish had a hard shell, but nearly everything else was consumable, with its limbs being the most delectable. By opening the shell of its limbs, the flesh inside was the most exquisite. Chun Mu felt a wave of satisfaction as he glanced at the half-consumed oyster and maneuvered his body closer. The next one awaited. While consuming oysters, Chun Mu sought opportunities to utilize his absorption ability on them, gradually advancing his energy progress. That day, he noticed numerous seagulls circling overhead. Some were fishing, while others swooped down into the cluster of starfish, snatching one away. Witnessing the sudden abduction of a starfish, Chun Mu blinked in surprise. Do seagulls indeed consume starfish? Upon reaching adulthood, starfish find themselves with few natural predators, the occasional seagull being one of them. At that moment, another seagull descended from the heavens, swooping directly towards Chun Mu. With its sharp talons, it grasped one of Chun Mu's starfish appendages. Let go of me, Chun Mu mentally screamed, as he was lifted off the ground by the seagull and ascended into the air. This is it. Panic surged within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him: devour. As he activated his consuming ability, the seagull's body transformed into a golden light and was absorbed into Chun Mu. He plummeted back to the sand with a thud. Thankfully, it was merely the soft embrace of the beach. The system assessed that the seagull's size was not greater than his current form. Fortuitously, his recent feasting had enlarged his physique, making him slightly larger than the seagull. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Chun Mu exhaled in relief. Abruptly, he realized a pressing issue. He was on the beach, which was still a considerable distance from the sea. Above him, numerous seagulls circled, searching for prey. It was evident that, at that moment, these seagulls had fixated their gaze upon him. Watching the seagulls swiftly approaching, Chun Mu silently prayed. Please let none of them be larger than me, or I shall be finished. Chapter 4. Evolution. Once more a flock of seagulls descended from the sky, surrounding Chun Mu. They began to peck at his body. Fortunately, his hard shell provided protection. Without it, he would likely have perished from their relentless assault. Shielded by his tough exterior, Chun Mu remained unscathed as the seagulls struggled to breach his defenses. Devour. He activated his consuming ability. Upon contact, the seagulls transformed into golden light, absorbed by Chun Mu, leaving only a few feathers behind. One by one, the seagulls morphed into radiant light, contributing to the energy within Chun Mu's evolution progress bar. As he absorbed the energy, the required progress for evolution surged to 78.6%. Then, it rose to 90%. Hearing this, Chun Mu felt a surge of excitement. It was worth noting that consuming a single starfish had yielded less than 1% of energy, yet a single seagull provided such a substantial amount. It appeared that the energy gained from evolution was not merely the caloric content of what he consumed, but rather a different metric altogether. Given that seagulls are regarded as advanced creatures within the biological realm, they evidently supplied Chun Mu with significantly more energy. Continue to peck. Keep pecking at me. Chun Mu's anxiety dissipated. His sole desire was for more seagulls to feast upon him. Suddenly, a few seagulls sensed that something was amiss and promptly took flight. The remaining seagulls followed suit, clearly hesitant to continue their assault on Chun Mu. It seemed they could perceive the impending danger. Watching the departing seagulls, Chun Mu felt a twinge of regret. In his current starfish form, pursuing these seagulls was virtually impossible. With no other options available, Chun Mu resolved to venture into the sea, continuing to consume various marine creatures while observing if the seagulls would descend to peck at him during his journey. Should that occur, he might evolve without even having to fully submerge, utilizing his tube feet. He ambled toward the ocean at a rather unimpressive pace of approximately 7 centimeters per minute. However, over time, Chun Mu had grown accustomed to this sluggish speed. Slow as it was certainly preferable to being a mere wooden post while in the forms of a sea squirt or an oyster, he reassured himself. The trek from the beach to the ocean consumed over an hour of his time, and he finally entered the water. Regrettably, it seemed that the seagulls had deemed him inedible, as none were inclined to attack him. Thus, Chun Mu continued to feast on the shells and oysters along the shore, as well as devouring smaller starfish. The energy required for his evolution was gradually accumulating. 5 days passed in this manner, and Chun Mu observed an intriguing phenomenon. Numerous starfish surrounded him. Some were feasting on oysters, while one particular starfish captured his attention. This starfish approached a smaller companion and began to ascend its body using its tube feet, ultimately enveloping the smaller starfish. Once ensnared, it initiated an assault. The unfortunate little starfish, with its painfully slow movement, stood no chance against the larger starfish's grasp and was swiftly consumed. Some starfish, upon contact with the smaller one's arm, instinctively severed their own limbs in a desperate attempt to escape, leaving behind their appendages to be devoured by the aggressor. In adulthood, starfish face few predators in the sea, with their most formidable hunters being their own kind. Such predatory behavior, as demonstrated by the larger starfish attacking the smaller one, is relatively common. Chun Mu, however, dismissed such thoughts regarding the starfish's speed with disdain. It simply lacked the capability to prey upon him. What did concern him was a larger starfish stealthily approaching him. Initially, he felt no alarm, but after witnessing the predation of one starfish upon another, he began to suspect that the intentions of the approaching giant starfish were less than innocent. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Startled, he instinctively turned to look beside him. To his dismay, the large starfish had drawn alarmingly close, its arm brushing against him. Flee! Chunmu bolted in the opposite direction, maintaining his pace of 7 centimeters per minute. The large starfish, sensing his escape, began to pursue him at a speed of 6 centimeters per minute. Thus, the two starfish engaged in a slow chase, until at last, the larger starfish ceased its pursuit of Chunmu. Chunmu let out a sigh. This fellow seemed genuinely intent on devouring him, but fortunately, he was swift on his feet. Although his pace was merely 7 centimeters per minute, he chose not to dwell on it, and continued towards the location of the oysters. Through his consciousness vision, Chunmu could perceive everything within a 50-meter radius. Though he had just been pursued by that large starfish, he had barely managed to escape a meter. The position of the oysters had not yet left the coverage of his vision. After shaking off the starfish, he proceeded to the site of the oysters and began to feast heartily. As time passed, the system's prompt finally echoed in his ears. Chunmu felt a surge of joy. What could he evolve into this time? Could it be humanity? The required evolution energy had reached 100%. Evolution commenced. A golden light enveloped Chunmu, lifting him away from the region occupied by the starfish. He ascended into the depths of the ocean, surrounded by utter darkness. The golden glow illuminated the shadowy depths. Evolution complete. Accompanied by the system's voice, Chunmu noticed a light bulb materializing before him, casting illumination around him. A light bulb? In the surrounding darkness, the bulb's glow was faint, to the extent that Chunmu could barely see his own body. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Consciousness vision. Upon activating it, Chunmu could see everything within a 50-meter radius, even amidst the darkness. When he caught sight of himself, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What an ugly creature. Through his consciousness vision, he realized he had transformed into a fish, a remarkably hideous deep-sea fish. A chandelier even adorned its head. This creature was exceedingly repulsive. Yet, Chunmu recognized its name, the anglerfish. He had not transformed into the human he longed to be, but rather into an anglerfish. Chapter 5. Is the female anglerfish large? Oh well, it was merely a transformation from a starfish to an anglerfish. Overall, it was still a positive change. Chunmu murmured to himself, at least now he could swim. Wait, what is happening? Just as he was about to experience the sensation of swimming like a fish, Chunmu was taken aback to discover that he could not swim. The anglerfish's muscles were relaxed, its locomotor organs underdeveloped, and its hefty body made swimming exceedingly challenging. It could only dwell on the ocean floor, crawling with its pectoral fins akin to arms. This was a crawling fish. The notion of swimming freely like other fish was utterly impossible. Chunmu attempted to move, only to find that the anglerfish's mode of locomotion was indeed crawling. He was utterly stunned. He had assumed that transforming from a starfish to a fish would allow him to swim freely, yet this was, in fact, a crawling fish. Incredible. However, he discovered that while this creature crawled like the starfish, its speed was significantly greater than the starfish's, mere 7 centimeters per minute. Of course, compared to normal fish, it was still lamentably slow. Its movements could only be described as sluggish. Yet, in comparison to the starfish, it was a vast improvement. Suddenly, Chunmu's gaze was drawn to a shadow that passed before him. The entity was so colossal that he was unable to discern its entirety with the naked eye. Utilizing his consciousness vision, he was astounded by what he saw. It was a gigantic anglerfish, its size dwarfing Chunmu by a factor of at least 1,000. Impossible. How could such a creature exist in the sea? Wait a moment. Something was amiss. Upon further scrutiny with his consciousness vision, he realized the truth. It was not that an additional creature had appeared, but rather that Chunmu himself had shrunk in size. He was even smaller than a starfish. Now, his stature was akin to that of a human thumb. Anglerfish are categorized into males and females. The appearance of the anglerfish is rather grotesque, with the female being thousands of times larger than the male. The male anglerfish is often described as a parasitic companion. In its youth, it swims through the ocean until it encounters a female anglerfish, at which point it bites onto her body, merging its form with hers. Subsequently, the male's sole purpose becomes assisting the female in reproducing. All predatory duties are relinquished to the female. As long as she is well fed, the male will also be satiated. However, the female anglerfish is not particularly monogamous. As long as there is space on her body, other males can also latch on and merge with her. Clearly, being a parasite is not as appealing as it seems. Chunmu's diminutive size was a result of his identity as a male anglerfish, and the enormous female before him was 1,000 times larger than he. Instinctively, upon sighting her, Chunmu felt an overwhelming urge to approach and bite. Yet, he was acutely aware of the consequences of such an action. To resist this primal impulse, he quickly changed direction and crawled away. The thought of biting into that formidable and hideous anglerfish, and potentially having to bear countless offspring with her, sent chills down his spine, despite the absence of actual goosebumps. But what was he to do now? His size was far too small. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. You have received the evolution reward of size enhancement. Chunmu paused in surprise. Size enhancement? What does that entail? As you accumulate evolutionary energy, your size will increase proportionally to the amount of energy acquired. Came the mechanical voice of the system. Hearing this, Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that by consuming food and gaining energy, he could increase his size. How delightful. Yet, as the thrill faded, he pondered a pressing concern. Given his current minuscule size, what could he possibly eat? Oh, there are countless microscopic plankton in this ocean, invisible to the naked eye. I can feast upon these. However, this brings forth a dilemma. Although he is not large in stature, he is indeed an anglerfish, lacking the ability to filter seawater for plankton. What shall be done? What if he employs his swallowing ability? This capability allows him to consume anything smaller than himself directly, thus eliminating the need for filtration and enabling him to devour the plankton in the ocean. With this thought in mind, Chunmu resolved to give it a try. He activated his swallowing ability. Countless plankton swarmed through the ocean, abundant in every direction. As Chunmu crawled along the seabed, he felt a faint golden light merge into his being. Although these glimmers were subtle, he was certain they were the plankton he had consumed. Gradually, he began to absorb energy. His form expanded in tandem with the increasing energy. From initially the size of a thumb, he grew to that of a ping-pong ball. And with the passage of time, he transformed into the size of an apple. As his size increased, his reach extended, allowing him to encounter more plankton. The more plankton he encountered, the more he could consume, thus enabling further growth. Chunmu reveled in the transformation of his physique, his heart brimming with joy. With the combination of this evolutionary reward and his swallowing ability, it felt as if he could soar with exhilaration. Yet, his elation was short-lived. It became evident that the energy provided by the plankton was finite. Although his size continued to grow, the rate of increase had dramatically slowed. Even after an afternoon spent consuming plankton, his growth was minimal. Simultaneously, a wave of hunger washed over him, leaving him weak and fatigued. This swallowing ability could only hasten the progression of his evolution and enhance his size, but it did not satiate his hunger. There was no alternative. Though Chunmu longed to continue consuming and augmenting his size, if he persisted in this manner, he would perish before achieving evolution. As a creature that could only crawl slowly, it was clearly futile to rely on speed to hunt for food. Fortunately, after evolving into an anglerfish, he possessed the hunting skills inherent to his species. He sank his body into the sandy seabed, concealing himself, then lifted his head and extended his bioluminescent lure. The light illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, Chunmu's size had increased dramatically, surpassing 1,000-fold compared to before, even larger than the female anglerfish he had encountered previously. The lure, too, had grown substantially in size. In the pitch darkness of the deep sea, this luminous beacon stood out brilliantly. Chapter 6. What to do when surrounded by dolphins as a sardine. The first spine on Chunmu's back arched gracefully, resembling a naturally formed fishing rod, with a glowing orb dangling at its end. The orb swayed gently, its light fluctuating between brilliance and dimness, akin to a firefly struggling in water. As the small fish in the deep sea observed this spectacle, they were drawn closer to the radiant glow, through the lens of his consciousness. Chunmu observed the small fish that had been aimlessly swimming nearby, beginning to converge towards him in considerable numbers. His excitement surged instantly. At that moment, a small fish ventured into the illuminated area, and Chunmu, honing in on his target, suddenly darted from the sandy bottom, swallowing the fish whole in an instant. The other small fish, startled by this sudden act, scattered in all directions. Although the anglerfish moved sluggishly, its speed in striking was remarkably swift. The bait, positioned tantalizingly close to the anglerfish's wide maw, ensured that any small fish that approached would be met with a swift demise. After consuming the small fish, Chunmu felt a slight alleviation of his hunger. Though he was no longer starving, it was still not enough to satisfy him. He continued to illuminate the bait. Akin to a light bulb, whether it was small fish or shrimp, each was devoured in one swift motion. The anglerfish, reigning supreme in the deep sea, faced no natural enemies, becoming the apex predator to the denizens of the abyss. The small fish and shrimp of the deep had adapted to the inky darkness of their environment, yet they possessed an innate phototactic response, instinctively drawn to light. Perceiving it as a sign of food, the bait, glowing like a beacon, appeared as a delectable morsel. Enticed by the light and the prospect of sustenance, the deep-sea creatures were oblivious to the lurking danger. Once they approached, they became prey for the anglerfish. Chunmu ceased his movements. Recognizing that chasing after other fish was futile, this method of fishing was proving to be quite efficient. Additionally, the ocean currents in the deep sea carried drifting organisms that, upon contact with Chunmu, would be absorbed by his predatory capacity. Thus, he adeptly employed a dual strategy, fishing while simultaneously consuming nearby fish and shrimp. Time gradually slipped away in the depths, and Chunmu had no means to gauge its passage, only aware of his relentless consumption. However, it was evident that an extensive duration had elapsed. In his past life as a sea squirt, such an amount of plankton consumed would have resulted in a complete evolution energy progress. Yet now, after this considerable time, the system's prompt revealed to Chunmu that his evolution energy progress was a mere 0.1. This indicated that as the frequency of evolution increased, so did the required energy for such transformations. The disparity was astounding. The quantity he had consumed far surpassed that of his time as a sea squirt, likely 3 or 4 times over, not to mention the additional energy provided by the small fish and shrimp. Despite this knowledge, Chunmu found himself at a loss, believing this method of energy acquisition to be the swiftest available to him. As an anglerfish, he pondered what other options remained. He could no longer pursue other fish. But compared to his previous existence as a sea squirt, his current state was markedly improved. At least now, should he wish to move, he could swim faster than a starfish. Chunmu calmed his mind to continue absorbing energy. As time passed, he lost track of how long it had been. Half a month, or perhaps even years. Chunmu could no longer perceive the passage of time. At last, a familiar notification resonated in his consciousness. The evolution energy you have accumulated has reached 100%. Evolution commencing. A familiar golden light enveloped Chunmu's body once more. His expectations had diminished. He no longer aspired to evolve into a human. Now, he merely prayed to avoid becoming an immobile creature. Sea squirts and oysters were utterly motionless, and starfish could only crawl a mere 7 centimeters in a minute. Even the anglerfish could only drag itself along the seabed, moving at a sluggish pace. The golden light surrounded Chunmu, lifting him from the depths of the ocean. He emerged into a vaster expanse of water. As the golden glow dissipated, Chunmu looked at his body. This time, he was no longer upon a reef or at the ocean floor. He could see his own fish fins flapping in the water. At this sight, Chunmu's eyes sparkled. I have transformed into a true fish. Becoming a fish meant the freedom to swim, no longer confined like an anglerfish, which could only fish. Before Chunmu could fully revel in his excitement, a shadow interrupted his thoughts. A colossal silhouette loomed before him, composed not of a single entity but of countless smaller fish, all sharing a common name: sardines. Chunmu found himself amidst a massive school of sardines. He was momentarily stunned by the sight. Just then, another enormous shadow passed by. Chunmu saw over 10 dolphins encircling the entire sardine school. The scene was unmistakable. The sardine school was under attack by the dolphins. Instinctively, Chunmu opened his awareness and glanced at himself. To his astonishment, he had indeed become a sardine, a part of this vast school, and one that was currently being hunted by the dolphins. This was dire. The dolphins emitted a cacophony of sounds. 10 of them guarded the 10 directions, herding the sardines into a tight cluster. Meanwhile, 5 other dolphins darted into the midst of the sardine school at astonishing speed. As one dolphin charged directly toward him, Chunmu urgently shook his body with all his might, swiftly evading the dolphin's attack. However, a neighboring sardine became a casualty, devoured in an instant. How is this fair? This evolution has granted me the ability to swim, for which I am grateful. But it seems that this newfound ability is merely a means for me to escape from my life. Chunmu muttered under his breath, exasperated. Although it was a matter of life and death, Chunmu glanced at the 10 dolphins lurking menacingly around him. The dolphins moved with remarkable speed, forming an impenetrable circle that made his escape as futile as a sardine attempting to leap from a tiger's back, an act tantamount to courting death. These dolphins exhibited an impressive intelligence, with 5 of them feasting while the others maintained a watchful perimeter. Their discipline was evident. After a while, they would rotate, allowing another 5 to indulge. At this rate, it seemed they intended to devour the entire school of sardines. Chapter 7. Sardines pursued by dolphins. Chunmu felt a rising sense of urgency. The sheer size of the dolphins rendered his ability to evade them ineffective. Were it not for the multitude of other sardines around him, he likely would have been swallowed whole by now. However, as the number of sardines dwindled, the likelihood of the dolphins locking onto him increased significantly. This was dire indeed. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolution reward. Your speed has doubled. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doubling his speed? What did that entail? It meant that his current velocity could potentially be enhanced twofold. Sardines, by nature, were not slow. In fact, they could reach speeds of up to 64 kilometers per hour, while dolphins maxed out at 50 kilometers per hour. For a solitary dolphin, catching up to a sardine was nearly impossible. However, the encounter between dolphins and sardines involved more than mere speed. There was always a chance that a sardine could be captured. Thus, sardines often resorted to a collective strategy, sacrificing some to ensure the survival of the species. Yet, this communal tactic, when faced with such intelligent predators as dolphins, could lead to their encirclement and subsequent demise. But if Chunmu's speed could indeed double, the situation would be drastically altered. With newfound vigor, he tested his abilities and felt himself surge forward, propelling several meters in an instant. Yet remaining within the school of sardines. The exhilaration of this newfound speed filled him with hope. Escaping the dolphin's clutches was now within reach. With his resolve strengthened, Chunmu focused on a specific direction where 2 dolphins flanked either side, leaving a gap in the middle. Under normal circumstances, a sardine attempting to bolt through would be met with a swift turn of a dolphin's head, resulting in its immediate capture. However, Chunmu now felt confident in his ability to slip past. He surged forward, bursting from the school of sardines like an arrow, swiftly breaking through the dolphins' encirclement and racing into the distance. The dolphins that formed the barrier instinctively turned to follow Chunmu's escape route, momentarily bewildered. His speed had caught them off guard. Had dolphins possessed the ability to speak, they would surely have expressed their astonishment. Brother, did you just see that? A white strip darted past, and I only caught a glimpse of its tail. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. Shall we pursue it? Pursue? Nonsense. Oh yes. After swiftly swimming a considerable distance, Chunmu rotated his body, glancing back at the encirclement of dolphins. In that fleeting moment, he realized the extent of his speed. It was a breathtaking and exhilarating velocity. However, once he distanced himself from the encirclement, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Gazing at the distant school of sardines, he felt an impulsive urge to return. Sardines possess an inherent instinct to school. They thrive in tight clusters, which provides them with a sense of security. And this collective behavior serves as their defense against predators. As a sardine, Chunmu felt vulnerable upon separating from the group, naturally experiencing disquiet. For sardines, the absence of a school signifies peril at every turn, with adversaries lurking everywhere. What to do? Chunmu observed the sardines still encircled by the dolphins. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. What if I could consolidate this school of sardines? A smile crept across Chunmu's face. Brothers, I am coming. He once again flicked his body, plunging at remarkable speed back into the embrace of the sardines. Effortlessly, he breached the dolphins' encirclement and rejoined the throng of sardines. Chunmu employed his devouring ability. While sardines prefer to cluster, in reality, Even within their large numbers, they maintain a considerable distance from one another, rarely making contact. However, the situation was different now. In the face of Chun Mu's terrifying speed, the sardines could not escape him, even if they wished to. Those smaller sardines were easily swept aside by Chun Mu and transformed into golden light, merging into his being, augmenting his energy. One after another, sardines fell prey to Chun Mu's voracious appetite. Then, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The sardine school was not only confronted with the dolphin's assault, but also with Chun Mu's onslaught. Naturally, the sardines, with their limited cognition, could not fathom that Chun Mu intended to consume them. They merely perceived him as a companion, albeit one who had a penchant for bumping against others, only to vanish thereafter. 15 dolphins, with 10 encircling and driving the school, and 5 tasked with feeding. Each time they attacked, 5 dolphins could feast, resulting in 5 at each assault. Chun Mu, however, was terrifying. His speed was unparalleled. As he streaked through, entire swathes of sardines were consumed, converting into energy within Chun Mu's form. With each morsel, as he absorbed evolutionary energy, his size expanded rapidly. The energy possessed by these sardines far surpassed that of plankton, significantly greater than the tiny fish and shrimp he had previously consumed as an anchovy. It was, without a doubt, a bountiful source of energy. The rate at which Chun Mu's size increased was astonishing. Faced with the dual threats of the dolphin's attacks and Chun Mu's insatiable hunger, the sardine school diminished swiftly. This predicament did not endure for long. It was merely 2 hours later when the once vast school of thousands of sardines dwindled to a solitary fish. That singular sardine was none other than the remarkably swift Chun Mu. However, the Chun Mu of today is no longer the same as in the beginning. At this moment, Chun Mu's physique has grown extraordinarily large. As a sardine, he now dwarfs even a dolphin by a considerable margin, resembling a veritable monster. The 15 dolphins encircled him, yet not one made a move. It was evident that they had never encountered a sardine of such magnitude, and were likely questioning whether this creature was indeed a sardine. Observing this, Chun Mu chuckled. Why aren't you coming closer? If you want tea, then I shall approach you. With that, he lunged at the dolphins. Upon seeing the sardine charging, the dolphins, possessing a fair degree of intelligence, instinctively turned to flee. 15 dolphins scattered in terror, startled by a single sardine. You think you can escape after devouring so many of my companions? Ha ha ha. Chun Mu laughed, even though most of those companions had been consumed by him. With remarkable speed, he caught up to one dolphin, and upon contact, he devoured it. The dolphin's body transformed into golden light and entered Chun Mu, enhancing him further. He turned to pursue another dolphin that was desperately fleeing. Chun Mu showed no mercy and continued his chase. Chapter 8. The Perils of Overgrowth for Sardines. At this moment, Chun Mu's speed was undeniably swift. Soon, he caught up with a second dolphin, and upon contact, he devoured it as well, which also turned into golden light. As for the third, he glanced around, but the other dolphins had vanished from sight. They had not fled as a group, but had scattered in their escape, leaving Chun Mu with only 2 to consume, which was somewhat disappointing. Suddenly, Chun Mu noticed something encroaching into his field of awareness. Something was approaching him. Snapping back to reality, he focused on the source of the disturbance. His pupils constricted as he beheld a massive great white shark slowly making its way towards him. Its eyes fixed on Chun Mu, clearly regarding him as potential prey. What a colossal creature. Without hesitation, Chun Mu turned and fled. In an instant, his silhouette vanished from the shark's line of sight. Currently, Chun Mu's size was only slightly larger than that of a dolphin. In terms of combat prowess, as a sardine, he would stand no chance against a dolphin. He had solely relied on his size and devouring ability to overpower them. Engaging in direct combat would result in his demise, even with his considerable size. Now, faced with a predator as large as the great white shark, Chun Mu knew he had but one option: to run. The great white was far too formidable to confront directly. However, it would not be able to catch him, while the shark could swim at approximately 42 kilometers per hour. Chun Mu's speed reached 120 kilometers per hour. In a contest of speed, he had no reason to fear. While he could never hope to defeat the great white in battle, he was confident in his ability to escape. Chun Mu remained calm. He was neither a siphonophore nor an oyster, let alone a starfish. His speed was remarkable, and such swiftness meant he could consume a greater number of organisms, thereby augmenting his size. As long as he continued to feast and gather evolutionary energy, he could surpass the great white shark, perhaps even devour it. The thought stirred a flutter of excitement within him. Suddenly, an overwhelming hunger surged through his mind. He needed to find sustenance. Wait, what do sardines eat? Upon pondering this question, his sardine instincts provided an automatic answer. Sardines primarily consume the surrounding plankton. Young sardines feast on smaller plankton, while adults can consume larger varieties. Although they predominantly rely on plankton, Chun Mu did not dwell on this thought. In the vast ocean, plankton was abundant, and with Chun Mu's speed, hunting them would be a trivial task. He opened his consciousness to the surroundings, utilizing the 360-degree observation offered by his awareness to locate food. Numerous fish swam by, many smaller than him, yet sardines could not feast on such creatures. Thus, he decided to bypass them for now and focus on the plankton instead. Locking onto a single plankton, he swiftly approached and devoured it. 1, 2, 3 as time passed. However, Chun Mu encountered a troubling issue. He could not satiate his hunger. No matter how much he consumed, a relentless wave of hunger persisted, leaving him in discomfort. What was happening? His size was considerable, his speed remarkable, yet the quantity of plankton he consumed was insufficient to meet his energy needs. After a moment of analysis, he discerned the problem. His large form required an increasing amount of food, yet the primary sustenance for sardines was plankton. Unfortunately, sardines did not possess mouths as vast as whales, making it impossible to consume enough plankton in one moment. Fortunately, despite the hunger pangs, the energy he managed to ingest was sufficient to sustain his life, preventing starvation. It seemed that being a sardine had its flaws. He needed to evolve into another species, or he risked starving himself. With this thought in mind, he took action, simultaneously consuming plankton while employing his absorption ability on any fish smaller than himself. Clownfish, grouper, he devoured them all. However, with each consumption, his body grew larger, necessitating even more food, yet he could not replenish his intake, intensifying his hunger. Chunmu felt himself collapsing onto the sandy seabed, sensing that starvation was imminent, rendering him nearly immobile. He could barely activate his absorption ability to attempt to absorb more plankton from the sea as sustenance. Gradually, tiny bits of plankton transformed into golden light and entered his being. Chunmu slowly closed his eyes. This was dire. Just as he felt he was on the verge of starvation, a familiar voice finally echoed in his mind. The energy required for evolution has reached a full 100%, signaling the commencement of the metamorphosis. Upon hearing this announcement, Chunmu opened his eyes. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped his entire being. His body was once again transported. As the golden glow gradually faded, Chunmu felt a transformation within himself, and simultaneously, the gnawing sensation of hunger vanished. His eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. He was fully revived. Relishing this newfound state, he eagerly examined his form to discern what he had become. Through the lens of his consciousness, he perceived a subtle glimmer in his eyes, a sailfish. The sailfish, far superior to the meager sardine, reigns as the monarch of the aquatic realm, capable of reaching incredible speeds of up to 112 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the sailfish is a formidable predator, primarily feeding on other fish. This meant that, even if Chunmu expanded his size, he could completely replenish his energy by consuming fish, unlike the sardine, which could only feast on plankton. How splendid! As Chunmu reveled in his excitement, he suddenly noticed 5 sailfish swiftly gliding past him. Their incredible speed elicited a smile from Chunmu. Is this a race? If it is, I shall not be outdone. However, just then, a shadow loomed over him. Sensing the encroaching darkness, Chunmu's pupils contracted slightly, a wave of unease washing over him. Almost instinctively, he bolted forward. A massive, gaping maw snapped at the spot where he had just been, narrowly evading the attack. Turning instinctively, he glimpsed a great white shark thrashing through the water, pursuing him with fervor. Now, Chunmu understood why the sailfish had fled with such urgency. It was this predator. The sailfish, while a sizable fish, is also prey to formidable foes such as orcas and great white sharks. Once again, he found himself targeted by the great white shark, the same predator that had set its sights on him during his time as a sardine. Chunmu felt a surge of anger. This time, I am not a sardine. Once I grow larger, I shall devour you whole. Of course, for now, he knew he was no match for the enormous great white shark. Thus, he resolved to first acquire evolution energy to increase his size. So, who was the most suitable target for consumption? Naturally, it would be a creature of similar stature. What, then, was the closest creature to Chunmu? It was indeed the sailfish. Ahead lay a school of sailfish, the very group he had just encountered. Chunmu swallowed hard. These sailfish were akin to plump pigs wandering into a butcher's home, meat delivered right to his doorstep. How could he resist? With determination, Chunmu lunged forward, aiming to consume the smaller individuals first. To the sailfish in this school, Chunmu appeared as one of their own. They exhibited no wariness as he approached. However, they were likely perplexed, as any sailfish that came into contact with this companion mysteriously vanished. How strange indeed. However, the swordfish could not fathom why one of their kind would vanish upon collision with another. Thus, the school of swordfish maintained their formation and continued to glide through the water. During this journey, Chunmu consumed more and more, his physique growing ever larger. Ultimately, he was the sole survivor of the entire swordfish school, having expanded to a size surpassing that of the great white shark. Chunmu turned and darted towards the location where he had previously spotted the great white. The time for vengeance had arrived. Chapter 9. Hunting the great white shark as a swordfish. Chunmu expanded his consciousness, which now encompassed a 50-meter radius around him. Within this realm, he could perceive everything. After swimming for a while, he finally laid eyes on his target, the great white shark. The shark was gliding through the ocean, and, upon noticing Chunmu's presence, it fixated its gaze upon him. Chunmu's form was now considerably larger than that of the shark before him. Suddenly, the great white shark lunged at Chunmu. Observing this, Chunmu swiftly evaded the attack by swimming in a different direction. He then adjusted his position and accelerated towards the shark. The shark opened its massive jaws, and with a narrow escape, Chunmu utilized his sharp, elongated bill to slice through the shark's flesh at terrifying speed. In an instant, the shark bore a new wound. Swordfish earned their name due to the 2 dorsal fins on their backs, which, when fully extended, resemble military banners. During an assault, swordfish retract their dorsal fins to enhance their speed. Many ponder the utility of the swordfish's pointed bill, questioning its effectiveness compared to the shark's ability to bite. In truth, the swordfish's bill acts like a long sword, effortlessly slicing through fish scales and leaving gashes on the fish's body, representing the swordfish's unique method of attack. After the initial strike, Chunmu circled behind the great white shark. Observing the injury he had inflicted, he was momentarily awestruck by the shark's resilient skin. The reason the great white is classified as a shark lies in the armor of rough, tooth-like scales that adorn its body, akin to sandpaper. This coarse armor serves as a natural defense. Chunmu accelerated his assault, but his efforts only resulted in a shallow cut, causing minimal damage to the great white shark, which only served to enrage it further. The shark ferociously lunged at Chun Mu, its jaws wide open, seeking to bite him. Utilizing his speed advantage, Chun Mu veered away. The great white, consumed by fury, pursued relentlessly, heedless of all else. Trouble was brewing. Indeed, Chun Mu's physique now surpasses that of the great white shark, granting him the capability to devour it whole. However, Chun Mu has no intention of resorting to such a course of action. Instead, he aims to exact vengeance upon this formidable predator while relishing it as a sumptuous feast. His sole method of attack at present involves accelerating and wielding his bill like a sword to slice through the great white shark. Should he attempt to pierce directly into its body, the ferocity of the shark would undoubtedly incite a fierce struggle, risking the breakage of his bill, a scenario fraught with more peril than reward. Thus, he resolves to utilize his bill purely for slicing. The challenge, however, lies in the fact that the moment he draws near the great white shark, it would lash out with unrestrained aggression, leaving no opportunity to inflict a wound. The bill of a swordfish, alas, proves to be woefully inadequate. Were he to possess teeth akin to those of a great white shark, he would have effortlessly gnawed through this beast. The teeth of a great white shark are capable of infinite regeneration. Should the front ones break, those behind them will seamlessly replace them. In comparison, the swordfish falls significantly short. Although Chun Mu is large in stature, such size offers little advantage in combat. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have been granted the ability to transform. Transform. Chun Mu paused momentarily, pondering the nature of this newfound ability. You may change into any creature you have previously evolved into while maintaining your current size. After transformation, you can revert at will. Intoned the emotionless voice of the biological evolution system. A spark of realization ignited in Chun Mu's eyes. A strategy had formed. He abruptly turned to confront the great white shark. The shark opened its cavernous maw, lunging at Chun Mu. Yet, the shark's speed was evidently inferior to that of Chun Mu, who had anticipated this assault, deftly sidestepping the attack and positioning himself alongside the shark. In this stance, the swordfish's bill could inflict little damage. However, employing a different method of attack would yield a vastly different outcome. Utilizing his transformation ability, Chun Mu's swordfish form morphed into that of a colossal monkfish. This ability preserved his substantial size, and as the monkfish, Chun Mu opened his immense jaws wide and bit down fiercely where the shark's head met its body. With a sickening squelch, his sharp teeth pierced through the scales, penetrating deep into the shark's flesh, and blood gushed forth from the wound. The great white shark thrashed violently, shaking its head and twisting its body in a desperate attempt to escape Chun Mu's grasp. While Chun Mu's assault had been successful, delivering a fatal blow would be impossible at this stage. Yet, he remained composed, releasing the shark and reverting back to his swordfish form to swiftly evade the ensuing attacks. This terrifying strike had evidently inflicted considerable damage upon the great white shark, as it refrained from lunging at Chun Mu again, opting instead to shake its body and retreat in haste. Clearly, the shark was attempting to flee. Observing this, Chun Mu pursued the creature. The great white shark, already slower than the swordfish, was now further hampered by its injuries. Chun Mu noted the loss of the shark's fighting spirit with satisfaction. Chun Mu also felt the terrifying nature of the giant anglerfish's sharp teeth, which were far more formidable than the bill of a marlin. He had no intention of allowing the great white shark to escape. Once again, he propelled himself through the water, lunging toward the great white. This time, he needed no transformation into an anglerfish. The marlin's pointed snout became a blade, leaving a series of wounds along the great white's body as he glided past. Blood flowed profusely from the shark, and soon its strength waned, rendering it incapable of movement. Observing this, Chun Mu thought, mission accomplished. He swam closer, biting into the great white's flesh, consuming it piece by piece. Before long, the vast creature was entirely devoured by him. The taste of the raw flesh was rather mediocre, yet it sufficed to satiate his hunger, which was a minor consolation. The required progress for evolution now stood at 50%. Chun Mu's eyes brightened. Just moments before, his consumption of a school of marlins had only yielded 30% of energy. Remarkably, this great white shark had granted him an additional 20%. This meant that with just 3 more of such formidable sharks, he could evolve once again. Chun Mu felt a surge of excitement. If he had evolved from a marlin this time, what might his next evolution entail? Perhaps humanity? Or could it be a transformation into a great white shark? While the prospect of becoming human seemed challenging, evolving into a great white shark was certainly within the realm of possibility. Compared to a great white, marlins were decidedly inferior. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears. Startled, Chun Mu instinctively turned toward the source. What he beheld sent a shiver down his spine. A pod of orcas was swimming toward him. Orcas, the true rulers of the ocean. They are highly social creatures with stable familial bonds, exhibiting complex social behaviors and hunting techniques, while also communicating through unique vocalizations. Chun Mu had often seen footage of orcas preying on gray whales on television. It is worth noting that a gray whale is an immense being, weighing around 100 tons, while an orca weighs merely 5 tons. Yet orcas can easily hunt gray whales. This illustrates just how formidable they are. Moreover, orcas are considerably larger than Chun Mu, and he had no desire to provoke them. Hastily retreating instead, he glanced back at the orcas, who were fixated on the carcass of the great white shark, clearly drawn by the scent of its blood. There were approximately 7 orcas in this pod, a group of such size being nearly invincible in these waters. Fortunately, as a marlin, Chun Mu was swift, or he would have faced dire consequences. He marveled at the unexpected proximity to these magnificent creatures. Encountering an orca up close was akin to seeing a tiger in reality. Without any barriers, truly a life-threatening experience. Chun Mu muttered to himself, "Thank goodness I am a marlin, otherwise, I would be finished." Engaging with Orcus would require a size greater than theirs and the ability to consume. Otherwise, it would be best to steer clear. Regardless of this, let me first search for large fish, such as great white sharks, that I can hunt. Shenmue opened his consciousness to perceive the surroundings, beginning his quest for other fish. He scoured the ocean for sustenance. Unable to locate larger prey, he settled for medium-sized fish to satiate his hunger. The substantial flesh of these fish was far more nourishing than plankton, and while it might not significantly enhance his evolutionary energy, it was more than sufficient to fill his belly. Thus, Shenmue roamed the ocean for 2 days. At this moment, his pupils narrowed slightly as he heard a familiar sound. Was that not the engine of a ship? Shenmue turned towards the source of the noise and spotted a vessel approaching from afar, gradually coming to a halt upon the water's surface. This sight caused his pupils to constrict. Humans? With a ship present, there must surely be humans aboard. Just then, a figure clad in a diving suit leaped from the vessel, brandishing a spear. Upon entering the water, this individual seemed to sense Shenmue's presence. The person swam closer. Spear raised. Chapter 10. A large pancake drifts in the ocean. This human, donned in a diving suit and wielding a spear tipped with a harpoon head, bore a weapon nearly 2 meters in length. He fixed his gaze on Shenmue, spear held aloft, seemingly poised to strike. Spearfishing is a traditional method employed by some individuals to catch fish, even capable of hunting billfish. As a billfish, Shenmue's current size surpassed that of the earlier great white shark. If struck, the human would find himself at a disadvantage. Yet Shenmue had no desire to experience the pain of injury. Although the human held the spear aloft, he refrained from attacking, evidently recognizing the distance between them, far beyond the reach of the spear's length. Shenmue averted his gaze and turned to flee. If he remained out of reach, the human spear would not pose a threat. However, he was concerned about the ship. Should it possess harpoons equipped with ropes, a hit could spell doom for him. Thus, it was prudent to make his escape swiftly. Shenmue's speed was remarkable, allowing him to quickly distance himself from the vessel. When considering the billfish's greatest adversary, it was undoubtedly humanity. For most marine creatures, injuring the swift ruler of the fish world is no small feat, yet humans are an exception. As a billfish, Shenmue wisely chose to steer clear of humanity to avoid potential peril. With his swift capabilities, capturing larger fish was a simple endeavor. While consuming and replenishing the energy required for evolution, he continued to swim and observe his surroundings. After several days of devouring, Shenmue came to a realization. If he wished to expedite the accumulation of evolutionary energy, he was disheartened to discover, after 3 days of observation, that this task was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Previously, his consumption of a school of billfish and that great white shark had yielded a significant 50% progress in his evolutionary energy. Over the course of these 3 days, Shenmue consumed a considerable amount of fish. Although these fish were not particularly large, they still provided energy. The issue, however, was that Shenmue discovered that the energy obtained during these 3 days amounted to merely 1%. In other words, if he wished to evolve more rapidly, he needed to continue devouring larger fish, such as marlin or great white sharks, to expedite his evolution. The challenge, however, was that marlin schools and great white sharks were hardly commonplace. Forget it, Shenmue muttered to himself. I'll take it one step at a time. At my current pace, traversing this ocean poses little concern. Even if I cannot prevail in a confrontation, I can escape as long as I do not encounter humans. With this thought, he continued to swim forward. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an object in the water. It appeared to be a large pancake. Or so he initially thought. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mola mola, or sunfish. Shenmue regarded this creature with curiosity. It moved through the ocean with a languid grace, resembling a massive pancake gliding through the water. Its head bore some resemblance to a sunfish, albeit with a notably short tail. This creature was slightly smaller than Shenmue's current form, yet still considerably larger than most fish. It was evident that this creature possessed no means of defense or attack. Furthermore, it swam at a leisurely pace, appearing as though it were ready to be consumed at any moment. However, in reality, it was far from a delectable morsel. As Shenmue swam closer and circled the sunfish, he scrutinized it closely. Strangely, as a marlin, he felt no inclination toward this peculiar creature. Typically, a marlin would feel an overwhelming urge to pursue any moving fish, akin to a human-esque craving for a roasted chicken leg. Yet, upon encountering this sunfish, Shenmue felt utterly devoid of appetite. The reason for this was simple. The flesh of a sunfish is notoriously unpalatable. Its skin is exceedingly thick, rendering it nearly impervious to the bites of most predators. Even if one were to breach its defenses and consume its flesh, it would be a regrettable endeavor, as sunfish meat is primarily gelatinous and lacks flavor. In the recreational fishing industries of the Northwest Atlantic, out of 684 sunfish caught, only 1 bore bite marks, illustrating just how disinterested predators are in this creature. Sunfish typically do not evade predators, essentially making them a free offering in the ocean. Yet it was clear that even for free, they were unappetizing. As a marlin, Shenmue inherited the genetic traits of his species, which naturally led to his complete lack of appetite for the sunfish. Unpalatable, Shenmue pondered, perhaps I should take a nibble to confirm. With this thought, he swam closer and took a bite. The texture was akin to chewing on rubber. He immediately spat it out, feeling a wave of nausea. This was exceptionally distasteful. He had no desire to swallow it, fearing it would only worsen his condition. Although he had taken a bite of the sunfish, it appeared utterly unfazed by the encounter. In truth, it is not that the sunfish is unresponsive. Rather, its immense weight renders it immobile. Its ability to move relies primarily on the thrust of the ocean currents. When faced with an attack, it is incapable of resistance. Nevertheless, it does not require such opposition, as it is unlikely that any predator would dare to prey upon it. While it is impossible to satiate hunger with such a creature, it can still serve to augment the progress required for evolutionary energy. Chunmu approached the sunfish and absorbed it. The entire sunfish transformed into golden light, merging into Chunmu's body. He was in the process of receiving energy, and the current progress toward his evolutionary energy stood at 57%. Oh, Chunmu blinked. I have gained an additional 6% of evolutionary energy. It seems that despite its unpalatable nature, its size does provide substantial energy. Chunmu swished his tail as he walked, observing his surroundings in search of the next target. Ahead, he spotted a school of sailfish, which were encircling a group of sardines in a swirling motion. It was evident that the sailfish were hunting the sardines. Upon seeing the sailfish, Chunmu's eyes lit up. Wow, buddy, you are rather large. How did you become so massive? One of the sailfish noticed Chunmu and couldn't help but exclaim about his size. Chunmu was taken aback. This was his first encounter with a sailfish speaking. It was no wonder, as the school of sailfish he had encountered had been devoured by him in a brief span of time. Do you wish to know why I am so large? Chunmu inquired. Consider this. My size is a result of merging with my sailfish companions. And I can grow even larger, though I require your assistance. Sure, how can I help? The sailfish readily agreed. Thank you. You shall forever hold a place in my memory. No need for gratitude. Wait, what do you mean by being remembered? The sailfish was taken aback. Chunmu drew closer and touched the sailfish. Absorb. The sailfish transformed into golden light and was consumed by Chunmu. Chunmu then turned his gaze to the other sailfish, swimming forward and devouring them one by one. Chapter 11. What? Are orcas dolphins? This school of sailfish was quite numerous, accompanied by a school of sardines. Chunmu consumed the sailfish and then the sardines, successfully acquiring 42% of energy. Currently, Chunmu's evolutionary energy progress stood at 99%. It was just a fraction short. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed there were no more fish available for consumption. Yet he still lacked 1% of evolutionary energy. He needed to seek out other fish. With this thought, Chunmu swam onward. At that moment, he spotted something small through the coral below. Is that a seahorse? As Chunmu swam closer, he observed the small creature darting alongside the coral. Indeed, it was a seahorse. Though named a horse, it is, in fact, a fish, distinguished by its head resembling that of a horse. Having once been human, Chunmu possessed some knowledge about seahorses. Many people claim that male seahorses are exemplary fathers. During the gestation period of female seahorses, their eggs are deposited into the male seahorse's brood pouch, where the male assumes the responsibility of incubation. Thus, many perceive male seahorses as exemplary fathers. However, in reality, should a more alluring female seahorse present herself during the incubation phase, males may resort to consuming the eggs within their pouch as a source of nourishment before procreating with other seahorses. Nonetheless, seahorses possess remarkable properties, including enhancing virility, rendering them beneficial for men. This was the first time Chunmu observed a seahorse up close, leading him to scrutinize it intently, though he remained curious about its flavor. Without hesitation, he took a bite. The taste was rather mediocre, quite similar to that of other fish. It was likely that his current form as a fish altered his perception of flavor compared to when he was human. The seahorse was diminutive and provided scant energy. Consuming one offered little to no evolutionary benefit. Chunmu withdrew his gaze and continued to swim forward. Suddenly, he encountered a peculiar creature. It was an oilfish, and Chunmu recognized its identity. Oilfish are a unique species. While most fish are generally edible, oilfish are exceptions, classified as inedible in numerous countries. Although all fish contain fat, the majority possess less than 5%, whereas oilfish boast an astonishing 20% fat content. Moreover, they contain indigestible wax esters, which, if ingested by humans, would exit the body in the same uncontrolled manner they entered. Consequently, many nations designate oilfish as inedible. Chunmu was aware of this but felt indifferent, as he had no intention of consuming it. Not eating it did not preclude him from devouring it. His devouring ability allowed for the direct conversion of consumed matter into evolutionary energy, bypassing the digestive system, thus alleviating any concerns about potential digestion issues. The oilfish was relatively small, measuring merely over 20 centimeters, which is modest within the vast ocean. However, Chunmu had yet to consume an oilfish and was uncertain of the evolutionary energy it could provide. With this thought in mind, he swam closer. The oilfish quickly sensed danger, swiftly propelling itself away. Its speed was impressive, yet Chunmu was swifter. Competing with the swift billfish was beyond its capabilities. In an instant, Chunmu lunged forward, his mouth open wide, seizing the oilfish. Devouring. The moment his ability was activated, the oilfish transformed into a golden light and merged into Chunmu's body. As he absorbed the energy, the required progress for evolution reached 100%. The evolution commenced, accompanied by resonant sounds. Chunmu's form was enveloped in golden light. At last, he was set to evolve once more, filled with excitement. He wondered what he would become this time. The golden light surged around him, transporting him to another realm. Gradually, the golden glow began to dissipate. Upon regaining consciousness, Chunmu immediately opened his mental vision. There were fins. He was a fish, with black skin. As he gazed, his pupils narrowed slightly. Was this a dolphin? Chunmu suddenly realized he had transformed into a bottlenose dolphin. The physique he had previously amassed by consuming swordfish was gone. Now, he appeared to be an ordinary dolphin. Hey mate, where did you come from? You startled me. A voice emerged nearby. Chunmu returned to his senses and glanced at the speaker, a dolphin of the same kind. Looking around, he noticed he was surrounded by 5 or 6 dolphins, all curiously observing his presence. I have no idea, Chunmu replied. I was swimming outside and suddenly found myself here. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that this was a pod of bottlenose dolphins, numbering approximately 11. Consuming this pod would likely yield a significant increase in both size and evolutionary energy. Oh, how peculiar, one dolphin murmured. We were just about to hunt for a school of mackerel. Would you care to join us? Chunmu paused momentarily. A school of mackerel? Intrigued. He realized he had never encountered such a sight before. Of course, I'd love to join, he affirmed. Great. Just follow our lead during the hunt. And eat your fill, the dolphin replied. With that, the pod began to move, 11 dolphins along with Chunmu swimming purposefully in one direction. Within the family of dolphins, there are numerous species. Chunmu, in his current form, had become a bottlenose dolphin. When we speak of dolphins, we often refer primarily to bottlenose dolphins. In fact, orcas and pilot whales also belong to this family and can be classified as large dolphins. Dolphins are known for their social nature, often living in groups and exhibiting complex social relationships. They communicate through sounds, emitting high-pitched tones that humans can only partially perceive. As many of these sounds are beyond the range of human hearing, as Chunmu pondered, he realized a significant issue. Aimlessly searching for targets in the vast ocean seemed a considerable waste of time. If he could communicate with these fellow dolphins, they would undoubtedly possess more knowledge than he did. Hey, mate, he noticed one dolphin swimming closer. Yes, Chunmu responded. Care to have some fun? The dolphin inquired. Chunmu was taken aback, perplexed by the implication. Suddenly, he recalled that dolphins are predominantly bisexual, engaging in same-sex interactions with a frequency nearly equal to that of heterosexual ones. Was this dolphin attracted to him? Realizing this, he promptly retorted, get lost. The dolphin lowered its head, retreating in embarrassment. Chunmu couldn't help but feel a wave of discomfort wash over him. Chapter 12. Joining the dolphin pod, accompanying the dolphins as they swam, Chunmu spent approximately 3 hours in their company. Finally, he laid eyes on his destination, and the sight before him ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. In the distance, a multitude of ribbon fish shimmered like silvery ribbons, gracefully swimming in the ocean. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, reminiscent of sardines, yet significantly larger in size. The sun's rays pierced through the water's surface, casting a luminous sheen upon the ribbonfish, their bodies reflecting a silvery halo. For the dolphins, this congregation of ribbonfish represented a veritable buffet. Ribbonfish are deep-sea dwellers. During the day, they float near the surface, only to descend into the depths at night. They exhibit a tendency to school together, migrating in droves toward the shore each spring, journeying from south to north for reproductive purposes. What Chunmu witnessed was a vast school, clearly engaged in their migratory return. At this moment, upon spotting the ribbonfish, the dolphins sprang into action. 11 dolphins plunged into the school, herding a small cluster away from the larger mass, effectively encircling them. As the ribbonfish attempted to flee, the dolphins surged forward, driving them back. This small group of ribbonfish was compelled to remain in a confined area, surrounded by the dolphins who systematically feasted upon their outer ranks. It was reminiscent of Chunmu's earlier experience as a sardine, encircled by dolphins. Evidently, these dolphins possessed their own hunting strategies. Hey buddy, it's time to feast, called out one dolphin to Chunmu from a distance. Chunmu chuckled and replied, no thanks. I have my own method of hunting. With that, he propelled himself towards the expansive school of ribbonfish. The dolphin observed, buddy, you won't catch them like that. Oh really? Chunmu retorted, his speed astonishingly swift. In an instant, he caught up with a ribbonfish, sinking his teeth into it, savoring the taste before swallowing. He swiftly pursued another. Thanks to the enhancements provided by his system, Chunmu's speed was double that of an ordinary dolphin. While dolphins are inherently swift, they may not rival the speed of sailfish, yet they are among the fastest creatures in the ocean. The ribbonfish, being slower than dolphins, stood no chance against Chunmu's doubled velocity. This meant that any ribbonfish within his line of sight was destined to become part of his banquet. The dolphins watched in awe, utterly astonished by his speed. My goodness, this guy is incredibly fast. After consuming 6 ribbonfish, Chunmu felt satiated. Harnessing his devouring ability, he began voraciously consuming the ribbonfish. The sheer volume of ribbonfish was staggering. As each ribbonfish came into contact with his body, it transformed into a golden light and merged into him. For an entire afternoon, Chunmu relentlessly devoured the ribbonfish. He lost count of how many he had consumed. But the once vast school of thousands had dwindled to a mere memory. Those that managed to escape fled in terror, while the majority had become his evolutionary energy. Chunmu inquired, System, what is my current progress in evolution energy? The system responded, your current evolution energy progress stands at 7%. Chunmu was taken aback. Is that so? After consuming so many ribbonfish, this is all the evolution energy I have amassed? Although he understood that as his evolution frequency increased, the acquisition of evolution energy would diminish, he had not anticipated such a drastic decline. It seemed that achieving another evolution in the near future would pose a significant challenge. Hey, what was that light you just emitted? Your speed is astonishing. A voice chimed in from the side. Chunmu regained his composure, only to find himself encircled by a group of dolphins, who were curiously observing him. One dolphin swam particularly close, displaying evident curiosity towards Chunmu. He replied, oh, it's nothing. Just a swimming technique I learned while hunting prey. Impressive. The dolphin remarked, clearly admiring Chunmu. Have any of you seen any sizable schools of fish nearby? He inquired. Large schools of fish, you say? Indeed, one dolphin responded. There are plenty of ribbonfish around, and with their abundance, many predators are drawn here. Not far from our location, I spotted a pod of orcas. Orcas? Spare me, Chunmu grimaced slightly. For him at this moment, seeking out orcas would be akin to carrying a lantern into a dung heap, an act of folly. What about other predators besides orcas? At that moment, Another dolphin swam closer and said, in addition to Orcus, I have seen a group of great white sharks nearby. They are also hunting the ribbonfish. Great white sharks. And in packs no less. Chen Mu felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Both Orcus and great white sharks were apex predators. Although he had consumed a fair amount of ribbonfish and had grown somewhat larger, he still paled in comparison to the likes of great white sharks and Orcus. Approaching either of those creatures now would be tantamount to courting death. Very well then, what do you all plan to do next? He asked. At this time, there are plenty of ribbonfish. We intend to continue hunting them, the dolphins explained. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll accompany you. Wonderful. The dolphins seemed quite elated, clearly intrigued by the unique Chen Mu. As the dolphins swam, Chen Mu followed suit. These dolphins reminded him of playful children, suddenly darting through the water, leaping out, and creating crescent-shaped arcs before splashing back down. They were evidently engaged in play. However, Chen Mu lacked their enthusiasm and merely observed from the sidelines. Before long, he spotted a distant ship. On board, there were numerous people, some holding cameras and pointing them in his direction, seemingly capturing some footage. Of course, while Chen Mu could see this, the dolphins could not. He was utilizing his consciousness vision to perceive the scene. The dolphins possessed echolocation capabilities, allowing them to discern the shapes and sizes of distant objects, thereby identifying what those entities might be. However, it was clear that their ability was not as convenient as Chen Mu's consciousness vision. Unperturbed by the unfamiliar beings, the dolphins continued to swim forward, darting towards the school of ribbonfish. Suddenly, Chen Mu heard a commotion. A figure clad in a wetsuit leapt from the vessel, brandishing a camera, swimming towards him while capturing footage. What were these humans up to? Was it possible that I am the peculiar one, drawing their attention? Through the lens of his consciousness, Chen Mu observed himself and noted the oddity of his situation. The pod of dolphins, including Chen Mu, numbered 12, with him clearly standing out as significantly larger than the other 11. Chapter 13. Can dolphins ever sleep? Chen Mu felt no inclination to concern himself with these humans. They could film to their heart's content, as long as they refrained from any aggressive actions. The dolphin pod exhibited little interest in the humans and swiftly departed from the vicinity of the ship. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, the wetsuit-clad man positioned his camera at the side of the ship, keenly watching the retreating dolphins. He turned to the sailors behind him, exclaiming, "We must pursue in that direction, or we shall miss the opportunity to capture them." Understood, the sailor replied, setting off. The man, exhilarated, spoke into the camera. That dolphin we just saw was colossal, far larger than the others. I have the distinct impression it is the leader of the pod. It's my first time witnessing such a magnificent creature. Not long after, Chen Mu encountered a school of ribbonfish, but this time, it was not solely ribbonfish he beheld. Not far off, a group of great white sharks trailed the school of fish. These sharks were even larger than those Chen Mu had previously encountered, their size comparable to that of adult Orcus. There were 7 great whites in total, a sight that startled Chen Mu, now inhabiting the form of a dolphin. The great whites are herding the ribbonfish. We should join in to help drive them together for the hunt. However, maintain a safe distance. If they claim their share, they won't hesitate to turn on us, one of the dolphins warned. Let's get started. With that, the 11 dolphins surged forward, resuming their hunt. They exhibited remarkable skill, coordinating with the great whites to scatter the school of ribbonfish, breaking them into smaller groups for encirclement and predation. While great whites are known as the natural enemies of dolphins, there are instances where they collaborate in hunting. Chen Mu observed the great whites, who, upon noticing him, adhered to the dolphins' warning. True to the dolphins' assertion, the great whites paid no heed to the dolphins, but instead focused on hunting the nearby ribbonfish. The dolphin pod kept a respectful distance from the sharks, who showed no inclination to pursue the dolphins. Instead, they cooperated with the dolphins to drive and encircle the ribbonfish. Watching this collaboration, Chen Mu felt his brow relax slightly. This scene was indeed quite intriguing. Chen Mu's gaze fell upon the school of ribbonfish as he propelled himself into their midst. At present, Chen Mu felt no hunger. Thus he directly employed his devouring ability to consume the ribbonfish. Ribbonfish is a delectable delicacy, particularly when fried. Its exquisite taste is truly enchanting. However, ribbonfish is notably rich in purines, especially the silvery membrane that envelopes it, which is essentially a purine powerhouse. From a certain perspective, purines are essential nutrients for humans, sustaining daily life. Yet, an excessive intake of purines can lead to gout, a concern for those wary of such afflictions. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have been awarded the ability to control. Chen Mu understood that this reward was a result of his evolution into a dolphin. The timing of these evolutionary rewards can be unpredictable. Sometimes they arrive swiftly. Other times they lag. However, what exactly is this ability to control? Chen Mu pondered aloud. What is this ability to control? The ability to control allows you to command creatures smaller than yourself, came the voice of the biological evolution system. Hearing this, Chen Mu's interest was piqued. Creatures smaller than him in his vicinity included ribbonfish, dolphins, great white sharks, and various small fish. While ribbonfish, small fish, and dolphins were indeed smaller and thus subject to his control, the great white shark surpassed him in size and remained beyond his influence. Controlling ribbonfish and small fish seemed rather futile at this moment. Regardless, Chen Mu resolved to continue consuming the ribbonfish before him. With that thought, he resumed his task. The schools of ribbonfish transformed into golden light as they were devoured by Chen Mu. His evolutionary energy surged, and his physique expanded accordingly. The current school of ribbonfish was significantly larger than the previous one. After spending an entire evening, Chen Mu had nearly finished consuming the ribbonfish. Goodness, brother. You've grown remarkably. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed the dolphins had gathered around him once more. To his astonishment, he found that his size had increased considerably. He was now comparable to a great white shark. The dolphins circled him, gazing at him with curiosity. System, what is my current evolutionary energy progress? Chen Mu instinctively inquired. Your current evolutionary energy progress stands at 21%, came the reply. This was a notable increase, indicating that the energy acquired from the ribbonfish was substantial. It was time to seek out his next target. With his current size, he was well equipped to confront those great white sharks. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in darkness. He turned to the dolphins nearby and asked, where can I find those great white sharks? Are you intending to confront the great white sharks, brother? One dolphin responded, appearing quite eager. It was perplexing to be referred to as brother. Another dolphin chimed in. There are quite a few of them. With our numbers so few, we cannot possibly take them on. That's all right, Chen Mu reassured them. Just tell me their approximate location. I have a plan to deal with them. Over there, the dolphins pointed. The dolphin gazed in a particular direction. Upon finishing their meal of ribbonfish, the great white sharks had swum off in that very direction. Chen Mu nodded slightly, then swiftly propelled himself towards that point. Brother, wait for us. The group of dolphins intended to pursue him, yet their speed was evidently lacking compared to Chen Mu's. And they soon found themselves left far behind, their eyes unable to catch a glimpse of him. Wow, what astonishing speed. The dolphins marveled at Chen Mu's swiftness. However, unbeknownst to them, they had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Chen Mu, having distanced himself from the pod, refrained from consuming them, as they had provided him with invaluable information. To devour them now would be utterly excessive. Hence, he chose to spare them this time. Yet, as time passed, Chen Mu suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His pace diminished, and soon he succumbed to slumber. Though asleep, he was not entirely unconscious. On the surface, one eye remained closed while the other stayed open, his body still gliding through the water. Dolphins rest differently from humans. They can allow one hemisphere of their brain to sleep while the other remains alert, alternating rest between the two halves. Thus, many believe dolphins do not require sleep, when in fact, they do, albeit sometimes only half their brain rests while their bodies remain active, giving the appearance of never needing slumber. Chapter 14. The shark's vulnerability. The following morning, Chen Mu finally caught up with a group of great white sharks, who were swimming in the ocean. He trailed behind them discreetly, unnoticed by the formidable predators. Great white sharks are apex predators of the sea, possessing considerable energy. Back when Chen Mu was still a swordfish, a single great white shark could grant him 30% of his evolutionary energy. Now, before him swam 7 of these majestic beasts. Although Chen Mu had evolved into a dolphin, which would yield a lesser amount of evolutionary energy, the great white sharks still represented a significant source of such energy. Having consumed a vast quantity of ribbonfish, Chen Mu's size had grown sufficiently to rival that of an adult great white shark. Among the 7 adults, he was slightly larger than 3, yet smaller than the remaining 4. Nevertheless, this was more than adequate. Chen Mu followed closely behind the 7 great whites, employing his control ability to seize one of the smaller sharks. Under his influence, the shark abruptly turned and sank its teeth into the side of a larger companion. With a ferocious twist of its body, it aimed to tear flesh from its fellow shark. The attacked shark, in response to the assault, thrashed in agony, only to be provoked into retaliating. In an instant, the 2 great whites were locked in a fierce struggle. The remaining 5 sharks stared in bewilderment, seemingly at a loss as to why such chaos had erupted. Chen Mu relinquished his grasp on the great white shark, yet even in its freedom, both sharks were incensed by the scent of blood, engaging in a frenzied battle. Despite its smaller stature, the lesser shark exhibited a fierce temperament. The 2 great whites tore at each other with reckless abandon. Chen Mu seized control of another smaller great white, directing it to attack the observing shark. Consequently, the 2 began to turn their aggression upon one another. He then commanded a third, even smaller great white to assault yet another. In an instant, the once cohesive school of sharks devolved into chaos, with 6 out of 7 engaging in a brutal clash, leaving only one bewildered shark, seemingly unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded. Great white sharks possess an innate propensity for infighting. They often attack or consume their own kind, driven by hunger, territorial disputes, or mating rights. Now that the battle had commenced, there was no possibility of halting it. Chen Mu observed closely, using his control ability to incite further aggression whenever the fighting seemed to wane. Ultimately, all 6 sharks met with a gruesome demise, their blood staining the surrounding waters as they were torn into bloody fragments. The solitary survivor, witnessing the carnage, swam over to devour a piece of flesh. Chen Mu approached, thinking, fresh great white meat must not go to waste. Hey, they were your companions. How could you partake in such a feast? It should be me indulging, he mused. As he neared the remnants, the meat shimmered with golden light and vanished into his being upon contact. The 7th shark, which had remained passive, erupted with fury at the sight of Chen Mu seizing its meal. Enraged, it bared its teeth and lunged at him with a menacing maw. Do you dare to bite me? You think you stand a chance? Chen Mu scoffed, effortlessly dodging the shark's assault with the speed of a dolphin. He swiftly consumed the remnants of the 6 sharks, converting them into evolutionary energy. As he absorbed this energy, his form expanded, growing larger than the remaining great white. Yet, the persistent shark continued its pursuit, intent on tearing into Chen Mu. With a dismissive huff, Chen Mu recognized his newfound advantage in size. He could easily devour this shark using his absorption ability, but he had no intention of doing so. He aimed to eliminate it first, and then feast. Chen Mu propelled himself away, only to return at astonishing speed. The great white charged at him, but he evaded its attack and collided with its flank using his dolphin-like body. With a resounding thud, the shark was flipped over, and as it did so, an eerie silence enveloped the water. Upon witnessing this, Shenmu's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Success. The great white shark harbors a flaw. Perhaps an oversight left by the creator during its design. If one were to overturn the great white shark, positioning it with its belly facing upwards, it would succumb to a state of unconsciousness, rigid and motionless. Orcas prey upon great white sharks, employing a method that involves ramming the shark's side, causing it to flip over. Some orcas even seize the shark's pectoral fins to maintain its inverted state. When the great white shark is belly up, it releases a chemical substance that inhibits the secretion of serotonin in the brain, leading to its stupor. However, a mere brief inversion is insufficient to induce complete unconsciousness. The great white shark, due to the undulating waves, managed to right itself slightly. Its eyes opened, and it snapped at Shenmu once more, furrowing his brow. Shenmu swiftly evaded. Was once not sufficient? If one attempt proved inadequate, then let there be two. If two were insufficient, then three. Shenmu lunged at the great white shark again. Although Shenmu was merely a dolphin and lacked the ability to bite the fins, he could repeatedly strike the shark, ensuring it remained immobilized, ultimately leading to asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. The great white shark requires movement to filter water through its gills for respiration. With another collision, the shark was flipped once more. This time, it remained still for a while before once again righting itself and launching an attack at Shenmu. Shenmu repeated his earlier maneuver. After 6 successive collisions, the great white shark lay belly up, utterly incapacitated. Observing this scene, Shenmu declared, "Mission accomplished." This method of attack mirrors that of orcas hunting great white sharks. By repeatedly flipping the shark, it becomes oxygen deprived and ultimately too feeble to move. In fact, this phenomenon is not exclusive to great white sharks. Many sharks exhibit the same trait, known as tonic immobility. This represents a critical vulnerability for most sharks. Once their bellies are upturned, their bodies become rigid and motionless. Shenmu was aware of this flaw in the great white shark, but previously, the swordfish had thwarted his ability to strike. However, dolphins are different. With remarkable charging capability, Shenmu opened his mouth and bit into the great white shark's belly, commencing his feast. The flavor was surprisingly delightful, quite exquisite. Yet, how could raw meat taste so delectable? Shenmu mused. Perhaps my taste buds have altered since transforming into a dolphin. Chapter 15, A Devil Fish in the Sea. After devouring the great white shark down to its skeleton, Shenmu felt quite satiated. System, what is my current evolution progress? When Shenmu was still a swordfish, such a large great white shark would have provided him with at least 30% of the energy required for evolution. Having consumed 7, had he still been a swordfish, he would have been poised for evolution by now. Yet, presently, there were no indications of evolution, suggesting that the energy was insufficient. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. The current progress of the required evolution energy stands at 83%. Upon hearing this, Shenmu contemplated for a moment. Prior to devouring the 7 great white sharks, his evolution energy had only reached 21%. This implies that these 7 sharks contributed a remarkable 62% to his energy progress. On average, each shark bestowed upon him nearly 9% of energy progress. Compared to his earlier state as a swordfish, this was a notable decrease. At that time, the great white sharks provided him with a substantial 30%. Indeed, as one evolves, the energy gained from consuming the same entity diminishes. Feeling no inclination to dwell on this further, Shenmu opened his consciousness vision in search of other prey. To his surprise, he discovered a vessel anchored on the surface of the sea within 30 meters of his position. Below the vessel, a diver clad in a wetsuit was aiming a camera in his direction. This group was, astonishingly, filming a pod of dolphins in broad daylight. The presence of these individuals dampened Shenmu's spirits, as the exhilaration from his recent feast on the great white sharks swiftly evaporated. At that moment, he also noticed a great white shark, presumably drawn by the scent of blood, making its way towards him. Shenmu's size had now surpassed that of an adult great white shark, and it was evident that this shark was smaller than him. Utilizing his control ability, Shenmu directed the great white shark to alter its course and swiftly swim towards the vessel. Although he had grown larger as a dolphin, confronting humans directly was not a viable option. The arrival of the great white shark provided an ideal opportunity to deter these humans from following him, as their presence had become quite bothersome. Upon seeing the approaching great white shark, the diver panicked and swam frantically back to the vessel. "Quick, quick! There's a great white shark. Pull me up," he exclaimed as he was hoisted onto the boat. Breathing heavily, he looked back at the shark fin protruding from the water and sighed in relief. "This is incredible. Do you know what I just captured on film?" he exclaimed excitedly to the others aboard the vessel. "The Dolphin King just attacked a great white shark. It killed that adult shark. And I even recorded it consuming the carcass. Absolutely astonishing. Moreover, the size of that Dolphin King is far greater than what we filmed this morning. It now exceeds that of an adult great white shark. This is extraordinary. Is that still a dolphin?" Someone nearby expressed astonishment. The diver responded, "It swam off in that direction. We must pursue it. It's truly a remarkable being. We must follow it." Suddenly, a jolt shook the entire vessel. The people aboard staggered unsteadily. The diver instinctively steadied himself and glanced downwards. "What is happening?" someone inquired. The diver beheld the great white shark, its dorsal fin breaking the surface as it rammed its head against the ship. The vessel was not particularly large, yet it trembled violently upon the impact with the great white shark. "The shark is attacking our ship," exclaimed the diver in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shenmu, embodying a dolphin, had already slipped away. Utilizing his control abilities, he commanded the great white to assault the human vessel, allowing himself to depart without entanglement. As a dolphin, he had no desire to engage with humans, especially considering their possession of firearms. A single bullet could prove fatal. After swimming for a while, the dawn gradually approached. Sunlight pierced through the ocean's surface, illuminating everything near the water's edge. Observing the radiant sea, Chunmu felt a surge of elation. The dolphin's method of resting was remarkably convenient. With one half of his brain active and the other at rest, he need not worry about predatory threats. With the sun's warmth and his body sufficiently rejuvenated, Chunmu quickened his pace in search of his next prey. Suddenly, he noticed a colossal creature beneath him. His dolphin eyes sparkled with intrigue at the sight. With a flick of his tail, he descended. It was a large fish, impressive in size. Yet its appearance was quite peculiar. It resembled a gigantic bat, adorned with two substantial fleshy wings. Unlike other fish that swim using fins, this creature propelled itself through the water by flapping its wings. Behind it trailed a long, slender tail, reminiscent of a rope. Chunmu recognized it as a manta ray. Named for its bat-like resemblance, it was also referred to as a devilfish. Swimming around the manta ray, Chunmu examined this marvel. It was his first encounter with such a creature. Despite its fearsome moniker, the manta ray was, in reality, a gentle giant frequently seen in underwater aquariums. Though enormous, it possessed a tranquil nature, primarily feeding on plankton and small fish. Manta rays are ovoviviparous, unlike many fish that lay numerous eggs externally, allowing for some to be consumed. Manta rays nurture their eggs internally until they develop into live young, giving birth to only one at a time. The newly born manta ray measures about 1 meter in length, often mistaken for a large fish, when in fact it is merely an infant. This creature was indeed strange, yet its body was composed entirely of cartilage, making it quite palatable. However, that seemingly slender tail concealed a venomous sting, possessing a mild toxin. Given its substantial size, it posed a formidable challenge for Chunmu in his dolphin form. As he contemplated the creature, he devised a plan to subdue it. Transformation. Chunmu's body morphed into that of a sailfish. To confront this creature, he deemed the sailfish a more suitable form. With a swift movement, he lunged towards the manta ray. The marlin possesses a bill as sharp as a sword and an astonishing speed. In the split second that Chunmu lunged forward, the bill was aimed at the manta ray's venomous tail. Uncertain whether he could withstand the manta ray's poison, he prudently decided to detach the sting before proceeding. Chapter 16. Swimming with tuna and sharks? Transformed back into a marlin, Chunmu's size remained imposing, with the marlin's bill exceptionally sharp, resembling a blade. With the marlin's terrifying speed, in an instant, the bill sliced through the junction of the manta ray's tail and its stinger, cleaving the flesh. Blood erupted forth immediately. The manta ray, having been struck, attempted to flee, but its speed was evidently inferior to Chunmu's. He pursued relentlessly, severing the connection between the manta ray's tail and its stinger, blood splattering in the process. Chunmu lunged forward, utilizing the marlin's natural bill to assault the manta ray. Within moments, the manta ray had lost too much blood and began to convulse. Witnessing this, Chunmu pounced, reveling in the feast. His form reverted to that of a dolphin as he savored the manta ray's flesh, tearing into it with delight. The taste was exquisite, and the texture of the cartilage was utterly delightful. As he dined, he remarked on the delectable quality of the manta ray's soft structure. Although he consumed raw meat, his current dolphin form rendered the experience entirely different. Through his heightened awareness, Chunmu noticed a commotion. A pod of orcus was gradually approaching from a distance, likely drawn by the scent of blood. He glanced at the half-consumed manta ray. Should he relinquish it to the approaching orcus? Observing their imposing figures, he noted that each orca was significantly larger than a great white shark. While the average length of a great white shark is about 6 meters, orcas range from 7 to 9 meters, nearly the length of a bus, with robust physiques. None of the orcas were smaller than Chunmu. These creatures were truly formidable, and he knew he could not contend with them. Reluctantly, he decided to flee. The intelligence of orcas is comparable to that of a 15-year-old human child, coupled with their social nature, making it impossible to compete for food against them. With no other option, he retreated. As he distanced himself, the orcas discovered the half-eaten manta ray. One of them approached, grasping the manta ray in its mouth and devouring it in mere bites. Chunmu observed this scene with a twinge of sorrow through his awareness. He felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. None of his current abilities could stand against the orcas. While escape was feasible, a direct confrontation was out of the question. However, he reassured himself. According to the current trends of his evolution, his next transformation would likely grant him a more formidable physique. When he grew larger than them, he would relish the opportunity to confront them. Chunmu mused to himself, grateful that the ocean still offered plenty of sustenance. Chunmujing calmed his mind and began to utilize his remarkable speed to hunt the sea fish, replenishing his food supply. Simultaneously, he sought out larger marine creatures. Unbeknownst to him, the day had nearly slipped away. As dusk approached, Chunmujing discovered an enormous fish, measuring approximately 17 meters in length, with an impressively vast physique. Its appearance bore a resemblance to a shark, yet it was adorned with evenly distributed white spots, while it resembled a shark. Its size was comparable to that of a whale. What intrigued Chunmujing most was the large school of tuna swimming alongside this shark-like creature, moving in unison, as if they were friends. This creature, which resembled a shark but rivaled a whale in size, was none other than the whale shark, the largest fish species in existence. Despite the presence of the word whale in its name, the whale shark is not a whale but a true shark. In biological classification, all whales are categorized as mammals, not fish. When it comes to the largest fish, the whale shark holds that title. Whale sharks belong to the shark family, and, unlike most fierce sharks, they are filter feeders, consuming only plankton and small fish. Chunmujing found little interest in the massive whale shark itself, but the tuna surrounding it were substantial fish, highly suitable for his hunting endeavors. He swam closer to the school of tuna, but as he approached, they instinctively adjusted their positions, hiding behind the whale shark's colossal body, seemingly intending to use it as a shield against him. Chen Mujing was momentarily taken aback. Was the whale shark protecting the tuna? As he circled around the whale shark, the tuna appeared to sense his movement, swiftly maneuvering to the other side of the whale shark, effectively placing Chen Mujing on the opposite side. Oh, so they intended to use the whale shark's body as a barrier for their own protection. A smirk crept across Chen Mujing's lips. But would that be effective? With a sudden surge of speed, he accelerated. Dolphins are inherently swift, and with the augmentation from his system, Chen Mujing's velocity doubled. In the face of such speed, the tuna could not outpace him. He quickly pursued the school, seizing one of the tuna and savoring its exquisite flavor. This taste, Chen Mujing's eyes sparkled with delight. The tuna he was consuming was a yellowfin tuna. Tuna possess a negative buoyancy, meaning that if they cease swimming, they will sink. Therefore, tuna must swim rapidly at all times, resulting in a high muscle-to-fat ratio and exceptionally delectable flesh. Even when served as sashimi, they are a true delicacy. After consuming one, he received a notification from the biological evolution system. Energy intake in progress. Current evolution energy progress at 90%. 90%? Chen Mu vividly recalled that before consuming the tuna, his energy level stood at a remarkable 89%. This indicated that a single tuna could provide him with 1% of his evolutionary energy progress. Fortune smiled upon him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. The yellowfin tuna in his vicinity swam alongside the whale shark, seemingly unwilling to abandon the safety it provided. This delighted Chen Mu, for their reluctance to flee equated to an all-you-can-eat buffet for him. With an abundance of tuna around, he had enough sustenance for his evolution. Chen Mu sprang into action, devouring the tuna one by one. His massive frame and large mouth made the consumption of these sizable fish akin to feasting on mere minnows. Crunch after crunch, he swiftly progressed through his meal. The whale shark, though colossal, was merely an unwitting barrier for the tuna and could do nothing to impede Chen Mu's feeding frenzy. As time passed, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have achieved 100% evolutionary energy progress. Evolution commencing. A golden light enveloped Chen Mu. Chapter 17. The bug-like abilities of the great white shark. As the golden radiance surrounded him, Chen Mu remained in place, undergoing evolution right where he stood. Shortly thereafter, a shark materialized at his location. As he regained his senses, he beheld his new form through the lens of his consciousness. He had transformed into a great white shark, measuring just over a meter in length. Though labeled a great white, he now seemed diminutive, akin to a newborn. In fact, his size was smaller than that of the nearby yellowfin tuna. Chen Mu was taken aback. Though he was elated to have evolved into a great white shark, his size was rather disheartening. The great white is a top predator, and evolving into one signified that his culinary options had expanded. However, he never anticipated that his post-evolution form would be so small. The yellowfin tuna were now beyond his reach. With no choice but to navigate away from this location, Chen Mu understood that he needed to quickly increase his size. But how could he achieve that? Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a scent, the unmistakable aroma of blood. Strangely, the moment he detected this scent, it felt as though he had encountered a delectable feast. Instinctively, he swam towards the source of the sanguine scent. The great white shark possesses an extraordinarily acute sense of smell, capable of detecting blood in seawater at a concentration of 1 part per billion. Scientists believe that it can sense minute traces of blood from as far as 3 kilometers away, a testament to the olfactory prowess derived from the olfactory bulbs located beneath its nostrils. Moreover, the great white shark is equipped with a sensory organ known as the lateral line, which can detect vibrations in the water. This allows it to sense potential prey from up to 250 meters away. Suddenly, Chen Mu experienced a remarkable sensation. He became aware of the information surrounding him, as if he could perceive the world through a heightened awareness. In an instant, Chen Mu became acutely aware of the myriad of creatures surrounding him. Although he could not discern the nature of these beings, he felt their movements in the water. Was this an instance of sixth sense? He pondered subconsciously. Some of the entities were relatively close, while others lingered at a distance. Yet, he remained oblivious to what lay beyond. Concurrently, Chen Mu sensed the presence of over a dozen large creatures congregating at the source of the blood. Though he could not identify them, he was certain of their substantial size. This extraordinary sensation left him perplexed. Was this the reward for evolving into a great white shark? In truth, Chen Mu was mistaken. It was not an evolutionary boon, but rather a special ability inherent to the great white shark. The great white possesses electroreception, with a remarkable sensitivity to electric fields, enabling it to detect the slightest electromagnetic signals emitted by living beings. Its sensory organs, known as the ampullae of Lorenzini, are located in the dark spots on its face. These organs allow the great white shark to perceive the magnetic fields generated by all active organisms. Chen Mu's awareness of the surrounding life was indeed facilitated by this electroreceptive ability. However, his knowledge of the great white shark was limited, leaving him somewhat uninformed. Dismissing his confusion, he resolved to harness this sixth sense for the purpose of hunting. Curiosity piqued, he swam towards the source of the sanguine scent, taking half an hour to approach. Upon reaching his destination, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a massive gray whale, belly up on the ocean's surface, while a pod of over 10 orcas feasted upon it. One of the orcas spotted Chen Mu and immediately turned to charge towards him. Alarm coursed through him, his pupils dilating as he swiftly turned and fled. He escaped with remarkable speed, evading the pursuing orca. Once he had distanced himself, he glanced back, exhaling a sigh of relief. No wonder he sensed several enormous beings near the source of the blood. They were, in fact, the orcas. Chunmu flicked his tail and continued swimming forward, thinking to himself how close he had come to peril, grateful for his doubled speed that had spared him. This experience reaffirmed the authenticity of his sixth sense. He mused, thus, I can utilize this ability for hunting. A smile graced his face, for it was far superior to mere conscious vision, which only allowed him to perceive within a radius of 50 meters, whereas this electroreception extended much further. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward, enhancing your conscious vision range to 1,000 meters, flashed in his mind. Chunmu's eyes gleamed momentarily. Although electroreception aided him in detecting the presence of prey, it sometimes left him in the dark about their circumstances, as demonstrated moments ago. In contrast, conscious vision would enable him to see the form of the creature ahead of time. The previous 50-meter range had been too constricted. The newfound 1,000 meters was indeed a tremendous boon for Chunmu. In conjunction with the electric sense of the great white shark, it is truly unparalleled. This implies that my sixth sense-like ability is not a reward of evolution, but rather an inherent capability of the great white shark itself. Chunmu pondered, indeed. The apex predator of the ocean is formidable. Nonetheless, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. The most pressing matter at hand was to hunt swiftly, consume, and acquire evolutionary energy to enhance his physique. Otherwise, at his current size, encountering even a dolphin could pose a perilous threat, let alone a killer whale. Dolphin pods are known to hunt great white sharks, particularly targeting those that are smaller and solitary. At Chunmu's present size, a confrontation with a pod of dolphins would require utmost caution. After swimming for a while, Chunmu suddenly perceived through his consciousness a pod of 6 dolphins joyfully leaping and frolicking on the surface of the sea, approaching him. His expression shifted slightly upon this realization. What are the odds that I would encounter dolphins just as I mentioned them? Chunmu adjusted his demeanor, reassuring himself. It's fine. Though I have encountered dolphins, I possess methods to deal with them, and perhaps I could even enlist their assistance. With this thought, Chunmu continued swimming towards the pod. Before long, he could see the dolphins drawing nearer. It was time. Chapter 18. How do great white sharks sleep? Chunmu transformed his body into that of a small dolphin, swimming closer to the pod. Upon spotting him, the dolphins curiously surrounded him. Child, where's your mother? One of the dolphins inquired. Chunmu's lip twitched slightly. The social dynamics of dolphins are intricate. After some dolphins give birth, others often observe or even assist. Given Chunmu's current size, the dolphins perceived him as a newborn. Typically, a newborn dolphin would stay close to its mother, and evidently, due to his size, they mistakenly believed he had become separated from hers. Chunmu never anticipated a day when he would be questioned about his mother by a pod of dolphins. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I encountered a pod of killer whales and got separated from my mother. I am currently searching for her. When we parted, she seemed to follow other dolphins to hunt for a school of mackerel. Do you know where I might find a school of mackerel around here? His objective was, of course, the mackerel school. Although Chunmu could detect hunting targets through his electric sense, if they were too distant, he could not ascertain what they were. Now, encountering a pod of dolphins provided an excellent opportunity to leverage their assistance in locating his quarry. Upon hearing Chunmu's words, one of the dolphins approached him and said, I know. We will protect you while you search for your mother. Let us go. The other 5 dolphins remained silent, but began to swim in a designated direction. Observing this, Chunmu followed the dolphin pod as they departed. It is currently the breeding season for ribbonfish, and they can be seen swimming everywhere. The dolphins in the vicinity undoubtedly know where the schools of ribbonfish are located. Chunmu decided to approach them to ascertain his objective. However, he was taken aback when the dolphins intended to protect him, escorting him to the ribbonfish to find his mother. The bottlenose dolphin, though weaker compared to great white sharks and orcas, displayed an unexpected friendliness. Chunmu, realizing his own frailty, acknowledged that he was even weaker than these dolphins. Even if he transformed into a great white shark, he would merely become prey for other creatures. With the dolphins offering protection and guidance, he readily accepted their assistance. After approximately 2 hours, Chunmu's eyes brightened as he spotted a multitude of ribbonfish swimming in a particular direction. There were thousands of them in the school. Yet it seemed that his mother was not among them, as a nearby dolphin remarked. Chunmu, uninterested in further conversation, had already reached his goal. He swiftly broke away from the group of dolphins and lunged toward the ribbonfish school. Observing this, the 6 dolphins exchanged glances, realizing that Chunmu was inexperienced and lacked hunting knowledge. One adult dolphin sighed, commenting on Chunmu's actions. The dolphins looked at one another and decided to assist. Recognizing that the young one was likely starving without his mother, they prepared to hunt the ribbonfish. Meanwhile, Chunmu had plunged into the school, utilizing the enhanced speed granted by the system to swiftly catch a ribbonfish, biting into it, and swallowing it whole. He quickly pursued another. Hey, it seems he doesn't need our help, remarked a smaller dolphin to its companion. The larger dolphin raised its head, staring in astonishment at Chunmu, who was devouring the ribbonfish one after another. After consuming 6, Chunmu felt his hunger satiated and activated his devouring ability. Upon contact, the ribbonfish transformed into golden light and were absorbed, converting into his evolution energy. Perhaps due to Chunmu's small size after evolution, he experienced a visible increase in size as he consumed the ribbonfish. Before long, Chunmu had grown to the size of an adult dolphin, having devoured most of the school, leaving only a few that had managed to escape. He twisted his body and turned to face the 6 dolphins, who were swimming with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. While dolphins typically exhibit little expression to humans, Chunmu, still in his dolphin form, could distinctly sense their astonishment. In a remarkable transformation, Chunmu shifted from a dolphin into a great white shark. Having reverted to the form of a great white shark, Chunmu now possessed a size comparable to that of an adult dolphin, although he still fell short of the full stature of a mature great white. His current dimensions were ample for his own protection. Most crucially, Chunmu was now capable of hunting the yellowfin tuna he had previously encountered. To Chunmu, these yellowfin tuna represented a treasure trove, offering him a substantial source of energy. As for the dolphins, they had accompanied him and provided protection along the way. Therefore, he deemed it fitting to spare their lives. After all, what could he do? He was simply too benevolent. Transformed back into a great white shark, Chunmu utilized his electroreception to locate the positions of whale sharks and tuna. This task was not particularly challenging. In the vast ocean, a great white's electroreception serves as a navigational aid, discerning direction with remarkable precision. Chunmu recalled where he had previously spotted the whale sharks and tuna, and, using his sensory abilities, assessed the surrounding conditions to pinpoint the location of the tuna. Once he identified the coordinates, Chunmu propelled himself towards that direction. The 6 dolphins nearby were left in a state of astonishment. Had that young one truly transformed into a great white shark? Am I seeing things? I see it too. It seems he has genuinely become a great white shark. Can we dolphins also transform into great white sharks? Perhaps, but who knows? As Chunmu glided through the night waters, he gradually became aware of his fatigue. He had not rested all day, and a wave of weariness washed over him. Before he knew it, he succumbed to slumber. Though he was asleep, his eyelids were absent, leaving his eyes appearing wide open. He had drifted into unconsciousness. Yet his body continued to swim. This is a characteristic of great white sharks. They require sleep, but there exists a conundrum. If they were to remain still, they would be unable to breathe. Thus, they cannot afford to sleep motionless. Unlike dolphins, which can alternate their brain functions to rest, great whites can indeed sleep while still maintaining motion, as their spinal cord autonomously governs their movements. Hence, even while the brain rests, the spinal cord continues to direct the body as swimming. Chapter 19. The small fish that can instill fear in the invincible great white shark as Chunmu. Now a great white shark continued to swim in a specific direction. An adult great white shark nearby took notice of him and stealthily approached. This was a moment when a great white was most vulnerable, during sleep. Furthermore, if a great white became hungry, it would not hesitate to prey upon its own kind. Clearly, the adult great white shark was currently experiencing hunger. As the adult great white inched closer, its formidable jaws loomed ominously near Chunmu. Suddenly, Chunmu's electroreception detected the presence of another creature encroaching upon him. He snapped back to attention, swiftly turning to face the approaching adult great white shark. The adult shark was now alarmingly close, lunging forward with a powerful bite aimed directly at Chunmu's head. This was a fully grown great white, measuring a formidable 5 meters in length, while Chunmu's current size was merely 2 meters. With a single bite, should it connect, survival would be a distant hope. Chunmu twisted his body, evading the assault of the adult great white shark with remarkable speed. The predator, having missed its target, fixated on Chunmu and pursued him relentlessly. Though Chunmu was not particularly large, his speed was exceptional, further amplified by the evolutionary rewards granted by the system. Doubling his velocity, the adult great white shark stood no chance of catching him. Having narrowly escaped death upon waking, Chunmu was still in a daze, instinctively fleeing until he gradually regained his senses. Once he did, he instinctively glanced back at the adult shark pursuing him. Do you think my smaller size makes me an easy target? Do you believe I am still a mere dolphin? Chunmu felt a surge of anger. He was no longer a dolphin, nor was he the slender swordfish of his past. He was a great white shark, not fully matured, but certainly not to be trifled with. Suddenly, he turned to confront his pursuer. The adult shark, oblivious to Chunmu's intentions, perceived him as merely a meal approaching. It opened its jaws wide, ready to feast. Chunmu deftly sidestepped and seized the opportunity to bite down on the side of the adult shark's face. Blood gushed forth as the shark writhed in pain. Chunmu was no longer the swordfish or the broad-snout dolphin, both of which had small mouths ill-suited for biting. Now, as a great white shark, even in his juvenile state, he possessed formidable jaws, with 7 rows of sharp teeth, designed for tearing flesh. The great white shark's dental structure was inherently advantageous for such encounters. As Chunmu clamped down on the adult shark's right side, the latter found itself unable to retaliate, only capable of thrashing helplessly. Chunmu welcomed this struggle, synchronizing his movements to further intensify the clash of forces. In that moment, he tore away a chunk of flesh from the adult shark's body. Wounded, the adult shark hastily attempted to flee. Chunmu, utilizing his devouring ability, consumed the piece of flesh. Watching the retreating figure of the adult shark, he scoffed. You think you can just eat and run as you please? Do you take me for a buffet? With that, he surged forward, his speed vastly superior to that of the adult shark. Once more, he sank his teeth into the other side of the shark's body, tearing away another piece. After stripping away 2 chunks of flesh, the adult shark was left gravely weakened. Its swimming speed significantly diminished. Chunmu entered a feeding frenzy, tearing and consuming at will. Before long, only a skeletal frame remained of the once mighty great white shark. Sated, Chunmu cast a final glance at the remnants of his foe before turning to continue his journey toward the school of tuna. If Chunmu were the previous wide-mouthed dolphin, given his current physique, encountering an adult great white shark would compel him to flee. However, he has now become the great white shark himself. Utilizing his doubled speed, he harbors no fear of the adult great white shark, as he absorbs energy. His evolutionary progress currently stands at 4%. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chunmu's brow relaxed slightly. Previously, when he consumed a school of ribbon fish, he only gained 1% of evolutionary energy. Now, having devoured this adult great white shark, his progress has surged to 4%. This implies that the energy from an adult great white shark amounts to 3%, a stark contrast to the previous 30%. Nonetheless, Chunmu has grown accustomed to such fluctuations and is disinclined to ponder further. He sensed that 2 of his front teeth had fallen out. Without hesitation, he swallowed the teeth, continuing to swim forward. When a great white shark loses its teeth, it typically consumes them to fully utilize the calcium contained within. Ahead, through his consciousness vision, Chunmu spotted a school of sardines. There appeared to be tens of thousands of them, swimming in unison. Despite their vast number, Chunmu held no interest in them. Consuming the entire school would probably yield less than 1% of evolutionary energy, which he found utterly unappealing. Continuing his journey, he maintained his observational focus through his consciousness. Suddenly, he noticed a large sea turtle ahead. This turtle seemed significantly larger than the ones he had seen during his human days. Chunmu lunged towards it, employing his swallowing ability to consume the creature whole, leaving only its shell behind. He did not receive any system notification, indicating that the evolutionary energy from this creature was negligible. He muttered to himself. As he swam onward, he passed over a coral reef teeming with small fish darting about. These diminutive creatures, while vibrantly colored, held little interest for him. They were not particularly fearful of the great white shark, as they could easily take refuge within the coral. Although the shark could detect their location through its electroreceptive abilities, its larger size prevented it from accessing certain smaller nooks. As a great white shark, Chunmu regarded these little fish with indifference, choosing not to waste time on them. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly as he sensed something approaching him. Regaining focus, he peered through his consciousness and spotted a fish with a flip-flop impression on its head stealthily nearing his belly. What could this be? A remora? Chunmu, having been quite fascinated by animals during his human existence and often watching educational channels, instantly recognized the creature's name. In that moment of recognition, he swiftly maneuvered to evade the fish. If great white sharks had natural enemies, the remora would likely qualify as one. Chapter 20. The hunt for the tuna school. Turning back, Chunmu decisively bit down on the remora, swallowing it whole. The remora, an intriguing creature, possesses considerably less combat prowess than the great white shark, rendering it wholly incapable of being a formidable adversary. However, the predicament arises when the great white shark inadvertently encounters this peculiar fish. Trouble ensues. The remora resembles a parasitic entity of the ocean, employing its uniquely shaped suction disc atop its head, reminiscent of a shoe print, to attach itself beneath the belly of the great white shark. Much like hitching a ride, it accompanies the shark on its ventures. When the great white seeks sustenance, the remora often seizes the opportunity to snatch the shark's food before it can, occasionally leading to dire consequences, such as the shark succumbing to starvation due to the remora's thievery. The reason the great white shark does not eliminate these remoras lies in the fact that by the time it detects their presence, they have already latched onto its underbelly. Regardless of the shark's efforts, it is unable to strike at the remora clinging to it, leaving it to lament its misfortune. Chunmu, unaware of whether he could extricate himself from such a predicament should he become attached to a remora, pondered the potential consequences. Of course, he could employ his devouring ability to consume the creature directly, though its diminutive size rendered it rather uninteresting to him. The taste of the remora, akin to the soul of a flip-flop, was hardly appealing, he mused. The ocean teems with life, yet for the 2-meter-long great white shark that Chunmu currently embodied, most of these creatures posed little threat. Additionally, the evolutionary energy they offered was insufficient to pique his interest. After swimming for the better part of the morning, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Chunmu's eyes. He had found it. Directly ahead, a colossal whale shark glided gracefully through the water, occasionally opening its mouth to filter the plankton from the sea. Surrounding this gentle giant was a school of yellowfin tuna, their bodies shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. The thought of the firm, delectable flesh of the yellowfin tuna made Chunmu salivate. This congregation of yellowfin tuna was akin to a natural buffet. With a swift motion, Chunmu propelled himself closer. Yet, as he approached, a startling realization struck him. What was this? A yellowfin tuna swam past him, its size dwarfing his own by a significant margin. Yellowfin tuna can reach lengths of up to 35 meters, while Chunmu's current form barely exceeded 2 meters. In comparison to some of these tuna, his size was evidently lacking. How could I, a great white shark, be smaller than these tunas? Chunmu mused. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. A smile graced his visage. Clearly, not all tuna were larger than him. He could target the smaller specimens for consumption. Thus, he activated his consciousness vision, swimming alongside the whale shark while observing the school of tuna. Although Chunmu's size was modest, he still posed a threat to the tuna, prompting them to dart to the opposite side of the whale shark, seeking refuge. Desiring to utilize the immense form of the whale shark as a barrier against Chunmu, he soon realized that while the wall could obscure his physical sight, Chunmu's consciousness perception extended within a kilometer, offering him a panoramic view devoid of blind spots. Every entity within that radius was visible to him. With keen observation, he selected his prey, a tuna slightly smaller than himself, and set forth with astonishing speed. Swiftly maneuvering around the whale shark, he lunged towards his target. The school of tuna, startled, scattered in disarray. However, Chunmu was indifferent to the fleeing fish. Singularly focused on his quarry, he rapidly closed the distance to the panicked tuna and seized it in his jaws. The blood mingled with the seawater, entering Chunmu's nostrils. For him, as a great white shark, the scent was not one of iron, but rather an exquisite aroma of sustenance. Indeed, the taste of the yellowfin tuna was exceptional. With fervor, he tore the tuna, exceeding a meter in length, into morsels, savoring each bite. The firm meat captivated his senses, and after consuming the substantial fish, he felt a slight fullness in his belly. Yet a tinge of frustration emerged as he noted the absence of a system notification. Previously, as a dolphin, devouring a tuna granted him 1% of evolutionary energy, but now, having evolved into a great white shark, it seemed that was no longer the case. Contemplating the situation, he wondered if reverting to his former dolphin self would yield different results. Transforming back, he swiftly approached a smaller tuna, and upon contact, consumed it, only to find that the system remained silent. He shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the evolutionary energy was assessed based on the last evolved form. Even if he assumed the shape of a dolphin, the required energy for evolution would still be calculated according to his identity as a great white shark. Indeed, the system left no room for loopholes. Transforming back into a great white shark, he swam with determination, deciding to take a more gradual approach. Shenmue targeted another tuna and charged forward. Having already satiated his appetite with one yellow fin, he activated his consumption mode, effortlessly absorbing all smaller tunas, which transformed into his evolutionary energy. As he accrued this energy, his size began to increase, broadening his options for future prey. Even if a tuna exceeded his dimensions, it mattered little. He simply approached and tore into the larger fish, devouring it with ease. Soon, most of the tunas circling the whale shark had become his evolutionary energy. After consuming yet another tuna, he finally heard the notification from the biological evolution system. Energy acquisition in progress, with the current evolutionary energy at 10%. Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that fewer than 10 tuna remained. He counted quietly, realizing that during this period, he had devoured at least several hundred tuna. However, to his astonishment, he had only gained a mere 6% of the evolutionary energy progress. It was far too scant. Suddenly, Shenmue sensed movement through his electroreception. Several large creatures were approaching. Furrowing his brow slightly, he employed his conscious vision to gaze in the direction of these colossal beings. Through the images transmitted by this heightened perception, he beheld a pod of 7 orcas, rapidly advancing towards him. Another pod of orcas. These creatures had an uncanny ability to detect their surroundings. Clearly, they had been lured by the scent of tuna blood. He withdrew his gaze, thinking it was time to change his diet, having consumed more than enough tuna. With his body now grown to 5 meters, he was still smaller than an orca, yet comparable to an adult great white shark. It was time to seek other prey. The orca pod. Next time we meet, I shall transform you into my personal buffet. Chapter 21. Startling the great white shark into submission. Orcas are the dominators of the ocean. Converting them into a buffet will require time. For now, it is best to exercise caution. Having nearly depleted the tuna school, Shenmue pondered his next destination. At that moment, his electroreceptive abilities detected a multitude of entities. Their locations intrigued him. Most of these creatures were located in the water, yet some were situated above the surface. Simultaneously, as he focused on this group, he felt a peculiar urge, a hunger. Were these potential food sources? Perhaps familiar delicacies for the great white shark? Intrigued, Shenmue considered that beings of his size would not be interested in small fish or shrimp. If something could pique their interest, it would undoubtedly be rich, high-energy delicacies. Rather than aimlessly searching, it was far more efficient to pursue these visible and enticing food sources. Without further deliberation, he began to swim toward that direction. Along the way, he noticed the presence of ice floes through his conscious vision. Ice floes. Had he arrived in the Antarctic or Arctic? Yet, why did he not feel cold? On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable, despite the visible ice on the water's surface. Indicating frigid temperatures, he experienced no chill. This was utterly astonishing for the former human Shenmue. Unbeknownst to him, the great white shark's unique ability allowed it to maintain its body temperature, keeping it around 25 degrees Celsius, significantly warmer than the surrounding water. The reason for this capability lies in the parallel distribution of arteries and veins within the great white shark's body. Consequently, when the shark moves, the heat generated by its muscles is retained internally rather than dissipated into the ocean, explaining why Shenmue feels neither cold nor uncomfortable. As time passed, through the lens of his consciousness, Shenmue finally discerned his objective for this endeavor. Before him lay a coastline blanketed in pristine snow, where clusters of seals lounged and rested upon the shore. It became apparent that the creatures he sensed earlier were indeed seals. Observing the plump seals, thoughts of their rich blubber surged in his mind, igniting an instinctive urge to feast. The great white shark has a proclivity for high-fat creatures, and these seals, undoubtedly, presented a delectable opportunity. However, a question loomed. How could he partake in this culinary delight? As he swam, pondering the conundrum, he recalled his transformative ability to assume the guise of other creatures. Yet, the only form accessible to him at present was that of a starfish. Transforming into a starfish to reach the shore would likely result in feeding the seals rather than hunting them. Thus, if he wished to pursue these seals, he would need to wait until they descended to forage. Such an approach seemed a waste of time. Wait, the control ability. I could manipulate the seals, enticing them to come down willingly into my mouth. What brilliance! Shenmue felt a surge of excitement. But then, something felt amiss. Suddenly, just as he was about to indulge, he sensed an approaching presence through his electroreception. He opened his conscious vision and gazed in that direction. To his astonishment, he spotted a group of 6 great white sharks patrolling nearby. It appeared they had noticed Shenmue, but were indifferent, casually patrolling as if awaiting the seal's descent into the water. Upon seeing the 6 great whites, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Food. Eagerly, he swam towards the group of sharks. As they observed his approach, the lead shark inquired, "Hey there, are you also here to hunt seals?" This was the first time Shenmue had heard a great white communicate. Every species possesses its own means of communication, and it was evident that the system had equipped Shenmue with a unique method to converse with other beings. allowing him to bypass the complexities of communication and understand their language directly, while also enabling them to comprehend his intent. However, since Chun Mu had transformed into a great white, he had yet to encounter another of his kind greeting him. No, he replied. The lead shark questioned not. Then what brings you here? The shark regarded Chun Mu with curiosity. I'm here in search of food. Searching for food? We are too. The most delectable sustenance here is none other than seals. The great white exclaimed, puzzled. Chun Mu swam gracefully while observing the 6 formidable great white sharks before him. Among these magnificent creatures, 4 were smaller in size than Chun Mu, while 2 surpassed him. The shark engaged in conversation with Chun Mu was the largest among them. Deep in thought, Chun Mu contemplated that if the 2 larger sharks were only slightly bigger than him, once he consumed the 4 smaller ones, he would surpass them in size. With this notion in mind, he replied, of course not. Seals are exceedingly elusive, and capturing them is quite troublesome. However, I am aware of a certain type of food nearby. Though it may not be particularly delectable, it is abundant. Oh, the lead shark appeared intrigued. Is there? Where? Chun Mu responded, ISNT at you? The lead shark paused momentarily, its expression shifting to one of fury. You insolent creature, are you seeking death? The other 5 sharks also grew enraged and swiftly lunged toward Chun Mu. Realizing the imminent danger, Chun Mu turned and fled. The 6 sharks were now too tightly clustered together, and if Chun Mu attempted to breach their formation, he would likely be torn apart. Thus, he had to escape first. The sight of a solitary shark being pursued by 6 others would surely astonish any onlooker. As he swam, the varying speeds of the 6 sharks created gaps in their formation. Chun Mu, utilizing his keen awareness, noted this without needing to look back. He abruptly altered his swimming direction, darting towards the group of sharks. Evading the attack from the foremost shark, he lunged towards the 4 smaller sharks trailing behind, devouring. Upon contact, the bodies of the smaller sharks transformed into a radiant golden light, merging into Chun Mu's being. As he navigated through the throng of sharks, 1 less shark remained in the group. Chun Mu pivoted once more and darted through the sharks again. Under the astonished gaze of the lead shark, the once formidable group of 6 was reduced to just 1. Before it stood a great white shark that was significantly stronger, towering over it. The lead shark's jaw dropped in disbelief. Suddenly, it flipped over, its belly exposed, and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Overwhelmed by fear, it momentarily forgot to move. And without motion, it could not breathe, leading to a state of hypoxia and eventual fainting. Observing this scene, Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. Did I frighten it into submission? Regardless, he was hungry, and this rare opportunity for sustenance would not be wasted. Chapter 22. Seals in the water are equivalent to beef in a hot pot. Chun Mu savored the flesh of the great white shark before him. The taste was mediocre, lacking the exquisite flavor of tuna. Yet, for Chun Mu, it sufficed to satiate his hunger. In truth, the flavor of shark meat, prior to any culinary preparation, is quite unpalatable for humans. The urea metabolized within the shark's body is not immediately expelled, but largely retained, resulting in a blood osmotic pressure that exceeds that of seawater. Consequently, sharks can directly absorb freshwater from the sea, expelling the excess. Thus, it can be said that the urine of sharks is excreted through their skin, imparting a distinct odor of ammonia to their flesh, which is essentially akin to the scent of urine. However, when consumed by humans, the shark meat undergoes cooking, effectively eliminating such aromas, and with the addition of various seasonings, these flavors are virtually undetectable. In contrast, when consumed raw, the taste is quite pronounced. Yet for Chun Mu, who embodies the great white shark, the flavor differs from that perceived by humans, rendering the meat rather ordinary, devoid of any trace of the aforementioned urine odor. Having nearly finished his meal, Chun Mu inquired of the system, "What is the current progress of my evolution energy?" The system responded, "The current progress of your evolution energy stands at 30%. Contemplating the system's reply while swimming, Chun Mu reflected, 30%, you say? When I consumed those 6 great white sharks, my evolution energy was merely 10%. This implies that those 6 sharks provided me with 20% of energy, averaging just over 3% of evolution energy per shark." Continuing his swim, Chun Mu noted, "The energy from these great white sharks far exceeds that of tuna, albeit the danger they pose is significantly greater." Opening his conscious vision, he assessed his current size. After devouring so many great white sharks, Chun Mu's length had reached approximately 8 meters, a truly astonishing stature. Most adult great white sharks measure around 6 meters, with the largest recorded at 7 meters and 2 centimeters. Chun Mu's size has surpassed human records, drawing close to that of an orca, whose average size ranges from 8 to 10 meters. To match the size of a great white shark with that of an orca would indeed be remarkable. Yet, as a great white shark, Chun Mu felt no astonishment. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his size. It still paled in comparison to that of the orca, leaving him pondering how to exact revenge. Reflecting, Chun Mu concluded, "It seems I must continue my consumption." Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance in the water behind him. Startled, he turned to investigate the commotion. Before he could exert his control over the seals, he witnessed one seal after another leaping from the shore into the water, commencing their hunt for nearby fish. Observing this scene was akin to watching countless cuts of beef plunge into a hot pot. Just after feeling satiated, Chun Mu found his hunger rekindled, truly a natural buffet. With renewed determination, Chun Mu surged towards the seals. This time, he refrained from immediately feeding. Instead, he opted to utilize his devouring ability. Upon contact, the seals transformed into golden light, merging into Chun Mu's being, converting into his evolution energy. Seals, being mammals, possess exceptional swimming skills, reaching speeds of up to 27 kilometers per hour, and they excel at diving. capable of plunging to depths of around 100 meters. Their diet consists mainly of various fish, necessitating their ventures into the sea. Wherever seals are present, great white sharks are often nearby, presumably to hunt these seals. Certainly, the great white shark can only pursue a single seal at a time, which is why seals often descend into the ocean in groups. This strategy may result in the sacrifice of 1 or 2 seals, yet the majority can survive while securing sustenance. However, in the case of Chun Mu, not long after, only 1 seal remained among those that had plunged into the depths. Chun Mu swiftly seized the solitary seal in his jaws, dispatching it with a bite before twisting his body to rend the carcass into fragments, savoring each morsel. The flavor was exquisite, a true delicacy. The great white shark has an inherent preference for high-fat creatures, and seals, naturally rich in fat, are among its most cherished prey. As Chun Mu, the great white shark, indulged in the seal, he reveled in the delightful taste. It was culinary perfection. He consumed the seal bite by bite, and upon finishing, instinctively surveyed his surroundings through his consciousness. Most of the seals that had entered the water were devoured by him, with only a few managing to escape to the shore. Having feasted on just one, his stomach still yearned for more. Through his consciousness, he observed the seals on the shore, trembling as they gazed at the ocean. Given their limited vision, it was unlikely they could detect Chun Mu lurking beneath the surface. Glancing at his exposed dorsal fin above the water, he realized he was too close to the surface, risking exposure. It would be unwise to frighten the seals into fleeing too far, as his ability to control them would be compromised. Murmuring to himself, he sank deeper into the water, concealing his fin. System, what is my current evolution energy progress? Current evolution energy progress stands at 32%. Upon hearing the system's response, Chun Mu's lips twitched in disbelief. 32% seemed rather insufficient. After some contemplation, he reassured himself. Though the energy yielded by the seals was limited, this location was a gathering place for seals, a favored meal for great white sharks. Surely, more sharks would come this way. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant, biding his time. With determination, he entered a patrolling mode nearby. He utilized his control ability to ensure the seals were drawn to him, while he awaited the arrival of other sharks. Of course, if seals ventured into the water, they would also become his meal. As days passed, he continued this routine. After a week, Chun Mu found himself puzzled. Why were there no sharks? This was a known gathering site for seals. How could great white sharks not come? He felt perplexed, even if they lost interest in the seals. Surely a few should pass through. Yet, not a single one had appeared, which struck him as odd. Could it be that the great white sharks were aware of his presence? Did they know he would eliminate them? That seemed implausible. Great white sharks possess a unique ability. When one is attacked and killed, its carcass emits a certain chemical substance. Other great white sharks, upon detecting this chemical, instinctively turn away. This evolved trait, developed over millions of years, enables the species to evade catastrophic threats. Chun Mu had previously consumed a great white shark, the corpse of which emitted a particular chemical substance. As he was the one to strike, he felt no discomfort. However, the other great white sharks that were initially drawn to this area sensed the chemical and recognized the impending danger, promptly retreating. Of course, Chun Mu was unaware of this. Although he possessed the ability to perceive the movements of creatures through electromagnetic fields, he was incapable of identifying those creatures and thus remained oblivious to the fact that the nearby great whites had fled. With no other option, Chun Mu reluctantly abandoned his vigil and chose to search for other prey. The seals were gradually diminishing in number, and their evolutionary energy was scant. Failing to pique his interest, he sought creatures imbued with greater evolutionary energy. He swam away from the area at a leisurely pace. Chapter 23. Predatory blue whale. After swimming for a while, Chun Mu's consciousness perceived a vast expanse of light brown creatures. What could they be? Upon focusing his awareness, he discerned that the light brown beings were, in fact, swarms of shrimp. Their sheer abundance transformed the sunlight into a shimmering light brown spectacle, leaving a stunning impression. Krill. Chun Mu recognized these creatures as krill. While their numbers were indeed staggering, for Chun Mu, as a great white shark, preying upon these small and numerous krill would be an extravagant waste of time, yielding little energy in return. After all, he was not a whale. A whale could simply open its enormous mouth and swallow vast quantities of krill in a single gulp. Chun Mu, however, could not do so. Hence, this particular food source held no allure for him. Upon observing the krill, Chun Mu noted their overwhelming abundance. How many krill were there? On land, ants are considered the most numerous, yet the number of krill surpasses that of ants combined with humans. Krill feed on plankton and, in turn, become sustenance for a myriad of creatures, including whales, seals, penguins, various fish, and numerous seabirds. Chun Mu redirected his gaze. These were not the sustenance he sought, and he chose to disregard them. Despite their vast numbers, the meager evolutionary energy they offered rendered them unworthy of his interest. He continued to swim forward. Not long after, within mere half an hour, Chun Mu encountered a colossal creature. It was a whale. Through his awareness, he scrutinized the whale, estimating its length to be approximately 3 times his size, around 20 meters. A magnificent specimen. It appeared to be a blue whale. Blue whales primarily feast on krill, so it was not surprising to find one in the vicinity of such an abundance. What truly captivated Chun Mu's attention, however, was the predicament of this blue whale. As it was entangled in fishing nets, the fishing net enveloped the upper body of the blue whale, with some lines even embedded in its flesh. The blue whale was swimming, yet it appeared exceedingly weak. Humans often catch krill, and it is likely that this net was intended for that purpose. Inadvertently ensnaring the blue whale, which feeds on krill, the net obscured the whale's mouth, suggesting that it hindered its ability to feed. A probable cause of its apparent frailty. As a great white shark, Chunmu felt a pang of melancholy witnessing this scene. Humanity truly is despicable, wreaking havoc upon so many marine creatures. Wait, Chunmu swam closer to the blue whale. If this whale is so weakened, could this not present an opportunity for me? A thrill of excitement spread across Chunmu's visage as he pursued the whale. Observing it more closely, he could sense its vulnerability even more acutely. As Chunmu approached, the whale remained oblivious, aimlessly gliding through the water. Generally, it is unthinkable for a typical great white shark to hunt a creature larger than itself, especially one that is 3 times its length. This meant that the whale's size far exceeded Chunmu's own, and if it were healthy, a mere collision could spell disaster for him. Unfortunately, it was evident that the whale lacked such strength now. Brother, I shall grant you release, Chunmu uttered softly, gazing at the colossal creature before him. The sheer size of the whale was daunting. Employing the same tactics as against a great white shark would entail an insurmountable number of bites. Chunmu's gaze shifted to the whale's tail, and he suddenly devised a plan. He maneuvered towards the whale's rear and sank his teeth into its tail. The blue whale thrashed in pain, though its struggles were feeble. Chunmu exerted his strength, tearing away a chunk of flesh from the whale's tail. Blood gushed forth from the wound, accompanied by a mournful cry, the whale's anguished call. The mighty creature attempted to evade Chunmu, but with its diminished vigor, escape was futile. Observing the gushing blood, Chunmu maintained his calm demeanor, swimming alongside the whale. If he were to bite a more robust area, it would take an eternity to bring the whale down. However, targeting the tail, a vulnerable spot rich with veins, would yield a more immediate result. By severing the blood vessels there, the whale would bleed profusely. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently, knowing that the whale would eventually succumb to its injuries. Indeed, within less than an hour, the blue whale rolled onto its back, having bled out too much. Chunmu gazed at the magnificent creature he had just slain, his excitement surging. To consume a whale, especially one of such immense size, was an exhilarating prospect. To hunt this blue whale, it seems that assistance from humanity is indeed necessary, which is rather commendable. If only more blue whales were to collide with fishing nets, I would no longer need to worry about my evolution stagnating, he chuckled. Chunmu drew closer, beginning to gnaw at the blue whale, savoring its flavor. This taste was far superior to that of the great white shark, though slightly inferior to tuna and seals. Nevertheless, it was satisfactory. Although it did not provide him with much surprise, it was, after all, sustenance, crucial for satiating his hunger and acquiring vital evolutionary energy. Chunmu consumed it bite by bite, though the sheer size of the creature made it impossible to finish in one sitting. Upon the whale's demise, its body floated to the ocean's surface. As time passed, a flock of seabirds arrived, perching upon the whale's immense form and beginning to feast. Observing those seabirds, Chunmu thought to himself, these creatures dare to partake in my hunt. How infuriating. When I evolve wings, I shall make them regret it. Having had his fill, Chunmu ceased his complaints and began to tear at the fish flesh, employing his devouring ability. Suddenly, through his electric senses, he detected a school of large fish approaching. Who could it be? Intrigued, he expanded his conscious vision. Upon inspection, he found over a dozen great white sharks converging towards him, likely drawn by the scent of the whale's blood. Why must they arrive now, just as I am about to feast? Chunmu furrowed his brow. Chapter 24. Assembling a pack of great white sharks, Chunmu was unwilling to share his meal with these great white sharks before they could compete with him for food. He resolved to turn them into sustenance instead. He swam towards the incoming sharks, keenly observing them through his consciousness. As he counted, he noted a total of 17 great white sharks approaching from various directions, some swift, others slow. He decided to confront the fastest among them. As he neared, he could clearly see the great white shark, yet upon locking eyes, it suddenly froze and swiftly turned to flee. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback, watching as the adult shark, measuring over 6 meters in length, retreated in panic. What was happening? He instinctively glanced at himself, only to be astonished by the sight. His own form had now reached a length of 9 meters. A 9-meter great white shark surpassed the typical size of its kind, even rivaling some adult orcas. Clearly, his size increase was a direct result of having consumed half of a blue whale. Indeed, the larger the target, the more evolutionary energy one could gain. With greater evolutionary energy came a larger physique. Chunmu surveyed his newfound dimensions with satisfaction. He was now larger than some adult orcas, and he was thoroughly pleased. With such a physique, there is no need to fear the orcas. The retreat of the mature great white shark becomes comprehensible. It presumed that Chunmu intended to attack, prompting its hasty escape. Indeed, with Chunmu's current stature, he could easily rend that mature great white shark into pieces with just a couple of strikes. At this moment, other great white sharks began to approach, having spotted Chunmu gliding near the carcass of the whale. Upon seeing Chunmu's formidable form, each of those mature sharks promptly turned tail and fled. Chunmu, indifferent to their presence, focused instead on the remaining half of the blue whale meat, yet to be consumed. The evolutionary energy derived from it vastly exceeded that provided by these great whites. Furthermore, these mature great whites were not part of a cohesive group, which meant that should he choose to pursue, he would have to do so one by one. Far too cumbersome. Rather than chase after the great whites and risk having the blue whale meat pilfered by other predators, it was far more prudent to finish consuming the whale meat first. Once Chunmu devoured the last morsel of blue whale flesh, only the skeleton remained. As he absorbed the energy, his evolutionary progress reached 55%. Hearing the sound, Chunmu felt a flicker of excitement. Previously, when he had arrived from the seal area, his progress was at 35%. Now, it had ascended to 55%, indicating that a blue whale, which was 3 times his size, could provide him with a 20% boost in evolutionary energy. In contrast, a single mature great white shark only offered a mere 1%. The disparity was indeed staggering. If he could capture a few more blue whales, would he not be on the brink of evolution? As a great white shark, what might he evolve into? Shenmue pondered. Albeit unconsciously gliding through the water, perhaps a human? Such a notion seemed implausible, and he chose not to dwell on it. What was now certain was that large whales were undoubtedly excellent sources of evolutionary energy. However, such fortunate encounters, like finding a blue whale ensnared in fishing nets and weakened, were not commonplace. The blue whale is the largest mammal on the planet, and before the advancement of human whaling techniques, there were over 200,000 blue whales solely in the Antarctic waters. Yet, with the maturation of these techniques, humans began to hunt blue whales on a massive scale, leading to a dramatic decline in their population, teetering on the brink of extinction. Eventually, comprehensive protections were established for blue whales, allowing their numbers to recover somewhat. Yet they still only number in the tens of thousands, far from their former peak. Naturally, this was of little concern to Chunmu as a great white shark. He continued to swim forward, contemplating how he might expedite his evolution. Hunting large whales was certainly a viable option, yet the challenge lay in the fact that, despite his impressive 9-meter length, he was still ill-equipped to contend with creatures measuring over 20 meters in length. A mere collision could spell doom for him. Perhaps he could learn from the hunting techniques of Orcus, gather a pack of great whites, and hunt those massive whales through sheer numbers? A splendid idea. Without delay, Chunmu set out to locate another great white shark. Upon sighting Chunmu, the great white shark immediately propelled itself away in a frantic manner. Unperturbed, Chunmu pursued the anxious creature with remarkable speed. The shark cried out, "Big brother, be gentle." The voice was unmistakably that of a female. Female? Chunmu was taken aback. Be gentle? What does that entail? During mating, male great whites inflict bites upon the females to encourage their cooperation. The underside of a great white shark features 4 fins, with the inner abdominal fins serving as reproductive organs. For successful mating, balance is imperative, and lacking hands, the male resorts to biting the female to maintain equilibrium. This method, given the sharpness of their teeth, often results in injury. Consequently, during the breeding season, the skin of female great whites is notably thicker than that of their male counterparts, likely a protective adaptation against bites. Thus, the female before Chunmu interpreted his approach as an indication of his intent to mate. Realizing this, he could not help but roll his eyes. Don't be absurd. I have no interest in you. Ah, then please don't eat me, the female great white exclaimed, her anxiety morphing into fear. Rest assured, I have no intention of consuming you. In fact, I plan to take you out for a delightful meal. What? The female shark glanced at him in disbelief. I intend to assemble a pod of great whites to hunt blue whales. Are you interested? The female shark paused, scrutinizing Chunmu. Big brother, are you courting death? What do you mean by courting death? Trust me. Look at my size. Not long ago, I single-handedly defeated a blue whale. Wow, how impressive. The female great white gazed at Chunmu with admiration. He grinned. So, how about forming a team? Upon hearing this, the male great white responded eagerly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Just provide food, and I'll do whatever you ask. Chapter 25. Assembling a pod of great whites to hunt humpback whales, is it really that straightforward? Chunmu inquired. All right, let us go and seek out our next companion. Great whites possess the tendency to engage in cannibalism, often due to territorial disputes, mating rituals, or competition for food. Remarkably, when pregnant, the young great whites live within their mother's body, where they may kill and consume their siblings to enhance their own nourishment. Ultimately, the offspring that the female great white brings forth are the strongest, having survived the competition. This cannibalistic trait has existed since ancient times. However, when it comes to cooperative hunting for food, great whites also exhibit a propensity to form pods, coordinating their efforts to hunt effectively. Therefore, Chunmu's ambition to gather a pod of great whites for the purpose of whale hunting is entirely feasible. Each adult great white claims its own territory, and when they detect the presence of other adults within their domain through electromagnetic perception, they will initiate an attack. Chunmu, accompanied by a formidable female great white shark, ventured into the territory of an adult great white shark. The latter approached from a distance, its menacing demeanor evident upon spotting the female shark. Hey, you have intruded upon my domain. Leave at once, or I shall devour you. The female shark glanced at the adult and then turned to Chunmu. Emerging from the shadows, Chunmu confronted the adult shark, inquiring, "Whom do you intend to bite?" The adult shark's pupils dilated in surprise. Is it truly that large? Suddenly, it pivoted sharply and fled. Chunmu swiftly pursued, blocking its escape. You insolent wretch, dare you move? I will make you my meal, he threatened. The adult shark, in evident distress, replied, Boss, please, I mean no harm. If I cease moving, I won't be able to breathe. Indeed, great white sharks must perpetually swim to ensure respiration. I plan to assemble a pod of great white sharks to hunt whales. Are you interested? Chunmu proposed, prompting the shark to contemplate. If you choose not to join, I shall consume you, he added menacingly. I will join. The shark quickly acquiesced. Let us proceed, Chunmu commanded, leading the 2 sharks in search of another. Before long, they encountered a 3rd shark. Chunmu showcased his imposing size and declared, join my pod, or face death. Oh, great one, do not bite me. I shall join. The shark pleaded. Upon finding a 4th, Chunmu issued the same ultimatum. I will join, great one. I shall obey your commands, the shark promised. When they discovered a 5th shark, it spoke first. Wow, so many great ones. What is your intent? Count me in. Chunmu fell silent. They soon located a 6th shark, which joined Chunmu's ranks without hesitation. Under Chunmu's persuasive influence, the number of sharks in his pod steadily increased. Soon, They reached a total of 20 sharks, forming a formidable pod of 21, including Chun Mu. The group of great white sharks surged through the ocean, their presence commanding. Chun Mu sought whales, a task trivial for him, endowed with electromagnetic sensitivity. The vast electromagnetic fields emitted by whales could be detected from thousands of kilometers away. By locating powerful electromagnetic fields, he could pinpoint the whales' locations. Suddenly, a whale's call resonated from the direction Chun Mu had targeted. Upon hearing this sound, he quickened his pace. The fins of 21 great white sharks broke the surface, racing toward their destination. Before long, Chun Mu spotted a massive creature, measuring 15 meters in length. Gliding through the water, it was a humpback whale, which Chun Mu recognized. Humpback whales are large marine mammals that, like most whales, feed on plankton, small fish, and shrimp. Positioned near the southern polar region of Earth, where vast swarms of krill gathered, this area presented an abundant food source for the humpback whale. Onward. Seize the opportunity to strike, Chun Mu commanded as he swam ahead. Though it was merely 6 meters longer than Chun Mu, length alone does not denote size. The overall form of this humpback whale far surpassed that of Chun Mu. Although the majority of the great white sharks had been summoned by Chun Mu's coercion and enticement, their movements were remarkably swift when he prepared to strike. At the slightest indication from Chun Mu, they fell into line, their practiced motions revealing their predatory nature. The humpback whale seemed to sense an impending threat, emitting a prolonged and resonant sound. As it vocalized, it began to swim away, clearly intent on escape. However, the whale's speed was evidently no match for that of the great whites. Chun Mu lunged towards the humpback, targeting its tail with a decisive bite. As he sank his teeth in, the other great whites surged forward, joining in a frenzied assault on the whale. The humpback thrashed violently, its tail whipping about as Chun Mu exerted force, tearing away a chunk of flesh. With a resounding thud, he was struck by the whale's tail, sending him flying through the water. He felt as though his insides had been dislodged, discomfort washing over him. Shaking his head to regain focus, he turned to observe the humpback ensnared by the great whites. This creature possessed immense strength, had it not been for the multitude of sharks. He surmised he might have been dispatched by its tail alone. Chun Mu muttered to himself. Yet now, with so many great whites present, the humpback was unable to target any one shark amidst the chaos of their attacks. Withdraw, Chun Mu commanded. Upon hearing his order, the ferocious great whites released their grip on the flesh, returning to his side. Boss, why are we retreating? Inquired one great white, edging closer. Chun Mu replied. We need only to inflict wounds, allowing it to bleed out. Once it has lost sufficient blood, we shall strike again. There is no need to engage this behemoth head-on. He knew he was no match for the whale in a direct confrontation. Should it thrash about, he could easily find himself at the mercy of its tail. Thus, his strategy was to wound it and let it bleed. The boss is truly wise, one of the great whites remarked aloud. Chun Mu redirected his gaze, surprised that the sharks were capable of flattery. Whether this was a jest from the system or a natural tendency of the sharks remained a mystery. A swarm of great whites followed the bloodied humpback. As its lifeblood flowed from its body, the whale appeared increasingly weakened, its vocalizations growing softer. After approximately an hour, Chun Mu declared now. He lunged forward, and the 20 great whites surged alongside him. In an instant, the already feeble humpback was torn apart, viciously dispatched. Driven by the scent of blood, the great whites lost their rationality, and upon the whale's demise, they began to feast. Chun Mu did not hinder them. He too moved closer to partake in the bounty. The presence of these great white sharks forms a formidable hunting force capable of preying on whales. With the acquisition of whale meat, Chun Mu can swiftly garner evolution energy. To ensure these great whites serve him loyally, it is imperative that they are well fed. This is an undeniable truth. Chun Mu is not foolish enough to think he can command these sharks without providing sustenance. A single humpback whale, surrounded by 21 great white sharks, was swiftly reduced to a mere skeleton. As for the evolution system, what is the current status of the evolution energy? At present, the evolution energy progress stands at 61%. This indicates that after distributing the whale among the sharks, Chun Mu has also secured 6% of evolution energy for himself. Not too shabby. This is a marked improvement compared to his weeks spent with seals, which yielded only a meager evolution progress. Suddenly, Chun Mu heard a sound. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the noise. He beheld a group of over 10 humpback whales making their way toward him, calling out as they approached. Observing this, Chun Mu commanded, retreat. He guided the 20 great white sharks away from the scene of the crime. Confronting over 10 adult humpback whales would be akin to a tuna engaging a great white shark, an act of folly. It was prudent to flee. The group of adult humpback whales circled around the remains of their fallen comrade while emitting deep vocalizations. Listening to these sounds, Chun Mu's brow relaxed slightly. Humpback whales are highly social creatures. While most beings act out of self-interest, driven by the pursuit of food and territory, humpbacks are known to exhibit altruistic behavior. Evidence suggests that when humpbacks hear the calls of orcas hunting smaller creatures, nearby humpbacks will swiftly converge to drive away the orcapod, thereby rescuing the vulnerable. It was evident that these adult humpback whales had responded to the mournful cries of the whale attacked by Chun Mu, albeit belatedly, likely due to their distance. Fortune favored him. Had they been closer, this hunt would have proven far more challenging. Chun Mu mused, with so many adult humpback whales, if I could consume them all, I might achieve evolution, but that seems unlikely. He withdrew his gaze. Humpback whales tend to be social, often appearing in groups. The whale Chun Mu encountered was a solitary individual, which is more susceptible to defeat. However, a group poses a significant challenge. He would have to employ his electrosensory abilities to locate another solitary whale. Whales generally prefer to be in groups, but solitary instances do occur. When alone, they become a veritable feast provided by the ocean. Boss, we shouldn't go that way. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Shenmue turned to the great white shark beside him. The shark leaned in and said, I passed through here before. And there's a pod of orcas in the vicinity. We must avoid this area, it's perilous. If one were to identify a nemesis for the great white shark, the orca would undoubtedly rank as its foremost adversary. When orcas encounter great white sharks, they often initiate an attack. They tend to kill the sharks and consume their livers, disregarding the flesh. For orcas, the meat of a great white shark does not constitute a favored delicacy. Their interest lies solely in the liver. The predation of great white sharks by orcas is a common occurrence, leading these formidable sharks to instinctively avoid areas frequented by orcapods. However, upon hearing about the presence of orcas, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, Shenmue's size had approached 10 meters, surpassing that of most adult orcas. This meant that his capacity to consume could indeed pose a threat to those orcas. Although he faced a pod of orcas, what could they do against his speed? Shenmue remarked, in the past, were you often bullied by orcas? Would you like to turn the tables? The response was hesitant. Yes, but the pod has many orcas. And they are larger than us. Shenmue chuckled. True, they are larger, yet that does not imply they surpass me. He continued, when we encounter the orca pod, maintain your distance, leave it to me. I will put on a splendid performance. Shenmue felt a surge of anticipation. If he were to confront those orcas, how much evolutionary energy could he acquire? While it might be slightly less than what he could gain from a blue whale, it would certainly not be inferior to that from a great white shark, especially considering the number involved. Shenmue was filled with enthusiasm as he and the sharks ventured into the orca-infested waters. Employing his mental vision, Shenmue, through evolution, could perceive everything within a kilometer. Almost immediately, he spotted the orca pod. According to the information relayed by the nearby great white shark, the pod consisted of 16 orcas. At that moment, they were joyfully swimming in the sea, occasionally breaching the surface and creating splashes. Among the 16, 12 were smaller than Shenmue, while 4 were slightly larger. The time for vengeance had arrived, and Shenmue had not forgotten how orcas had previously taken his food, forcing him away during a tuna hunt. This had left him quite displeased. Now, at last, the moment for retribution had come. Those orcas would meet their demise. With a powerful shake of his massive body, he approached the orca pod. The orcas took notice of his presence and turned their gazes toward him. Shenmue glanced back at the great white sharks, who, under his command, kept their distance, swimming slowly and observing from afar. He then redirected his focus forward as the orca pod, 16 in total, altered their course and charged directly towards him. Shenmue propelled himself forward to meet them. As the orcas drew near, he fixated on one that was slightly smaller than himself. The orca, seemingly not foolish, opted to evade him, widening the gap between them. Shenmue swiftly pursued, his speed far surpassing that of the orca. Upon making contact, he absorbed the orca's essence, which transformed into golden light and merged within him. Observing the remaining orca, a smirk crept upon Shenmue's lips. The hunt for vengeance had commenced. Chapter 27. Devouring 16 orcas. Unleashing the next evolution, Shenmue lunged at another orca, smaller in stature. The orca, caught off guard, had no time to react as Shenmue approached. Enhanced by the system, his velocity was twice that of a great white shark, rendering the orca incapable of escape. As soon as he drew near, their bodies made contact, and the orca dissolved into golden light, consumed by Shenmue. The remaining 14 orcas, although perplexed by the unfolding events, were incensed upon witnessing their companion's disappearance. With a furious chorus, they surged towards Shenmue, their jaws agape as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, their speed was no match for his. With deft movements, Shenmue evaded their assault, making contact to consume once more. After devouring the 14 orcas that were smaller than him, Shenmue's length surpassed that of an orca, reaching a staggering 11 meters. Having consumed one of their own, only a solitary orca remained, facing Shenmue directly. Undeterred by the odds, the orca emitted a cry before charging at him. Despite the evident size disparity, it chose to confront Shenmue head-on. Orcas possess intelligence akin to that of a 15-year-old human. They are remarkably astute, capable of collaboration with one another and even with humans. They hold their companions in high regard. There was a particular incident where a pod of orcas inexplicably attacked a sailboat, targeting specifically the propeller while sparing the humans on board. Subsequent investigations revealed that one orca bore peculiar spiral-shaped scars, resembling deep wounds inflicted by a propeller. This led scientists to conclude that the pod's aggression was an act of vengeance for their injured companion. In their eyes, the sailboat's propeller had harmed one of their own, inciting their wrath against the vessel, resulting in relentless assaults through ramming and biting, all in the name of retribution. Shenmue's offensive had left this group of 16 orcas reduced to a single survivor, unaware of her companion's demise. The orca instinctively knew that this great white shark had wrought harm upon them. Fully cognizant of the peril she faced, yet driven by loyalty, she charged at Shenmue. Her massive jaws poised to exact revenge. Shenmue deftly maneuvered to evade the orca's attack, positioning himself alongside her. With a swift motion, he clamped down upon her, consuming her essence in one decisive act. The orca's body transformed into golden light, gradually being consumed by Shenmue. He was absorbing energy, and the current progress of his evolutionary energy stood at 100%. Upon hearing this notification, Shenmue's eyes glimmered with surprise. Was it truly so swift? The evolution energy from the orca exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had only achieved a little over 50% of evolution energy, and now it was completely replenished. A beam of golden light enveloped Shenmue's body. This time, Akin to his previous transformation with the great white shark, he was not transported away. Instead, he underwent direct evolution. The surrounding great white sharks were utterly bewildered. Goodness, how extraordinary is our leader. One great white shark has vanquished 16 orcas. Have they truly been defeated? It appeared as if the orcas had all transformed into light and simply vanished. What is happening? It's perplexing. Why has our leader also transformed into light? The great white sharks gazed at this scene with expressions of confusion. As time passed, the golden light gradually dissipated. Chunmu regained his senses and looked around, only to find his great white shark subordinates swimming nearby, their eyes fixed upon him, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Chunmu murmured, "Am I still in the same place? What have I evolved into this time?" With that thought, he focused his consciousness and looked at himself. Upon doing so, his pupils narrowed slightly. Through his conscious vision, he beheld his current form. His upper body was pure black, while his belly was white, and above his eyes, there was an oval patch of white resembling two large painted eyes. He appeared unmistakably like a marine panda, the orca. Moreover, his length had grown to approximately 2.5 meters, resembling a newly born orca. Chunmu inhaled deeply. Although he had contemplated that he might evolve into an orca from a great white shark, the reality of it left him somewhat astonished. Not too shabby, he muttered. After all, the orca is a genuine oceanic dominator, and being a mammal brings him one step closer to his ultimate goal of becoming human. While it remains uncertain whether he could ultimately evolve into a human, the orca is evidently more charming, powerful, and closer to humanity than the great white shark. Wait a moment. Chunmu suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that the great white sharks around him were staring at him intently. Having transformed into an orca, would these creatures not perceive him as potential prey? To prevent being devoured by his own subordinates, Chunmu activated his shape-shifting ability and swiftly transformed back into a great white shark. Although his size remained over 2 meters, and he could not revert entirely, becoming a great white shark granted him the ability to communicate with these creatures. "Do not gaze at me so intently. I am your leader, do not forget," Chunmu stated. "Huh," exclaimed a nearby great white shark, astonished. "Leader, is that orca truly you? I was just wondering how you were enveloped in golden light and transformed into an orca." "Yes, that is indeed the case. Henceforth, I do not intend to hunt whales any longer. You may return to your territories," Chunmu replied. Now, Chunmu has evolved into an orca. Naturally, having transformed into such a magnificent creature, he seeks to frolic with his fellow orcas, thus facilitating swifter growth and size. Orcas are inherently sociable beings, fostering better communication and collaboration. As for the menacing sharks, they can simply be dismissed. More importantly, who knows if these creatures might suddenly turn on him when hunger strikes. At present, Chunmu's diminutive form would not withstand the bite of such formidable predators. After dispersing the sharks, he swam off, intent on rejoining a pod. With this thought in mind, Chunmu emitted a sound. Orcas are the vocal virtuosos of the animal kingdom, capable of producing 62 distinct sounds, each signifying a different meaning. The sound Chunmu emitted was a call to the nearby pod, and should other orcas hear it, they would respond. This way, he could locate his kin. Chapter 28. The enthusiastic and talkative orca pod. As soon as Chunmu made his call, he heard responses from afar. "We are here. Emit your sound, and we shall come to your aid." Initially taken aback, Chunmu soon realized this was a translation provided by the system. He swam toward the source of the voice, continuing to call out, "I am here. How many orcas are there with you?" A distant voice replied soothingly, "Only one. I was recently pursued by a great white shark and became separated. Beware of the great white shark. We shall reach you shortly." The urgency in the orcas' voices conveyed their concern for his safety. Hearing this, Chunmu felt a peculiar warmth. These orcas appeared remarkably anthropomorphic. Before long, through his heightened awareness, he spotted a pod of over 20 orcas swiftly approaching. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have earned the ability of kin feeding." Kin feeding? The system explained. When your biological group engages in hunting, the energy obtained by your companions will assist you in acquiring evolutionary energy. However, upon obtaining the kin feeding ability, predation among kin will no longer yield evolutionary energy. Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that if he joined the present pod, the other orcas would provide him with evolutionary energy while they feasted. How exhilarating. However, to utilize this kin feeding ability, he must integrate into the pod. The approaching orcas encircled him upon arrival, exclaiming, "What a tiny orca! How adorable! Such a small and cute little orca." The voices emanating from the nearby orcas were distinctly feminine, likely from the younger females, who seemed quite intrigued by Chunmu. At that moment, Chunmu observed an adult female orca gracefully swimming towards him. "I am the leader of this pod of orcas," she proclaimed, "and we shall protect you. You are safe now. Where have you and your kin dispersed? We will assist you in locating them." The leader of female? They resembled a civilization thriving on Earth, currently. Orca society is matriarchal. Each pod is governed by a female orca acting as its leader. Chunmu replied, "We were attacked by a great white shark pack, and my kin have all been devoured. I am the only one left." "How tragic, how sorrowful," murmured the nearby orcas, casting sympathetic glances at the young orca. The female orca continued, "Is that so? Fear not, for we shall avenge your kin. You shall follow us henceforth. Leader, allow me to protect this young orca." A voice chimed in as an adult female orca swam closer. "No, sister, let me do it. I have raised many young ones. I am experienced. Grandma, let me take care of it." Suddenly, Chunmu felt enveloped by a cacophony of voices, as the female orcas vied for the opportunity to safeguard him. Chunmu was astounded by the warmth of this pod, finding himself unexpectedly cherished after transforming into an orca. The leader orca turned to one of the nearby females and said, "You shall do it." "Very well," the female orca replied, her demeanor brightening as she approached Chunmu. "From now on, you will follow your sister, who will impart various hunting techniques and ensure your safety." Chunmu nodded in agreement. In the orca community, juvenile orcas are nurtured by the adult females. Even if a young orca is not the biological offspring of a particular female, she will still take on the responsibility of raising it. Members of the pod assist one another in times of need. "Let us search nearby for those wretched great whites that harmed our companions. We shall avenge them." The leader orca appeared somewhat displeased. Orcas hold their companions in high regard, and upon learning of their attack by great whites, thoughts of revenge would certainly arise. As a species of dolphin, orcas employ echolocation to identify targets. Through this remarkable ability, they can create a 3D mental image by interpreting sound waves, analyzing the size and number of potential targets. However, they were unable to locate the great white shark pack, for Chunmu had already dispersed them. Without him as their leader, the sharks dared not encroach upon the orca's territory. "Leader, we found nothing. There is none in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, the leader orca remarked, "Have they fled? Those creatures are remarkably swift. Should we encounter them again, we shall tear them apart to avenge our companions." Indeed. The sister orca leaned closer to Chunmu and remarked, "Your voice is almost identical to that of our family." Chunmu was taken aback. Each pod of orcas possesses its own dialect. Indeed, you may not have heard of it. Orcas communicate through sound, and the vocal frequencies emitted by different orca families exhibit notable variations. This is documented by scientists, as each orca family possesses a distinct vocalization, akin to regional dialects. Orcas are the chatterboxes of the animal kingdom, often engaging in lengthy conversations during their leisure. Observing Chunmu's endearing demeanor, the female orca chuckled and inquired, "Are you hungry?" The mention of hunger caused Chunmu's eyes to light up. "I'm famished. I haven't eaten to satisfaction in quite some time." Upon hearing this, the female orca quickly turned to the other orcas, who in turn looked towards their leader. The leader orca, recognizing the situation, declared, "Let us proceed to our food storage." At this, Chunmu was momentarily bewildered. Food storage? Have these orcas become sentient? A pod of orcas swam gracefully, guiding Chunmu to their food repository. Ahead lay a submerged iceberg, its crevices packed with an array of fish, herring, tuna, and more. Chunmu was momentarily awestruck. The orcas stored surplus catches in the cracks of the iceberg, which served as their natural larder. "Go ahead and eat," the leader orca urged Chunmu. Taken aback, he hesitated, but the female orca swam closer, extracting a tuna from the crevice and devouring it in one swift motion. "Just like this, come on," she encouraged. "All right," Chunmu replied. Chapter 29. The orca pod hunts a million herring. Chunmu began to feast, discovering an abundance of fish hidden within the crevices of the iceberg. He consumed them one by one, while the other orcas observed him. "How adorable. He is so small, he must be freshly born. Yet, he is remarkably clever. Speaking so eloquently at such a young age. And, above all, he is utterly charming." Hearing their comments and feeling their gazes upon him, Chunmu's mouth twitched slightly. The orca pod predominantly consists of females, with adult females making up only 20% of the pod. Therefore, in this group of just over 20 orcas, there were merely 5 adult females. The ones conversing were all female orcas. Orcas are highly social creatures, and among known species, some individuals regard them as possessing intelligence second only to humans. They are exceptionally nurturing towards their young, often opting to go hungry themselves to ensure their offspring are well fed when food is available. After finishing the food hidden in the iceberg's crevices, Chunmu was asked by the female orca, "Are you full?" "Still hungry," he replied. "This food is insufficient, even after consuming so much. My evolutionary energy progress hasn't increased at all." The female orca swam and looked back at the other orcas. They all turned their gaze toward the leader orca, who then announced, "Let us go hunting." With that, the leader swam forward, and the others followed suit, as Chunmu trailed behind the female orca. However, it wasn't long before Chunmu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His sister, the orca, swam closer, nudging him with her head and lifting him upward. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" he asked. "You've been diving too long. You need to surface for air," his sister replied. Realization struck him. He had nearly forgotten that orcas are mammals, unlike great white sharks, and they require lungs to breathe. The blowhole of an orca is situated atop its head, much like humans, needing to rise to the surface after a period of diving to inhale. The reason for his dizziness was due to insufficient oxygen. Although orcas differ from humans, they still require at least 5 to 6 hours of sleep each day. After giving birth, orcas often endure a month of sleeplessness, vigilantly staying beside their calves. During this time, they help their young surface for air by nudging them upward while remaining alert to potential predators. This instinct to assist their calves in breathing is inherent to all orcas. Interestingly, if an orca spots a human in distress, they will not only assist them to the surface to prevent drowning, but may also guide them to nearby boats for rescue. As Chunmu was nudged to the surface, he took a breath, and the dizziness dissipated, replaced by a refreshing clarity. He observed the other orcas swimming close to the surface, their massive fins breaking through the water. Following the pod, he continued to swim forward. "Where are we headed?" he inquired of his companion. His sister replied, "There's a school of herring ahead. You can feast to your heart's content." Though she could not see, her adept echolocation allowed her to discern what lay before them. In an instant, she understood that the leader orca planned to lead them on a hunt. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Chunmu turned to see his sister diving into a patch of seaweed, entangling herself playfully. Before long, her substantial form was cloaked in the greenery. "How about that? Fun. Isn't it?" she exclaimed. Chen Mu smirked slightly, thinking, is she a fool? He averted his gaze, responding, not particularly. Orcas are lively and playful creatures, often treating seaweed as a toy. Once you've eaten your fill, I'll teach you how to hunt near the shore, his sister chimed in, seemingly eager to showcase her skills. Adult females are responsible for the safety of their young while imparting various hunting techniques. However, orcas are also quite talkative, which became a source of annoyance for Chen Mu. During their journey from departure to the herring hunt, not only did his sister engage him in conversation, but other orcas also approached, playfully nudging him and chattering about trivial matters, creating a cacophony of noise. Chen Mu responded intermittently. The school of herring was not far from the pod of orcas, significantly closer than when he previously sought other prey. However, amidst the incessant chatter of the nearby orcas, Chen Mu felt as though time was crawling. Eventually, he spotted the herring school. Gazing at the vast congregation of herring, his eyes gleamed with excitement. It was an immense school, estimated to comprise over 1 million herring. Watch how we hunt them, a sister orca announced. Under Chen Mu's watchful gaze, he observed the orcas moving in perfect harmony. They encircled the massive school of herring. Yet the sheer size of the school made it a daunting task to enclose them completely. As some of the herring began to flee, Chen Mu suddenly noticed bubbles emanating from the orcas' breaths. Instead of escaping, the herring retreated and regrouped upon seeing the bubbles. Chen Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. The orcas were using their breathing bubbles to encircle the herring, drive them upwards, the lead orca commanded. All the orcas worked in unison to push the herring towards the surface. Although the herring were numerous, the orcas' encirclement caused them to cluster more tightly. Resembling a colossal fishball, the herring had no choice but to ascend, with some already breaching the surface. At that moment, several orcas slapped their tails against the water's surface, creating crashing waves that struck the outer herring, stunning them. The other orcas joined in, generating waves with their tails, incapacitating the outermost herring one by one. It's time to feast, the sister orca glanced at Chen Mu and said. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. The hunting technique was astonishing. Without further contemplation, he began to swim, consuming the stunned herring one after another. Other young orcas also joined the feast. The number of herring gradually diminished. When Chen Mu had his fill, he declared, I'm full. Upon hearing this, the other adult orcas began to indulge as well. In no time, the school of herring had been nearly obliterated. Only a few managed to escape. The majority had been devoured. Just like that, the million-strong school of herring vanished. Chapter 30. The consequences of failed hunting education leading to collective stranding of orcas while the orcas feasted. Chen Mu heard the system's notification chime. He was receiving energy, with the current progress of evolutionary energy at 0.1. Although he had stopped eating, the orcas were still consuming, yet he could still absorb evolutionary energy. The concept of shared sustenance within the species proved to be quite beneficial. However, was a mere 0.1 truly sufficient for 1 million herring? If it were just Chen Mu alone, even with his remarkable speed, he could not have consumed them all. In terms of an individual's capabilities, the majority of herring schools would flee due to the absence of encirclement, leaving only a small portion for Chen Mu to consume. While having more individuals makes tasks easier, the million herring could only provide a meager amount of evolutionary energy, which left Chen Mu somewhat perplexed. Come, I shall take you to the coastal waters to catch seals, exclaimed the sister orca, her enthusiasm palpable as she approached Chen Mu. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu inquired, what about the other orcas? She replied, some are teaching their young to hunt, while others are off playing. I, however, can instruct you. Chen Mu pondered for a moment. Previously, he had been unaware of how to catch seals, resulting in only a slight gain in energy progress over an entire week. Now, transformed into an orca, it appeared that the requisite evolutionary energy had increased significantly. If he could acquire hunting skills, he would be able to capture seals more swiftly and, consequently, obtain evolutionary energy. Currently, the million herring yielded merely 0.1 of the evolutionary energy, suggesting that accumulating it would not be a matter of mere days. It would require patience. As he contemplated, he followed his sister orca toward the gathering place of the seals. Along the way, the sister orca spotted a piece of floating ice. She turned to Chen Mu and said, allow me to showcase something impressive. Watch that block of ice. Suddenly, she sprang into action, diving down with remarkable swiftness. A wave erupted on the surface of the sea, crashing forcefully against the floating ice, which shattered into fragments. Impressive, isn't it? She remarked, glancing at Chen Mu. If a seal were atop that ice, this would have sent it tumbling down, making it our meal. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he instinctively regarded the female orca. It seemed she was not merely a chatterbox, but possessed some utility after all. Half an hour later, Chen Mu and the sister orca arrived at the coastal waters. Ahead lay a shore blanketed in pristine white snow, where a group of seals rested. Watch me, she urged, as she glided through the water. Under Chen Mu's watchful gaze, she surged forward at remarkable speed toward the seals on the shore. Hey! Chen Mu instinctively called out. Is she out of her mind? She leapt from the water, soaring onto the beach. The seals near the water's edge were startled. One failed to react in time, and was promptly caught in the orca's jaws. Success! The orca's call echoed, its meaning unmistakable. Did you see that? She greeted Chen Mu. Observing her, now stranded on the sandy beach, Chen Mu fell momentarily silent. This creature must be somewhat foolish, he mused. You've caught one. But how will you return? Simple. Just like this, the sister orca replied, flicking her tail. Understanding her intent, Chen Mu nodded. There are records indicating that certain orcas, while hunting seals, deliberately beach themselves to capture their prey, subsequently using their tails to maneuver back into the water. However, a dilemma arises. Chunmu observes that the female orca before him struggles to move her body as her tail makes contact with the soft ground, rendering her immobile due to the considerable distance she had previously ventured. After a brief struggle, the sister orca exclaims, "I seem to be stranded." Chunmu's lips twitch slightly. Indeed, she appears rather foolish. No need to panic, he reassures her. The sister orca seems unfazed, retorting, "I can call for other orcas to assist me." With that, she emits high-frequency sounds, summoning nearby orcas. Upon hearing her call, Chunmu, through his consciousness, perceives countless orcas converging towards them. "Oh look, you're here too," exclaims a male orca that arrives early. Upon spotting Chunmu, he immediately greets him. This male orca is evidently a member of the previous pod. Chunmu replies, "She taught me how to hunt, and now she has stranded." The adult male orca lifts his head and gazes at the sister orca lying on the beach, saying, "It's a minor issue, I'll help her." He then swims toward the shore, mirroring the sister orca's approach. Intrigued, Chunmu notes that orcas possess a profound sense of familial identity and a propensity to assist their kin. When an orca beaches itself, it emits calls to rally others for aid, and upon hearing the calls, the other orcas come to help. They collectively haul themselves onto the shore, using their bodies to push their stranded companions back into the ocean. Chunmu observes the male orca as it leaps onto the beach, attempting to shift its body with its tail, only to find itself equally immobilized. "I seem to be stranded too," the male orca calmly states. Chunmu's lips twitch once again. "Not to worry, we can assist each other," the male orca replies with composure. Thus, more and more orcas arrive in response to the call. Under Chunmu's watchful gaze, orca after orca becomes stranded on the beach. A staggering total of 13 orcas now lay helplessly upon the sand, a sight both striking and disconcerting for Chunmu. It is indeed remarkable that this group has survived thus far. Collective stranding among orcas occasionally occurs, often driven by their instinct to rescue fellow companions, leading to a cascade of beached orcas, much like what Chunmu witnesses now. If these 13 orcas are not assisted, they are likely to perish. What should be done? Among the 13 orcas, some belong to different pods while others are from Chunmu's own. Should they all perish, Chunmu's ability to accumulate evolutionary energy would significantly diminish. Suddenly, Chunmu perceives through his consciousness a group of orcas hastening towards them. The pod of orcas was instantly recognized by Chunmu. It was his own pod, and currently leading them was the esteemed Alpha. They had likely come in response to the calls for aid from their stranded companions. Upon seeing them, Chunmu felt a surge of inspiration. A solution had emerged. Chapter 31, Master of the Waves. The orca pod Chunmu approached the gathering of orcas, consisting of 13 members, 9 of whom were adults and 4 were calves. Upon noticing Chunmu, the alpha orca inquired, "You are here, but where is she?" Chunmu gestured toward the beach where the stranded orcas lay, responding, "She is up there." The female leader, upon observing the situation, exclaimed, "They are all stranded?" Chunmu nodded in affirmation. The alpha orca continued, "With so many orcas stranded, if we attempt to approach, we too will likely become stranded. We cannot risk it." Hearing this, Chunmu cast a sidelong glance at the orca. It seemed that the leader possessed some wisdom after all. As the leader of the pod, the female orca was seasoned and experienced, having survived for many years. Chunmu proposed, "Leader, I have a method that could save them." The alpha orca instinctively turned its gaze toward him, intrigued. "What is your plan?" it asked. Chunmu explained, "I need you to summon the nearby orcas and gather a significant number of them. We will create waves, akin to how we attack seals, to wash over them, allowing them to escape." The alpha orca replied, "I cannot ascertain the efficacy of your plan, but it seems we have no other option." With that, it emitted a series of high-pitched calls, surpassing the audible range of human hearing, summoning the nearby orcas. As time passed, Chunmu, perceiving through his heightened awareness, saw pods of orcas beginning to assemble. Before long, he was astonished to witness a gathering of hundreds of orcas before him. It appeared that this region was home to a considerable number of orca pods, varying in size from a mere mother and calf to aggregations in the thousands. Being in the Antarctic, a known congregation point for orcas, this was not surprising. The leader of Chunmu's pod produced the distinctive vocalizations characteristic of orcas, a unique melody that often eluded human ears. Chunmu observed as the alpha orca conferred with the approaching orcas, discussing the method to generate waves to impact the stranded orcas and facilitate their rescue. The other orcas expressed their doubts. Is this truly feasible? Will so many orcas creating waves harm those stranded on the shore? My family is among them. One lamented, "My mother is over there." Yet the leader asserted, "We have no alternative. If we allow our companions to attempt to ascend, more will become stranded. They will either perish there, or we must try this method." Faced with this grim reality, the other orcas resigned themselves to the plan. Thus, the orcas began to coordinate seamlessly, hundreds of them aligning in formation before propelling themselves through the water with remarkable speed. The sheer number of orcas generated immense waves. As the colossal orcas surged forth from the depths of the ocean, their immense bodies breached the surface before descending once more. The waves generated by the multitude of orcas reached heights of 2 meters. The roaring surf crashed against the nearby coastal shores with great ferocity. With a resounding thud, the tumultuous waves cascaded upon the land, engulfing the beached orcas. Seizing the opportunity provided by the rising tide, the orcas flapped their pectoral fins and tails, propelling themselves back into the sea. In an instant, the stranded orcas returned to the embrace of the ocean. A triumphant success. This was indeed a remarkable feat. The orcas, witnessing this spectacle, emitted excited vocalizations. To human ears, their sounds resembled a cacophony of chatter, yet to Chunmu, it was the jubilant cheers of the orcas. The creation of a single wave had evidently saved many of their kin, but it was clear that further efforts were needed. "Let us try again," with the command issued. The Orcus synchronized once more, launching another wave toward the shore. The remaining Orcus rode the swell back to safety. Soon, all the beached Orcus had departed. Chenmu, observing through his conscious vision, found himself deep in thought. So many Orcus. If I could consume them all, I might instantly evolve into a higher form of being. Alas, the limitation of my species' cannibalistic abilities curtailed this ambition. Indeed, even in my current form, I surmised that not even the apex predator, the great white shark, would dare confront such a multitude of Orcus. What a predicament. This would require a slow and measured approach, he mused. Suddenly, Chenmu became aware of a throng of Orcus encircling him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. He was taken aback. What is happening? Did I inadvertently let something slip while musing? It was he who suggested we use the waves to aid our stranded kin, spoke the lead Orca. Upon hearing this, an unsettling premonition washed over Chenmu. How astute. How endearing. Such cleverness in these young ones. Truly remarkable. You saved my mother, and I shall remember your kindness for all eternity. If ever you require assistance, call upon me, and I shall be there without delay. You rescued my child. Just summon me, and regardless of the circumstances, I will come to your aid. You saved my kin. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Such intelligence. I shall never forget your generosity. A multitude of Orcus gathered around him, each chattering animatedly, their enthusiasm overwhelming Chenmu to the point of inducing a headache. All right, he replied, attempting to appease them. After what felt like an eternity, the Orcus finally began to disperse. As he watched their retreating figures, a sense of relief washed over him. This was utterly absurd. Was it merely a matter of employing Orcus to generate waves? Orcus are creatures deeply bound by emotion. Should one of their own be harmed, they would seek vengeance unto death. Conversely, if a companion is rescued, they would forever regard the savior as a benefactor, etching that memory into their very essence. Once, a captive Orca was released and, after 5 years, reunited with its caretaker. Upon their first encounter, the Orca instantly recognized the caretaker, filled with longing. Although Chenmu had merely suggested employing Orcus to create waves to rescue them from the plight of diminished evolutionary energy, to the Orcus, his actions were akin to saving their kin. They were profoundly grateful to him. Who would have thought you, so small, could be so astute? Remarked a sister Orca as she approached. I'm doing all right, Chenmu replied with a chuckle, though it seems my coastal hunting skills are still quite rudimentary. The sister Orca responded, next time, once I've mastered it, I'll teach you. I can impart other skills as well. Let us hold off on that. Chenmu interjected, I'm quite famished and would prefer to eat first. Upon hearing this, the sister Orca consented. All right, just a moment. As she began to swim away, Chenmu quickly stopped her. What is it? She inquired. I wish to feast on blue whale meat, he stated. Chapter 32. Do Orcus only eat humpback whale tongues? After such prolonged activity, the orcapod was undoubtedly hungry. To satiate their hunger, they needed to hunt, and for Chenmu, the larger the prey, the better. The blue whale, the largest marine creature on the planet, was an obvious choice. Moreover, blue whales were indeed on the Orca's menu. And as a member of the Orca community, Chenmu's request was not out of place. The sister Orca responded, we cannot catch a blue whale alone. Let's consult my grandmother. Grandmother? Chenmu was taken aback. The sister Orca swam closer, observing him. Didn't I mention? The leader of our orcapod is my grandmother. Most of the members belong to the same family. Orcas possess a profound sense of familial bonds, particularly between mothers and their offspring, who seldom part ways throughout their lives. Typically, an orcapod comprises members of a single family. Grandmother refers to her maternal lineage. This revelation did not surprise Chenmu, who chose not to ponder further. The sister Orca swam to the matriarch and said, Grandmother, he is hungry and desires blue whale meat. An elderly female Orca regarded Chenmu and remarked, it is indeed time to eat, but blue whales are not always available. She then turned to Chenmu, aside from blue whales, do you have other preferences? Her inquiry suggested she had likely utilized echolocation to assess the local prey situation, estimating that suitable blue whales were absent. I seek large whales, Chenmu replied. The matriarch Orca responded, that is quite simple. There are plenty of large whales nearby. The closest are a pair of humpback whales, one of which has a calf, making them perfect for our meal. With that, she looked at Chenmu and asked, what do you think? Chenmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sounds good. The matriarch nodded. I will gather the pod and initiate the hunt. With that, she began to call out to the other Orcus to assemble. Not long after, a formidable pod of 26 Orcus once again swept across the surface of the sea, darting towards the humpback whales under the leadership of their alpha. The humpback whales, those creatures, are exceedingly vexatious. However, their tongues are quite delectable. The sister Orca glanced at Chenmu while swimming, right? Chenmu responded nonchalantly, yes. For Orcus, humpback whales represent a particularly detestable species. Humpbacks are highly attuned to the sounds of Orcus hunting, no matter how far they are from the source of danger. They swiftly converge to protect their prey and drive away the Orcus. Scientists speculate that this behavior arises because Orcus frequently attack the calves of humpback whales, leading the latter to regard Orcus as adversaries. This explains the altruistic phenomenon observed, where humpback whales protect other creatures with which they have little connection, seemingly out of spite towards Orcus. Thus, Orcus harbor a strong disdain for humpbacks. Along their journey, the Orcus chattered incessantly, particularly a nearby female adult Orca, whose incessant ramblings proved overwhelming for the more reserved Chenmu. After enduring the chatter throughout the journey, Chenmu finally caught sight of their target through his consciousness. A massive humpback whale, measuring a formidable 16 meters, accompanied by an 8-meter calf, was visible ahead. As the orcapod drew closer, The two humpbacks clearly became aware of their pursuers. The alpha orca commanded, chase. The pod moved in synchrony, trailing the two humpbacks, with some orcas shadowing the adult while others followed the calf. Faced with such a multitude of orcas, the two humpbacks grew increasingly flustered. In their panic, they quickened their pace, with the adult humpback noticeably faster than the calf. Chunmu followed the orca pod, silently observing the hunt. The orcas exhibited clear roles. Some pursued the adult humpback, while others targeted the calf. Due to the differing speeds of the adult and the calf, the distance between them widened under the relentless pursuit. Eventually, those orcas trailing the calf launched their attack. Their assault was straightforward, involving powerful collisions and biting. Some orcas latched onto the calf's pectoral fins, pulling it towards the depths of the ocean. Others, under Chunmu's watchful gaze, leaped from the water, landing directly atop the calf. Utilizing the immense weight of several orcas, they forced the calf down to the ocean floor. The calf struggled desperately, emitting plaintive cries, but as its blowhole became obstructed, its resistance gradually weakened with the passage of time. Chunmu observed this scene in silence. The young humpback whale, unable to breathe due to the coordinated assault of the orcas, succumbed to drowning in the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, the adult humpback whale was driven away by the orcas, rendering it helpless to assist the calf. The young whale, having turned belly up, was lifeless. Sister orca glided slowly to Chunmu's side, cheerfully stating, "Let us go. It's time to dine." Chunmu acknowledged with a nod and swam closer. The surrounding orcas made no attempt to eat. Instead, they chose to wait for Chunmu to partake first. Observing this, Chunmu glanced at Sister Orca, who remarked, "You performed exceptionally well today, so you shall eat first. Make sure to fill your belly." The other orcas echoed her sentiments, urging him to eat quickly. Prompted by their encouragement, Chunmu approached and began his meal. Although the young humpback whale was indeed a calf, its tongue weighed several tons. Being smaller in stature, Chunmu found himself satiated after consuming only a modest amount. Once he had eaten his fill, he swam back, and the other orcas commenced their feast. However, Chunmu noticed that they were solely consuming the calf's tongue, neglecting the rest of its flesh. This observation left him perplexed. Why not consume the entire young whale? It seemed an egregious waste. How could he expedite his acquisition of evolutionary energy otherwise? With a sense of curiosity, Chunmu approached Sister Orca and inquired, "Why do you only eat the tongue and not the meat?" Upon hearing this, Sister Orca replied, "It is simply unpalatable. The skin of that humpback whale is exceedingly tough and thick, and we fear for our teeth." Chunmu blinked in surprise. As members of the dolphin family, orcas are mammals and do not possess the formidable teeth of great white sharks. In simpler terms, their teeth, much like humans, are replaced only once in a lifetime. The skin of a humpback whale is thicker than the rubber of a car tire. Attempting to bite through it to consume the flesh would likely result in considerable dental distress for many orcas. Thus, they preferred softer, more easily consumable fare. Unbeknownst to Chunmu, his prior experience consuming humpback whale flesh was under the guise of a great white shark. He remembered it being a challenge to bite, yet manageable without concern for his teeth. Now, confronted with the enormous whale meat before him, he lamented the wastefulness of only consuming the tongue. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a strategy. Chapter 33. The bond between the adult humpback whale and the calf. He needed to devise a strategy, but what method could he employ? Perhaps, given the massive size of the humpback whale, he could enter its body to consume the flesh, thereby avoiding the tough skin. As he pondered this, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Regaining his senses, he realized he had not surfaced for air in quite some time. With this thought, he swam upward to the surface and took a breath. In that moment, he became acutely aware of another realization. What they had hunted was a calf of a humpback whale, with a mouth not large enough to accommodate even a juvenile orca. If it were to venture inside, it might forget to surface for air, ultimately succumbing within the belly of the humpback. Contemplating this, Chunmu was immediately struck with a headache. It appeared that hunting the humpback whale was not a suitable endeavor for the orca pod. After pondering for a considerable time, Chunmu found himself at a loss for solutions and had no choice but to abandon the idea of allowing the orcas to feast. With no alternatives, he resolved to wait until the orcas departed before consuming the remains himself. Although the ability to share food within their species could facilitate the rapid accumulation of evolutionary energy through the mouths of other orcas, if he could not allow them to feed, he would have to act independently. The tongue of the humpback whale had been devoured, and after the orca pod had satisfied their hunger, they departed, leaving Chunmu behind. After distancing themselves from the calf, Chunmu turned to his sister orca, assigned by their family to ensure his safety and instruct him in the art of orca hunting. She would not be leaving his side anytime soon. To venture away from the pod to consume the humpback calf, he would need to deal with her. "Have you grown a bit?" His sister orca swam around him. Indeed, he thought. The energy of a million herring, converted through their shared feeding, had accumulated into his evolutionary energy. Were it not for the high evolutionary level he had reached in transforming into an orca, which limited significant physical growth, he estimated he would have grown considerably more. Now, restricted by the limitations of his numerous evolutions, although he had gained the evolutionary energy from the million herring and the humpback calf's tongue, his size had nonetheless increased, nearing 4 meters in length. "It's easy to grow up when you're young," Chunmu remarked. True enough, his sister orca replied nonchalantly. "Many little ones grow larger than me after just a short absence. Your rapid growth is hardly surprising." Orcas are generally quite intelligent. Yet Chunmu sensed a certain mediocrity in her intellect. However, it was not unusual, as even among humans, there are those who lack cleverness. Conquering her should not prove too challenging. After a moment of reflection, Chunmu proposed, "I wish to share a secret with you. Will you follow me?" Upon hearing this, His sister Orca became exhilarated, swimming energetically and gazing at Chunmu with bright eyes. What secret? Hurry and tell me. I adore secrets. Chunmu swam away from the pod, leading his sister Orca toward the direction of the humpback calf. Are we heading back? She inquired. Yes, he affirmed. As time passed, Chunmu returned to the vicinity of the humpback calf. However, the scene that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. An adult humpback whale was circling the carcass of the calf, emitting mournful cries, reluctant to depart. Orcas seldom hunt adult humpback whales of such size. When they encounter a mother and calf, they typically target the young one, choose to drive away the adult humpback whale, then attack its calf. When the adult humpback whale is alone, it too feels fear towards the orcas and naturally refrains from protecting its young. After the calf's demise, many adult humpback whales linger around their offspring, reluctant to depart. Previously, as the orcas feasted upon the humpback whale calves, that adult whale helplessly observed from a distance. Now, it could only watch in despair as its calf cried out in anguish. Yet, this is the law of nature, the survival of the fittest. It is the inexorable rule of existence. One cannot allow compassion to lead to starvation. Chunmu witnessed this scene and turned to the adult female orca beside him, stating, I intend to consume the entirety of that humpback whale calf's flesh. Do you think I can achieve this? The elder orca replied, do not act rashly. That adult whale is currently enraged. If you approach, you will be met with aggression. With your petite stature, a collision or a blow from its tail could prove fatal. Chunmu responded, therefore, I must share a secret with you. I can disguise myself as another creature. The adult female orca stared in confusion. Huh? She was evidently perplexed by his words. Under her gaze, Chunmu transformed into a bottlenose dolphin. Upon witnessing this sudden metamorphosis, the adult female orca's eyes widened in astonishment. After becoming a dolphin, communication with the orca was rendered impossible, so he reverted back to his orca form and remarked to the bewildered female, you see? This is what camouflage looks like. The elder orca gazed at Chunmu in disbelief. Are you a bottlenose dolphin or an orca? Chunmu rolled his eyes. What do you think? That was merely a disguise. If I were a bottlenose dolphin, do you believe I could converse with you? Oh, I see, she replied, smiling. What a remarkable ability. What do you plan to do next? Chunmu instructed, you stay here and keep your distance from that humpback whale. I am still somewhat hungry and intend to go feed. Do not draw near. I do not wish to emerge to rescue you. The elder orca scoffed. As if I need your assistance. However, she watched Chunmu with concern. That humpback whale is quite furious. Your approach is too perilous. Chunmu replied, just remain here and do not cause me trouble. With that, he transformed into a dolphin and swiftly darted forward at an astonishing speed. The humpback whale, moving at a slow pace, stood little chance against the dolphin's swiftness, especially with Chunmu's system-enhanced speed. Before the adult humpback whale could react, Chunmu had already penetrated into the belly of the calf. Once inside, he utilized the calf's body as cover, transforming into a great white shark, a true fish. The great white shark does not require surfacing for air. After becoming a great white shark, Chunmu began to consume the calf's flesh from within. A furious roar erupted from the adult humpback whale outside. As the great white shark feasted upon the remains of its offspring, an overwhelming sense of fury consumed it. Yet it was rendered powerless, for Chunmu had already infiltrated the body of the humpback whale calf. Chapter 34. The orca's attitude towards humans. Chunmu tore at the flesh before him, devouring it with fervor. The mournful cries of the adult humpback whale resonated powerfully from outside, intermingled with an intense rage. It circled the body of the calf, swimming anxiously, yet hesitated to make contact, as if fearing injury to its young. Having nearly hollowed out the humpback whale calf's body, Chunmu turned and darted out. Upon his escape, he felt a sudden surge of pressure from the water as he glanced back to see the adult humpback whale forcefully slapping its tail towards him. In an instant, Chunmu transformed into a sailfish, his speed escalating dramatically, allowing him to evade the whale's attack in the blink of an eye. The sailfish, renowned as the champion of the ocean, possessed unparalleled swiftness. Coupled with the system's enhancement, his velocity doubled, rendering any assault from the whale nearly impossible. Once he evaded the threat, he surged toward the distance, where an adult female orca swam, her gaze fixed upon him with astonishment. After creating a safe distance from the adult humpback whale, he transformed back into an orca and exclaimed, hurry, we must flee. Do you wish to perish? The sister orca snapped back to reality, responding with an "oh," and both orcas immediately entered escape mode. Behind them, the enraged adult humpback whale pursued relentlessly. Though it was futile, as the humpback was significantly slower than the orcas, making it impossible to catch up. The sister orca glanced at Chunmu and remarked, you seem to have grown considerably. Chunmu paused, looking at himself through his consciousness. After consuming most of the calf's flesh and blood, his size had indeed increased dramatically, now exceeding 4 meters in length. He replied, I am rather unique. The flesh I consume allows me to grow rapidly. The sister orca's eyes sparkled with interest as she remarked, how extraordinary. Suddenly, Chunmu heard a sound, a sailboat. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the noise and beheld a sailboat gliding slowly across the water. Standing at the bow were 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man wielded a camera aimed in their direction while the woman gazed intently. 2-legged apes, the sister orca announced. 2-legged apes? Chunmu was taken aback, glancing at the adult female orca beside him. Yes, she affirmed, I am quite familiar with them. Just watch. With that, she swam closer to the sailboat. The blonde woman, appearing to be nearly 40, grew excited upon seeing the orca approach, raising her hand and reaching into the water. As the sister orca drew nearer, she extended her hand to stroke the orca's sleek body. The sister orca, while relishing the gentle caresses of the bipedal beings, remarked to Chunmu, "Look, aren't they quite amiable towards us? I must tell you, it was these very creatures that rescued me when I was stranded, otherwise, I would have perished." Chunmu fell into silence, pondering the implications. Indeed, with the intelligence of this orca, becoming stranded must be a common occurrence. Without human intervention, it would likely have met a tragic end. It dawned on Chunmu that, from the orca's perspective, humans appeared remarkably benevolent. "Yes, right there, it tickles a bit. Scratch that spot for me, haha." Observing the mature female orca swimming gracefully, basking in the affection of humans like a child, left Chunmu somewhat perplexed. As someone who had once been human, he was acutely aware of humanity's dangers. Nevertheless, the fact that humans assist stranded orcas back into the sea painted them as kind-hearted beings in the eyes of many orcas. Some orcas, upon encountering humans in the wild, would even seek to engage with them. For humans, the orca's striking black and white appearance is akin to that of a giant panda of the sea, endearing them to many. However, despite the comprehensive protection afforded to orcas today, there remain regions where they are unfortunately regarded as a source of sustenance. The orca's attitude towards humans is quite peculiar. There are records indicating that when human beings captured orca calves, the mothers exhibited no aggression. Rather, they would linger nearby, emitting mournful sounds, pleading for the release of their young. It is essential to recognize that, for orcas, family is paramount. If a companion is harmed, the perpetrator must inevitably face repercussions, especially when it concerns their offspring. Orcas are often referred to as killer whales, a misnomer stemming from translation. The correct term is killer whale. In the wild, there are virtually no documented instances of orcas attacking humans. The sole accounts of aggression arise from those in captivity, where prolonged confinement has led to abnormal behavior. It is conceivable that, if humans were similarly confined for a lifetime in cramped quarters, they too might struggle with sanity. Chunmu reflected on the orca's views towards humanity that he had heard during his time as a human. Intrigued, he watched as the playful orca swam closer, exclaiming, "Why not join them in play? They are quite entertaining and unfazed by injury." Chunmu pondered for a moment before asking, "Are they delicious?" The orca's eyes widened in alarm, and it swiftly swam away, cautioning, "No, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. If other orcas were to overhear you, they would surely endanger you. Many in our family have benefited from the aid of these bipedal beings, and while they may seem friendly, they are formidable creatures. Upon my birth, both my grandmother and mother warned me to never provoke these bipedal beings." Chunmu, intrigued, inquired, "Why shouldn't we provoke them? Are they truly that powerful?" The orca replied, "They are exceedingly formidable. Are you familiar with humpback whales and blue whales? The adult humpback whales and blue whales are exceedingly perilous. Should we encounter them in small numbers, we must flee. Yet these bipedal apes, utilizing peculiar implements, can effortlessly vanquish the adult humpback whales with remarkable ease. My grandmother once recounted tales passed down through our lineage, describing these bipedal apes as utterly terrifying. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that we do not provoke them." The mature female orca spoke earnestly to Chunmu, emphasizing the utmost importance of avoiding these bipedal apes. After imparting her warning, she turned to depart. Observing the retreating figure of the adult female orca, Chunmu inquired, "But what if your child were snatched by them? Would you still refrain from confrontation?" She hesitated momentarily, then maneuvered her body to face him again. "My grandmother once said that attacking them would bring catastrophic ruin upon our entire lineage. Should my child be captured, I would have no choice but to beseech them for mercy. However, I doubt such a fate awaits us. Observe how amicably they treat us. Rescuing us from stranding, they are benevolent beings." As she spoke casually, she swam away, adding, "Come, I shall teach you the art of hunting." Chapter 35, Re-Evolution. "I am the largest whale in the world." Upon hearing this, Chunmu grasped the underlying truth. Orcas possess intricate social structures and communicate through their own language, enabling the older generations to convey their accumulated wisdom to the younger ones. In their eyes, humans represent a superior civilization, akin to a primitive society. Thus, to shield their civilization from potential devastation, the elder orcas impart the terror of humanity to the next generation. Consequently, orcas regard humans with a sense of reverence. Even in the face of losing their offspring, they must contemplate the survival of their clan and opt for compromise. Naturally, when humans exhibit kindness, the orcas, recognizing the goodwill of a more advanced civilization, are inclined to embrace it. Unbeknownst to Chunmu, nightfall had arrived, and fatigue overcame him, leading him to a slumber unlike that of humans. Orcas, much like the bottlenose dolphins, possess the ability to alternate the rest of their two brains, allowing them to sleep while remaining vigilant within their pods. During their slumber, the pod stays together, ever watchful of their surroundings to ensure their collective safety. Thus, Chunmu began his life among the orca pod, occasionally learning hunting techniques from his sister orca. When hunger struck, he joined the pod in pursuit of large schools of fish or other prey. Days turned into weeks, and Chunmu's evolutionary energy gradually increased over time. After what seemed like half a year, his sister orca announced, "Today, I shall demonstrate a remarkable skill. Watch closely. I am perishing." With a swift flip, she arched her body, exposing her belly as she floated atop the ocean's surface. Chunmu, observing from the sidelines, found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth was she doing? At that moment, Chunmu observed the seagulls that had been circling above, foraging for food. Suddenly, they descended from the sky, heading towards the position of his sister, the orca. It was evident that they presumed this foolish adult female orca was lifeless, and thus approached to feast upon its carcass. Just as they drew near, the sister orca flipped over, leaping into action and snatching one of the seabirds in her jaws. With the bird in her mouth, She swam over to Chun Mu and proclaimed, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Care to give it a try?" A twitch of Chun Mu's lips betrayed his exasperation. This creature was truly remarkable. Orcas typically favored fatty prey and showed little interest in leaner options. However, occasionally, they would indulge in a change of palate, feasting on seabirds. Some orcas had been known to roll onto their backs, feigning death to lure in seabirds, only to pounce and devour them. Such a hunting technique evidently required a certain level of intelligence, which was not easily attained. Yet for Chun Mu, the pursuit of a mere seabird, devoid of any substantial meat, felt like a frivolous endeavor. "I want to learn that," he replied. "You're quite choosy. This is impressive." Though, his sister Orca murmured, "So will you eat it?" "No." "Very well." With a resigned demeanor, she swallowed the seabird whole. As she swam, she regarded Chun Mu. "But now, looking at you, it's delightful. You've grown remarkably fast. It hasn't been long, yet you've outgrown even my grandmother." During this time, Chun Mu had been preoccupied with scavenging for food alongside the orca pod, scarcely paying attention to his own physique. Upon hearing his sister's words, he instinctively glanced at himself. Through his mind's eye, he beheld a colossal orca, measuring a staggering 12 meters in length. This size exceeded that of the average orca. "When did I become so large?" His sister Orca replied, "You've been growing during this time. Haven't you noticed?" "I hadn't. I've been neglecting my own size, but it appears I've grown quite a bit," Chun Mu murmured. Just then, a long unheard voice resonated in his mind. "Current evolution energy progress is at 100%, evolution commencing." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu felt a jolt of excitement. Finally, 100%. Having transformed into an orca, he had spent an extensive period among the pod, to the point of feeling somewhat disoriented. Now, he could finally evolve into another creature. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. As the voice faded, a golden light enveloped his entire being. His sister Orca's eyes widened at the sight, filled with curiosity. The golden radiance cloaked Chun Mu's form, and before long, he regained his senses. Upon returning to awareness, he discovered that he was surrounded by numerous orcas, all swirling around him. Each of these orcas was familiar to him, just as humans recognize one another by facial features. Chun Mu was able to identify the orcas through their distinct appearances, having previously been one of them. This group of orcas had accompanied Chun Mu for half a year. However, now these orcas were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Instinctively, Chun Mu glanced at his own reflection. Upon doing so, his pupils slightly contracted. What is this? A blue whale? His physique, which had just been a formidable 12 meters, had now shrunk to 7 meters, yet his form had undergone a complete transformation. At this moment, Chun Mu had morphed from an orca into a blue whale. The blue whale is the largest creature on Earth, with newborn calves averaging 7 meters in length and weighing approximately 2 tons. Presently, Chun Mu was akin to a newly born blue whale, and blue whale calves, alas, are prey for orcapods. No wonder the orcas nearby regarded him with such strange looks. As a blue whale, communication with orcas was impossible. To avoid being targeted by the orcapod, Chun Mu opted to employ his transformation ability, reverting from a blue whale back to an orca. As he transformed back, the sister orca exclaimed, "See, I told you it was him." Observing Chun Mu's return to form, she swam alongside the other orcas, saying, "He is not a blue whale. He is quite special, able to disguise himself as various creatures. Previously, I saw him transform into a bottlenose dolphin. This time, it was merely a guise of a blue whale. Indeed, it was he, capable of becoming a blue whale. How fascinating. Incredible. How is this achieved?" The orcas regarded Chun Mu with curiosity. Fortunately, the sister orca's explanation spared Chun Mu the need to elaborate. He responded, "This is a unique ability acquired after birth. It cannot be taught, and I am unsure of its origin." Chun Mu faced two choices. One was to continue alongside the orcapod, leveraging their strength to further grow in size. The other was to depart from the orcapod and hunt elsewhere. After all, although he had now evolved into a blue whale, and an adult blue whale is virtually invincible aside from humans, Chun Mu's current size was equivalent to that of a newborn blue whale. Without the protection of the orcapod, he could easily meet his demise. What to do? Chapter 36. The rich emotions of Orcas. As Chun Mu contemplated whether to remain with the orcapod and traverse the vast ocean, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have acquired the ability of whale suction." Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. Whale suction. This ability allows you to draw in all creatures smaller than yourself within a 100-meter radius in your line of sight, bringing them into your mouth. Chun Mu's eyes brightened. This ability was somewhat akin to a controlling power, yet distinct in that it operated over a range. In other words, any creature smaller than himself would inevitably become his prey. The primary diet of blue whales consists of krill, which are abundant and densely populated. If paired with this whale suction ability, a single intake could yield energy comparable to that of a whale calf. Wouldn't that be extraordinary? It could be said to be perfect, utterly flawless. In other words, possessing such abilities would enable one to hunt at a pace far surpassing that of a pod of orcas. Chun Mu resolved that it was time to part ways with the orcas. The orcas were chattering away, expressing their admiration for Chun Mu's uniqueness. As he moved gracefully, he silently distanced himself from the group. "Hey, where are you going?" A voice called from behind. Turning back, Chun Mu saw the adult female orca that had been following him swimming towards him. "I intend to venture out on my own," he replied. "Oh, then I shall accompany you. Given your current size, it may not be safe to go alone." The elder orca, responsible for ensuring Chun Mu's safety, felt uneasy at the thought of him departing solo. Chun Mu said, "There's no need. If I leave now, it might be a long time before we meet again. Perhaps we shall cross paths in the future." The elder orca hesitated slightly, taken aback. "Chun Mu, however, chose not to linger, transforming his body into that of a sailfish and darting away at an astonishing speed. The elder orca quickly pursued him. In the blink of an eye, Chun Mu's figure vanished from sight. The female orca stared blankly at the spot where he had disappeared. Orcas are profoundly emotional beings. There was once an orca that, as a juvenile, was captured by humans and kept in captivity, developing feelings for them during its confinement. Eventually, due to the cramped environment and unsuitable temperatures, many humans protested its captivity, demanding its return to the wild. With the assistance of these humans and a series of scientific training, it regained the ability to thrive in its natural habitat and rejoined an orca family. Yet, after some time in the wild, it often returned to the shore to engage with humans, even allowing them to stand on its back. Concerns arose that this behavior might hinder its adaptation to the wild, leading to restrictions on human interaction. Ultimately, it perished in the wild, and upon examination, it was found to have succumbed to pneumonia. Analysis suggested that its habituation to human companionship resulted in anxiety when separated from them, and the ensuing stress led to its demise. Orcas possess an incredibly rich emotional life. Even across different species, prolonged interaction can foster deep feelings. The female orca responsible for teaching Chun Mu the art of hunting and safeguarding him regarded him as her own child. In her eyes, a maternal bond had formed with Chun Mu, making her reluctant to see him go. Unbeknownst to Chun Mu, who had already departed, he did not notice the orca's expression. After swimming some distance away, Chun Mu transformed into a blue whale. Instantly, he felt a surge of hunger. Alongside this hunger, a wave of memories not his own flooded his mind, memories unique to blue whales. While great white sharks rely primarily on their sensitivity to electromagnetic fields to locate prey, blue whales depend on the ancestral memories they inherit. These memories guide blue whales to their food sources, with the primary sustenance being krill. In the depths of the blue whale's memory lies an intricate map detailing the seasonal routes of krill. Now, Chun Mu has inherited this knowledge. A remarkable gift from the blue whale regarding the locations of its sustenance. How convenient this memory is, he mused, as he propelled his massive 2-ton body towards the direction indicated in his recollections. The departure from the orca pod brought an immediate sense of relief. Being amidst them had rendered him uneasy. Now, in solitude, he felt a wave of comfort envelop him. The blue whale, in contrast to the orca, belongs to the same order of cetaceans but differs significantly in behavior. Blue whales generally prefer solitude, seldom exceeding the company of one other. They congregate only during feeding times. Thus, when Chun Mu, embodying a blue whale, found himself encircled by a group of orcas, an overwhelming discomfort washed over him. Putting these thoughts aside, he swam towards the memories guiding him. Suddenly, through his conscious perception, he sensed orcas approaching. Having once been an orca himself, Chun Mu was aware of the numerous pods that frequented this vicinity. As a blue whale calf, he was indeed a delicacy on the orcas menu. Transforming back into an orca, his dimensions remained unchanged. He still measured 7 meters in length, resembling an adult male orca. Through his heightened awareness, he observed the approaching pod, noting their pace had slowed, their expressions shifting to one of confusion and bewilderment. Utilizing echolocation, the orcas had detected the presence of a blue whale moments ago, only to find it vanished in an instant, leaving them perplexed. Lacking Chun Mu's perceptive awareness, they remained oblivious to the circumstances. Undeterred, the pod continued their approach. Before long, Chun Mu encountered them. "Ah, it's you. What a pleasant surprise," exclaimed one orca, swimming up to nuzzle against him in a gesture of camaraderie. Chun Mu paused, taken aback. "And you are?" "I am one of the orcas you saved when I was stranded," it replied with a cheerful grin. "I never expected to run into you here." Recognizing him was not surprising. Orcas have excellent memories, and that incident had occurred nearly 6 months prior. "Where are you headed?" "I thought your pod was over there," it inquired, puzzled. "I have some matters to attend to," Chun Mu replied. "By the way, since you came this way, do you happen to know if there is a blue whale nearby?" "We detected the presence of a blue whale calf through echolocation, but then it suddenly disappeared." "Quite strange." "Indeed." The orca's face reflected its confusion. "I haven't seen one. It seems I am the only one here. Is your echolocation malfunctioning?" "Ah, is that so?" With a bewildered expression, it departed, saying, "Well then, we shall take our leave for now. Until next time, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call out to me, and I shall be there in an instant." Chun Mu nodded in acknowledgement. The other orcas also bid farewell to Chun Mu. "Goodbye, goodbye." Observing the warm and courteous orcas, he averted his gaze. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. Just moments ago, this group had regarded him as potential prey, yet now, upon recognizing him in the form of an orca, they greeted him with enthusiasm. Chapter 37. Do blue whales have teeth? Guided by the route etched in his memory, Chun Mu swam towards the direction where krill congregated. After what felt like half a day's journey, from morning until evening, he finally beheld a vast swarm of krill. Through his consciousness's vision, he gazed down from above the surface of the sea, and the expanse of water was almost entirely cloaked in a light brown hue, a testament to the sheer volume of krill present. These were Antarctic krill, with estimates suggesting that a single cubic meter could harbor anywhere from 10,000 to 30,000 individuals. Yet what lay before him exceeded far more than just a cubic meter. There was an overwhelming abundance, a sight that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The density of krill was greater than any school of fish he had previously encountered. Chun Mu, with his impressive length of 7 meters and a weight approaching 2 tons, drew near to this massive congregation of Antarctic krill. 7 meters may not sound extensive, but to put it in perspective, a standard floor is nearly 4 meters high. In his current form, he resembled a sizable bus, an imposing figure indeed. As he approached the krill, he opened his vast mouth, aiming to engulf the highest concentration of them. In that instant, as his mouth opened wide, the absence of water within resulted in an influx of seawater, accompanied by an unfathomable multitude of krill, all surging into his cavernous maw. If it were an orca, it would likely have to expel the mixture of seawater and food, but the blue whale is distinct. Blue whales lack teeth. Rather, their teeth have evolved into a different structure known as baleen plates. In place of teeth, they possess baleen, which resembles a comb. Unlike a traditional comb, however, this structure is flexible and densely packed. This comb-like formation serves as a substitute for teeth. Once the blue whale engulfs the seawater and food within its enormous mouth, it utilizes its tongue to press against the upper jaw, slightly opening its mouth. The baleen acts as a barrier at the mouth's entrance, allowing the seawater, along with the ingested krill and various plankton, to be expelled using water pressure. Naturally, due to the baleen obstructing the exit, only seawater is released, while the krill and plankton remain trapped inside. As Chunmu transformed into a blue whale, he instinctively understood the method of feeding. He experimented with the blue whale's technique, retaining the food within his mouth before swallowing it directly into his belly. He discerned that there was little flavor to savor, yet he could distinctly feel his hunger being somewhat satiated. Chunmu murmured to himself. Although he had satiated some of his hunger, Chunmu still felt a lingering emptiness. Since transforming into a blue whale, he had been perpetually famished. The sheer size of the blue whale necessitated substantial consumption, and its expansive stomach made it prone to hunger, rendering it akin to a colossal glutton. Chunmu mused to himself, dismissing further contemplation. Before him lay an astonishingly dense swarm of krill. Once more he opened his mouth, this time employing the ability known as whale suck. As he activated this power, a torrent of seawater and krill surged into his mouth. A formidable force pulled every krill within 100 meters directly toward him. Countless krill flowed into his maw, and as their numbers multiplied, Chunmu felt an overwhelming abundance. If this continued, his mouth would struggle to close. He shut his mouth, realizing the terrifying quantity he had just consumed. Utilizing water pressure, he expelled the seawater and swallowed the food. Instantly, the gnawing hunger in his belly transformed into a sensation of fullness, a remarkably pleasurable feeling. Gazing at the remaining krill, he opened his mouth once more. Whale suck. The ability activated, and a frenzy of krill rushed into Chunmu's mouth. The krill drawn in by whale suck came devoid of seawater. However, when he opened his mouth, seawater still flooded in. Once his mouth brimmed with seawater, he had no choice but to cease using whale suck. Nevertheless, the quantity of krill acquired was staggering. After swallowing, he expelled the seawater, harnessing evolutionary energy to retain the krill in his mouth and utilize his devouring ability to transform them into his own evolutionary energy. Throughout this process, Chunmu's size gradually increased. Given his already considerable bulk, the change was not overtly noticeable. Yet, he remained unconcerned about appearances. He was too small and desperately needed evolutionary energy to enhance his size. Thus, he persisted in employing whale suck, in tandem with his devouring ability to augment his form. As time elapsed, 2 days passed. Chunmu's size escalated from an initial 7 meters to a remarkable 12 meters. While this size still classified him as a juvenile blue whale, it significantly surpassed the typical dimensions of an orca. Swish, swish, swish. Chunmu continued his krill consumption as usual when a sound drew his attention. He halted his feeding and expanded his awareness. Through this heightened perception, he discerned a pod of orcas swiftly approaching. This group comprised no fewer than 30 orcas. Chunmu realized that he was no longer in his familiar waters. Thus, this pod was unfamiliar to him, signaling the presence of strangers. They surged towards Chunmu in a straight line, clearly with him as their target. To the orcas, Chunmu was nothing more than a juvenile blue whale, a mere delicacy on their menu. Chunmu declared, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." The pod of orcas approached with fierce determination, howling as they lunged toward him. They collided with him, some leaping to press against his back, attempting to force him back into the depths of the sea. As a mammal, the blue whale required air through the blowhole atop its head. Prolonged submersion would lead to suffocation, much like how Chunmu had once hunted humpback whale calves. This pod of orcas clearly intended to drown him in a similar manner. The orcas attacked, their massive bodies crashing into him, while others circled, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. Amidst the onslaught, Chunmu's form was enveloped in a golden light, causing the orcas to pause in surprise and retreat. Suddenly, a colossal great white shark, measuring an impressive 12 meters, emerged into view. Addressing the orcas, Chunmu proclaimed, "Let us see who is truly superior." As a great white shark, Chunmu smiled, and the orcas began to withdraw. With a sudden motion, he lunged at the nearest orca, his jaws wide open, sinking his teeth into its flesh. Blood gushed forth as his teeth pierced deep. Witnessing their companion's plight, the other orcas charged toward him in a frenzy. Chunmu exerted force, tearing a substantial chunk from the orca's body, leaving it grievously injured and on the brink of death. He swallowed the flesh, the metallic taste of blood igniting a primal ferocity within him. Avoiding the orca's desperate attacks, Chunmu unleashed his powerful jaws upon the closest orca, devouring large portions of its flesh. After consuming 2 sizable pieces, feeling satiated, he activated his devouring ability to absorb evolutionary energy. The orcas realized that to attack the great white shark, they would need to employ tactics, either by striking or trying to flip him over. However, Chunmu's speed granted them no such opportunity. The orcas' teeth were ill-equipped to tear into a creature of his size. Even if they fought desperately, they posed little threat to him. In Chunmu's eyes, this pod of orcas resembled a flock of sheep. With each bite, he dismantled them effortlessly. Soon, the entire pod had transformed into his evolutionary energy. After the feast, Chun Mu swayed and reverted back to his blue whale form. At this moment, Chun Mu experienced a slight increase in size, though it was minimal, with his length extending by less than 10 centimeters. Through his consciousness, he observed this change. The pod of over 30 orcas had consumed enough to allow for such a meager growth, which was rather disappointing. After all, it involved more than 30 orcas. Indeed, to grow swiftly like a blue whale, one must adhere to the dietary regimen of a blue whale. Krill, undoubtedly, is the most suitable choice. Scientists have discovered that currently, 25% of observed blue whales bear marks from orca attacks. The blue whale, the largest mammal on Earth, is typically solitary in the ocean, an invincible presence. However, the scars from orca assaults indicate that many blue whale calves have encountered such dangers during their youth. A sailing ship glided across the surface of the sea. On board stood two humans, gazing out at the ocean. Suddenly, an ethereal sound pierced the sky, as if it were destined to resonate throughout the sea. This hauntingly deep sound penetrated the ears of the humans. Hearing this, the man remarked, "That is the call of a blue whale, ethereal and profound, truly an enchanting sound." It was the voice of another blue whale. The vocalizations of blue whales are the loudest among known creatures, reaching up to 188 decibels, allowing companions over 160 kilometers away to hear them clearly. With their colossal size comes enormous vocal cords. Their sounds, to humans, are both hauntingly deep and imbued with a sense of loneliness and melancholy. Chun Mu also heard this sound. However, when it reached his ears, it transformed into another meaning altogether. "Is there a lovely lady nearby? Would you care to meet, perhaps for a date?" This was the voice of a male blue whale. Chun Mu's lips twitched slightly, but he chose to disregard it. Then, another ethereal, deep, lonely, and melancholic sound emerged. Yet for Chun Mu, it conveyed a different sentiment. "Why should I agree to a date with you?" This was the voice of a female blue whale. Almost immediately, the male blue whale responded with a voice so profound and ethereal, steeped in solitude and sorrow. "My dear, allow me to sing you a song, if it pleases you. Perhaps we could arrange a date?" The male blue whale began to sing. On the sailing ship, the man remarked, "The blue whale has begun to sing. What a marvelous sound." The woman beside him added, "What a sorrowful tone." The man nodded. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what causes its sadness. Its song was elongated, ethereal, profound, and melancholic. Chun Mu fell into silence as he realized he was hearing a simple love song, the mating call of the blue whale. To Chun Mu, it was nothing short of auditory pollution. The blue whale's voice was so loud that even if he wished to ignore it, he could not. Certainly, Chun Mu possesses the ability to transform into various life forms. However, this transformation would preclude him from utilizing the whale's feeding mechanism. Chun Mu is reluctant to forego nourishment simply to avoid the sounds of conversation. The blue whale is known for its melodious songs, which it alters periodically, potentially as a means of courtship, as suggested by scientists. Chun Mu found himself in a quandary but decided to ignore it and continue feasting. The song was enchanting. He pondered, "Where are you? I shall come at once." It seemed the female blue whale was captivated. "I'm right here," said Chun Mu, feeling somewhat speechless. This group of blue whales was astonishing. He shrugged it off and resumed his meal. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Chun Mu's mind. Scientists have identified numerous triploid organisms, such as bananas and oysters, which exist solely to consume, with little to no reproductive potential. The sole purpose of their incessant feeding is to accumulate flesh, ensuring that food enthusiasts can indulge. Chun Mu, while not a triploid organism, found himself in a similar routine of relentless eating. Surely, he could not be expected to reproduce with blue whales. That was utterly absurd. As a former human, Chun Mu firmly believed he could not achieve such a feat thus. He resolved to embrace the role of a pseudo-triploid organism. He wondered how blue whales would evolve in the future. Presently, they are the largest mammals on Earth. What could they possibly evolve into next? Contemplating this, he instinctively inquired, "System, what is the current progress of my evolution energy?" The response indicated a meager 0.003%. Chun Mu fell into silence, incredulous at the exaggeration. It appeared the system intended for him to embody the blue whale for an extended period. Despite his frustration, at least there was a measure of time. He decided to continue feasting and see what he could evolve into next. With a mighty gulp, countless Antarctic krill entered his vast maw. Chapter 39. Observing orcas hunt emperor penguins. The Antarctic krill that Chun Mu devoured are remarkable creatures. In times of scarce food, they resort to cannibalism, consuming one another, and, when resources dwindle further, they shed their shells, reducing their size and food intake. This unique trait likely contributes to the staggering population of Antarctic krill. Male krill attach sperm packets to the reproductive openings of females, facilitating natural fertilization when the female lays her eggs, which can range from 6,000 to 10,000 at a time. The fertilized eggs sink, hatching within 3 to 5 days. The larvae then gradually ascend, becoming active feeders as they approach the 100-meter water layer. The reproductive and developmental speed of Antarctic krill is truly astounding. Nevertheless, Chun Mu remained indifferent to these details. He simply continued to eat. As he feasted, his thoughts wandered. Although the quantity of krill is substantial, the rate of consumption remains rather slow. Is there a more expedient method? With this thought, Chun Mu immediately considered other whales. Despite the inherent limitation of my species, which prohibits me from consuming fellow blue whales for evolutionary energy, I can certainly devour other types of whales. Chun Mu's mind began to race with possibilities. Given my ever-growing size, as a blue whale, the largest creature on Earth, consuming other whales would be a trivial endeavor. But how might I locate different species of whales? Orcas utilize echolocation, albeit with limited range. while great white sharks can detect the presence of other creatures through electromagnetic fields, identifying them by size. However, the electromagnetic field of a great white shark cannot precisely determine whether the creature is a blue whale. What if I swim over and discover it is indeed a blue whale? That would be quite a headache. Blue whales communicate over vast distances, which means I can inquire with other blue whales if they have spotted different whale species. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is possible. As he was eager to proceed, he suddenly regained his composure, instinctively using his mental vision to assess his current size. After several days of feeding, Chen Mu's length had now reached 14 meters, nearly equivalent to a 5-story building when standing upright. However, fully grown blue whales typically measure between 22 and 30 meters. Clearly, Chen Mu still belonged to the juvenile category. Compared to other large whales, this size is insufficient. Thus, even if he encounters other large whales, his relatively small stature may hinder any successful engagement. Given this size, perhaps it is best to continue consuming krill diligently. Once he reaches 20 meters, he can then traverse the oceans at will, he muttered to himself. He then swam on, resuming his task. Suddenly, Chen Mu heard a commotion. It seemed that something had entered the water. Instinctively, he directed his mental vision towards the source of the sound. Through the perspective provided by his mental vision, he discerned a stretch of land 300 meters away, encased in ice, where countless black and white creatures congregated, resembling beings clad in elegant black and white attire. Upon seeing these creatures, Chen Mu was instantly intrigued. Penguins. The creatures on the shore were indeed penguins. The commotion he had heard was the sound of penguins leaping into the sea, preparing to forage. Observing their appearance, he surmised they were emperor penguins. A large flock, easily numbering in the thousands, was energetically diving into the water. If Chen Mu were still an orca, the sight of these emperor penguins would be akin to dumplings being tossed into a hot pot, waiting to be devoured. However, as a blue whale, he had no desire to transform into an orca to capture these emperor penguins. After all, the effort involved would hardly compare to the bounty of krill he could consume in his current blue whale form. Thus, Chen Mu found himself as an observer this time. Indulging in krill leisurely, he noticed a multitude of emperor penguins gliding towards him from the distance. These rotund creatures pressed their bellies against the icy surface, utilizing the smoothness of their feathers and the ice to slide effortlessly, covering great distances in an instant. Upon reaching the shore, they would rise and waddle with a clumsy exuberance. It was only when they saw other emperor penguins entering the water that they followed suit. Those penguins plunged into the depths, commencing their hunt for the abundant Antarctic krill. Given the sheer number of krill, and considering Chen Mu's existence as a blue whale, he harbored no fears of overindulgence. However, after witnessing the emperor penguins diving in, he spotted a pod of over 20 orcas swimming towards them, clearly intent on commencing their hunt. During his days as an orca, Chen Mu had also hunted penguins, having feasted on various species, with emperor penguins naturally included on their menu. It seemed that some penguins were destined for misfortune, he mused. The emperor penguins quickly became aware of the orca pod, resulting in a flurry of panic. Many of them rushed towards the shore, while the orcas pursued them relentlessly. Although the penguins were agile swimmers, the waters belonged to the orcas. Most of the emperor penguins made it to the shore, yet a small number, unable to reach safety in time, resorted to frantic running. They discovered a floating ice chunk and hurriedly climbed onto it. One particular penguin, lagging behind, was seized by an orca just as it ascended the ice. Dragged beneath the surface, once submerged, the orca flipped its body, launching the unfortunate penguin high into the air. The penguin struggled in flight before crashing onto the sea's surface with a dull thud. The orca, clutching the penguin, tossed it aloft once more, and upon its descent, delivered a crushing blow, rendering the penguin half-conscious before it began to feast. Orcas are known to employ this technique, utilizing gravity and the power of the water's surface to incapacitate or kill their prey. Observing this spectacle, Chen Mu muttered, "This technique, I learned from that adult female orca, is rather troublesome, far more so than with great white sharks." Meanwhile, other orcas swam nearby the floating ice. One orca suddenly lunged from the depths, snapping at a penguin standing beside the ice. Startled, the penguin swiftly evaded, retreating to the center of the ice. The orca, having missed its target, submerged once more. 6 orcas circled the 5 emperor penguins atop the ice, realizing they were unable to catch them. They regrouped, moving in unison from a distance, surfacing briefly before diving again. As they glided, the waves they generated crashed against the drifting icebergs. The icebergs, buoyed by the surging waters, swayed gently. The emperor penguins hurriedly retreated, fearing they might be swept into the sea by the waves. The orcas surfaced, their heads peeking above the water, eyeing the emperor penguins still perched upon the ice. They regrouped once more, creating another swell. The movement of the icebergs intensified. One emperor penguin, unable to maintain its footing, tumbled from the ice. An orca, ever prepared, seized the opportunity and bit down on the falling penguin. As before, it catapulted the emperor penguin high into the air, resulting in a fatal crash. Blood flowed abundantly as the orca savored its delectable prize. Meanwhile, the other orcas generated yet another wave, which slammed against the ice. The already fragile icebergs disintegrated in an instant, sending all the emperor penguins plummeting into the sea, where the orcas swiftly descended upon them, dividing the remaining penguins for their feast. Once satiated, the orcas, having concluded their hunting, swayed their massive tails and gradually departed. Only the trembling emperor penguins remained on the shore. Observing this, Chen Mu's brow relaxed slightly. Although many emperor penguins had fallen prey to the orcas, those that perished had successfully filled the orcas' bellies. This meant that when the remaining emperor penguins ventured out to hunt, The danger would be significantly reduced as the orcas would not be present. The emperor penguins had numerous foes. Orcas and leopard seals were among their most formidable adversaries. Surviving in such harsh conditions was no easy feat, Chunmu pondered, as he opened his mouth once more to devour countless krill to satiate his hunger. His physique had grown considerably. The orcas gradually lost interest in him. However, should they find him intriguing, Chunmu would not mind indulging in another orca feast. Despite the blue whale being a baleen whale, devoid of teeth and limited to consuming small fish, shrimp, and plankton, Chunmu's voracious appetite was not to be underestimated. As time progressed, he continued to grow, soon reaching an impressive length of 20 meters, transforming into an enormous creature. Standing at 20 meters, he would rival the height of a 6-story building, complemented by the blue whale's considerable width. At that moment, Chunmu had become an astonishingly colossal entity, an unequivocal behemoth. It was time for a change. Having grown weary of krill, he yearned for something different. He emitted a sound, the resonant call of the blue whale, long, ethereal, and melancholic. The translation of this sound would be, "Nearby friends, have you seen any other whales passing through?" At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. "Yesterday, I spotted a pod of humpback whales nearby." It was the voice of a female blue whale. Upon hearing this, Chunmu was instantly exhilarated. A pod of humpback whales. Even at adulthood, humpback whales typically do not exceed 15 meters in length, a stark contrast to Chunmu's impressive size as a blue whale. This was indeed a perfect opportunity. If one were to encounter a pod of humpback whales and immediately enter a state of blissful absorption, it would be utterly delightful. He inquired, "Where are you?" "I'm right here," came the reply. Through sonar positioning, Chunmu discerned the location of the blue whale that had spoken to him. He propelled himself with the massive fluke behind him, gracefully maneuvering towards the direction of the blue whale. Although they possessed a means of communication, the distance between them remained considerable. After a full 2 hours of swimming, Chunmu finally reached the vicinity of the blue whale. It was a mature female, impressively larger than him. Beneath her, a mere 8-meter-long blue whale calf trailed closely, gazing at Chunmu with curiosity. Chunmu addressed the adult whale. "Where did you see those humpback whales?" She gestured towards a certain direction. Nodding slightly, he instinctively glanced at the blue whale calf, which was a first for him. Previously, he had only encountered humpback whale calves while hunting alongside a pod of orcas. Blue whales were indeed a rare sight. When they are born, blue whale calves are incapable of feeding themselves, even struggling to nurse due to their immobile lips. They rely on their mothers, who, when the calves are hungry, will contract their muscles to express milk for them. Chunmu redirected his gaze and resumed his movements towards the direction indicated by the female blue whale. After covering some distance, he transformed from a blue whale into a colossal great white shark, measuring a staggering 20 meters in length. With the great white's sensitivity to electromagnetic fields, he could detect creatures moving in various directions. The great white's electroreception could ascertain the location, number, and approximate size of nearby beings, yet it could not determine their precise nature or exact dimensions. However, the situation had changed. Armed with the intelligence provided by the blue whale, he could confirm that a pod of humpback whales lay ahead. By utilizing the great white shark's electromagnetic sense, he could detect a sufficient number of creatures of considerable size, undoubtedly indicating a group of humpback whales. Before long, Chunmu used the great white's electroreception to locate the pod of humpback whales. He swam towards them with his immense body. Coincidentally, as he passed by, a great white shark was nearby. The shark, upon encountering this colossal creature that resembled a blue whale, was momentarily stunned into inaction. Is this truly one of my kind? How can it be so vast? The notion seemed almost unfathomable. Soon, through the lens of his consciousness, Chunmu beheld the assembly of humpback whales. Although humpback whales are indeed whales, they differ significantly from blue whales. Blue whales tend to be solitary, often seen only in small family groups of 3, typically a parent and its calf. In contrast, humpback whales thrive in social structures, usually forming pods of at least 2, often a mother and her offspring. Chunmu's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the remarkable pod of 16 humpback whales before him. There are a total of 16 humpback whales, 13 of which are adults, and 3 are calves. When this group of humpback whales became aware of an enormous great white shark approaching, they were instantly filled with trepidation, quickening their pace to swim away from Chunmu. This colossal shark was unlike anything they had ever encountered, yet they were acutely aware that it was a predator. A great white of such magnitude posed a genuine threat to them, and thus, they sought to escape. Chapter 41. Is the ocean followed by land? Observing the fleeing humpback whales, Chunmu remarked, "Fleeing? In a race of speed, how could you possibly outpace me?" His form transformed into that of a sailfish. Due to the unique nature of his metamorphosis, the sailfish's size was impressively large, yet its speed was not to be underestimated. In an instant, Chunmu darted alongside the humpback whales. When the sailfish's fin brushed against one of the massive adult whales, measuring an impressive 15 meters, it shimmered into golden light and vanished into Chunmu's being. Without hesitation, Chunmu moved on to the next whale. In the face of the sailfish's overwhelming speed, none of the humpback whales managed to escape. All 16 whales were consumed, transformed into brilliant golden light absorbed by Chunmu. As he assimilated their energy, the progress of his evolutionary energy reached 2%. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when he devoured krill, the progress was measured in mere fractions of a percent. Clearly, consuming a pod of whales yielded a significantly swifter advancement. After all, the collective energy of 16 humpback whales was astronomical. A smile crept across Chunmu's face as he realized he had discovered an effective method. It seemed that filling this evolutionary progress would not be a daunting task. In contemplation, Chun Mu recognized that he had now become the largest mammal on Earth, and he pondered what he might evolve into next. Never mind, let me continue consuming for now, he decided, transforming his form into that of a blue whale. He emitted sounds to communicate with other blue whales, inquiring whether any pods were nearby. In the distance, one blue whale responded, none. Another echoed the same sentiment. And a third confirmed, none. A year prior, a fourth blue whale had provided an answer. Chun Mu fell silent. A year ago was an eternity. Although there were some whales in the vicinity, they were indeed sparse. Chun Mu's initial joy was swiftly overshadowed by the realization that he would have to return to consuming krill. Feeling somewhat resigned, he acknowledged there was little else he could do. Thus, Chun Mu resumed his meal of Antarctic krill while continuing to emit sounds to communicate with other blue whales. Inquiring about any passing pods, he would hasten to devour them if they were found. Time passed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months had slipped by. Chun Mu's size had increased significantly since half a year ago, now measuring an impressive 35 meters in length, a true super beast. As Chun Mu gazed upon the vast expanse of Antarctic krill before him, he instinctively opened his mouth and, with a mighty gulp, engulfed countless krill into his maw. As per his usual routine, he filtered the sustenance and swallowed. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Current evolution energy progress is at 100%. The next evolution is commencing. Upon hearing this proclamation, Chun Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, he could evolve. He had grown weary of his existence as a blue whale, feasting daily upon krill to the point of nausea. At last, the moment had arrived for transformation. As Chun Mu expressed his exhilaration, a golden light enveloped him entirely. His form was lifted, drawn from the ocean and deposited onto a sheet of ice. As the golden radiance faded, he instinctively raised his gaze to behold the azure sky above. This time, he was not submerged in the ocean. Indeed, while the blue whale is the largest mammal on Earth, it is inextricably linked to the sea. The immense weight of a blue whale relies significantly on the buoyancy provided by the ocean. If a blue whale were to venture onto land, its skeletal structure could not support such a colossal body, leading to suffocation within a short span. In the vast expanse of the ocean, adult blue whales have no natural enemies and reign supreme, yet upon reaching the shore, they would perish. The evolution of the ocean's largest mammal naturally leads to terrestrial life forms. Chun Mu pondered, curious about his new form. He lifted his hand, only to find himself bewildered. Were those wings? Unable to see his own reflection, he shifted to a perspective through his consciousness, and at last, he beheld his complete form. Within his conscious vision stood a striking black and white creature upon the snow-covered ground. It was an emperor penguin. Chun Mu was astonished to discover that he had transformed into an emperor penguin, although he had indeed shifted from a marine to a terrestrial creature. How curious it was to find himself on the menu of Orcus. At least I can now be amphibious, Chun Mu mused. After surveying his new body, he glanced around. It was then he noticed, not far off, a large congregation of emperor penguins gathering in the distance. There were an astonishing number of them. Chun Mu began to shuffle forward, puffing out his round belly adorned with white feathers and moving his small, stubby legs toward the flock of emperor penguins. The pace was excruciatingly slow. In hopes of hastening his progress, he resorted to sliding across the ice, utilizing the protection of his feathers. As he moved, he continued to observe his surroundings. Chun Mu possessed the ability to transform. As long as there was water, he could revert to a great white shark for hunting. The speed of predation as a great white shark would far surpass that of an emperor penguin. Yet, as he scanned the vicinity, he was taken aback. Through his expansive conscious vision, which extended over a kilometer, he could not spot the ocean. To his astonishment, he realized he was on land, an extensive distance away from the sea. This revelation left Chun Mu momentarily speechless. Chun Mu, somewhat bewildered, had arrived at the gathering place of the emperor penguins. Rising to his feet, he instinctively glanced around. Hey there, choose me as your partner. A voice suddenly jolted him back to reality. Turning his gaze, he was surprised to find an adult female emperor penguin standing before him, her eyes fixed upon him. What is happening? In that instant, Chun Mu's mind began to whirl. He quickly grasped the situation. The emperor penguin is the sole species that breeds during the winter, as the cold season approaches. These penguins embark on a long journey to congregate far from the shore, their sole purpose being reproduction. Outside the breeding season, emperor penguins typically remain close to the sea, ever ready to plunge into the waters for sustenance. The reason he found himself here was undeniably clear. This particular group of emperor penguins was gathered for mating. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on your successful evolution. Land evolution mode has been activated, and task mode has commenced. You have received evolution rewards, and your transformation abilities have been enhanced. In land evolution mode, the energy required for evolution will be significantly reduced. Task mode has been initiated, and the system will issue tasks. Completing these tasks will yield rewards in the form of evolution energy progress. Chapter 42. What is it like to be pursued by a flock of female emperor penguins? With the enhancement of his transformation abilities, he could now assume the form of other creatures, maximizing their size. However, the energy consumed by the transformed being would not contribute to the evolution energy tally. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His transformation abilities had indeed become formidable. With the upgrade, he could morph into a colossal blue whale upon returning to the ocean, thus maintaining his invincible status as a whale. Previously, he had been concerned that if his transformation abilities remained unchanged, he would never again attain the size of a blue whale in his lifetime. However, with this upgrade, it meant that he could still be invincible in the ocean. Of course, the creatures he had previously transformed into were all aquatic. On land, they were comparatively feeble. Any attempt to emerge here would likely lead to demise. Nevertheless, the ability to retain his invincible identity in the ocean post-upgrade was indeed a substantial advantage. Though there was a slight drawback, the energy consumed by the transformed being would not count towards his evolution energy progress. This was understandable. If the evolution energy tally included the consumption of a massive blue whale preying on krill, it would be akin to cheating the system. It was reasonable. Aside from the transformation ability, the activation of land evolution mode would result in a decreased requirement for evolution energy progress, which was essentially a boon. After all, food on land was not as abundant as in the ocean. If the required evolution energy progress were based on that of the blue whale, he might never have another chance to evolve again. Curiously, what was this task mode? System, what does task mode entail? Shenmue inquired of the biological evolution system. The system responded in a mechanical voice. Due to the greater difficulty land dwellers face in obtaining sustenance compared to their marine counterparts, the task mode has been activated. You can acquire additional evolutionary energy progress by completing tasks. Is this yet another benefit? How delightful. Shenmue felt a surge of happiness, surprised that this evolution had bestowed upon him such generous rewards. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Dear sir, choose me as your mate. Would you? It was the gaze of an emperor penguin fixed upon him. Was this a jest? The notion of procreating with an emperor penguin was utterly unacceptable to Shenmue. I have no interest in you, he replied firmly. The female emperor penguin paused, gazing at him quizzically. At that moment, another voice echoed. Emperor penguin quest, choose one. First, you may select a female emperor penguin to mate with. Upon the offspring reaching maturity, you will receive 50% of evolutionary energy progress. Absurd. Shenmue outright rejected the proposition. I would rather perish than accept that. For him, this task held no value whatsoever. Regardless of the evolutionary energy progress offered, he could not acquiesce. Secondly, you may choose to assist your emperor penguin colony in breeding. The more chicks that survive, the greater the evolutionary energy progress you shall obtain. Upon hearing this, Shenmue inquired, the more that survive, the greater the evolutionary energy progress? What is the maximum? 100%. Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, if this charming group of emperor penguins produced numerous offspring that thrived, he could evolve directly? How splendid. A smile spread across his face as he declared, very well, I choose the second task. Task accepted, task activated, the system's voice announced. Can I? Choose me as your mate, please. Me, let me. A chorus of female emperor penguins clamored. Shenmue snapped back to reality, only to find himself surrounded by eager female emperor penguins, their eyes filled with anticipation. He was taken aback. What was happening? Emperor penguins are known for their strict monogamous nature. Once mature, they return to their birthplace each winter to breed. If they have previously paired, they will seek out their former mate. Only in the absence of a previous partner will an emperor penguin search for another companion. Thus, emperor penguins adhere to monogamy, with each female accompanied by a single male. This often results in a surplus of unattached males. Currently, it remains unclear why there tends to be more females than males during breeding seasons. As a male emperor penguin, Shenmue naturally attracted the attention of many unpaired females. Noticing Shenmue's indifference, the females began to quarrel. Step aside. Do not encroach upon my claim. No, you step aside. He is mine. Mine. As the argument escalated, the female emperor penguins began to squabble. In order to enhance their reproductive success, the emperor penguins consume copious amounts of food in the sea prior to mating, thereby accumulating significant reserves of fat. Consequently, the emperor penguins before us appear quite rotund. When engaging in combat, they flap their wings, which have evolved to the point of being flightless, against one another. The sight of them colliding with their corpulent bodies is rather comical. Shenmue found himself momentarily bewildered by this spectacle. Could this be deemed as a low-impact yet highly insulting form of confrontation? Would such actions truly inflict any harm? Nevertheless, this commotion was not conducive to his situation. A solution was imperative. If he remained stationary, the group of female emperor penguins would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Consequently, Shenmue reclined on the frigid ground and closed his eyes. The female emperor penguins ceased their shoving and regarded the supine Shenmue with a measure of confusion. Exchanging glances among themselves, one female approached and gently pecked at him. Adopting a posture of feigned demise, Shenmue entered a state of simulated death. Given the cognitive limitations of these emperor penguins, they were incapable of discerning whether he was truly lifeless. Yet, observing his motionless form, they ultimately recognized that pairing with this male was unattainable. With no alternatives left, the rejected female emperor penguins retreated from the group. Although Shenmue lay with his eyes closed, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings through his consciousness. He observed pairs of successfully mated emperor penguins engaging in a peculiar ritual. One pair, both plump, swayed their bodies in synchrony. As one moved, so did the other. One penguin lowered its head to peck at its own foot, and the other mirrored the action, their movements perfectly coordinated. This display resembled a dance. Upon successful pairing, the penguins exhibited a harmonious choreography akin to a human wedding, establishing a bond through this ceremonial display. The amusing sounds produced by their corpulent forms added to the spectacle. Following their dance, they commenced the act of reproduction. Noticing that the female penguins that had previously pursued him had now departed, Shenmue stood up and wandered to the side, observing the scene before him. In comparison to capturing fish with such large bodies to gradually accumulate evolutionary energy, it seemed an interminable endeavor. Shenmue opted to secure evolutionary energy through the completion of tasks. Would ensuring the survival of the offspring born to these endearing creatures guarantee a chance at obtaining a full measure of evolutionary energy? A slight smile graced Shenmue's face. As they were currently engaged in reproduction, it would likely be some time before they laid their eggs. Thus, he could only choose to wait. Chapter 43. The Trials of Emperor Penguin Reproduction. All the emperor penguins had completed their mating, with the exception of Chun Mu. Before him stood pairs of penguins, while he remained solitary. It must be noted that Chun Mu observed the affection displayed among these emperor penguins. They were rarely apart, seemingly inseparable. Frequently, one could witness two penguins standing side by side, their rounded bodies touching, reminiscent of human intimacy. Suddenly, Chun Mu noticed that one of the emperor penguins had a slight bulge in its abdomen. This caught his attention. After laying their eggs, emperor penguins place them on their feet and cover them with their fat-laden bellies for incubation. The subtle protrusion of the penguin's abdomen indicated that it had concealed the egg within the incubation pouch beneath its feet and belly. Could it be that this particular emperor penguin had already laid an egg? Yet, the other emperor penguins had not yet done so. Its mate was also attentively observing the penguin's belly. At that moment, the penguin raised its body slightly, revealing what lay beneath its abdomen. It was a piece of ice. To familiarize itself with the incubation process, the emperor penguin would use an object in place of the egg, clearly. Only an ice block could serve as a substitute on the thick layer of ice. As time went by, Chun Mu observed the female emperor penguins beginning to lay their eggs. One by one, the eggs descended onto the icy surface. Once the female penguin regained its composure, it carefully nudged the egg with its beak, moving it onto its feet, and then covered it with its abdomen. Other female emperor penguins began to lay their eggs as well. Excitement surged within Chun Mu. These creatures, once they successfully hatched the eggs and the penguin chicks grew, would enable his own evolution. His current task was to ensure that these eggs would successfully develop into emperor penguin chicks. But what were these penguins doing? Suddenly, Chun Mu noticed that the female emperor penguins were removing the eggs they had placed on their feet and beneath their bellies. He watched in astonishment as the eggs rolled onto the thick ice. His eyes widened. Were these creatures courting disaster? Were they not afraid of the eggs freezing? The temperature was likely around minus 25 degrees Celsius, and if the eggs were left on the ice, they would surely freeze, rendering them unviable for hatching. Realizing that the fate of these eggs was directly linked to his own evolutionary energy acquisition, Chun Mu felt a pang of urgency, wishing he could simply tuck the egg into his own incubation pouch. Indeed, male emperor penguins also possess incubation pouches. At that moment, Chun Mu saw a male emperor penguin approach the egg, positioning its feet near it, and slowly drawing the egg closer with its beak. It lifted the egg onto its feet, and then covered it with the incubation pouch in its abdomen. Chun Mu observed as the eggs discarded by the female emperor penguins were collected by their male partners into their incubation pouches. Understanding dawned upon him. These female emperor penguins were not discarding their eggs. Rather, they intended to entrust them to the male emperor penguins. The process of laying eggs requires a significant expenditure of energy, and the female penguins must rely on the males to incubate the eggs while they make the long journey back to the distant shores to feed and replenish their energy. Of course, Chun Mu had limited knowledge of emperor penguins and was unaware of these intricacies. He noticed that many female emperor penguins were stepping away from their mates. At that moment, he also saw one female emperor penguin pause after taking 3 steps, turning back to glance at her mate, who was now holding her precious egg in his incubation pouch. It slowly returned, cautiously glancing around as if afraid that the precious egg might sustain any harm. At last, it reluctantly turned away. Witnessing this, Chun Mu understood. Were they preparing to feed? After laying the egg, it was indeed essential to restore their strength. Chun Mu observed the male emperor penguins. No, it seemed that the situation was not merely about replenishing their nourishment. All penguins possess the ability to regurgitate food. After foraging in the ocean, these female emperor penguins would likely hasten back to nourish the soon-to-be hatched chicks. This meant that if these female emperor penguins failed to return, even if the emperor penguin eggs successfully hatched, the chicks would ultimately perish from starvation. This thought troubled Chun Mu. He was well aware that lurking beneath the waves were numerous seals and pods of orcas, waiting to feast. Chun Mu set off, following the trail of the female emperor penguins. The survival of this group of female emperor penguins was of utmost importance. However, unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a tempestuous blizzard unleashed its fury upon the emperor penguin colony. In a bid to withstand the storm, the emperor penguins huddled closely together, relying on each other's body heat to combat the relentless blizzard. The storm battered the outermost ranks of the emperor penguins. Those on the periphery gradually succumbed, shifting positions while remaining vigilant of the fragile eggs nestled in their brood pouches. When the penguins on the outer circle could no longer endure, they would rotate positions, with the inner layer of penguins becoming the new outer shield. Thus, the colossal colony of emperor penguins continuously shifted, moving in response to the blizzard's onslaught. It was winter now, and once the blizzard struck, it would rage for several days. Not every emperor penguin could withstand the onslaught. Some succumbed to the storm, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, while the unprotected eggs lay exposed, lifeless beneath the furious winds. Time passed, slowly but inexorably. After more than a month, Chun Mu and the group of female emperor penguins finally reached the shore. Chapter 44. Utilizing blue whales to gather food. It had taken far too long. The location where these emperor penguins laid their eggs was already a considerable distance from the coast, yet their pace was agonizingly slow. Although Chun Mu could discern their eagerness to hasten, to him, they still moved at a glacial pace. He wished he could transform into a blue whale, gulping down krill to assist them in their journey back to the breeding grounds. Yet the reality was that whether it be a blue whale, a great white shark, or a dolphin, once ashore, they would perish. The only creature capable of venturing onto land, the starfish, moved at a mere few centimeters per minute, slower than these emperor penguins before him. Thus, Chun Mu watched their sluggish progress with mounting anxiety, Yet there was nothing he could do but fret. At long last, after more than a month, they finally reached the coastline. Chunmu gazed out at the vast ocean, then turned to look back at the emperor penguins behind him, who, despite now moving at full speed, still appeared to be advancing at a leisurely pace. Chunmu withdrew his gaze and quickened his pace towards the shore. Indeed, as an emperor penguin, he possessed enhanced speed, allowing him to outpace ordinary emperor penguins by a factor of 2. However, in his eyes, it still felt sluggish. Nevertheless, being faster than the other emperor penguins sufficed. Chunmu arrived at the ocean before the group of emperor penguins could reach it. Upon looking ahead, he spotted a few seals frolicking in the water not far away. Adult emperor penguins are sizable creatures, yet this does not imply they lack natural enemies. Leopard seals and orcas are two common predators that often pose a threat. Although Chunmu had not yet seen a pod of orcas, should the emperor penguins venture into the sea, those echolocating orcas would not hesitate to seize the opportunity for a delectable meal. The group of female emperor penguins behind Chunmu held significant stakes. If one perished, it meant that a chick would not survive to adulthood. Even if they did not die, slow hunting could result in their tardiness, leading to the possibility that the newly hatched chicks would not survive their parents' absence. Such scenarios could directly affect Chunmu's ability to acquire greater evolutionary energy. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. At present, he had no intention of allowing this endearing group of emperor penguins to enter the sea. Through his consciousness, he observed a section of shallow, brownish waters nearby. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A swarm of krill. This was an exceedingly familiar sight for Chunmu. The moment he spotted the krill, exhilaration coursed through him. He leaped into the ocean. As he swam further from the shore, a transformation occurred. With a resounding splash, an enormous blue whale, measuring a staggering 35 meters in length, emerged from the depths of the sea. This blue whale was none other than Chunmu himself, gliding through the water with his massive form. He approached the swarm of krill. However, this particular group of krill was not the expansive school he was accustomed to. According to the ancestral memories passed down to him as a blue whale, the krill he usually encountered were vast and seemingly boundless. In contrast, the krill before him, though abundant, were far less impressive than the dense swarms recorded in his lineage's memory. Clearly, the blue whale's memories were meticulously catalogued to pinpoint the locations of large, dense krill populations. The current swarm was evidently sparse. Nonetheless, for the petite emperor penguins, it was more than sufficient to satiate their appetites. As Chunmu drew closer, he opened his enormous mouth and employed the technique of lunge feeding. All the krill within 100 meters rushed into his mouth. With a body as grand as 35 meters, his oral cavity was ample enough to swallow the entirety of the krill within that range. After engulfing them, he filtered the seawater through his baleen, retaining the krill within. He then swam back towards the shore. Upon his return, he noticed the emperor penguins approaching, now just a few meters away. However, when the emperor penguins caught sight of the colossal blue whale breaching the surface, they paused, their expressions reflecting a mixture of confusion. In the face of this unknown situation, the instincts of the animals prompted the emperor penguins to observe first. Chunmu, wielding his colossal tongue, scooped up countless krill and then, with a grand flourish, sent them soaring through the air in a magnificent arc, where they landed directly upon the shore. The emperor penguins, witnessing this spectacle, appeared somewhat dazed and endearingly bewildered. The tongue of a blue whale is truly immense. The tongue of an adult blue whale could accommodate 50 individuals, making the task of gathering and tossing the krill effortlessly simple. Chunmu discarded the remaining krill from his mouth, blanketing the shoreline with them. As he swam away, he continued towards the krill swarm. Through his conscious perception, he observed the emperor penguins snapping back to reality, nearly frantically pecking at the krill scattered along the shore. The krill, which had just been swimming in the sea, had now transformed into a sumptuous feast for the female emperor penguins. They need not venture into the ocean and face peril to enjoy this lavish banquet of krill. This was precisely what Chunmu wished to witness. Consequently, these creatures not only avoided the risks of the sea, but could also rapidly replenish their energy reserves, thereby hastening their return and significantly increasing the survival rate of their chicks. This sight filled Chunmu with joy. He had harbored concerns that these endearing creatures might shun the krill he had provided. However, all was well now. Chunmu continued to traverse the krill swarm, delivering sustenance to the emperor penguins. There were an abundance of adult female emperor penguins, yet, with Chunmu's assistance as a giant blue whale, they could feast to their heart's content without needing to dive into the depths. After all, the quantity of krill he had cast ashore was astonishing. All the female emperor penguins, without any casualties, feasted heartily and began their return journey, transforming back into the guise of an emperor penguin. Chunmu enjoyed a satisfying meal and followed the penguins as they headed back. This way, the survival rate of the chicks would surely be higher than ever before. As Chunmu moved about, observing the plump female emperor penguins before him, he felt a swell of pride. Ideally, all the chicks would survive until the end, thus ensuring a full progression of evolutionary energy, leading him directly to evolution. After all, Chunmu had never been fond of the emperor penguin's form due to its sluggishness and cumbersome nature. While undeniably adorable, it lacked the swiftness that Chunmu, once human, preferred. 0 casualties, 0 casualties, 0 casualties, he murmured to himself. However, upon returning to the breeding grounds after more than a month, the sight before him momentarily stunned Chunmu. A considerable number of male emperor penguins had gathered, yet he noticed, in a nearby corner, the lifeless bodies of several male emperor penguins, shrouded in ice and snow. Though their number was few, they sharply captured Chunmu's attention, especially the exposed eggs, unprotected and laid bare in the icy wilderness, captivated Chunmu's attention. Chapter 45. For a single egg, one's life is sacrificed? What is the meaning of this? Chen Mu was bewildered. Merely to safeguard an egg, yet one would risk their very life? The breeding grounds of the emperor penguin lie deep within the Antarctic plateau, where fierce blizzards frequently occur during winter, plunging temperatures to a frigid -50 degrees. Even the emperor penguins, renowned for their resilience against the cold, may succumb to such natural calamities. However, the number of deceased penguins pales in comparison to those that survive. Yet, as a human, Chen Mu found it difficult to comprehend the lengths to which these creatures would go to ensure the continuation of their lineage, seemingly disregarding their own lives. This perhaps illustrates the distinction between humanity and other animals. Generally, after the female emperor penguin lays her egg, she entrusts it to the male for incubation while she returns to the sea to feed for a duration of 4 months. This period coincides precisely with the time it takes for the egg to hatch. Typically, the egg rests within the male's incubation pouch. And despite the male fasting for 4 months, it produces a nutrient-rich substance known as penguin milk to nourish the hatchling. This prolongs the chick's survival by several days, a critical window during which the female must race against time to return. Should she exceed this time frame, the chick faces starvation. However, due to Chen Mu's intervention, the females returned much sooner than expected. Consequently, when the female penguins arrived, the eggs had yet to hatch. Observing the scene, Chen Mu watched as the returning females approached their partners. Initially, one examined the male's slightly bulging abdomen. The male raised its belly to reveal the egg nestled beneath its feet. Upon sighting the egg, the male leaned closer, seemingly scrutinizing it. Afterward, it lifted its head, nestled against the male, eyes gently closed as if savoring the joy of reunion. Nevertheless, Chen Mu also noticed that some returning females could not locate their mates or their eggs. They wandered bewilderedly among the throng of emperor penguins, their rotund forms appearing adorably clumsy as they walked. Chen Mu instinctively glanced at the nearby emperor penguin corpses, their bodies blanketed by snow and ice. Although the fatalities were few, they were not negligible, and it seemed impossible to achieve a perfect evolution energy progression. What was the meaning of this? Was it not merely the protection of a single egg? How could it lead to such dire consequences? Chen Mu murmured. At that moment, the male emperor penguin transferred the egg to the female. Like her, the male began the journey back. For over 3 months, these male emperor penguins have gone without sustenance. Now, with the return of the female emperor penguins, a natural exchange must occur. It is their turn to incubate the eggs while the males venture forth to fish and replenish the fat reserves lost during the long absence. Chen Mu pondered the situation, realizing that, given the movement speed of the emperor penguins, it would take nearly 2 months to reach the sea. However, enhanced by the system, Chen Mu's speed surpassed that of the penguins by a factor of 2, allowing him to reach the shore in approximately a month. This means he could afford to let these endearing emperor penguins set out over 20 days ahead of him, and he would still be able to catch up, or even surpass them. He decided against departing with the penguins, opting instead to observe the situation further. After all, it was merely about protecting an egg. Yet it seemed that some were willing to risk their very lives. His initial plan for a casualty-free endeavor had been shattered. Chen Mu resolved to remain for another 20 days to assess the situation, as it was crucial to his evolutionary energy progress. Just 2 days had passed when suddenly, he noticed the sky darkening ominously. A terrifying blizzard enveloped the surroundings. Chen Mu observed the emperor penguins beginning to huddle together, their bodies pressed against one another, relying on the collective warmth to stave off the cold. Initially, he stood at the periphery for a time. Then, feeling the biting chill, he moved closer to the group, embracing the warmth of the gathered penguins. This wretched weather was intolerably frigid. He had not felt such cold in a long time. Yet, as the blizzard lashed against him, the bone-chilling cold enveloped him entirely. Unable to withstand it any longer, Chen Mu noticed that while the penguins in the center were warm, the relentless storm continued to assault his back. Realizing the predicament, he swiftly changed his position, seeking shelter from the wind, while absorbing the warmth. He also surveyed his surroundings through his heightened awareness. He could see the outer penguins, battered by the storm, refusing to abandon their posts, enduring the relentless assault of the blizzard. Only when they could no longer bear it did the outer penguins begin to move in an orderly fashion to the other side. At first, there was nothing unusual. However, suddenly, Chen Mu noticed one penguin faltering, tipping over onto the ground. Its rotund form caused its belly to hit the snow first, protecting the precious egg nestled beneath. Struggling to rise, the penguin faced a daunting challenge. Its round shape and lack of hands made it exceedingly difficult to regain its footing on the slick surface. It used its beak for support, desperately attempting to bend and lift itself, but with its feet needing to remain steady to prevent the egg from falling, the situation grew increasingly dire. As the blizzard continued to lash at its body, time slipped away, and the penguin struggled valiantly against the elements. If this continues, they will be frozen to death by the blizzard, and the eggs will not survive either. Upon realizing this, Chen Mu understood. No wonder so many emperor penguins and their eggs perished upon his return from the outside. It was as he suspected. Faced with the terrifying forces of nature, compounded by the inherent flaws of the emperor penguins, the act of reproduction seemed exceedingly arduous. Chen Mu felt a sense of melancholy. However, to fulfill his mission, he had no choice but to rise. He awkwardly maneuvered his body to the side of the emperor penguin. He instinctively attempted to crouch down and lift the penguin. Yet, to his astonishment, he found it utterly impossible due to his round shape and lack of hands. Chen Mu resorted to his transformative abilities, morphing into a dolphin. He raised his tail fin and gently placed it beneath the emperor penguin, exerting a slight force to lift it. The emperor penguin steadied itself, glancing at the dolphin beside it, momentarily taken aback. As the dolphin vanished, Chen Mu reverted to his emperor penguin form, disregarding the now-safe penguin and moving towards the colony. I'm freezing, Shenmue thought, as he sought warmth within the group. Despite the arrival of the blizzard, which occasionally caused emperor penguins to collapse and struggle to rise, Shenmue had to lend a helping hand for the sake of his evolutionary energy progress. After 3 days of relentless blizzards, they finally receded. At this juncture, Shenmue discerned the faint sounds of emperor penguin chicks. He noticed that some eggs, hidden beneath the female emperor penguins, had been pecked open. They were hatching. Gradually, one by one, the emperor penguin chicks broke free from their shells, taking the place of the eggs within the brooding pouch. The chicks, covered in down, were unable to retain warmth and had to remain within their parents' brooding pouches, relying on their body heat for warmth. The chicks lifted their heads, calling out. At that moment, the female emperor penguins opened their beaks, allowing the chicks to insert their heads into their mouths. Through regurgitation, the females provided the food for the chicks to consume. Observing the adorable emperor penguin chicks, Shenmue felt akin to a miser gazing upon gold. Chapter 46. The emperor penguin chicks finally matured and began their next evolution. As long as he protected these creatures, once this breeding season concluded, he would acquire substantial evolutionary progress. Shenmue felt elated. The transformation from egg to chick was the most challenging step for the emperor penguins. Although the chicks currently lacked self-preservation abilities, they were undoubtedly more likely to survive than the eggs that could be frozen at any moment. Now, even if a blizzard struck, the emperor penguins need not worry about the eggs being left in the snow, making it considerably easier for them to stand. Thus, the primary threat to the lives of these emperor penguin chicks now lay in their food supply. After hatching, the male and female emperor penguins had to take turns procuring food, replenishing their own energy while also providing for the needs of their chicks. In this process, whether male or female emperor penguins, if they fall prey to predators during their hunting expeditions, it signifies a dire consequence. The emperor penguin chicks would be deprived of sufficient food sources, leading inevitably to their demise. Shenmue was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, as the time approached, he once again ventured towards the hunting grounds of the emperor penguins. Shortly thereafter, he caught up with the male penguins that had been on their journey for some time. Shenmue possessed the ability to transform into a blue whale, utilizing its immense size to hunt in the depths of the ocean, a single mouthful of which could nearly satisfy the dietary needs of the emperor penguins. In this manner, he vigilantly accompanied the group of emperor penguins, aiding them in procuring sustenance. The penguins took turns safeguarding their chicks while foraging for food. As time progressed, the appetite of the chicks grew increasingly voracious. Consequently, the penguin parents were compelled to embark on food-seeking excursions together to satiate their offspring's hunger. Thus, the chicks were left behind once more. A fierce blizzard enveloped the region. The chicks, emulating their parents, huddled together in a bid to keep warm. Shenmue felt a pang of worry. After all, if even the adult emperor penguins struggled to endure such storms, could these little beings withstand it? Strangely, as he stood amidst the tempest, he observed the blizzard with a sense of curiosity. Previously, when he encountered such storms, even he found them nearly unbearable. Yet this time, although he felt the chill, it was not to the extent of overwhelming discomfort. What was happening? The temperature seemed relatively milder compared to earlier blizzards. Unbeknownst to him, it was now spring. Despite the Antarctic weather remaining harsh and cold, with occasional storms, it was evidently an improvement from the brutal winter. The now larger emperor penguin chicks had formed a tight-knit group, sufficiently resilient to withstand the blizzard. After observing for 3 days and witnessing that the chicks were faring well, Shenmue felt reassured enough to depart and assist the adult emperor penguins who had been away for some time in gathering food. Old mama, he muttered to himself. There was no choice. To fulfill this task and attain the highest evolutionary energy reward, he had to embrace the role of a nurturing mother. As time progressed, the emperor penguin chicks grew increasingly robust. The season transitioned from winter to summer. The chicks had grown to nearly the size of their parents. Their downy feathers beginning to shed, they would vigorously shake their bodies to dislodge the fluffy plumage. The feathers indicative of adult emperor penguins began to emerge, signaling their impending maturity. Shenmue, the devoted old mama, observed this scene with exhilaration. He watched as these emperor penguins evolved from eggs to chicks and now approached adulthood. His excitement was palpable, for their maturation signified the conclusion of their reproductive cycle. This, in turn, meant the successful completion of his mission. Shenmue surveyed the array of chicks before him. This particular task, despite the initial missteps that led to the demise of several penguins and eggs, would likely preclude him from achieving a perfect completion reward. Nevertheless, I should be rewarded with at least 98 or 99%, Shenmue murmured to himself. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Congratulations on completing your task. You have earned a reward of 100% in evolutionary energy progression. Upon hearing this, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, your evolutionary energy progression is at 100%. Evolution will commence now. A golden light enveloped Shenmue's entire being. Noticing the commotion, the emperor penguins turned their gazes toward him. They were familiar with Shenmue and had grown accustomed to his presence. However, they were perplexed as to why this particular emperor penguin remained without a mate or offspring. Shenmue smiled at the emperor penguins looking at him, saying, "Until we meet again, my adorable companions." He ascended into the air, propelled by the golden light, moving in a specific direction. Regaining his senses, Shenmue found himself on a riverbank, surrounded by flocks of birds. Upon closer inspection, he recognized these birds as the royal albatross, also known as the wandering albatross, a species of seabird. Birds? Previously, Shenmue had been a penguin, which also belongs to the avian family. Could this signify his latest evolution? Instinctively, he opened his conscious vision to examine himself. His eyes gleamed with realization as he raised his wings, admiring the mature feathers adorning them. A smile spread across his face. How delightful. I am now a bird. Chunmu had transformed from the clumsy penguin into the graceful seabird, the albatross. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received the evolution reward, Gigantfication. Chunmu paused, surprised. Gigantfication? The system's mechanical voice continued. Upon activation, you can temporarily double your size. Chunmu's eyes lit up at the thought, envisioning the exaggerated image of a blue whale magnified twofold. How extravagant that would be. Choose one of the following tasks. Task 1. Pursue a royal albatross, mate, and raise the offspring to maturity for a reward of 50% in evolutionary energy progression. He dismissed this option outright. Task 2. Protect a royal albatross chick until it matures, for a reward of 50% in evolutionary energy progression. I choose Task 2. Chunmu replied. Compared to the first option, the second seemed far more manageable, as it simply required him to safeguard the mother of a royal albatross chick. With a sense of ease, Chunmu observed the royal albatrosses building nests along the riverbank. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, witnessing the albatrosses preparing to lay their eggs and propagate their species. Once they had completed laying and hatching, he would select a lucky chick at random. He thought with a chuckle. Before that, however, Chunmu glanced toward the nearby ocean. I might as well take this opportunity to eat something, fill my belly, and gather some evolutionary energy. He flapped his wings and flew into the sea, his eyes scanning the depths for fish. At that moment, Chunmu noticed a great white shark gliding through the sea. Clearly, for the albatross, the great white shark posed no threat. However, in Chunmu's eyes, it was indeed prey. Chapter 47. Can the royal albatross fly while asleep? Chunmu descended from the sky, pouncing toward the great white shark below. The shark, highly attuned to electromagnetic signals, could sense any nearby organism. Naturally, it was aware of Chunmu's approach. Through its sensitivity to electromagnetic signals, it could ascertain the size of its target. Even without seeing Chunmu, the shark could deduce that the creature descending from the sky and fixating on its back was a bird. At that moment, the great white shark was likely bewildered, uncertain of the albatross's intentions. The surface of the shark was covered with fine scales, so numerous and delicate that they felt akin to sand, resulting in an exceptionally thick hide. Typically, birds found it challenging to rupture the skin of a great white shark. However, as Chunmu neared the shark, his form suddenly transformed into that of a colossal great white shark. A 12-meter-long giant appeared in midair. Enlarge, Chunmu commanded, as he invoked the power of enlargement. His already massive body surged instantly, expanding to a length of 24 meters, resembling a behemoth akin to an adult blue whale. With a thunderous snap, he opened his enormous jaws and bit down on the adult shark before him. Crack! The sound echoed sharply. Under the tremendous force exerted by Chunmu, the mature shark was severed in two. Boom! As Chunmu plunged into the sea, a resounding roar erupted. Terrifying waves surged to over 10 meters high. Chunmu released his enlargement, maintaining his shark form as he clutched his prey, the carcass of the adult shark, in his jaws, swimming towards the shore. Upon reaching the sandy beach, Chunmu, in his shark form, naturally beached himself. He then reverted to his royal albatross form, approaching the severed shark carcass and feeding on the torn flesh. Due to the limitations of his transformation abilities, while he could assume the maximum size of previously transformed creatures, the energy consumed from other forms could not be converted into evolutionary energy. Thus, he had to return to his albatross form to feed, allowing him to gain some progress and energy, albeit limited, which was better than none. At that moment, Chunmu heard a commotion nearby. A bird descended from the sky, landing beside him to join in the feast. Upon glancing at the newcomer, he discovered it too was an albatross, much like himself. Chunmu was indifferent. As with his current feeding speed, finishing the entire carcass of the adult shark seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, his primary objective remained to complete the task and acquire evolutionary energy. As time passed, more seabirds approached. Witnessing this, Chunmu felt a surge of inspiration. Currently, Chunmu possesses the remarkable ability to share sustenance with his kin. Should he capture some sizable creatures and allow his colony of royal albatrosses to feast upon them, he would undoubtedly acquire evolutionary energy. Simultaneously, he could nourish the selected fledglings amidst this banquet. This strategy is nothing short of ingenious. Indeed, Chunmu smirks at his own cleverness. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his reverie. Upon hearing it, Chunmu's smile dissipates as he turns to regard the source of the greeting. It is a female royal albatross, gazing intently at him. What is it? Chunmu inquires. The female albatross approaches, gently tapping her beak against his. Startled, Chunmu inhales sharply and instinctively retreats. This gentle peck is a clear indication of her intent. She wishes to court him. Chunmu once again experiences the sensation of being pursued. Yet this is not the feeling he desires. He has no inclination to mate with the emperor penguins, let alone with a royal albatross. Like the emperor penguins, albatrosses are monogamous, typically forming lifelong bonds with a single partner. Although instances of infidelity do occur, they are exceptionally rare. Most albatrosses are devoted to one another. Their lifespan dictates the duration of their companionship, and even after the death of a mate, the surviving albatross may remain in mourning. In the avian world, the fidelity of albatrosses is remarkably uncommon, captivating human admiration and earning them the title of the most loyal animals in love. Due to their monogamous nature, the mating season often leads to surplus individuals. It is evident that the albatross vying for Chunmu's attention is female. As a male, he has inadvertently become the object of her affection. Chunmu feels overwhelmed. Should he feign death? However, the female albatross is currently feeding, accompanied by other seabirds engaged in the same activity. How long must he pretend to be lifeless? And what if the other seabirds come to peck at him? I'm sorry, but I must take my leave, he states, promptly turning away. He extends his wings and flaps them, attempting to take flight. To his astonishment, he flaps several times but cannot ascend. As an adult, the royal albatross boasts a wingspan of 35 meters, the largest among birds. Additionally, their substantial size renders direct flight impossible. To soar, a running start is required. Chunmu had not previously paid much heed to this fact. Acting on instinct, he attempted to take off directly. Realizing his error, he recalls the natural behavior of the albatross. With renewed determination, he begins to run, flapping his wings vigorously. Suddenly, he leaps into the air, soaring gracefully above the ground, gliding through the sky. This sensation is profoundly exhilarating. The royal albatross is a natural master of gliding, capable of soaring thousands of miles in a single day, earning its title as the champion of avian flight. Chunmu returned to the riverbank he had previously visited. Upon arrival, he realized that the location of his royal albatross companions was not on the mainland, but rather on an island. They had established a habitat and built nests along the riverbank of the island. Unlike most birds, which weave intricate nests from twigs and grasses, the royal albatross simply digs a pit in the ground to create its nest. Hovering in the air, Chunmu observed these royal albatrosses. Some were gently tapping their beaks against those of their mates, seemingly expressing joy. This was their form of communication. The touching of beaks served to deepen their bond. Honestly, just lay the eggs and start incubating already. Why waste time cultivating emotions? Chunmu muttered to himself. Yet, it was evident that his impatience was in vain. Time passed slowly, and as night fell, Chunmu continued to soar through the skies, growing weary. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep while still in flight. The albatross is unique, akin to dolphins. They can alternate rest within their brains. Their flight relies entirely on the power of air currents. They are adept at harnessing rising thermals, allowing them to glide vast distances without flapping their wings. They can even sleep while flying. Much of their time is spent over the ocean, where they can rest on the water's surface when needed. Remarkably, they can drink seawater directly. For humans, seawater is a saline solution that not only fails to quench thirst, but exacerbates dehydration. However, albatrosses have adapted to drink seawater and expel the excess salt through a nasal canal above their beaks. Thus, they need not fear a lack of fresh water. Chunmu awaited the albatrosses to lay their eggs before he could proceed with his task. Over the past few days, he had not pondered much, instead relying on his previous method of obtaining food and evolutionary energy through predation. Yet, he found them rather small. Although the royal albatross is large among birds, to Chunmu, they still seemed diminutive. Their small size limited the effectiveness of his devouring ability. Moreover, in the terrestrial phase, although there were special benefits that reduced the energy required for evolution, even with those reductions, the rate at which he could devour food and acquire evolutionary energy was still sluggish due to the albatross's size. Even with potential growth, the impact would be minimal. Based on Chunmu's estimates, at the current rate of consumption, it would take several years to achieve his goals. Finally, the royal albatrosses in Chunmu's flock laid their eggs. The moment the eggs fell, Chunmu felt a surge of excitement. They have finally laid the eggs. Please select the offspring you wish to protect. Upon selection, the task will be activated. The death of the offspring will directly result in the failure of the task. The system's voice echoed. Chapter 48. Can two female albatrosses reproduce? The system allows one to choose a chick. Currently, those chicks have yet to hatch, which implies that the system merely intends for one to select an egg. The choice is straightforward. After all, they are all alike. Chunmu glanced around and casually selected one. That one will suffice. The chick has been successfully chosen, and the task has been activated. Upon hearing this, Chunmu broke into a smile. He gently landed beside the nest. Within the nest, a female royal albatross was incubating eggs. Noticing Chunmu's approach, she lifted her head to observe him. To humans, royal albatrosses appear incredibly endearing. When humans near the nests of birds, many species exhibit aggression or display fear and anxiety. However, when humans approach the nests of royal albatrosses, they merely regard them with curiosity, showing little concern. Moreover, given that Chunmu currently embodies a royal albatross, her curiosity was piqued, and she paid him no further heed. As Chunmu moved about, he reflected, from this moment onward, I must diligently protect this creature. Once it reaches maturity, I shall acquire 50% of the evolution energy progress. He mused, the royal albatross, unlike the emperor penguin, should not pose significant challenges. Emperor penguins must breed in winter, contending with extremely harsh conditions, while royal albatrosses are spared such perilous weather that could take them and their offspring to the afterlife. At present, Chunmu's only concern was whether the two mothers of the albatross chicks, who ventured out in search of food, might encounter misfortune. It is essential to recognize that the nurturing of albatross chicks is inseparable from their parents. The rearing of young albatrosses necessitates cooperation between two parents, alternating responsibilities for care and foraging. Should one perish, the chick's survival is nearly impossible. In light of this, it would be prudent for me to bring food here, thus alleviating the need for them to venture outside in search of sustenance. As Chunmu contemplated, he roamed about, seeking a suitable launch ramp. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. What was that? Chunmu instinctively turned to look. He discovered an albatross landing precisely where he had been moments before. It gently touched beaks with the female albatross incubating the eggs, and both appeared quite lively. Has the mate returned? Chunmu thought little of it, and shifted his gaze. Abruptly, his pupils constricted. Wait a moment. He sensed an unsettling and peculiar feeling. Chunmu swiftly turned back to observe the pair of companions behind him. Something was amiss. To his astonishment, he realized that the albatross that had just returned was female. And the one incubating the eggs was also female? Scientific observations have revealed that many animals exhibit tendencies towards homosexuality, and albatrosses are among them. Occasionally, female albatrosses may not have male partners. Two female albatrosses can indeed form a pair. During the breeding season, these two female albatrosses seek out male albatrosses for mating. After mating, they disregard the males and return to their same-sex partners to establish a nest and propagate their offspring. This behavior is akin to using the male albatrosses as mere tools. Typically, among two female albatrosses, one will lay an egg, and both will nurture the young together. However, there are instances when both females lay eggs, with one female choosing to abandon her egg, leaving only one to be raised. Currently, humanity remains perplexed as to how these female albatrosses make the selection between the two eggs. Although Chun Mu is bewildered, he observes the strong bond between the two females and the egg that is already incubating. He has chosen this particular chick. The task has commenced without any indication of failure, signifying that it is indeed a viable egg. Chun Mu retracts his gaze, muttering to himself about the chaos of their world. Nevertheless, amidst the disorder, it does not concern him. He is indifferent as long as the egg matures and aids him in fulfilling his task. He has no intention of interfering with the dynamics of whether they are female with female or male with male. As Chun Mu approaches a slope, he ascends and then turns back, unfurling his wings that span over 3 meters, flapping them as he takes off. Utilizing the updrafts, he soars into the sky. As he glides, he heads towards the ocean, hovering above the water's surface while scanning below for sustenance. The albatross possesses commendable vision, yet it is evident that Chun Mu's awareness grants him superior sight. Opening his conscious perception, he surveys the expanse from above in search of food. He spots a school of sardines swimming in the sea. However, the sardines are rather diminutive, and he lacks interest. Suddenly, he notices a group of sailfish pursuing the sardines, evidently engaged in a hunt. The sight of these sailfish ignites a spark of excitement in Chun Mu. This is precisely what he seeks. He dives towards the assemblage of sailfish. As he approaches, his form morphs into a colossal great white shark, measuring 13 meters in length, and he snaps up the largest sailfish in a single bite. Upon entering the water, a splash erupts at the surface, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Chun Mu violently twists his body, tearing the 2-meter-long sailfish in half. Once accomplished, he reverts to his royal albatross form, flapping his wings and skimming across the ocean surface before ascending into the air. His size amplifies dramatically. As a royal albatross, his dimensions double in an instant. An adult royal albatross measures over 1 meter in length with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Chun Mu notes that after evolving into a terrestrial creature, his form diverges from that of the oceanic realm. Previously, his evolution into marine life began at the juvenile stage, whereas now it commences directly at adulthood. Chun Mu's body length was initially 1.5 meters, with a wingspan of 3.5 meters. Upon utilizing his ability to enlarge, his physique doubled, reaching an astonishing 3 meters, and his wingspan extended to an impressive 7 meters. Chun Mu took to the skies once more, lifting his claws to seize the corpse of a marlin floating on the ocean's surface. This marlin originally measured 2 meters in length and was quite heavy, even after enlarging. It was a challenge to grasp it, so Chun Mu first employed the formidable bite force of a great white shark to sever it in half, reducing it to a manageable 1 meter. Holding onto one half, he flew toward his nesting area. Upon arriving, Chun Mu placed the marlin beside the nest. The two female albatrosses remained together, and upon witnessing Chun Mu's actions, they turned to him with expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 49. Will albatrosses ignore their offspring? After depositing the food, Chun Mu reverted to his normal size. Observing his diminutive form, the two female albatrosses appeared somewhat dazed, tilting their heads in confusion. Given their intellect, they were unable to comprehend the situation. For the albatrosses, if Chun Mu were human, conveying that the food was intended for them would prove to be quite a challenge. However, as an albatross himself, Chun Mu was capable of communicating in their manner. He stated, "This food is for you to eat," before departing. The two female albatrosses exchanged glances, then looked back at Chun Mu's retreating figure, still somewhat perplexed. Chun Mu paid little mind to their confusion. With the food placed before them, even the most simple-minded would recognize its purpose. Indeed, it was not long before he observed one of the non-incubating albatrosses begin to feed. Once satiated, it would take its turn to incubate, allowing the other albatross to come and eat. Soaring in the sky, Chun Mu witnessed this scene through his consciousness. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he had been somewhat concerned that these dim-witted albatrosses might refuse the food he provided. As long as they consumed it, everything would be manageable. Chun Mu continued to soar over the ocean, engaging in his hunting endeavors. For him at this moment, the creatures of the sea were essentially a buffet, with none capable of overcoming him. In his eyes, all marine life was merely sustenance. The only question was whether he would partake. As Chun Mu hunted in the sea, he sent provisions to the two albatrosses. Given his swift hunting prowess, the abundance of food was overwhelming. When he accumulated an excess, he shared the surplus with other royal albatrosses, being part of the same group. The consumption of food by these royal albatrosses would also grant Chun Mu evolutionary energy, albeit in small quantities. Yet, it was better than none at all. As nearly 2 months passed, just as Chun Mu had anticipated, the process of royal albatrosses rearing their young was not as perilous as that of emperor penguins, as their incubation did not entail life-threatening risks. On this particular day, Chun Mu soared gracefully through the air, his consciousness allowing him to perceive a fluffy royal albatross chick nestled beneath its mother. The egg had been concealed beneath the mother's body, and thus Chun Mu had not witnessed its hatching. However, he felt little inclination to do so. as the emergence of birds from their shells bore little difference from that of chicks, lacking any spectacle. The royal albatross chick raised its head, chirping eagerly, while the adult female lowered her head, opening her beak wide. The chick inserted its beak into the mother's mouth, consuming the regurgitated sustenance, primarily comprised of digested fats and semi-digested food. With Chunmu's presence, the two adult albatrosses found it unnecessary to engage in much effort. They merely needed to reach the spot where Chunmu had scattered food, swallow it, and then regurgitate it for the chick. Witnessing the birth of the chick brought a smile to Chunmu's lips. It seemed a relatively uncomplicated process compared to the perilous reproductive cycle of the emperor penguin. Chunmu continued his foraging, utilizing his enlarged claws to grasp food, while casting his gaze toward the increasingly close habitat. It appeared he would once again assume the role of a nurturing father. Nevertheless, he dismissed any reservations, for as long as it contributed to his evolutionary progress. It mattered little. As days turned into weeks, the royal albatross chick grew steadily. Under Chunmu's protection, the two mothers enjoyed a life of ease. Initially, their presence was constant, but as time passed, the adult albatrosses seemed increasingly disinclined to remain in one place. They would venture away periodically, at times neglecting the nest and the chick for extended periods. This behavior perplexed Chunmu. These creatures were remarkably carefree, if not for the task at hand. He might have playfully scattered some spices upon them. Yet, in light of his obligations, he once again embraced the role of a nurturing father. He stood atop a nearby rise, observing the nest through his consciousness while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, apprehensive of any potential threats that might emerge to endanger the chick left behind. This concern was not unfounded, as there had been several instances of such occurrences in the past. However, the vicinity was populated with numerous royal albatrosses, and even if the chick's mothers wandered off, the other albatrosses would not permit any intruder to approach their territory. Given the impressive size of the adult albatrosses, most creatures dared not provoke them, ensuring the chick remained relatively safe. Instinctively, Chunmu glanced skyward. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, and the winds began to pick up. A storm was on the horizon, he murmured to himself. For the adult royal albatrosses, no matter how fierce the storm, it posed little concern. They could soar through tempestuous winds without issue. However, Chunmu felt an edge of anxiety regarding the chick in the nest, as its survival was crucial to his evolutionary energy progress. 50 points. How long would it take to accumulate that? If the chick were to perish, all his efforts during this time would be in vain. At that moment, the rain began to pour, and the winds intensified. The fledgling within the nest struggled to maintain its footing against the relentless wind. Chunmu observed from a distance, deeming the situation not yet perilous enough to warrant his intervention. Suddenly, a powerful gust caused the young one to tumble from the nest to the ground below. The fledgling let out a series of cries. Noticing this, Chunmu furrowed his brow. Although the fledgling had fallen from its nest, it appeared to be out of immediate danger. Through his mental vision, he perceived one of the fledgling's mothers hastening back. With a hint of sarcasm, Chunmu muttered, "So, it knows to return?" With the mother returning, he felt no further need to intervene. The tempestuous winds and rain did not linger long, soon subsiding. Though the sky remained shrouded in darkness, Chunmu, through his mental vision, observed the female albatross nearing its destination. Upon arrival, the albatross surveyed the empty nest, seemingly bewildered by the absence of its offspring. After a moment of confusion, it settled down on the nest. The fledgling outside, drenched from the rain, gazed up at its mother, its round little body standing in earnest anticipation. It opened its beak, calling out for assistance. Though the nest was built directly on the riverbank, it possessed a certain height, making it difficult for the small fledgling to climb back inside. Strangely, the female albatross seemed oblivious to the fledgling's plight, as if it neither heard nor saw its offspring, remaining indifferent to the scene before it. This bewildering tableau left Chunmu in disbelief. Was the female albatross truly so oblivious? Chapter 50. Did the albatross believe that only those in the nest were its offspring, dismissing those outside? Chunmu flapped his wings and took flight, approaching the female albatross. He glanced down at the fledgling, which was desperately attempting to reach the nest. Its cries filled with hope for maternal aid. Yet, the female albatross paid it no mind, seemingly unaware of its presence. It was utterly astonishing. Chunmu turned to the female albatross, who regarded him with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Recognizing him as the albatross that regularly brought her food, she asked, "Ah, you've come again to deliver food today?" Upon hearing this, Chunmu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and replied, "How can you not even glance at your own child? Do you not want it?" The female albatross paused, responding, "My child? I find it puzzling. When I left, my offspring was in the nest, but now it has vanished." "What?" Chunmu was taken aback. "What are you saying? Your child is right outside the nest. Is that not your offspring?" He gestured toward the fledgling still striving to climb back into the nest. Chunmu was left perplexed. Had the female albatross's mind been muddled during its flight, trapped in the crevices of the mountains? How could it not see? Upon hearing this, the female albatross turned her gaze towards the nest, where her chick was calling out. A look of confusion crossed her face as she looked at Chunmu, questioning, "What are you saying? It is not my child." Chunmu felt utterly bewildered. "I can assure you, it is indeed your offspring," he insisted. Having scrutinized the chick for a considerable time, surely he could discern whether it belonged to the albatross before him. The albatross replied, "No, it is not. My child is in the nest. Only those within the nest are mine. This one is outside, therefore it is not." Chunmu fell silent, realizing that this creature's reasoning was as perplexing as a celestial deity experiencing a monthly cycle. According to her logic, if it was not within the confines of her nest, it could not possibly be her child. What kind of absurdity was this? At that moment, a breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of another female albatross that descended from the sky and landed beside the nest. This albatross was, in fact, the other mother of the chick, having returned. Upon her arrival, she first glanced at her companion, then extended her beak to touch the ground. Together, they offered Chunmu what could only be described as avian sustenance. Naturally, Chunmu had no appetite for such offerings, be it dog food or bird feed, and thus interrupted their intentions, saying, "You have returned just in time. Tell me, is that chick yours?" He gestured towards the chick, who was still laboriously moving about near the nest. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived albatross looked at the chick, then back at Chunmu, stating, "No, my child is within the nest." Chunmu was taken aback. "My dear, I must inform you that our child is missing." The albatross that had remained at the nest stood up, revealing the empty hollow within. The returning albatross paused, seemingly momentarily stunned by the revelation. Observing the despondent expressions of both albatrosses, Chunmu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was this bizarre situation? In that instant, the chick, exerting all its strength, finally managed to clamber to the edge of the nest and tumbled inside. It had returned. The royal albatross within the nest brightened at this sight. Her eyes glimmering with joy, she gradually crouched down, enveloping the chick with her presence, affectionately touching its beak with her own, signifying an intimate bond. The other royal albatross, witnessing this tender moment, joyfully approached as well. Chunmu stood there, utterly astonished. What was happening? Many avian species can recognize their offspring. If a chick strays from the nest, they become frantic, searching desperately. However, albatrosses are different. Their indifference to a missing chick is remarkable. They identify their young based on the nest itself, which means that as long as a chick is outside the nest, it is, in the eyes of the albatross, not their child, and thus not their concern. Only when the chick is within the nest does it earn their care. This is an exceptionally unique method of recognizing offspring, one that also brings forth complications. In other words, if humans were to capture the chicks and barbecue them in the presence of the albatross might even find the aroma quite tempting. Chunmu was taken aback by the albatross's unconventional method of parenting. He decided not to dwell on it further. This particular group of albatrosses was truly astonishing. He made his way back to the slope, running and flapping his wings until he soared into the sky, harnessing the wind. He glided gracefully. For Chunmu, the sole desire was to expedite the accumulation of evolutionary energy. Naturally, achieving this could not rely solely on tasks. Thus, during this period, he transformed into a giant albatross to feast across the sea, while simultaneously providing sustenance to the same-sex, clumsy birds, ensuring they had enough to nurture their young. This dual approach of devouring and completing tasks was quite effective. However, despite the ongoing tasks, Chunmu had been consuming for 4 months. System, what is my current evolutionary energy progression? Your current evolutionary energy progress stands at 5%. Hearing this, Chunmu felt a pang of frustration. He had transformed into a blue whale, returned with krill, and deposited them ashore for the albatross to consume or utilize their swallowing ability, which was undoubtedly efficient. Yet, even with such efforts, it had taken a full 4 months to achieve a mere 5%. This implied that to reach 100%, it would require 80 months, over 6 years. Thankfully, there were tasks to undertake. Otherwise, the prospect of 80 months was daunting. Chunmu chose not to ponder further and resolved to continue his consumption. Achieving 50% in evolutionary energy, coupled with task completion, would lead to a full 100%, effectively having the time required, which was splendid news for him. As Chunmu soared above the ocean, he spotted schools of sailfish below and smiled. "Old friends, we meet again. For the sake of my evolution, I must trouble you once more." With that, he plummeted towards the sailfish, activating his swallowing energy upon approach. The sailfish were oblivious to the impending danger. They merely observed as the albatross drew near, only for their companions to vanish. A whole school of sailfish disappeared without a trace. The increase in evolutionary energy was less than 1%, though minimal. Small increments could accumulate over time. He wondered what form he would take upon his next evolution. Chapter 51. I am a fragile dove capable of crushing an eagle. Under Chunmu's care, the albatross chicks grew stronger day by day. Month after month passed until, at last, he noticed the down on the chicks had shed, replaced by the adult feathers characteristic of full-grown albatrosses. Observing the gradual emergence of these adult feathers, Chunmu realized he was nearing the completion of his task. Indeed, the very next day after noticing the adult plumage, a voice resonated in Chunmu's mind. "Congratulations. You have completed the task and earned a reward, 50% evolutionary energy progress." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Chunmu's face as his body momentarily expanded in size. The adult albatross typically measures over 1 meter in length, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. After a prolonged period of consumption and the evolutionary energy acquired from completing a task, Chunmu's physique has transformed from an initial length of 1.5 meters into a colossal being measuring a full 3 meters. His wingspan, when fully extended, surpasses 7 meters. To put this into perspective, a standard human floor is merely 3 meters high. Thus, Chunmu now stands at a height nearly equivalent to that of a floor. For humanity, the current Chunmu resembles an enormous avian creature of immense proportions. Notably, this is without utilizing his ability to enlarge. Should he choose to do so, his size could potentially double. System, what is my current evolutionary energy progress? Chunmu inquired aloud. The system responded in its intelligent tone. Your current evolutionary energy progress stands at 61%. Of this, 50% was acquired from completing tasks, while the remaining 11% stemmed from his consumption abilities. It has been nearly 7 months since the albatross laid its eggs, Chunmu mused. Initially, He had estimated that he would gain 5% of evolutionary energy every 4 months. While this analysis was accurate, he neglected to consider the impact of his increasing size. The larger he became, the greater the food he could consume, thus yielding more evolutionary energy. Consequently, after 7 months, he had indeed achieved 11% progress. Now that the task was completed, Chunmu had just over 30% of evolutionary energy remaining to acquire. This was not a daunting challenge for him. He merely needed to venture out to sea and hunt for prey. His only concern was the passage of time. Nevertheless, he dismissed further contemplation. The life of an albatross is predominantly spent at sea, with the sole purpose of reproduction. Regardless of the weather conditions, the albatross soars above the ocean. Its sustenance and fresh water are drawn from the sea, and it can rest both in the air and upon the water's surface. Although Chunmu has taken on the form of an albatross, he can also transform into colossal creatures such as the great white shark or the blue whale, harmonizing perfectly with the albatross's habits of soaring over the ocean. There is little danger for him, and he need not overthink. He simply consumes, absorbs, and gathers evolutionary energy. As time passes, he would eventually fill his evolutionary energy reserves. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had elapsed. One day, Chunmu was flying amidst the skies, soaring gracefully. With a piece of leftover fish clasped in his beak, he swallowed it, savoring the delightful flavor. Indeed, tuna is the most delectable of fish. Suddenly, he heard a voice beside him. Your current evolutionary energy progress is now 100%. As the voice resonated, golden light enveloped Chunmu. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Is it finally time for my next evolution? What will I become this time? The golden radiance enveloped his form, swiftly transporting him away from Antarctica. The speed of departure was astonishing, and in no time at all, he was gone. Chunmu found himself in an entirely different location. As he regained his senses, he realized he was still suspended in midair, but the surface beneath him was no longer the ocean. He continued to soar. Yet this experience lacked the exhilarating freedom of an albatross. Instead, it felt agonizingly slow. This peculiarity puzzled him, as he sensed his own form had diminished in size. What was happening? Instinctively, he harnessed his consciousness to observe himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had transformed into a sleek pigeon, gliding through the air. Chunmu was, indeed, a pigeon. While he found this transformation amusing, the present circumstances offered him little time for contemplation. Through his consciousness, he discerned a bird resembling an eagle pursuing him with fierce intent. He was being hunted. The formidable creature was not a common eagle, but a species known as the gray-backed falcon, notorious for preying on pigeons, which had earned it the moniker pigeon hawk. An adult gray-backed falcon measures around 30 centimeters in length. Amusement flickered within Chunmu. Since his transformation into an adult blue whale, he had rarely faced threats from predators. Who would have thought he would now be targeted by such a diminutive creature? However, as a pigeon, he was certainly no match for the gray-backed falcon. Yet, Chunmu need not resign himself to being merely a pigeon. Just as the falcon was about to seize him, his body unexpectedly morphed into that of a colossal albatross. As the regal albatross, Chunmu had evolved over 2 years from an initial length of 15 meters to a formidable 4-meter presence. The gray-backed falcon was momentarily startled. Instinctively halting its advance, Chunmu raised his claw, akin to a human hand, and captured the falcon with a swift grip. His sharp talons pierced the falconess body, and blood gushed forth as it struggled briefly before falling silent. Chunmu released his grip, allowing the falcon's lifeless form to plummet from the sky. Transforming back into a pigeon, he flapped his significantly smaller wings, observing himself through his consciousness. Indeed, he was a pigeon, albeit different from those he had known in human form. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of other pigeons. Was he not to act as a male caregiver this time? Chunmu murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice resonated. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received the evolution reward, Flicker. Chunmu paused, intrigued. Flicker? The Flicker ability enables you to instantaneously transport yourself to a location 5 meters away. After each use, a 1-second interval is required before it can be employed again. The system's voice continued. Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not akin to instantaneous teleportation? Chapter 52. What? Give me an egg, so that I may incubate it. Despite the mere 5-meter distance and a 1-second interval, this ability undeniably felt like a form of teleportation, a brief yet potent translocation. Chunmu remarked, well, this is good. After 2 years of embodying the royal albatross, he had grown accustomed to the exhilarating speed afforded by its gliding. However, transitioning to a pigeon, though still relatively swift, felt somewhat disconcerting. With this newfound teleportation ability, he could maintain the pigeon-esque form while moving rapidly or evading danger, although Chunmu did not perceive a need to flee. The albatross is among the largest avian species in the world. Coupled with the size he had acquired through the absorption of evolutionary energy, transforming into an albatross rendered Chunmu a veritable behemoth. Even in his current pigeon form, he was not to be trifled with. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chunmu's ears once more. Task 2. Choose 1. Locate a band-tailed pigeon and nurture its offspring until maturity, with a reward of 50% upon completion. No. Next, Chunmu replied almost instinctively, rejecting the proposition outright. However, he paused to ponder further. The band-tailed pigeon? There are numerous varieties of pigeons, and the band-tailed pigeon is among them. Presently, Chunmu's form was that of a band-tailed pigeon, slightly larger than the common pigeon, favoring the shelter of forests and underbrush, classifying it as a wild pigeon. Different pigeon species inhabit varied locales. For instance, the domestic pigeon has been domesticated by humans and typically resides in human settlements. while the band-tailed pigeon thrives in wooded areas for foraging and reproduction. And there exists another species known as the rock pigeon, which nests in crevices of rocks. The second task entailed incubating a pigeon egg alone and raising it to adulthood, which would yield 100% reward in evolutionary energy. Shenmu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although pigeons are known for their late maturity, requiring more time for incubation and nurturing compared to other birds, the total duration, approximately 47 days, was trivial compared to the royal albatross. Furthermore, was it not merely a matter of hatching and raising a bird? After all, there are humans who incubate eggs and care for chicks. And Shenmu himself was a pigeon. This contemplation brought Shenmu some solace regarding the prospect of becoming a male mother. The allure of 100% progress in evolutionary energy was undeniably tempting. Yet, a question arose. Where would he procure the egg? Am I to steal a pigeon egg? He wondered. The system clarified, if you accept the second task, a nest and pigeon egg will be automatically generated for you to incubate. Shenmu's eyes lit up with excitement. What a delightful opportunity. This simplifies matters. Very well. I accept the second task. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of memories flooded into his mind, igniting an overwhelming impulse. Only one thought remained. I want to go home. Pigeons are creatures with an intense attachment to their homes, almost all of which possess a homing instinct. Pigeons possess a remarkable ability that distinguishes them from other avian species, the innate capacity to navigate back to their nests, regardless of the distance they have traveled. This extraordinary skill remains unmatched by many other birds. In pursuit of understanding this phenomenon, scientists have conducted numerous experiments and studies, leading to various hypotheses. They propose that pigeons possess a natural navigation system within their brains, enabling them to utilize the Earth's magnetic field, landmarks, the sun, and even infrasound for orientation. However, these notions remain speculative, and the true essence of this ability has yet to be unveiled. Nevertheless, one undeniable truth prevails. Pigeons are indeed a unique breed of bird. As memories surged within his mind, Shenmu suddenly realized he had a nest waiting for him, containing 2 precious eggs that awaited his care. A powerful instinct compelled him to return and tend to the eggs. He understood that this was a manifestation of his pigeon nature. Regardless, he decided it was indeed time to return and care for his offspring. As he soared through the sky, he employed a flickering motion to hasten his journey. Pigeons are not the slowest of birds. In fact, they are quite swift, particularly with the existence of racing pigeons bred for speed in competitions. With this rapidity combined with his flickering technique, Shenmu could swiftly return to his nest. Upon arriving at a thicket, he was greeted by the familiar cooing sounds of his kin. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a multitude of pigeons congregating within the bushes. Numerous nests adorned the trees, constructed by these pigeons, all of whom belonged to the same species as him, the spotted dove. Is this my kin? Shenmu pondered as he ventured deeper into the thicket. He alighted upon a nest and entered it, instantly enveloped by a sense of familiarity. It felt as if this very nest was crafted by him, twig by twig. Within lay 2 tiny eggs, which he instinctively felt were his own offspring. This sensation was overwhelmingly profound. Shenmu recognized that this was the influence of the system at play. Nevertheless, he dismissed further contemplation. It was time for him to incubate the eggs. I must focus on hatching, he murmured to himself, adjusting his body to settle atop the eggs. The peculiar sensation of an egg pressing against his abdomen was unusual. He shifted his position for comfort while ensuring he did not harm the fragile eggs beneath him. However, a troubling realization suddenly struck him. According to pigeon memory, this was indeed the time for incubation. Yet, a significant issue loomed. He needed sustenance. If the time came for him to eat, who would take his place to incubate the eggs? Pigeons are monogamous, typically laying 2 eggs at a time. After laying the eggs, the male and female pigeons alternate incubation duties. Generally, the male incubates from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening, when the female returns to relieve him. As a male pigeon, Shenmu's memories indicated that it was daytime and his turn to incubate. However, he found himself alone. How could he manage this? Was this not absurd? How he wished for an incubator at that moment. Just then, he heard the sound of wings flapping nearby. He instinctively lifted his face, only to find a female pigeon flying past him. Shenmu was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. He found himself amidst a thicket, home to numerous spotted doves, each with their own nests, some even incubating eggs like Shenmu. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and a smile graced his face. A solution had presented itself. As time swiftly passed, it was soon 9 o'clock in the evening. Shenmu soared through the air, casting his gaze upon his nest. Inside, a spotted dove was diligently incubating his eggs. With a flutter of his wings, Shenmu departed, muttering to himself, I almost forgot how to harness this ability. It appears to be quite useful after all. As he left, another nest contained a male pigeon, anxiously awaiting the return of the female, who stared in bewilderment at his mate tending to another's eggs. Chapter 53. Can male pigeons produce pigeon milk? Spotted doves inhabit jungles and thickets. These birds are primarily omnivorous, enjoying a varied diet that includes grains and fruits. Shenmu, residing within the thicket, primarily feasted on the wild fruits and berries found there. While pigeons can consume meat, they prefer fruits, and finding the hidden berries within the bushes is no simple task. However, for Shenmu, it posed little challenge. Activating his awareness, he scanned the area, where any location bearing berries within a kilometer was laid bare before him. After a while, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he flapped his wings and returned to his nest. Shenmu understood that there were 3 methods to acquire evolution energy progress. The first was natural foraging, the second was devouring, and the third was through completing tasks. Foraging for fruits to gain evolutionary energy seemed an endless endeavor. As for devouring, with his current small stature, even if he could grow larger to consume animals. It would only be diminutive creatures, requiring an unknown amount of time, likely far exceeding that of an albatross. Thus, he dismissed these two methods, leaving only one viable option, completing tasks. Finally, he realized why the system had implemented a task that guaranteed 100% acquisition of evolution energy progress. Without such a task, the next evolution could take an inordinate amount of time. Chunmu mused as he flapped his wings and returned to the nest. Upon arrival, he noticed the dove still perched in his nest, incubating his eggs. Chunmu relinquished his control over the ability, and the dove snapped back to reality, taking flight. Chunmu then took its place, covering the 2 eggs beneath him. He entered incubation mode. Since tasks were his only recourse, he might as well tend to the eggs. As idleness was not appealing. If he could sit, he would not stand. If he could lie down, he would not sit. As a species with a strong homing instinct, pigeons inherently prefer to remain in their nests. Chunmu felt at ease within this sanctuary, relishing the comfort of his abode. Although Chunmu recognized that his attachment to the nest stemmed from his nature as a pigeon, he resolved to embrace this instinct while fulfilling his tasks. He remained indifferent. The female spotted dove flew to her mate, who looked at her with a pitiful expression. "Why did you go to another's nest to incubate their eggs?" he asked. The female dove replied, "I don't know. I was confused and mistakenly went there." "Is that so?" the male dove said, feeling aggrieved. "What is the matter?" The female dove glared at him, saying, "Do you suspect my fidelity? Do you believe I would pluck your feathers and leave you to find your own food?" Startled, the male dove hastily got up and relinquished the nest. Once they swapped places, the male dove, who had been waiting for quite some time, finally took flight to search for food. With his eyes closed, Chunmu comfortably incubated the eggs, showing no interest in the affairs of other doves. Occasionally, when the monotony of incubating became unbearable, he would use his consciousness to observe his surroundings. At that moment, he witnessed a captivating scene, a male dove pursuing a female dove. "Don't chase me. Why are you following me?" the female dove exclaimed, bewildered. The male replied, "Don't run off. Return to the nest and lay your eggs." The female dove, somewhat confused, responded, "If I don't return, will you keep following me?" Frustrated, but with no choice, she huffed and flapped her wings back to the nest, with the male following closely behind. Some exceptionally productive male doves exhibit a behavior known as wife chasing, wherein they pursue a female dove when she leaves the nest, compelling her to return and lay her eggs. Chunmu also observed that some doves that had begun incubating their eggs before him suddenly abandoned their nest after some time, leaving the eggs behind to construct a new nest elsewhere. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu instinctively glanced at the 2 eggs in his own nest. Had they truly abandoned their eggs to build a nest elsewhere? Clearly, the 2 doves had indeed forsaken those eggs, as he soon saw them establishing a new nest and beginning another round of incubation. The incubation period for doves lasts for 17 days. If the eggs do not hatch within 20 days, the doves will abandon them and rebuild a nest to lay new eggs. How resolute. They even change homes if the eggs do not hatch, Chunmu mused. At that moment, he felt a disturbance beneath him. Instinctively, he slightly raised himself and peered at the eggs. To his astonishment, he noticed a small hole in one of the eggs, and the tiny creature inside began to peck at the shell. Through the shell, Chunmu could glimpse the little being. Upon seeing it, he felt a profound connection, as if it were an integral part of his own being. This sensation was truly remarkable. The sensation was utterly disregarded by Chunmu, for he was acutely aware that the egg bore no relevance to him. It was merely a creation of the system. He patiently awaited the unfolding. Simultaneously, another egg began to crack. One shell fractured, and a tiny dove emerged from within. The fledgling pigeon before him was adorned in a rosy hue, its eyes tightly shut, presenting a picture of fragility. Chunmu was immediately overwhelmed by an instinctive surge of nurturing affection. A peculiar yearning stirred within him. It was the essence of pigeon milk. Unlike mammals, pigeons do not nourish their young through regurgitated food. Instead, they secrete pigeon milk within their bodies, which is then expelled in a manner reminiscent of regurgitation to feed their chicks. Before long, another fledgling emerged from its shell. The 2 chicks nestled beneath Chunmu, sheltered by his warmth. As time gently passed, 3 hours later, one of the chicks nuzzled against his body, emitting the faintest cooing sounds. It opened its beak wide, clearly seeking sustenance. Although Chunmu felt somewhat uneasy about his role as a maternal figure, he knew he had to embrace it for the sake of his evolutionary progress. He opened his mouth, and the 2 fledglings extended their beaks into his. A wave of nausea washed over him as the pigeon milk surged forth, and the chicks began to feed. Once the feeding concluded, a twitch of discomfort crossed his lips. The experience of being a male caregiver was undeniably unsettling. Observing the 2 fledglings, now satiated and appearing content, a strange thought crossed his mind. Had he truly become a father? A pigeon father? Chapter 54. What? The pigeon father faces his chick's urgent plea for marriage? Typically, after the birth of pigeon chicks, the first feeding occurs 3 hours later, followed by subsequent feedings every 2 to 3 hours. Experienced pigeons are adept at this, but as a novice, Chunmu was naturally less skilled in this regard. Unbeknownst to him, he continued to incubate the chicks, keeping them warm. Though hatched, the fledglings had yet to open their eyes and remained exceedingly vulnerable. Left to their own devices, without the assistance of their parent, they would surely succumb to the cold. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Suddenly, Chunmu heard a voice. He looked down to see the 2 fledglings peering up at him, their little heads bobbing. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon, realization dawned upon him. He understood the situation. Animals possess their own unique modes of communication, and the system had endowed Chunmu with an innate ability, translation. This ability allowed him to interpret the various forms of animal communication into language, thus enabling him to hear their voices. Clearly, the fledgling had just articulated its need. Daddy, I'm hungry too. Another chick emerged, its tiny head poking out, though both remained blind. Two voices, soft and tender, echoed. Shenmue found himself at a loss. The fledgling doves, unable to feed themselves, relied solely on the nourishing pigeon milk provided by their parent. As their surrogate father, Shenmue was tasked with secreting the milk to nourish them. He lowered his head and opened his beak, regurgitating the nourishing substance. The two chicks approached eagerly, consuming the pigeon milk. After their meal, the fledglings nestled comfortably in their nest, wearing expressions of utter satisfaction. Shenmue withdrew his gaze. Life proceeded much like it had during the incubation period. When the time came, he would switch to other doves for their care. The only distinction lay in the transition from hatching to feeding. Under the attentive care of Chunmu, the young doves grew day by day. For days later, both chicks opened their eyes. Father, were those who fed us earlier our mother? One of the fledglings inquired, gazing curiously at Chunmu. He cleared his throat and replied, no, they were merely caregivers. Caregivers? The other chick poked its head out, intrigued. What is a caregiver? Chunmu explained, a caregiver is someone who looks after you. Oh, then, father, who is our mother? The fledgling again tilted its head in curiosity. Chunmu responded, that would be me. I am both your father and your mother. Are you happy? The two fledglings paused, exchanged glances, and then shook their heads in unison. Not happy. Shenmue's lips twitched slightly. Well, whether you are happy or not. That is the reality. Now, be good and go to sleep after you finish eating. He gently coaxed the two chicks. Okay. The two little ones complied, snuggling back into their nest. As time passed, their curiosity about the outside world grew, leading them to ask increasingly peculiar questions. Tending to them was no easy task. Days turned into weeks. Father, when will you find a mother? You seem so lonely, the growing fledgling remarked, peering at Chunmu. Doves are monogamous by nature, making companionship essential. Typically, a pair consists of one male and one female. However, in cases of imbalance, pairings of same-sex doves can occur. Thus, it is somewhat unusual for a dove to exist without a mate. Chunmu's lips twitched again. I'm not lonely. I have grown accustomed to it. You shouldn't be accustomed to it. We want a mother too, protested the other fledgling in a soft voice. Perhaps, father, you could find another father? Beads of sweat formed on Chunmu's forehead. Although doves do not perspire, he felt a metaphorical sweat of anxiety. Do not speak nonsense, he admonished. It's time for bed. Okay. The two fledglings retreated once more. Chunmu shook his head in exasperation. These two little ones were quite astute. Asking Chunmu to find a female dove was akin to suggesting he ram himself into a sturdy tree until he perished, absurdity at its finest. With some time on his hands, Chunmu began to observe closely how other doves nurtured their young. Chunmu discovered that the parent pigeons ceased to feed their offspring with pigeon milk after a certain period, opting instead for berries and similar sustenance. He calculated the timing and, when it was nearly appropriate, prepared to offer berries to the pigeons. Father, what is this? The young pigeons inquired, gazing curiously at the berries brought to their beaks. Chunmu placed the berries in the nest and replied, food. Food. The fledglings looked on with confusion. Chunmu encouraged. Yes, give it a try. One fledgling took a small bite and exclaimed, ugh, it tastes terrible. Another fledgling sampled a berry and also displayed a grimace of distaste. The first fledgling nuzzled closer, pleading, Daddy, I want to drink milk, not eat this, okay? Chunmu reassured them. You must grow up and eventually leave the nest to thrive on your own. You cannot rely solely on pigeon milk. The fledgling frowned in response. Observing the scene, Chunmu couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two little ones, albeit reluctantly, consuming the berries he provided, as if they were ingesting poison. These small creatures, once devoid of any down, were now fully feathered, with some even developing feather shafts. They were not far from adulthood. It was essential for them to learn to forage independently. Once they matured, they would naturally join the other spotted doves in search of food, alleviating Chunmu's concerns. As time progressed, under the care of Chunmu and some temporary caregiver pigeons, the moment of departure finally arrived. Chunmu stood at the nest, gazing upward. Two fully grown pigeons, one male and one female, soared gracefully in the air, circling above. This marked their first flight, a clear indication of their maturity. Just then, a voice echoed, congratulations on completing the task. Wait, Chunmu interrupted the system's incantation. I will complete the task later. The system fell silent. After a brief period of flying, one of the pigeons gradually approached, landing beside Chunmu and affectionately nudging his feathers, saying, Daddy. The other pigeon joined, observing the interaction. Chunmu remarked, all right, no more mischief. You are both adults now. You must seek your own mates and reproduce. From now on, you will be on your own. Understood. They responded in unison, gazing at Chunmu with a mix of confidence and reluctance. Chunmu nodded slightly. He spread his wings and took to the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the two pigeons, Chunmu ascended into the air. Once he could no longer see them, he said, System, complete the task. Congratulations on completing the task. You have achieved 100% evolution energy progress. Evolution is commencing. Chapter 55. I am a sea eagle. Upon achieving a complete evolution energy progress of 100%, Chunmu, in his guise as a pigeon, experienced a remarkable transformation. His size expanding threefold. However, even with this considerable increase, he remained less than a meter in length, given that his original stature was merely a few centimeters. Suddenly, enveloped in a golden light, Chunmu was whisked away. Moments later, as the golden radiance receded, Chunmu regained his senses, only to find himself perched upon the edge of a precipice, gazing at the vast, azure ocean in the distance. The sea, a familiar entity to him, had been the backdrop of his existence for the past few years. Yet, at that moment, An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Would he be compelled to return to the water? In a flurry, Chunmu glanced at himself and was relieved to see his familiar wings, albeit appearing somewhat larger than before. The feathers of his wings were white on the inside and black on the outside, with his abdomen also cloaked in black. The realization that he remained a bird brought him a sense of comfort. The thought of reverting to a marine creature was daunting. Determined to examine his new form, Chunmu opened his consciousness and focused on his appearance. To his astonishment, he realized he had transformed into a sea eagle. The creature he had evolved into was known as the white-bellied sea eagle, a raptor that resides along coastal regions and preys primarily on fish. This apex predator reigned at the pinnacle of the avian food chain. Evolving into a sea eagle signified that he had ascended to the apex of avian predators. A sense of pride swelled within Chunmu as he surveyed the expansive ocean before him. With the ocean as his domain, he, as a sea eagle, would be invincible. Akin to a blue whale navigating its aquatic realm. It appeared that this evolution would prove to be significantly simpler. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him, a result of wings cutting through the wind. Chunmu turned to see another white-bellied sea eagle, identical to himself, soaring toward him, its sharp talons extended, aiming for his head. As a raptor, the gripping strength of a white-bellied sea eagle was formidable enough to ensnare sizable fish, posing a considerable threat if its talons were to seize Chunmu's head. The approaching sea eagle was an adult, comparable in size to Chunmu, and he doubted his ability to use his newly acquired swallowing ability instantaneously. While he could enlarge himself and then consume, he was curious about the motives behind this attack from his fellow bird and thus opted to evade. In a flash, Chunmu's figure vanished from his original position, reappearing midair. He flapped his wings, hovering gracefully above, circling in the sky. Upon seeing its target vanish, the adult sea eagle retracted its claws and took to the skies. Its gaze fixated on Chunmu. Having evolved to this point, Chunmu had seldom faced aggression from his own kind. This was his first encounter with an attack from a fellow raptor. He inquired, "Why do you attack me?" The white-bellied sea eagle, possessing a keen intellect, would undoubtedly feel perplexed by Chunmu's sudden disappearance, yet it would not dwell on it for long. It merely recognized that this individual had abruptly changed his position. Fixating on Chunmu, it proclaimed, "You have trespassed into my territory." Without granting Chunmu the opportunity to respond, it lunged once more, raising its formidable talons to assault him. In that moment, Chunmu comprehended the situation. The white-bellied sea eagle exhibited a profound territorial instinct. Generally, two eagles, one male and one female, would jointly defend their domain. Any intruding eagle was regarded as an enemy. As the imposing figure of the white-bellied sea eagle approached, Chunmu's physique instantaneously doubled in size. An adult white-bellied sea eagle is classified as a medium-sized raptor, measuring over 70 centimeters in length, with a wingspan extending from 1.5 to over 2 meters. At this juncture, having doubled in size, Chunmu stood at over 1.5 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, rendering him larger than an average large raptor. Before the white-bellied sea eagle could fully grasp the situation, Chunmu flapped his wings and drew near, abruptly raising his sharp talons to grasp the eagle's head and crush it with a decisive squeeze. With a sickening crack, the eagle's head was shattered, and blood gushed forth from the severed neck. Hovering in midair, Chunmu observed the corpse of the fallen eagle plummeting to the ground before retracting his gaze and flapping his wings towards the sea. Initially hesitant to strike, he had been uncertain of the reason behind the bird's aggression. Now enlightened, he had no intention of holding back. With no immediate concerns, he resolved to hunt for sustenance over the ocean as his hunger beckoned. "Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have gained the ability to create clones," a voice resonated, igniting a spark of excitement in Chunmu's eyes. "Clone ability? Much like the Monkey King. This is extraordinary." He decided to test it. Clone. Chunmu's form split into two. To an observer, it appeared that a single white-bellied sea eagle soaring in the sky had suddenly manifested a second eagle beside it. Chunmu gazed at his clone, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With this newfound ability, the prospect of hatching eggs was entirely feasible. With a pop, the clone vanished in an instant. To dismiss the clone, all it took was a mere thought from Chunmu. This ability was impressive. At that moment, a voice echoed. "Choose one of 3 tasks." The familiar mechanical tone of the system was devoid of any inflection. 3 tasks? Chunmu's interest peaked. An additional option had emerged. The first task involved seeking out a female white-bellied sea eagle to breed offspring until they reached maturity, rewarding him with 50% of evolution progress. No, absolutely not. Chunmu promptly rejected this option without contemplation. Why was the system's first task always such an unchoosable endeavor? Was this not a cruel twist? The second task entailed nurturing his own hatchlings until they matured, which would grant him 50% of evolution energy as a reward. The third task, without utilizing any controlling abilities, involves hunting and devouring 10 distinct species of avian creatures, which would reward one with a 50% evolution bonus. Indeed, an additional evolution energy reward was added. Chunmu pondered for a moment and nodded. "I accept the third task." He truly wished to avoid the role of a caretaker. Upon accepting the mission, it was activated. "Avian creatures, you say?" Chunmu surveyed his surroundings, and through the keen eyesight of the white-bellied sea eagle, he spotted a bird circling in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a raven, entirely cloaked in black. Ravens, of course, belong to the category of avian creatures, perfectly aligning with Chunmu's objective. He soared directly towards his target. Chapter 56. Are ravens hot-tempered, high-intelligence creatures? Chunmu darted towards the raven at an astonishing speed. The raven, evidently aware of its status as prey, emitted a series of cawing sounds and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Chen Mu raised his formidable talon, ready to strike. Just as he lunged, the raven suddenly darted away, evading his grasp. Thinking of fleeing? A fanciful notion, Chen Mu scoffed. Although the task prohibited him from employing his controlling abilities, Chen Mu had evolved significantly and possessed numerous skills. He activated his blink ability, and in an instant, he reappeared beside the raven. With a swift motion, his claws closed around the raven from above, capturing it entirely. At that moment, Chen Mu withdrew his talons and flapped his wings, intending to depart. The task's requirement was not merely to capture, but to consume, meaning he must devour the creature to fulfill it. However, just as Chen Mu seized the raven, he was suddenly inundated by an array of cacophonous sounds. Ya, caw caw caw. Startled, Chen Mu turned towards the source of the noise and beheld a swarm of black ravens descending upon him, launching an unexpected assault. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was a formidable predator, a white-bellied sea eagle. How dare this flock of diminutive ravens attack him? Ravens are known for their gregarious nature. The one he had spotted was merely the only one that had taken flight, while the others remained stationary nearby. Naturally fierce, ravens typically do not provoke larger raptors, and at times, they even instigate confrontations with them, leaving those provoked raptors at a loss for action. Some white-bellied sea eagles have even been driven away by raven flocks, forced to retreat to different territories. They are akin to the ruffians of the avian world, and few dare to provoke them. Yet here was Chen Mu, a white-bellied sea eagle, directly engaging the ravens, and that too, in front of their entire flock. Faced with this audacity, how could the ravens remain passive? Thousands of them descended like a dark cloud, launching an assault on Chen Mu. The raucous cawing of the ravens intensified as the flock rallied together. Chen Mu, utterly unprepared for this unexpected rebellion from such small adversaries, felt a surge of anger. However, gazing upon the ominous flock of crows before him, Chen Mu understood the principle that a single pair of fists cannot contend with four hands. Engaging in a direct confrontation without utilizing his abilities would likely result in his own dismemberment, regardless of whether he resembled a majestic sea eagle. Thus, Chen Mu resolutely employed his devouring power. No matter the number of crows, their size paled in comparison to his own. As soon as the crows approached, they transformed into golden light, with all that could be converted into energy being consumed by Chen Mu, leaving only the inedible feathers to fall to the ground. Typically, ordinary birds, with their limited intelligence, would remain oblivious to the unfolding events and persist in their assault. Yet, upon witnessing a companion being devoured, the crows instinctively began to evade Chen Mu, each one veering away and taking flight in another direction. Observing this, Chen Mu was taken aback. How astute they are. He recalled a time when he was still a starfish, facing attacks from sea birds that seemed to offer themselves as nourishment, willingly delivering evolutionary energy to him. In stark contrast, these crows, upon seeing one of their own consumed, chose to flee. This revelation astonished Chen Mu. Crows rank highly in animal intelligence. If a hunter sets a trap that ensnares one crow, the remaining crows will learn and avoid any subsequent traps laid by the hunter. Their intelligence has given rise to the adage of crows fetching water. Furthermore, crows exhibit remarkable tool usage. Reports indicate that some crows, when faced with inaccessible food such as walnuts, will drop the nuts onto roadways, allowing vehicles to crush them before feasting on the contents. The flock seemed to recognize that the white-bellied sea eagle before them was an anomaly. One crow emitted a sharp call, prompting the entire flock to suddenly turn and flee. Vanishing like a dark cloud before Chen Mu's eyes, Chen Mu snapped back to reality. How decisive they were. Had the crows continued their advance, the outcome would have been singular, total consumption by him. Their choice to retreat indicated a certain level of intelligence. Suddenly, Chen Mu became aware of his surroundings. He turned his head to inspect his claws. The crow he had grasped moments ago was nowhere to be found. It dawned on him that his devouring ability targets creatures smaller than himself that he has made contact with, and thus, the crow he had seized had indeed been consumed. This was unacceptable. Chen Mu flapped his wings and swiftly soared in the direction the crows had departed, doubling his speed. Utilizing the wind to glide, his velocity surged to astonishing levels, enabling him to rapidly close the distance to the retreating flock. His consciousness extended over a kilometer, ensuring that the crows could not escape his awareness in such a brief span of time. Soon, Chen Mu caught up with the flock of crows, plunging fiercely into their midst. With his sharp talons raised, he harnessed the terrifying speed afforded by his doubled velocity to seize one of the crows. The other crows, witnessing this, dared not resist. They immediately flapped their wings and fled in a panic. Crows are inherently ferocious, yet not devoid of intelligence. They sensed something amiss with the white-bellied sea eagle before them and chose to flee rather than confront it. After capturing a single crow, Chen Mu observed the retreating flock, showing no interest in pursuing them further. The meager flesh of a crow would yield little evolutionary energy, even if he were to consume it. Lacking any curiosity, he focused on fulfilling his task. Finding a suitable spot, he utilized his slightly curved, hook-like beak to tear open the crow's body and access the meat within. The taste was rather peculiar, with a hint of sourness. As a white-bellied sea eagle, Chen Mu's palate differed from that of humans. Yet he still found the crow's meat unsatisfactory. The meat was both sour and bitter, far from delectable. However, a skilled chef could undoubtedly devise a method to enhance its flavor. Nevertheless, due to their high intelligence, crows are notoriously difficult to capture. In certain island nations, the crow population has burgeoned to the point of becoming a nuisance, with some individuals reportedly experiencing 2 encounters with crow droppings in a single day. Efforts have been made to transform crows into culinary delights to eradicate them. Indeed, Some chefs have succeeded in crafting exquisite dishes from crow meat. Yet, due to the challenges in capturing these clever birds, a lack of ingredients persists, leaving the crow problem unresolved. Despite the somewhat sour taste, Shenmue found it tolerable for a sea eagle. He finished the crow meat, and a notification echoed in his mind. Task completion at 10%. Flapping his wings, he soared into the sky, ready to seek out his next avian target. Chapter 57. Do bats hang upside down while sleeping without falling? Flapping his wings, Shenmue glided along the coastline, utilizing his conscious vision to scout for his next objective. Soon, he spotted it. A congregation of creatures resembling crows, though they were not avian. Instead, they were a mass of dark bats, hanging upside down from the branches. With a flap of his wings, Shenmue landed on a nearby tree. His gaze fixed upon the swarm of bats not far off. The sheer number of bats was astounding, filling the air with their chattering sounds. Shenmue aimed to hunt them, yet faced a dilemma. They were suspended from the branches. In typical sea eagle fashion, he would employ his talons as weapons. However, as a white-bellied sea eagle, capturing them would require him to dive directly in, talons outstretched. The challenge lay in their position, with the bats hanging upside down. Any attempt to grasp them would lead him crashing into the branches above, likely resulting in a bewildered impact. In other words, to hunt this creature, one must wait for the bats to take flight before attempting to capture them. Shenmue mused to himself, what a hassle. If only I could wield my control ability. I could simply summon them to their demise. Alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. This task restricted the use of such powers. While it was permissible to employ them, doing so would likely render the endeavor invalid. Why do these bats hang upside down while they slumber? If they did not, my task would be considerably simpler. Bats are the only mammals that have evolved the capability of flight, and they are among the rare creatures that can sleep in an inverted position. Unlike birds, bats lack the ability to launch themselves from the ground. Their wings are essentially a membrane connecting their forelimbs to their bodies, a structure known as the patagium. This structure is merely a membrane and pales in comparison to the muscular and feathered wings of birds, resulting in significantly reduced strength, which further hinders their ability to take off from the ground. Furthermore, as mammals, bats are heavier than birds, exacerbating their challenges in achieving flight. Some winged insects can take to the air by utilizing powerful leaps, but bats possess underdeveloped leg muscles, making even a jump difficult, let alone one that could elevate them into the air. Thus, for bats, taking flight is exceedingly arduous. If they find themselves on the ground, they can only crawl upwards and then leap down to gain the necessary lift. The advantage of sleeping upside down is that it allows them to harness the initial force of gravity when they drop. Shenmue pondered how to deal with the creature before him. Would it lose its grip and fall when it dozed? Unlikely, he reasoned. Although he was unsure of the specifics, his common sense told him that such a notion was futile. Bats roost on trees. How could they possibly lose their grip? He would need to devise an alternative strategy. Under normal circumstances, a person's hand remains open in a relaxed state, only closing when muscles are engaged. Bats, too, are relaxed while sleeping, yet unlike humans, their claws are drawn together in this state. The muscles in a bat's hind limbs consist of two types, the flexor and the extensor. The flexor controls the closing of the claws, while the extensor manages their opening. In bats, the flexor muscle has degenerated, resulting in their claws naturally remaining closed when relaxed. Consequently, when a bat grasps a branch, it merely needs to use the extensor to open its claws and then relax, allowing its grip to secure onto the tree limb. In any relaxed state, a bat's claws are perpetually closed, alleviating any concerns of falling due to an insecure grip. Eureka! Shenmue conceived a plan. He flapped his wings and soared forward. As he approached, he swept past the branches of the tree where the bats roost. The commotion startled the bats, causing them to release their grips and take to the air. Once they ascended, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with intent. He pivoted and directly pursued the flying bats. Upon encountering Shenmue, the bats were struck with terror, desperately flapping their wings in a singular direction, seeking to escape. Their speed, of course, paled in comparison to that of Shenmue. He raised his talon and swiftly seized one of the bats. After successfully capturing his prey, Shenmue flapped his wings and took flight. The bat, robust in nature, struggled fiercely beneath his grip, emitting a series of frantic chirps. Being no bat himself, Shenmue could not comprehend the creature's vocalizations, yet he felt no need to understand. He alighted upon a nearby rock, pinning the bat beneath his foot. This particular bat measured approximately 20 centimeters, yet Shenmue discerned that it was significantly heavier than the crow he had previously caught, despite the latter's longer body. The species of bat he had ensnared was known as the spectacled flying fox, a fruit and flower-eating bat. Even while being restrained, the bat continued to struggle, emitting its incessant chirps. Shenmue could sense the strength radiating from the bat, far surpassing that of the prior crow. Disregarding its plight, he utilized his hook-like beak to swiftly sever the bat's neck. The creature convulsed, blood gushing forth, yet it continued to writhe. Shenmue proceeded to devour the bat's carcass piece by piece. His task progress reached 20%. Midway through his meal, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. 20% complete? This indicated that 8 more species of flying animals remained. Suddenly, an abrupt sound pierced the air, a rush of wings slicing through the atmosphere. In an instant, Shenmue vanished from his position, reappearing 5 meters away. He observed a white-bellied sea eagle at the spot he had just vacated, having missed its attack. It hesitated momentarily before descending to seize the remnants of the bat's carcass, casting a glance at Shenmue before flapping its wings and retreating. This marked the second instance of an attack from a fellow avian. Without question, Shenmue understood the motive behind the white-bellied sea eagle's assault. It sought to claim his food. The eagle, driven by instincts of courtship, sustenance, and territory, had targeted Chen Mu in a bid for nourishment. Incensed, Chen Mu declared, "You shall be my third flying prey." With that, he flapped his wings and lunged at the white-bellied sea eagle. In a surge of power, Chen Mu's form expanded, doubling in size. His sharp talons lunged toward the eagle. The creature turned, its pupils dilating in shock as it beheld the rapidly approaching claws. Not long after, Chen Mu stood upon the precipice of a cliff, his talons gripping the decapitated body of the white-bellied sea eagle. He tore into the flesh of the eagle, relishing the taste of its meat. Typically, a sea eagle would lay 2 eggs, and once both hatched, the fledglings would soon engage in a competition for food. They are prone to engage in fierce conflicts to establish dominance. When the parents begin to feed, the more assertive chicks partake first, while the weaker ones must bow their heads in submission. Should they dare to raise their heads, they risk being perceived as a challenge by the dominant chicks, which may provoke an attack. The intensity of the violence among the chicks is influenced by the genetic inheritance from their parents. Some of the more aggressive white-bellied sea eagle chicks may even kill and consume the weaker ones. This is the essence of nature, a manifestation of survival of the fittest. White-bellied sea eagles are known to scavenge on their kin. Hence, it is not surprising that Chen Mu resorted to consuming one of his kind. The flavor is far superior to that of a crow, truly befitting a raptor. Task completion is at 30%, the system announced. Hearing this, Chen Mu felt a surge of realization. Indeed, the reason he consumed this white-bellied sea eagle was not merely due to its classification as a flying creature. Although he belonged to the same species and could not gain evolutionary energy from it, the possibility of advancing his task was a different matter altogether. After satiating his hunger, he flapped his wings and took flight, with 7 more flying creatures needed to complete his task. He mused to himself as he drifted along the coastline in the vast sky. After approximately half an hour, he suddenly spotted several intriguing animals through his consciousness. Were they ostriches? He paused in astonishment. Chen Mu could hardly believe he was witnessing ostriches in this locale. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not the African ostriches commonly seen on television, but rather Australian emus. This group of emus was meandering across the plains, their long legs and necks accentuated by their grayish-black, somewhat unkempt feathers, in stark contrast to the nearly featherless necks of their African cousins, making their identification quite straightforward. At that moment, they were pecking at the grass on the prairie. The Australian emu is the second largest bird species in the world, following the African ostrich, which can reach heights of up to 2.5 meters, while the emu stands at a height of approximately 1.5 to 1.8 meters, despite possessing wings. Chen Mu contemplated the nature of these Australian emus. Did they qualify as flying animals? If he argued they did not, it would be due to their inability to fly. Yet their wings suggested otherwise. Should he test this theory? After some deliberation, he opted for the simplest approach. System, do Australian emus count as flying creatures? They do not, came the emotionless mechanical response from the system. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu disregarded the Australian emus and sought his next target. Though these emus were substantial in size and herbivorous, a kick from one could be quite formidable, since they were not classified as flying animals. He chose to ignore them altogether. Australian emus are known for their gentle disposition. Some Australian emus, upon seeing an approaching car, will even chase after it. This behavior is not indicative of an intent to attack. Rather, they stretch their necks toward the car window, eagerly hoping that the occupants will bestow upon them a morsel of food. What sets the Australian emu apart is its egg. The eggs are quite large, and unlike the white eggs of the African emu, they boast a deep green hue, exquisitely beautiful and suitable for use as decorative pieces. Interestingly, although the Australian emu practices polygamy, it is the male that undertakes the responsibilities of nest building, egg incubation, and chick rearing. However, Chen Mu has little interest in these matters. If presented with an Australian emu egg, he would likely ponder its flavor rather than its significance. Having dismissed the Australian emu from his mind, Chen Mu continued to soar through the skies, scanning his surroundings with heightened awareness in search of his next target. Soon, he spotted his quarry along the coastline. Were those swans? A flock of swans entered his field of consciousness, their presence strikingly different from the swans he was familiar with. These were entirely black, with brilliant red beaks. Their long, graceful necks rendered them remarkably beautiful. These were not the common white swans, but rather black swans. Chen Mu mused. Surely, these must be avian creatures. Excitement surged through him upon identifying his next prey. He flapped his wings and directed his flight toward the gathering of black swans. Although they had come into view, they remained a kilometer away, as his perception stemmed from consciousness rather than direct sight, necessitating a brief flight before he could reach them. Historically, Europeans believed that all swans were pristine white, dismissing the existence of black swans. This notion was shattered when Dutch explorer Willem de Vlaming's expedition discovered black swans in Australia's Swan River, leaving everyone astounded. From that moment onward, humanity began to refer to unexpected and unpredictable events as black swan events. In time, Europeans were further astonished to learn that black swans were, in fact, not rare. Investigations revealed that millions existed worldwide, and the International Union for Conservation of Nature classified them as of least concern. As Chen Mu approached the coastline inhabited by the black swans, he focused on one that was nearest. He suddenly dove toward it. However, as he closed the distance, he was taken aback to discover that the black swan appeared to grow larger as he approached. To his astonishment, it was significantly larger than himself. Upon making contact with its claws, the black swan emitted a startled cry, unfurling its massive wings to escape Chen Mu's grasp. He quickly flapped his wings and ascended back into the air. The white-bellied sea eagle measures over 70 centimeters in length, while the black swan ranges from 110 to 140 centimeters. Without the use of enlargement, Chun Mu's physique was merely half the size of the black swan. Prior to his transformation, the notion of attacking the black swan seemed rather absurd. However, Chun Mu soon regained his composure, unconcerned by the situation. The flock of black swans was presently nestled in the coastal waters, and he could easily morph into a marine creature to launch an assault on them. At that moment, the group of black swans, startled, took flight before his gaze. With a resounding flurry, countless black swans ascended from the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle with hundreds of them soaring into the sky. Chapter 59. Is this really happening? Seagulls robbing humans? Black swans typically prefer to gather in pairs or flocks, sometimes congregating in the thousands during migration. Their diet primarily consists of aquatic plants such as algae and watergrass, though they would not shy away from fish if available. Observing the mass of black swans taking flight, Chun Mu realized that if he did not act, they would simply fly away. Recognizing this, he flapped his wings and, aided by the system's doubled speed, lunged toward the black swans. At this moment, Chun Mu was a non-enlarged white-bellied sea eagle, whose size was inferior to that of the black swans. Even if he were to double in size, he would only marginally surpass them, making it rather inconvenient for hunting. Although transforming into an albatross would grant him a significantly larger form, the albatross's hunting speed seemed insufficient to catch the black swans. Thus, Chun Mu devised an alternative approach. He accelerated and swooped toward one of the black swans. As he neared, instead of extending his talons, he opted to open his mouth wide, remaining in his non-enlarged form. Just as his mouth was about to make contact with the black swan, his body transformed into a colossal great white shark, suddenly appearing thousands of meters in the air. With a gaping maw, he clamped down on the black swan's neck, severing it in an instant. Blood sprayed through the air, and due to gravity, coupled with the absence of wings on the great white shark, his body plummeted rapidly. The black swan, caught in his jaws, thrashed desperately. The other black swans, witnessing the attack from the great white shark, erupted into frantic cries. With a powerful grip, Chun Mu's razor-sharp teeth cleanly severed the black swan's neck, causing its body to descend. He expelled the head, still attached to the neck, and as the great white shark, he descended. Suddenly, his form reverted back to that of a white-bellied sea eagle. Flapping his wings, he enlarged himself, doubling in size, and swiftly pursued the headless black swan's carcass. With his talons, he grasped the lifeless body and took off, leaving the scene. Although Chun Mu had grown in size, the black swan was still only slightly smaller than him, and its weight even surpassed that of Chun Mu. However, for the magnificent white-bellied sea eagle, capturing prey that weighs slightly more than itself is not particularly challenging, provided that the quarry does not resist too vehemently. Perched atop a grand tree, Chun Mu pressed his talons into the black swan beneath him, methodically tearing into its flesh. The meat was rather sinewy, with a rather mediocre flavor. Far inferior to that of tuna, he mused as he dined. Previously, someone had been pecked by a black swan, and in a fit of anger, he had seized the opportunity to render the bird unconscious and brought it home for a meal, only to be apprehended. When questioned, he remarked, "It smelled delightful but was utterly unpalatable." The flesh of the black swan was denser compared to that of ordinary poultry, lacking the tender texture one might expect, thus rendering it rather unremarkable in taste. The task completion stood at 40%. 6 more to go, he pondered. After satisfying his hunger, he took to the skies once more. Unlike the albatross, the white-bellied sea eagle requires no running start to ascend directly into the air, soaring at a height. Chun Mu expanded his consciousness to survey the surroundings. After some time of drifting, his awareness once again detected a peculiar creature. What was that? Upon spotting it, Chun Mu felt a surge of curiosity. A platypus? Through his heightened perception, he discerned a long river, beside which stood a grand tree with a hollow at its base, where a creature resembling a duck's bill was swimming in the water. Recognizing the creature's peculiar appearance, he immediately identified it as a platypus. The platypus is one of the most primitive animals, a mammal that has not fully evolved. It is widely known that mammals are viviparous, such as whales. However, the platypus is an anomaly, for although it is a mammal, it lays eggs, a truly remarkable and extraordinary trait. Furthermore, the platypus possesses venom. On the back of its knees lies a hollow spur capable of delivering a toxic substance. While there are no recorded fatalities from platypus venom, it can induce excruciating pain that is unbearable and persists for an extended duration. Though it appears adorably clumsy, it is indeed a perilous creature. Due to its rarity, Chun Mu instinctively lingered with his heightened perception. This being was neither a flying creature nor benign. After a few glances, he lost interest and withdrew his gaze. Through his awareness, Chun Mu also noted the emergence of various structures nearby, human constructions. Ahead, he could see a human city, with people traversing the streets. It appeared that a park lay ahead. Suddenly, a flock of birds lingering within the human park captured Chun Mu's attention. Seagulls. He recognized the identity of these avian beings. Flying creatures, and potential sustenance, he muttered to himself. He was not particularly fond of approaching humans, for as someone who once belonged to their kind, Chun Mu was acutely aware of the myriad methods humans employ to deal with animals. As a white-bellied sea eagle, he had no desire to risk being shot. As Chun Mu observed the seagulls, his heart stirred with excitement. After all, they represented his objective. At that moment, he witnessed a seagull suddenly swoop down towards a human. Taken aback, Chun Mu wondered if it intended to attack. The individual, holding a hamburger, seemed oblivious to the impending encounter. The seagull approached, opened its beak, and deftly snatched the hamburger from the man's mouth, soaring away with its prize. The man, momentarily stunned, looked up at the airborne seagull. Upon regaining his composure, a look of resignation washed over his face as he silently walked away. Chun Mu was left in astonishment. Did this seagull truly dare to snatch food from a human? Such audacity was remarkable. Yet, the man, upon seeing the seagull, exhibited no anger, only a sense of helplessness. Had he been robbed before? Or had other humans faced similar thefts? Seagulls, fearless of humans, often engage in such antics at tourist spots where feeding them has become a customary activity. However, in certain locales, they harass humans and pilfer their food. In some countries, to prevent tourists from being disturbed, dogs are employed for patrols in an attempt to scare off these bold birds. As someone who once belonged to the human realm, Chen Mu had never experienced such incidents. Now, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly shocked. He had intended to avoid humans, yet these seagulls exhibited a level of audacity he hadn't anticipated. Regardless, Chen Mu decided to set aside his thoughts and quickly eliminate a seagull to accomplish his task. Chapter 60. Are seagull bones hollow? Enlarged in size. Chen Mu had doubled in stature, flapping his wings as he soared above the human structures. He gracefully landed atop a rooftop, his gaze fixated on a seagull below. The white-bellied eagle, being a medium-sized raptor, found capturing a seagull no easy feat, as the adult seagull size was only slightly smaller than that of the mature white-bellied eagle. Although it was possible to catch one, it posed a challenge. With his increased size, the likelihood of success in capturing one improved. To avoid drawing human attention, he opted for a gradual transformation, ensuring that should humans notice him, they would merely perceive him as an unusually large white-bellied eagle. A sudden enlargement in their presence would certainly lead to complications. Chen Mu's focus remained on his quarry, the seagull not far away, which appeared to be scanning the streets for humans clutching food, likely planning another heist. Seagulls are unique creatures. Unlike typical animals, their bones lack marrow and are instead hollow, filled with air. This anatomical structure allows their bones to function like natural barometers, providing them with timely information about weather conditions. Their feathers, too, are composed of hollow shafts, serving a similar purpose as natural pressure gauges. In the vicinity where Chen Mu currently resides, the reason these humans are powerless against the rogue seagulls is due to the nation's profound consciousness of coexisting with animals. Attacking or injuring these creatures not only incurs hefty fines, but also tarnishes one's reputation. The heightened awareness of coexistence fosters a reluctance among individuals to harm the seagulls. Sensing that humans pose no threat, the seagulls begin to act with impunity. Chen Mu fixated on a seagull not far away as it flapped its wings and took flight. Swiftly approaching, the seagull sensed the danger and attempted to flee. However, benefiting from the system's bestowed double speed, Chen Mu reached it in an instant. Extending his claws to seize the bird, the seagull struggled beneath his grip, but Chen Mu tightened his hold, binding it firmly. He then took to the skies. This spectacle captured the attention of nearby onlookers. Is that a white-bellied sea eagle? It's massive, someone exclaimed, raising their camera to capture the moment. Can a white-bellied sea eagle grow so large? It appears to be hunting the seagull. Well done, that wretched seagull. Although capturing a seagull was not permissible, many people harbored considerable disdain for them, relishing the opportunity to witness such an event. The people of this nation differed from those with whom Chen Mu had once shared humanity, yet he found himself able to comprehend their speech. It was evident that this was yet another consequence of the system. Chen Mu shrugged off these thoughts. After all, he was now a white-bellied sea eagle, and their opinions were of little concern to him. He soared to a rooftop, perching himself. The seagull beneath his claws continued to writhe in resistance. Leaning closer, Chen Mu used his hooked beak to tear into the bird's neck. As the seagull struggled, blood flowed freely. Chen Mu held it down firmly, preventing any movement as it squawked in distress. He began to consume the flesh of the seagull. As a wild creature, Chen Mu had tasted raw meat numerous times before, yet this experience was far from pleasant. The texture was unappealing, tougher than that of a crow, with a sour taste and an abundance of sinew, lacking in substantial meat. After a few bites, he began to lament. This flavor is leagues away from the rich, fatty tuna. It was truly distasteful. However, the system's task mandated consumption, so Chen Mu bore with it, managing to eat a few more bites. His task completion stood at 50%. Upon hearing a sound, Chen Mu kicked the partially eaten seagull away, disinterested in such fare. Had it not been for the task requirements, he would have lost all desire to continue. After all, the ocean was just nearby. He could easily fly into the sea and transform into a great white shark to procure a more delectable meal, without the necessity of gnawing on a bone-laden creature. With a flap of his wings, Chen Mu departed, still in search of 5 more avian targets. Opening his field of vision, he noticed some individuals on the street gazing at him, while others were capturing his image with their cameras. Chen Mu felt a twinge of discomfort, flapping his wings to ascend higher, attempting to distance himself from the humans below. Although seagulls could roam freely here, and it was unlikely these individuals would harm him, he preferred to err on the side of caution. After all, if someone were to wield a shotgun, it could spell trouble for him. Through the lens of his consciousness, he observed a peculiar sight on the street where the humans congregated. There stood a muscular adult kangaroo, and before it lay a small boy, clutching a teddy bear and sobbing softly. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed out of a house, and upon seeing his child, he paused in shock before charging at the kangaroo with fury etched across his face. The kangaroo raised its foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters before crashing to the ground. The kangaroo approached the fallen man, who now wore an expression of sheer panic. What a marvelous place this is, Chen Mu mused, a locale inhabited by humans yet teeming with animals. Through his heightened perception, he could see the kangaroo mercilessly pummeling the middle-aged man, whose face flickered between shades of blue and red as he shielded his head. The harmony between humans and animals is truly remarkable, Chen Mu remarked, observing the scene. An adult kangaroo stands between 13 to 15 feet tall, while not towering over the average adult. Its muscular build makes it a natural fighter. Unlike the emus of Australia, which chase vehicles merely for food, this creature pursues with the intent to strike. Indeed, kangaroos are known to attack humans in certain regions. People often find themselves bullied by these formidable creatures. A kangaroo can even chase down a 2-meter-tall adult, and ordinary humans are no match for their speed or strength. If one finds themselves unfortunate enough to be attacked by a kangaroo, playing dead may be the only recourse for survival. With little interest in the unfolding drama, Chunmu redirected his focus elsewhere. Suddenly, his pupils dilated with recognition. There, perched atop a rooftop, was a black and white bird. Instantly, he identified it as a magpie, one of the flying creatures he sought. Chapter 61. The super rogue comparable to crows is actually a magpie? Magpies have long been heralded as harbingers of good fortune. However, the magpie perceived as auspicious is also known by another name, the eastern magpie. The bird Chunmu now observed was the black-backed magpie, or Australian magpie. To distinguish between the eastern and Australian magpies, one need only glance at their eyes. While both are magpies, the eastern magpie possesses black eyes, whereas the black-backed magpie has striking red eyes. Yet, for Chunmu in this moment, the species mattered little. He simply recognized it as a flying creature. Consuming this one would leave him with merely 4 more to find. Through his consciousness, he noted that the magpie was nearly 1,000 meters away. Chunmu flapped his wings and hurried towards the direction of the magpie. At that moment, the magpie was intently observing a house below. Inside, 2 children, adorned with baseball helmets, gazed out at the magpie. The marks of past pecking from the bird were visible on their small faces. The blonde child turned to his dark-haired companion and said, "It's still out there watching over us. What shall we do? We can't go out to play now." After all, it was a rare holiday, and he had intended to frolic with his little friends. The dark-haired child, with a look of resignation, replied, "I don't know what to do either." The blonde child frowned, lamenting, "As soon as we step outside, it pecks at us. We haven't done anything wrong. Why does it attack us?" The dark-haired child responded bitterly, "Previously, my sister was also pecked by a magpie while riding her bike outside. These magpies attack indiscriminately, regardless of whether we have misbehaved. During the breeding season, magpies become fiercely protective of their young and will exhibit extreme aggression. In fact, eastern magpies also attack humans during this time, but they do so in response to past harm inflicted upon them. If a person has never harmed a magpie, they will not be targeted. Eastern magpies possess remarkable memory capabilities, recognizing human faces and remembering those who have previously caused them injury. If such a person approaches their nest, they will be attacked. However, Australian magpies, while sharing a similar memory capacity, engage in indiscriminate aggression. When an Australian magpie attacks, one cannot retaliate. If one dares to harm it, the magpie will remember their face and deliver a frightful surprise upon their next encounter. Moreover, their attacks are targeted at human noses, eyes, and ears. Some children have sustained injuries to their eyes from magpie attacks, and there have even been tragic incidents where infants, disturbed by magpies, have lost their lives. The 2 children remained indoors, anxiously watching the magpie before them, hoping it would depart. The magpie, with its piercing red eyes, seemed to be waiting for the children to come outside. Just then, Chunmu, as a white-bellied sea eagle, arrived. His gaze locked onto the magpie, and he swooped in swiftly, extending his sharp talons towards the magpie perched on the rooftop. The magpie, sensing danger, lifted its head, and with a flap of its wings, let out a startled cry. Chunmu seized the magpie with his talons and, with a powerful flap, took flight. This scene was witnessed by the 2 children, who had been attentively observing the magpie from within. "Is that a white-bellied sea eagle? What a magnificent creature!" The dark-haired child trembled with awe. "A hero! That is our hero!" exclaimed the blonde child, bursting with joy as he dashed out of the house, calling out, "It's so huge. It must be the king of the sea eagles, the king. It saved us. It is our hero." "Yes," the dark-haired child echoed, equally exhilarated. "It must have known we were in trouble, and that's why it came to rescue us. The king of eagles, a hero, a hero." The golden-haired child shouted excitedly in the direction where Chunmu had departed, while the dark-haired child gazed at Chunmu's retreating figure with eyes filled with admiration. Chunmu, meanwhile, had his claws firmly grasped around the struggling magpie. He heard voices behind him, but due to the distance, the sounds were indistinct. Through his awareness, he observed the 2 bouncing children who were looking his way and calling out with enthusiasm. Chunmu felt a sense of bewilderment. What could these bipedal children possibly be exclaiming about? He decided to disregard them and withdrew his gaze. Soaring to a branch of a nearby towering tree, the human constructions were quite distant in this area, surrounded by lush greenery, which resulted in the presence of tall trees, an ideal resting place for Chunmu. The magpie beneath his claws was chirping incessantly, still wriggling in its futile struggle. Chunmu extended his beak towards it, and before long, the magpie lay still. He began to consume it piece by piece. The flavor was rather mediocre, lacking in meat. As a white-bellied sea eagle, Chunmu found this muscle-laden, fatless fare quite distasteful, nowhere near as delectable as tuna. He muttered his discontent as the system's voice announced that he had completed 60% of his task. Upon hearing this, Chunmu unceremoniously kicked the lifeless magpie to the ground, flapped his wings, and took to the skies once more, resuming his reconnaissance for the 7th flying creature. As he passed by areas inhabited by humans, he noticed several of them pointing their phones at him, presumably capturing his image. Chunmu felt no inclination to engage with these bipedal apes. Suddenly, he caught sight of a novel species, a koala. Previously, during his human life, he had only seen such creatures on television. They were known for their languid demeanor, and in Chunmu's memory, they appeared adorably clumsy. Typically, koalas spend their entire lives in trees, subsisting on eucalyptus leaves. Their evolution seems tailored to this singular diet. Eucalyptus leaves are toxic, yet koalas are not deterred by their toxicity. However, given the low nutritional value of these leaves, koalas must consume an enormous quantity, which leads them to conserve energy by sleeping for up to 20 hours a day, with the remaining 4 hours devoted to feeding. One would expect them to remain perched in eucalyptus trees for their entire lives. Yet, Shenmue now observed a koala sitting on a human street, appearing far from its usual innocent self, resembling a disheveled uncle, dirty and unkempt. This sight broadened Shenmue's understanding of the world. He shook his head, dismissing the creature as it was not a flying animal. After flying for a while longer, a target suddenly entered his line of sight. A cuckoo? Shenmue's eyes brightened. This was evidently his 7th target. Under the scrutiny of Shenmue's awareness, the cuckoo was nestled within a bird's nest. It furtively glanced around, as if on the alert for something. After surveying its surroundings, the cuckoo withdrew its gaze. And under Shenmue's watchful eyes, it picked up a single egg from its nest with its beak and then, approaching the edge of the nest, let the egg fall. With a soft thud, the egg shattered upon hitting the ground, the contents splattering everywhere. Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. What was this? At that moment, the cuckoo slowly settled into the nest and laid another egg. This egg bore a striking resemblance to the others already present in the nest. Yet, witnessing the cuckoo's prior actions and the rapid laying of this egg, Shenmue came to a realization. This nest did not belong to the cuckoo, but to another bird. Across the globe, there exists a plethora of cuckoo species, with 1/3 of them engaging in the practice of laying their eggs in the nests of other birds. The eggs deposited in these foreign nests tend to hatch first due to the relatively brief incubation period of cuckoos. Once hatched, the cuckoo chicks, driven by instinct, will push out other eggs from the nest and monopolize all available food. Many parent birds, mistaking the cuckoo fledglings for their own offspring, will dutifully provide nourishment until they mature. The cuckoo that Shenmue observed was clearly laying its egg in a nest not its own. After laying the egg, the cuckoo flapped its wings and prepared to depart, but at that moment, Shenmue had already arrived. As the cuckoo attempted to take flight, Shenmue lunged forward, raising his claws to seize the cuckoo. With a startled cry, the cuckoo expressed its panic. Unperturbed, Shenmue grasped the struggling bird and flew to a nearby branch. He swiftly dispatched the cuckoo and began to feed. While indulging in his meal, he kept a vigilant eye on the nest in the distance. The nest undoubtedly belonged to another bird, implying that the creature that had just flown away would soon return. Once it did, Shenmue's 8th avian target would be secured, bringing him to 70% completion of his task. He discarded the cuckoo's carcass aside. Much like other birds, the cuckoo was rather shriveled and unappealing to Shenmue, merely serving as a means to fulfill his objective. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wings slicing through the air. He focused intently. A petite bird darted from afar, landing beside the nest. Shenmue squinted. What bird is this? He did not recognize the species, for he was no ornithologist. The bird was diminutive, its body rounded, cloaked in a grayish-brown hue with a white belly. This bird was known as the elegant tail warbler, a unique inhabitant of the region. However, this bird had a distinct characteristic. Scientific research revealed that the fledglings of the elegant tail warbler, upon hatching, would learn a unique vocal signal from the adult birds. This particular vocalization was something the cuckoo chicks could not acquire. Only when the nestlings emit a particular signal do the adult birds commence feeding. If a cuckoo chick is present in the nest, it will be distinguishably set apart and left to starve. This ability seems to have evolved in the splendid tail-wagging warbler to prevent confusion with the cuckoo chicks. Shenmue did not even know the name of this bird. He was entirely oblivious to its other attributes. Of course, even if Shenmue were aware, it would not concern him. In his eyes, this splendid tail-wagging warbler was merely a tool to accomplish a task. Flapping his wings, Shenmue ascended and suddenly lunged towards the splendid tail-wagging warbler. The moment the warbler spotted Shenmue, it was startled into flight, intending to escape. However, the issue was that Shenmue's speed was doubled, and his attack was instantaneous. The warbler scarcely managed to lift off before Shenmue seized it with his sharp talons. The splendid tail-wagging warbler was not particularly large, and Shenmue effortlessly dispatched it with his beak, feasting upon its flesh. The task progress reached 80%. After consuming a few bites, Shenmue discarded the warbler's carcass aside, as his awareness was drawn to something fluttering in the air. Dragonflies? Shenmue noticed a multitude of dragonflies dancing above the nearby grass. The system stated that he needed to consume flying creatures, without specifying that they must be avian. Insects should suffice. However, the conundrum was that the white-bellied sea eagle was a raptor, a carnivorous entity that did not consume insects. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he consumed something, the potential for utilization was a separate matter. Shenmue muttered to himself, just a little won't kill me. With this thought, he flapped his wings and soared towards one of the dragonflies. He caught it in his beak in a single gulp. What a repulsive taste. The flavor of the dragonfly made Shenmue feel utterly uneasy. The task progress reached 90%. Thankfully, the system's mechanical and emotionless voice offered Shenmue a modicum of comfort. Only one type of creature remains. Shenmue adjusted his emotions and opened his awareness once more. Suddenly, a bird entered his consciousness. This bird was remarkably unique and immediately captured Shenmue's attention. It hovered in midair, flapping its wings like a helicopter, an ability beyond the reach of ordinary birds, even that of the white-bellied sea eagle that Shenmue had become. This bird was slightly larger than Shenmue in his untransformed state. Given its considerable size, it could only be a medium-sized raptor, akin to Shenmue himself. Observing this raptor hovering above, Shenmue noted its gaze fixed upon a swarm of dragonflies below. Suddenly, the raptor plunged downward, diving towards the dragonflies. It seized one in its beak and devoured it. Witnessing this, Shenmue could not suppress a gasp, a wave of nausea washing over him. Given its size, it appeared to be a medium-sized raptor as well, yet it feasted on insects, quite unexpected. Shenmue murmured to himself. This raptor, possessing remarkable hovering skills, was known as the black-shouldered kite. Belonging to the raptor family, this is a medium-sized bird of prey. Its diet is quite varied, consisting of insects, small birds, and small mammals. However, the ability to consume insects is a skill that eludes me. With a powerful flap of his wings, Shenmue ascended, heading toward the black-shouldered kite. Yet, devouring you is certainly within my capabilities. Soon enough, Shenmue spotted the black-shouldered kite preying on dragonflies. The kite noticed Shenmue but paid him no heed. Shenmue had not yet undergone his transformation, thus his size was somewhat smaller than that of the kite. The black-shouldered kite was entirely unperturbed by Shenmue's presence. In a sudden surge, Shenmue lunged forward. As he dove and accelerated, his body instantly expanded. His sharp talons grasped at the kite's head. With a firm grip, he crushed the kite's skull, blood spraying forth. The kite barely had time to react before it became a headless carcass, plummeting earthward under the force of gravity. Not long after, Shenmue stood atop the high rock, triumphantly dining on the flesh of the black-shouldered kite. A raptor is indeed a raptor. With a larger physique comes a more substantial meal, providing a far more satisfying experience compared to those small birds. Nevertheless, it still paled in comparison to the chicken meat he had previously consumed. As he feasted, Shenmue found himself musing inwardly. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished. You have received a 50% increase in evolution energy as a reward. With the voice's proclamation, Shenmue's form began to grow visibly larger, expanding at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, he had increased in size significantly. Now, having reverted from his enlarged state, as a white-bellied sea eagle, he measured 76 centimeters in length. At this moment, his physique had reached an impressive 1 meter and 10 centimeters. This size was already classified as a large raptor. Shenmue lifted his wings, admiring their expansive breadth, then gazed at his formidable body, his eyes shimmering with excitement. At this juncture, should his size double again, he would be nearly invincible in the skies. But what lay ahead? On land, compared to the ocean, there are far fewer creatures to consume. Relying on terrestrial beings to gain evolution energy seemed rather implausible. Shenmue pondered, must I once again venture to the sea, slowly grinding away at this 50% evolution energy? As he contemplated, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the nearby ocean. The distance to the sea was not far. Suddenly, a new task emerged. Hunt an adult kangaroo without utilizing your size-increasing ability. Reward, 50% evolution energy progress. Upon hearing this, Shenmue's eyes gleamed with delight. Could there really be a second task? Shenmue was taken aback momentarily, but elation quickly followed. The prospect of having to seek sustenance in the ocean again, at such a slow pace, was tedious and monotonous, a lifestyle he found utterly unappealing. The announcement of a second task filled him with a sense of joy. The system seems to operate unpredictably, often surprising Shenmue with unexpected occurrences. Thus, he chooses not to ponder what the system might do next. Instead, he decides to accept the task at hand. Task accepted. Task successfully activated. Echoed the mechanical voice of the system. With a powerful flap of his wings, Shenmue ascended into the sky. Numerous kangaroos populated the vicinity, particularly a considerable number of adults. By expanding his consciousness, Shenmue could observe the bounding kangaroos, some frolicking in the wild while others wandered through human-inhabited streets, occasionally practicing his martial arts against the bipedal primates. However, Shenmue was reluctant to venture into the human settlements, as the abundance of buildings would prove cumbersome. The expansive wilderness was far more conducive to hunting. Before long, he spotted an adult kangaroo on the grassy terrain. He soared above it, viewing the creature from above. The kangaroo sensed something amiss and instinctively raised its head to glance in Shenmue's direction, evidently aware of his presence. Typically, adult kangaroos range in size from 1 to 5 meters, and this particular specimen stood at approximately 2 meters, comparable to Shenmue's own stature. Yet, despite their similar height, the kangaroo's weight far surpassed Shenmue's, its muscular frame formidable enough to challenge even a 2-meter-tall human. The inability to employ his abilities of enlargement or transformation rendered hunting this creature quite challenging, as attaining even 50% of the evolution energy was no easy feat. Even large raptors would struggle to hunt a kangaroo alone unless targeting the young. However, the task required Shenmue to hunt an adult kangaroo, complicating matters considerably. Surely I, the mighty ruler of the skies, cannot be bested by such a creature, Shenmue thought defiantly, unable to resort to enlargement or transformation. He opted to utilize his cloning ability. With a flourish, a massive white-bellied sea eagle appeared beside him. Shenmue examined his clone, curious if he could conjure another. Alas, it was not possible. Just one clone. Very well. He directed his clone to attack the kangaroo below. Upon spotting the approaching white-bellied sea eagle, the adult kangaroo's initial reaction was to flee. This reaction caused Shenmue's expression to darken slightly. While he could have worn the kangaroo down in a direct confrontation, its decision to escape posed a dilemma. However, given the vast openness of the terrain, where could it possibly run? Shenmue followed closely behind his clone. The two white-bellied sea eagles descended upon the adult kangaroo with their sharp talons. As Shenmue drew near, he raised his claws and struck fiercely at the kangaroo's shoulder. His talons sank into its flesh, tearing through muscle and sinew. In retaliation, the kangaroo raised its paw and swung at Shenmue. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the attack. Capturing the kangaroo was proving to be an impossible task. Shenmue's intention was to gradually drain the kangaroo's blood, ultimately exhausting it to death. Two colossal white-bellied sea eagles circled the kangaroo, launching frenzied attacks. Before long, the kangaroo was drenched in blood, yet it desperately continued to flee. Ahead lay a street, bustling with pedestrians who paused in astonishment at the unfolding scene. At that moment, Chunmu realized the gravity of the situation. If the kangaroo plunged into the crowd, his hunt would be thwarted. It was too sluggish. Despite having inflicted blood loss, the kangaroo's remarkable vitality meant it would take considerable time for it to succumb. Should the kangaroo escape into the throng, utilizing them as a shield, Chunmu would be unable to pursue his attack. Was this kangaroo truly intelligent enough to exploit humans? He exchanged a glance with his avatar. The avatar surged forward, seizing the kangaroo's arm with its sharp claws. As soon as it was caught, the kangaroo thrashed violently, attempting to break free. The avatar soared into the air, lifting the kangaroo's arm high. Roaring in fury, the kangaroo raised its other arm to strike at the avatar. Chunmu swiftly approached, grasping the kangaroo's other arm with his talons, forcefully pulling it back. Ordinarily, the strength of a white-bellied sea eagle could rival that of an adult kangaroo's arm, but the circumstances were different now. The kangaroo cried out in pain, writhing in distress. The attacks unleashed by Chunmu and his avatar targeted the kangaroo's shoulders and arm joints, aiming not only to weaken it through blood loss, but also to diminish its capacity to wield its arms. After all, its arms were its sole means of inflicting harm upon Chunmu. The two white-bellied sea eagles flapped their wings and ascended, hoisting the adult kangaroo aloft. Look! The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment at the sight. One eagle grasped the kangaroo's arm, while the other soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of several thousand meters. The kangaroo struggled against its captivity, but it was futile. Chunmu locked onto a rocky surface below, exchanging a knowing glance with his avatar before they both released their grips. With a cry, the kangaroo plummeted from the sky. Accelerated by gravity, it fell rapidly. Thud! The kangaroo crashed onto the rocky ground, bloodied and lifeless. Chunmu descended beside the kangaroo's corpse, while the avatar dissipated into mist. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Evolution. Am I a lone wolf? Chunmu gazed at the lifeless body of the kangaroo before him and stepped closer. At that moment, he heard a commotion. Coming to his senses, he turned to investigate the source of the noise, only to find a group of people approaching, wielding phones and cameras, seemingly capturing images of him. What a magnificent white-bellied sea eagle. But where was the other one? I just saw it land here. How could it have vanished? I am uncertain. Yet it is truly astonishing. This is the first time I have encountered such a grand white-bellied sea eagle. Is it indeed a white-bellied sea eagle? It appears larger than the wedge-tailed eagle. The wedge-tailed eagle is a sizable raptor native to this region. Previously, I came across a news article that spoke of a large white-bellied sea eagle capturing a seagull. Could it be referring to this one? It is also possible that it pertains to the other one I just observed, which was equally impressive. Furthermore, this is my inaugural experience witnessing two white-bellied sea eagles collaborating in a hunt. The humans are abuzz with chatter. Observing them, Chunmu felt a twinge of discomfort. He despised being gawked at like a spectacle. Congratulations on completing the task, achieving a 50% progress reward. Congratulations on reaching 100% evolution energy. The evolution process will commence. Evolution? In the presence of these humans? Chunmu was momentarily taken aback, intending to intervene, but at that moment, the golden light enveloped him. As the golden light encased the white-bellied sea eagle before them, the humans stood in awe. What is happening? Although filled with confusion, many began to respond, pulling out their phones and cameras to capture the moment. The golden light lifted Chunmu's form, whisking him away. They beheld the golden light swiftly vanish from their sight, leaving them stupefied. When the golden light enveloped him, Chunmu's consciousness faded. As time elapsed, his awareness gradually returned. Once his consciousness resurfaced, he instinctively glanced at himself. After becoming a white-bellied sea eagle, Chunmu had contemplated what his next evolution might entail. Judging by the current circumstances, he had evolved from a marine creature into a penguin. Though a flightless bird, it was still a feathered avian. Subsequently, he continued to evolve, with all transformations resulting in avian forms. Chunmu believed that having become a white-bellied sea eagle, a medium-sized raptor, it was plausible that his next evolution could lead to a larger raptor. He felt a strong likelihood of this potential. However, upon regaining his senses, he discovered himself standing upon a vast grassland. He paused momentarily, then lowered his gaze to inspect his forelimbs. Is this a dog? Surely not. This was a reality Chunmu found difficult to accept. Transitioning from a raptor to a dog was an overwhelming disparity. Chunmu expanded his consciousness, examining his surroundings closely. Upon realizing his true form, his eyes gleamed with clarity. Now, his tail hung naturally, relaxed. His ears stood erect, his gaze sharp, his mouth closed, exuding an aura of ferocity, as if he might pounce on a target at any moment. The fur on his back was black, gradually fading to a tawny yellow and light brown. Upon seeing this, Chunmu comprehended. He was not a dog, but rather a wolf. Have I evolved from a white-bellied sea eagle into a wild wolf? Observing the unfamiliar grassland around him, he noticed the absence of humans or human structures within sight. This was evidently a wilderness far removed from human habitation. Well, as long as I am not a dog, I can accept this. To distinguish between dogs and wolves, there exist numerous methods. However, the simplest way is to observe their tails. Wolves typically have their tails hanging down, while dogs hold theirs high. Additionally, dogs display a myriad of colors, whereas wolves predominantly exhibit dark fur on their backs, gradually transitioning to shades of brown and light brown below. At this moment, Chunmu's stomach let out a rumble, signaling hunger. I should find something to eat, he murmured to himself, contemplating the activation of his consciousness vision. Suddenly, A voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved and received an evolution reward. Your consciousness vision has been upgraded, extending your visual range from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters. Chen Mu felt a thrill. His consciousness vision had indeed upgraded. 10,000 meters. Had it truly increased tenfold? This realization filled him with delight, for the consciousness vision was an invaluable asset. It is essential to note that this range refers to radius, not diameter. Centered around Chen Mu, everything within a spherical radius of 10,000 meters would be within his sight. 10,000 meters is quite a considerable distance. As he activated his consciousness vision, he beheld the entirety of his 10,000-meter range. He directed his gaze to the highest point in the sky, looking downwards. Below, he observed vast swathes of clouds. The sensation was akin to being aboard an aircraft, gazing down at the clouds. Typical commercial flights ascend to roughly 10,000 meters. Precisely the altitude Chen Mu's consciousness vision had now reached. He felt an overwhelming sense of awe. If his consciousness vision were to upgrade again, he surmised he might soon be able to gaze upon the earth from the expanse of outer space. Suddenly, the sound from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. Acknowledging this, Chen Mu shifted his focus elsewhere in search of prey. Before long, he spotted a herd of antelopes approximately 2,000 meters away, grazing on the grass. Simultaneously, he noticed 7 wolves, resembling him closely, resting beneath a tree not far from the antelopes. Are they kindred? Chen Mu did not dwell on this. He moved swiftly towards the antelopes, prioritizing his need for sustenance. Soon, the shape of the antelope herd came into full view as he came to a gradual halt, scanning for a target. At that moment, the resting wolves, upon noticing Chen Mu, rose with serious and solemn expressions, their gazes fixated intently upon him. The 7 wolves began to approach Chen Mu. He surveyed the antelopes before him. Most were adults, with only a few being younglings. Should he target an adult antelope or a juvenile? For Chen Mu, all that mattered was satisfying his hunger. A lone wolf often struggles to hunt for sustenance. But Chen Mu, as an exceptional lone wolf, was different. Before he could finalize his decision, a rustling sound nearby captured his attention. He regained his senses, only to find that the 7 wild wolves had approached, glaring at him from a distance of 10 meters, baring their teeth. Get out of our territory, barked the largest male wolf among them. Chen Mu glanced at this male wolf and then surveyed the other 7. It appeared these creatures were quite unlike Orcus. They did not welcome their own kind. Chapter 65, Challenge the Wolf King. Transformed from lone wolf to new wolf king wolves are typically led by a formidable pair of alpha wolves, with the majority of the pack consisting of their offspring. Though some may be unrelated, in the wild, wolves place immense value on their territory. When an adult lone wolf encroaches upon their domain, the alpha wolf will drive the intruder away. As a mature male lone wolf, the intruder has 2 choices: flee or show submission, thereby earning the trust to join the pack, or challenge the alpha and, if victorious, assume leadership of the pack. Now, under the alpha's command, this pack sought to expel Chen Mu. This was a warning. If he did not retreat, they would soon attack. The task had refreshed, requiring him to establish his own wolf pack, leading it as the alpha while ensuring the safety of his subordinates for a year. The more wolves that remained, the greater the evolutionary energy rewards. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. His gaze fell upon the pack before him, to form his own wolf pack. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He stepped forward, addressing the wild wolves. Who is the alpha? Step forward, I challenge you. The adult male wolf locked its fierce gaze upon Chen Mu, falling silent before suddenly lunging at him. It was clear, this was the alpha, the wolf king. As the formidable creature charged, Chen Mu activated his ability, instantly doubling in size. The wolf king paused, its pupils dilating in surprise. Chen Mu opened his massive jaws, enveloping the wolf king's head and sinking his teeth into its neck. The increase in size did not merely enhance his stature, it amplified his strength as well. With a single bite, the wolf king's skull was crushed. Chen Mu violently shook his head, producing a sickening sound of flesh tearing as the wolf king's neck was ripped apart, its head severed, and the headless body collapsing beside him, twitching slightly. Suddenly, he noticed an adult female wolf darting from the pack, fleeing in terror. Seeing this, Chen Mu spat out the wolf king's severed head, momentarily puzzled as he watched the retreating female wolf. Challenging the wolf king meant he could ascend to become the new leader of the pack. Once a human, Chen Mu is a familiar figure in numerous films and television dramas. However, now the wolf king lies slain by his own hand, prompting the question, why did the she-wolf flee? In truth, as Chen Mu understands, the death of the wolf king paves the way for a new lone wolf to ascend as the pack's leader. Yet, it is essential to note that a true wolf pack is not governed by a single king, but rather by a pair, a male and a female, both of whom are considered kings and queens. The display of power by Chen Mu made the she-wolf realize that she was no match for him, thus she retreated. At that moment, a sound interrupted Chen Mu's thoughts. He turned to see an adult female wolf approaching, nuzzling against him. Observing her, he glanced back at the retreating she-wolf and pondered her flight. The female wolf paused momentarily before responding. She is the queen. The old wolf king has been slain by you, and she knows she cannot compete with you. So she fled. Chen Mu found the explanation perplexing, but dismissed it from his mind. As he shifted his gaze, he surveyed the remaining members of the pack. Only 5 wolves remained, a young male, a young female, an adult male, and 2 adult females. Upon Chen Mu's approach, they all lowered their heads in a display of reverence, clearly awed by the power he had just exhibited. Typically, a wolf pack comprises between 7 and 30 wolves, making this particular pack relatively small. Ordinarily, when a lone wolf kills the king and takes his place, the position of queen is subsequently re-established. Thus, Chen Mu must now seek a female wolf to propagate the lineage. Among the pack, only the 2 adult females are eligible to assume the role of queen, which explains why one of them approached Chen Mu, seeking to curry favor. However, Chen Mu remained indifferent to such matters. Have you all eaten? He inquired, marking his first utterance as the new Wolf King. The other wolves appeared somewhat bewildered. The she-wolf that had approached him replied hesitantly, Your Majesty, we ate not long ago. Chen Mu acknowledged her with an "oh," responding, You have eaten, but I have not. With that, his gaze fell upon an antelope not far away, and he paid little mind to the pack. He advanced toward the adult antelope, his form expanding once more. While a typical adult wolf is smaller than an adult antelope, Chen Mu's ability to enlarge himself allowed him to surpass the antelope in size. He exerted his control over the creature, compelling it to stop grazing and run toward him. The wild wolves behind him watched in astonishment as the adult antelope obediently laid down before Chen Mu. He approached, lowered his head, and opened his jaws wide, beginning to feast. The wolves behind him stood in awe, for hunting a full-grown antelope typically requires the cooperative efforts of a pack. If one were to embody the solitary wolf, it would necessitate the selection of relatively feeble antelopes to succeed in such a pursuit. Yet, this new Wolf King before me has astonishingly compelled the antelopes to approach willingly towards their demise, a notion that astounds the wild wolves. Chen Mu, absorbed in his meal, savors the exquisite flavor, finding it far superior to that of the clumsy birds he had previously consumed. As he dines, he reflects on the abundance of fat and meat. Relishing the experience, it seems prudent to seek out fatter prey in the future. Although this fare pales in comparison to cooked meat, it is undoubtedly more delectable than his recent avian diet. Before long, Chen Mu finds himself satiated. After finishing, he retreats to the side, instinctively glancing at the wild wolves who gaze hungrily at the carcass of the antelope, yet dare not approach. The hierarchy within the pack is stringent. Until the Wolf King has feasted, the others cannot partake without facing punishment. Perhaps some of these wolves had not yet filled their bellies, but even upon witnessing the food, they could only observe as the new Wolf King, Chen Mu, indulged. Chen Mu's mission is to ensure the survival of the pack for a year. The greater the number of wolves that endure, the higher the reward of evolutionary energy he shall receive. Thus, he declares, Feast, for I am already satisfied. With those words, he departs. Only then do the other wolves muster the courage to approach the meal. Chen Mu settles beneath a grand tree, observing the pack as they consume their share. The thought of the task looms in his mind. The more wolves that remain, the greater the reward. He muses, contemplating the need to seek out other packs for consolidation. Chapter 66. Do wolves wag their tails? The next target, capture wolf pups seated beneath the tree. Chen Mu unconsciously sways his tail in contemplation. For him, the sensation of wagging his tail parallels the human habit of shaking one's leg in moments of relaxation. Some assert that a wolf's tail lacks the agility of a dog's, being too stiff to emulate a dog's wagging. However, this is a misconception. Wolves indeed wag their tails. For dogs, upon the return of their owner after an absence, joy manifests in fervent tail wags. Similarly, wolves exhibit comparable behavior upon reuniting after brief separations for hunting. The pack does not remain constantly together. Hunting parties may temporarily depart to pursue prey, and upon their return, those wolves with closer bonds will greet each other with tail wags. Thus, it is evident that wolves do wag their tails. For Chen Mu, this act is akin to a human's leg shake, a sign of relaxation. He is deep in thought. The current task assigned by the system is singular, leaving no room for choice. Since the system states that the larger the pack, the greater the evolutionary energy progress, it is imperative to expand his wolf pack. What methods exist for such an expansion? Chen Mu ponders aloud, acknowledging his limited understanding of these creatures. King, do you wish to expand your pack? A voice inquires nearby. The mature she-wolf approached Chen Mu, affectionately rubbing against him. Chen Mu inquired, Do you have any suggestions? The she-wolf humbly lay beside him, gazing up, and replied, My king, one could choose a queen and then sire offspring with her. Thus, we could expand our pack. Chen Mu fell silent. Indeed, this was a viable method to enlarge the wolf pack, yet it necessitated his involvement in reproduction. He would rather remain a solitary wolf. The she-wolf raised herself slightly, regarding Chen Mu with reverence, and asked, Do you think I could be that queen? She nuzzled him affectionately. Chen Mu replied, What alternatives exist? The she-wolf continued, If there are lone wolves wishing to join us, we must first ascertain their trustworthiness. Once we establish that, we can allow them into our fold. As far as I know, these are the only 2 methods. She added, However, inviting other wolves into our pack is a perilous decision. Packs are typically comprised of family members or siblings, or a pair of mates and their offspring. There exists a rigid hierarchy and territorial boundaries, leading to a strong aversion to outsiders. Thus, packs are usually formed by their own kin, with few outsiders. Wolves tend to be either solitary, in pairs, or part of a pack. Under normal circumstances, to ensure sufficient food, the alpha wolf will begin to cull the pack when its numbers reach a certain threshold. Newly matured wolves, and those not favored by the alpha, mostly male, are often driven away from the pack's territory. Therefore, the size of a pack does not typically expand indefinitely. It generally stabilizes around 7 members. The term 7 wolves is not arbitrary, as this is the typical number for a healthy pack. Naturally, if food is plentiful, the pack may increase to between 7 and 30 members, but rarely exceeds this range. Chen Mu glanced at the she-wolf beside him and asked, If I were to kill the alpha of another pack, could I compel them to join us? The she-wolf responded thoughtfully, In a conflict between 2 packs, if one alpha slays the other, the remaining wolves will flee. Packs are fundamentally familial, and the merging of packs in the wild is virtually non-existent. In battle, the inferiority of one pack becomes apparent, leading the weaker pack to retreat. If the alpha falls, The subordinate wolves will flee even more swiftly, for to remain is to risk death. Unlike humans, the notion of consolidating packs is not so feasible. Slowly rising, Chunmu turned to the she-wolf and asked, "Are there other packs nearby?" She affirmed, yes. Rising alongside him, Chunmu commanded, "Let us go seize territory, lead the way." Upon hearing this, the she-wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement, replying, "Very well." It sprinted ahead, guiding Chunmu along the way. Chunmu followed closely behind the female wolf. Observing this, the other 4 wild wolves rose to their feet, trailing after him. Chunmu instinctively glanced back at the 4 wolves following him, then averted his gaze. Once these creatures confirmed Chunmu as the Wolf King, would they accompany him in his endeavors? The title of Wolf King indeed proved to be quite advantageous. Chunmu opened his consciousness to the surroundings. In no time, everything within a 10,000-meter radius was imprinted in his mind's eye, following the direction of the female wolf. He soon spotted a pack of wild wolves. There were indeed 9 of them, 2 of which were quite small, presumably less than a month old. The remaining 7 were adults. This group of wolves gathered beneath a large tree, surrounded by tall grass, which provided ample cover for the pups. Chunmu withdrew his gaze and moved forward. The female wolf observed his actions with a hint of confusion. Chunmu reassured her, stating, "I know where they are. Just follow me." The female wolf complied, trailing behind him. She watched Chunmu's imposing figure, a tall and robust presence exuding an aura of strength, with sharp eyes and a commanding stride that captivated her. Meanwhile, Chunmu pondered a different matter. It would likely be challenging to persuade the other wolves to join him through the demise of the Wolf King. This meant that his only option was to recruit lone wolves. The more solitary wolves there were, the better, by eliminating the Wolf Kings of other packs. Those packs would disperse, giving rise to numerous lone wolves. If he could dismantle the nearby packs, the number of lone wolves would increase, thereby enticing more to join his own ranks. Moreover, there were certainly wolf pups within the packs. Capturing these pups to raise them as his own was also a viable strategy. A slight smile crept across Chunmu's lips. "How clever I am," he thought, almost admiring his own ingenuity. "Just ahead is their territory," the female wolf remarked. Chunmu acknowledged her with a nod and proceeded onward. Suddenly, he underwent a transformation. His figure expanded, revealing a gigantic gray wolf before the assembly of wild wolves. Chunmu raised his head and let out a resounding howl that echoed through the heavens. This was a sound that could be perceived by human ears. Translated, the howl conveyed a challenge. "All your little pups, come forth. I am here to claim this territory." Under the watchful gaze of Chunmu's consciousness, the resting wild wolves gradually opened their eyes. Chapter 67. The Battle for the Wolf Pack's Territory. Listen. It's the sound of a wolf howl. A human, speeding across the grassland in a vehicle, instinctively halted upon hearing the sound. He surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, an casually dressed elderly man with white hair displayed a glimmer of curiosity, stating, "I have heard the howls of the nearby wolf packs before. But this howl is entirely different from the ones I have heard previously." Accompanied by a driver clad in a tank top and possessing dark skin, the elder glanced at the old scholar beside him and inquired, "Doctor, do you have any idea what this is about?" Upon hearing this, the old doctor adjusted his spectacles, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. The howl of the wolf is resounding and authoritative, likely asserting its dominion. As for what precisely has transpired, I am at a loss. Shall we venture closer? The robust man regarded the old doctor, who gave a slight nod in affirmation. Thus, the two of them drove towards the origin of the sound. Through his heightened awareness, Chunmu discerned 6 wild wolves, led by a male and female wolf king, as they galloped towards his direction. Additionally, there were 3 others, 2 pups and an adult female wolf. The adult female remained behind to oversee the 2 pups, while the male wolf king emitted a long, resonant howl. In the distance, the old doctor recognized the sound and remarked, "That is the voice of Wolf King A." Infused with anger, though typically composed, it seems to be quite irate this time. The name Wolf King A had been bestowed by the old doctor upon a wolf residing in this area. On the other hand, Chunmu, embodying the essence of a wild wolf, heard a different voice. "You there, wait. Dare to tread upon my territory. If I catch you, I shall skin you alive." Upon hearing this, Chunmu unleashed another howl. A woo. The old doctor, upon hearing this unfamiliar howl, noted, once again, a howl that eclipses that of Wolf King A. This creature appears formidable, exuding the aura of a king, likely another Wolf King. In truth, Chunmu's howl conveyed a different message. "Come, I am on your turf. If you have the courage, come and bite me. You think I fear you? When I see you, your fate is sealed. Come, I dare you." The howls continued to resonate. The old doctor found himself momentarily entranced, observing, "This seems to be the exchange between 2 male wolf kings, truly fascinating." Meanwhile, Chunmu's keen eyesight enabled him to see the pack of wild wolves approaching. As the wolves beheld Chunmu, who was twice their size, they halted in their tracks. As though they had encountered a specter, Chunmu scrutinized the wolves before him and stepped forward, stating coolly, "Which of you dared to insult me earlier? Step forward." The pack, comprising 9 wolves, had fully materialized before him. In front of the 6 wolves stood a male and a female, presumably the kings of this pack. Yet, the expressions of the 2 wolf kings were rather peculiar. The female wolf king cast a glance at her male counterpart, who fixated on Chunmu, baring his teeth. Though his eyes betrayed a sense of unease, it was evident that Chunmu's imposing stature instilled considerable apprehension within him. Chunmu asserted, "It must be you." He advanced a step, prompting the male wolf king to instinctively retreat, with the rest of the pack following suit. The wolf pack is an exceptionally intelligent species, capable of discerning the disparity in strength between themselves and their adversaries, thus determining whether to advance or retreat. It is evident that this particular pack recognizes the overwhelming gap in power. Chun Mu continued his advance, the wolves' paws pressing against the ground. Suddenly, the alpha male pivoted. In an instant, the entire pack turned and fled. Seeking to escape? That would not be so simple, Chun Mu remarked coolly. He activated his control ability directly on the alpha male, causing it to break away from the fleeing pack and charge back towards him. Chun Mu opened his formidable maw and clamped down on the alpha's throat, viciously tearing it apart. The alpha male lay motionless on the ground. Initially, the wild wolves hesitated, contemplating whether to return and rescue their leader upon witnessing its return. However, upon seeing the alpha's throat brutally severed, they were seized by terror and chose to flee once more. This time, their hesitation was non-existent. Chun Mu turned to the wild wolves behind him and commanded, "Pursue." The wild wolves, upon hearing this, hastily followed suit. Chun Mu also sprinted forward, keeping pace with the pack as they chased after the fleeing wolves. He utilized his control ability to seize one of the adult females. Under his influence, the female wolf ceased her flight. Naturally, Chun Mu was the fastest, being the first to reach her side. The female wolf, regaining her senses, looked at Chun Mu, her pupils quivering with unease. She wished to escape, but found herself unable. "Please, do not kill me," she pleaded. Chun Mu responded, "I offer you two choices. Either I slay you, or you join my pack." The female wolf hesitated briefly, then glanced at Chun Mu. Within the pack, the hierarchy was stringent, and as she was not the alpha female, she held no significant status. "Choose," Chun Mu urged. "I will join," the female wolf replied hastily. Chun Mu released his control over her body and surged forward to rejoin the pack. He employed the same method to dominate another adult wolf, coercing it to join his ranks. Alas, his control ability could only influence one target at a time. After driving the wolves a considerable distance away, Chun Mu let out a howl, signaling for them to cease their pursuit. The wild wolves obediently halted and gathered around him. Their expressions radiated excitement. Defeating the rival pack signified the acquisition of new territory for Chun Mu. However, he held little interest in territory. Utilizing his consciousness, he surveyed the surroundings and spotted wolf pups hidden within the grass. The two pups were still quite young, guarded by an adult female. Chun Mu led his pack towards the location of the pups. Upon their arrival, the adult female immediately became vigilant, baring her teeth in a defensive stance. The pack encircled the three wild wolves before them, with the female protecting the two pups behind her. The two young cubs stood frozen in place, gazing at the pack of wolves that surrounded them, their expressions tinged with confusion. These juvenile wolves were still quite small, evidently unaware of the perilous situation they found themselves in. Chapter 68. The expansion of the wolf pack. Chun Mu released his transformation, stepping forward to confront the mother wolf. "Are you their mother?" he inquired. The mother wolf surveyed the throng of wolves encircling her, realizing she could not withstand such a formidable force. Gradually, she retracted her bared teeth, revealing a demeanor of unease as her tail drooped. "These are the queen's offspring. I am responsible for their care." Within a wolf pack, only the two highest-ranking wolves, the alpha male and female, possess the privilege of procreation. The other wolves are not permitted to breed, but are obligated to tend to the young of the alpha pair. Typically, it is the adult females of the family who assume the role of caretakers. Chun Mu stated, "Your pack has disbanded. You are now a lone wolf. Join us, or face death by our fangs. The choice is yours." The adult mother wolf hesitated slightly, looking from Chun Mu to the other wild wolves nearby, her gaze returning to him. You won't harm these cubs, will you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mu regarded the mother wolf thoughtfully. "Did you not assert that you are not their mother? Why the concern for their well-being?" The mother wolf, who had been following Chun Mu closely, interjected. "Indeed, she is not the queen of that pack, nor are those cubs hers. She is merely the daughter of the queen, making those cubs her younger siblings. Ordinarily, when the highest-ranking pair of wolves bear offspring, upon reaching maturity, those young wolves face two paths. One is to leave the pack and become solitary, a route typically taken by males. The other is to remain within the pack, relegated to the status of subordinate wolves. The subordinate wolf is, in fact, the offspring of the alpha couple. When the alpha pair produces more cubs, these new additions naturally become the siblings of the subordinate wolf, who is then tasked with their care. Chun Mu returned his gaze to the mother wolf standing protectively in front of the young cubs. The mother wolf beside him continued, "My king, perhaps it would be best to eliminate them? If they join our pack, they could become a liability. Besides, these cubs belong to another pack, not yours. If you desire, I can bear you more offspring." Chun Mu paused, instinctively glancing back at the mother wolf. Her eyes held a glimmer of hope. He suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth and withdrew his gaze. The mother wolf before him grew visibly anxious, watching him with trepidation. "Please, do not harm me or the cubs. I assure you, if you allow me to join your pack, I will be utterly loyal." Typically, when a wolf pack encounters the young of another, they would eliminate them without hesitation. A proper wolf pack would never squander resources or energy on nurturing the offspring of a rival. Certainly, there are exceptions. For instance, when a she-wolf has just given birth and, due to unforeseen circumstances, the pups have perished, she may choose to adopt another's offspring during her lactation period, overwhelmed by maternal instincts. However, the actions of the pack entirely depend on the will of the alpha male. The alpha dictates the course of action, and a conventional alpha would undoubtedly refuse to allow the pack to adopt pups from another group. Yet, the current alpha is Chun Mu, who is evidently not a typical leader. Observing the she-wolf before him, Chun Mu declared, "From now on, you and those two little ones will be members of my pack, just as you were in your previous one. You shall care for them, and the pack will provide sustenance for you and your young." With that, he averted his gaze and turned to leave, prompting the pack to follow suit. Relieved, the the she-wolf ushered her 2 pups to join the departing wolves. The other members of the pack appeared bewildered by Chun Mu's decision to nurture the offspring of another pack. This perplexity was shared by 2 observers from a distance. A rugged vehicle stood still as an elderly scholar, binoculars in hand, stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding. How is this possible? He muttered incredulously. Another pack has invaded little A's territory, driven them away, and adopted their young? A robust man beside him, clad in a tank top, replied, Is that so strange? Of course it is. After years of studying wild wolves, I've never witnessed such a phenomenon. Moreover, this is merely a new alpha. How intriguing. The scholar lowered his binoculars, remarking, It seems this area's wolf packs are destined for transformation due to the emergence of this new leader. The man simply nodded, tasked with driving and ensuring the scholar's safety, remaining oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. How many packs are in this vicinity? Chun Mu inquired as he walked alongside the she-wolf. Upon hearing the question, she replied, I only know of this pack. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Wolves typically remain within their territories, and venturing beyond is perilous. At this, Chun Mu furrowed his brow, his already fierce visage becoming even more formidable. He pondered the reality of the situation. This was not a game, and wolf packs were not limitless. Merely knowing this was insufficient. What must be done? Is propagation the solution? However, according to wolf pack customs, only the alpha male and female are permitted to reproduce. Other wolves lack that privilege. The rationale behind this rule is evidently linked to food scarcity. Insufficient resources hinder the rearing of young, prompting packs to ensure the continuation of the genes of their strongest leaders. Though the wolves are unaware of genetics, this is clearly a practice evolved from their ancestral experiences. Yet, for Chun Mu to reproduce himself seems excessively melodramatic. Accompanied by a pack of creatures resembling dogs, Chun Mu found himself utterly disinterested and chose to proceed at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Before him lay a forest, within which a brown bear was ambling about. This was a mature brown bear, exuding a formidable strength and brimming with muscle. To match such a bear, even 6 of Chun Mu's wild wolves would struggle to achieve parity. Adult brown bears are indeed fearsome beings, voracious in their appetite. Without conscious thought, Chun Mu voiced his desire. Bear paws are a delicacy he had yet to savor in his previous human existence. Chapter 69. The clumsy brown bear encounters humans. Will humans escape? Yet, the sheer power of the brown bear was undeniable. Its stature was imposing, standing over a meter tall even while on all fours. If it rose, it would likely reach nearly 2 meters. The size of the adult brown bear was more than double that of Chun Mu, and it posed a significant challenge. Of course, should the wolf pack coordinate their efforts, a chance of success might arise. However, this would inevitably lead to injuries among the wolves, and Chun Mu currently possessed no means to tend to their wounds. In the wild, injury often equated to death. Hence, he momentarily dismissed the idea of using the pack to confront the bear. Nonetheless, the thought of indulging in bear paw today was resolute in his mind. With that notion, he began to stride toward the brown bear. Noticing Chun Mu's intentions, the other wolves instinctively followed suit, with the bear encroaching upon their territory. All the wolves had become aware of the situation. As the Wolf King advanced towards the bear, they understood that he was determined to defend his domain. The Wolf King was preparing to engage in battle with the bear, and the other wolves felt compelled to follow him without hesitation. Chun Mu, aware of the wolves trailing behind, turned to them and declared, Stay back, I shall entertain it alone. The wolves paused momentarily, expressions of confusion etched upon their faces. The notion of the Wolf King challenging a bear was perplexing. Was this truly feasible? Nevertheless, this was the command of their king, and as members of the pack, they had no choice but to obey. The Wolf King's orders were absolute, beyond question or defiance. To resist would invoke the king's wrath, leading to severe consequences for the insubordinate, ranging from painful injuries to, in unfortunate cases, death. Thus, no wolf dared to defy Chun Mu's command, regardless of its oddity. As he approached the brown bear, Chun Mu observed that the bear's path closely mirrored his own, both headed toward the resting area of his pack. A question arose in his mind. Why was this so? A memory of an antelope he had previously hunted flickered in his thoughts. Brown bears are relatively cumbersome among animals. Their favored method of hunting involves waiting patiently for opportunities, much like how they catch salmon by lying in wait upstream for the fish to return. To compel a grizzly bear to hunt agile creatures such as antelopes or moose presents a formidable challenge. Naturally, should a human encounter a grizzly bear in the wild, the outcome is dire. Despite their cumbersome nature, bears are capable of outrunning a human. Consequently, without the opportunity to ambush, a grizzly's sustenance predominantly derives from the prey hunted by other predators, either through theft or scavenging leftovers. Grizzly bears possess an innate ability to discern sources of food. It is evident that this particular bear intruded upon a wolf pack's territory because it was aware of the freshly deceased antelope carcass nearby. When Chun Mu and the wolves departed, the antelope had not been completely consumed, thus drawing the bear's interest. Chun Mu, too, was not inclined to ponder further. His focus was solely on the grizzly before him. The bear, having noted Chun Mu's approach, chose to disregard him. As a fully grown grizzly, it was nearly invincible in this domain. With fewer than 6 wolves in the pack, they stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Even if they could contend with a grizzly, they would not risk their lives to confront one. Yet, Chun Mu began to run towards the bear. As he closed the distance, his form expanded, doubling in size. Although not as large as the bear, he now appeared only slightly smaller. In an instant, his body split into 2. The grizzly's pupils narrowed slightly as it turned its head to regard Chun Mu. Upon seeing him, the bear exhibited a fierce demeanor and rose to its full height. A deep, resonant growl erupted from its throat. standing erect. The bear's muscular frame reached an imposing 2 meters, instilling fear. Its posture was a display of dominance, and the growl signified its fury. Shenmue scoffed, questioning the bear's effectiveness. In a swift motion, his doppelganger lunged forward. Mid-air, it transformed into a colossal great white shark, spanning 13 meters in length and towering nearly as high as a story. The shark opened its massive jaws wide. The grizzly bear's pupils contracted at the sight of such a formidable maw. The shark clamped down on the bear's arm, biting into its shoulder. A pained cry escaped the bear's lips. Upon landing, the shark maintained its grip on the bear's shoulder, violently twisting its body, utilizing the bear's weight and centrifugal force. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the air. However, due to the shark's immense size and the fact that it was on land, the vigorous movements proved too much for the doppelganger to withstand, resulting in a sudden disappearance with a loud thud. The grizzly collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Its body drenched in crimson blood, the right shoulder nearly dislocated from its body. Lying on the ground, it gasped weakly. Shenmue approached and seized the bear by the throat. With a sound reminiscent of flesh tearing, Shenmue ripped apart the neck of the brown bear. The creature ceased to breathe. Shenmue surveyed the lifeless body of the imposing beast. Eating raw meat? No, it was time for a change of palate. The most exquisite way to alter one's taste, of course, is through cooked food. However, the challenge lies in the necessity of kindling a fire. Observing his fluffy paws, Shenmue realized that this appendage was ill-suited for the task of friction fire starting. He needed to seek out tools to ignite a flame. Contemplating, he turned to the distant pack of wolves observing him and commanded, "Come here." The wolves promptly approached. A particularly eager female wolf drew near Shenmue, exclaiming, "My king, you are remarkable." She affectionately nudged him with her head, displaying an endearing familiarity. The gazes of the other wolves were filled with adoration. Although they were unaware of the specifics of Shenmue's actions, their keen intelligence allowed them to perceive the outcome. Their wolf king had hunted down an adult brown bear. 6 wolves could hold their own against a fully grown bear, but to slay one would inevitably result in injuries or even fatalities among the pack. Yet, here stood their king, who had accomplished this feat solely through his own strength, a power they revered. Shenmue sensed that the female wolf seemed increasingly inclined to bear his offspring. After all, the progeny of a powerful wolf king would undoubtedly inherit that strength. It was an instinct inherent in animals to desire robust offspring. Of course, Shenmue had no interest in such matters. He stated, "Guard this bear's carcass. I must depart for a while to procure some items, understand?" "Understood," the female wolf replied. The other wolves obediently remained vigilant. Shenmue's form transformed from that of a wolf into a magnificent white-bellied sea eagle. He spread his wings, and, under the watchful eyes of the wolves, soared into the sky. The wolves stood in awe. Chapter 70. In pursuit of cooked food, seeking a human for a lighter previously. Shenmue recalled 2 humans in the vicinity, muttering to himself, they should possess a lighter or something similar. Flapping his wings, he ascended into the air, activating his consciousness vision. Through this heightened awareness, he spotted an off-road vehicle traversing the grassland. Found it. Shenmue flapped towards the direction revealed by his consciousness. Soon, the vehicle came into his line of sight. The off-road vehicle was making its way back. As dusk approached, drawing near to sunset, the humans naturally would not linger long in this wilderness teeming with beasts. Shenmue's vision soared above, and through his consciousness, he observed 2 individuals within the vehicle, a muscular young man and an elderly man with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. The young man gripped the steering wheel as they drew closer. Shenmue exerted his control over the young man. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. Upon stopping, the old doctor, with a notebook and pen in hand, began jotting down notes. Reflecting on the day's remarkable events, the new Wolf King and the advantageous pack nurturing the cubs of the disadvantaged, a rare sight indeed. As the vehicle came to a halt, the elderly scholar momentarily paused, instinctively glancing at the burly man beside him. "Lei, why have you stopped?" Lei remained silent, retrieving a lighter from his pocket and tossing it out of the window before restarting the engine. "Lei, what are you doing?" The old scholar was bewildered by Lei's actions. Shenmue, too, was taken aback. Utilizing his controlling ability, he compelled Lei to discard the lighter. As Shenmue had anticipated, Lei indeed possessed a lighter. Once the lighter was ejected from the vehicle, Shenmue intended to have Lei drive away. The vehicle departed, and Shenmue flapped his wings, landing beside the lighter. However, upon seeing it, he instinctively extended his wings and examined his claws. Suddenly, the thought of his wolf claws struck him. He realized he had overlooked something crucial. He, it seemed, could not operate the lighter. No, it wasn't just a semblance. He absolutely could not. The lighter was an invention designed for human use. And for someone like Shenmue, this small lighter required human hands to grasp it, press the switch, and direct the flame towards combustible material. This entire series of actions necessitated dexterous hands, which his claws unequivocally lacked. In other words, even with the lighter as a tool, he was incapable of employing it. There was no other option. Shenmue glanced at the off-road vehicle that had driven some distance away. Since I cannot use the tool, I shall find a tool wielder capable of utilizing it. Inside the off-road vehicle, Lei? The old scholar called out again, noticing Lei's lack of response. Lei snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned, then turned to the old scholar and said, "What is it, Professor?" The old scholar was slightly taken aback and inquired, "Why did you suddenly throw the lighter outside?" Lei chuckled, replying, "Professor, are you joking? Why would I do something so foolish?" With that, Lei smiled and reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve the lighter to show the old scholar. However, as he felt his pocket, his smile froze. I distinctly remember placing the lighter in my pocket. Where has it gone?" Instinctively, he halted the vehicle and began to search. The old scholar watched in confusion. realizing that a creature completely under the influence of the control ability would have no recollection of the memories from that period of control. Suddenly, a change flickered across Lei's expression once more. Noticing this shift, the old scholar's heart sank, feeling a sense of unease. Lei independently restarted the vehicle and turned it around. Hey Lei, what are you doing? The old scholar was utterly perplexed. What was happening? After turning around, Lei drove back to the spot where the lighter had been discarded. He alighted from the vehicle and picked up the lighter. The old scholar let out a sigh of relief. Oh, but just retrieving the lighter. I thought you were up to something else. You startled me. However, what Lei did next caused the old scholar's previously eased tension to rise once again. Lei began collecting various items. Observing what Lei was gathering, the old scholar was momentarily taken aback. Lei, what are you doing? Lei gathered some dry grass and a thick branch, and before the old doctor, he ignited the fire with a lighter. Flames began to flicker, and Lei placed one end of the thick branch onto the blaze. The old doctor was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Soon, the branch ignited, and Lei extinguished the flames on the branch using a leafy twig, leaving behind glowing embers. He then extinguished the fire pile. At that moment, a magnificent white-bellied sea eagle descended from the sky, snatching the smoldering branch with its sharp talons, and took flight before the astonished old doctor. The old doctor widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that a white-bellied sea eagle? Is it interested in the charred wood? The spectacle before him completely defied the old doctor's understanding. Meanwhile, Lei returned to the off-road vehicle, starting the engine. The old doctor hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Wait for me." He climbed into the vehicle just as it revved up, turning back onto the original path. Suddenly, Lei's expressionless face regained its composure. I distinctly remember the vehicle had stopped. What is happening? He halted the vehicle once more and, in front of the old doctor, reached into his pocket. His eyes brightened slightly as he retrieved the lighter from his pants, glancing at the old doctor and stating, "See? I told you the lighter was in my pocket." The old doctor was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in the form of the white-bellied sea eagle, Chun Mu clutched the smoldering wood and soared through the air. Looking down at the wood, he mused, "With this, if I can get the wolf pack to gather some dry leaves and branches, we can start a fire. Once we can create a fire, we can roast bear paws." The mere thought of roasted food excited Chun Mu. It had been several years since he had savored a cooked meal. A smile spread across his face. This time, I must indulge in a grand feast. Soon, Chun Mu returned to the wolf pack, transformed back into his wolf form. The wolves greeted him with expressions of joy. A female wolf approached, tail wagging gently, eyes sparkling with delight. The wolf pack, known for their intelligence, recognized Chun Mu as their leader. Thus, even if he took on another form, as long as they understood that this being was still Chun Mu, he remained their king. This characteristic meant that a wolf king was not necessarily a true wolf. It could even be a husky. Chapter 71. Can a source of light drive away the wolf pack? You all collect some leaves and branches and pile them here. Chun Mu instructed, using his paw to pat the ground. The wolves were puzzled, yet the command of their king was absolute. Consequently, they began gathering leaves and branches. With no rain during this period, the vicinity, adjacent to grassy fields and woodlands, made these materials relatively easy to find. As night gradually fell and the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, the leaves and branches were finally stacked neatly. Chun Mu cast a piece of wood-bearing embers into the fire. Before long, the sparks ignited the dry leaves, and flames erupted. The nearby wolves were startled by the spectacle, retreating in a display of tension and unease. "My lord, this is perilous. Why do you create such a thing?" The she-wolf approached Chun Mu, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames with trepidation. It is said that wolves fear fire. Merely wielding a flame renders one invincible. This notion has gradually evolved into the belief that wolves are afraid of light sources. However, such claims are often dubious. Undoubtedly, fire poses a significant threat to wolves. Their fur, when exposed to flames, can ignite, leading to fatal consequences. Even if they survive, the injuries incurred would likely result in a slow demise, as severe wounds in the wild equate to death. Unlike humans, who can shed their clothing, wolves cannot cast off their fur. Older wolves, having encountered the might of fire, instinctively steer clear of it. For them, flames are undeniably dangerous. Moreover, wolves possess intelligence and recognize humans as formidable adversaries. When they see a human wielding fire, the illumination it casts exposes their positions, stripping them of the cover of night. With their locations revealed and the likelihood of successful hunts diminished, coupled with the lethal potential of the fire in human hands, it is only natural for them to withdraw. However, if a pack is famished, they may be willing to take risks and launch an attack. Thus, humans with fire are not necessarily invincible. Regarding light sources, wolves are not foolish. While light can expose their positions, they do not perceive humans as easy prey. The combination of exposure and the difficulty of hunting may prompt the pack to reconsider their approach. Yet, if prey is scarce and they encounter a human armed with a flashlight, they will not present themselves as easy targets. Attempting to repel a pack with light is an exercise in folly. It is entirely reasonable for wolves to regard fire as a dangerous entity, but they have not yet reached the point of fleeing at the mere sight of it. Chun Mu discerned the discomfort of the surrounding wolves towards the flames. This is called fire. As long as you do not approach it, you will be safe. I require it for certain tasks, he assured them. With that, he moved beside the brown bear and, using his sharp teeth, he tore a piece of meat from its body and cast it into the flames, initiating a rugged barbecue. This method would undoubtedly lead to charred remains, yet Chun Mu was indifferent. He had not tasted cooked meat in ages. While it might burn, as long as there were other means to achieve cooking, it sufficed. He was not human, after all, and lacked the finesse to prepare food with such agility. Turning to the other wolves, he commanded, "Tear the meat from the brown bear and toss it into the fire." allowing the flames to consume it. Despite their apprehension towards the fire, the wolves were compelled to obey the alpha's command. In no time, the brown bear was dismembered, its flesh piled upon the embers. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, stirring Chun Mu's hunger. He picked up a nearby branch and carefully extracted a piece of roasted meat from the fire. The other wolves observed this scene with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend the significance of Chun Mu's actions. Why was he doing this? Clearly, these wild wolves were not unfamiliar with fire. They understood the sensation of being burned. Chun Mu glanced at the other wolves and instructed, like me, move the meat away from the coals and avoid touching the flames. The wolves obediently began to gather branches from around them. As time passed, Chun Mu felt it was nearly time. He then commenced savoring the roasted meat. It was warm, and where it was charred, he bit into it, relishing the tender flesh within. The warmth was accompanied by a delightful aroma. The scent of the cooked meat brought Chun Mu a profound sense of satisfaction. After consuming raw meat for so long, he finally indulged in something cooked. The flavor of the cooked meat was undeniably superior to that of the raw. Although slightly burnt, the familiar taste filled Chun Mu with contentment. The other wolves watched him eat. Despite the food being right before them, none dared to move. Once Chun Mu had his fill and stepped aside to rest, they finally felt emboldened to partake. Before long, a female wolf satiated her hunger and approached Chun Mu, affectionately nuzzling against him. She looked at him and said, "My king." Chun Mu replied, "How does this meat compare to what we had before?" The female wolf responded, "It is delicious." Hearing this, Chun Mu proposed, "From now on, let us prepare our captured prey in this manner. What do you think?" The female wolf hesitated and said, "Is that wise? This could waste a lot of time. During this period, we might attract other predators to snatch our food. However, if it is your command, I shall support it." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu was struck by a realization. Indeed, cooking meat was a luxury for the wild wolves. In the wilderness, apart from their pack, there were other predators, such as grizzly bears and tigers. These predators could seize the opportunity to steal food while the wolves wasted time cooking. In the wild, wolves could even face starvation and death. Cooked food was an extravagant notion for them. It was something only Chun Mu would consider. He recognized that he was viewing the situation from a human perspective, while the female wolf, as a true wild creature, was focused not on the taste of the food but on the fundamental necessity of obtaining it. Chun Mu reflected on his earlier actions today. Was it foolish to risk exposure by using his powers against humans solely to secure a bit of fire for cooked meat? The abilities he possessed were negligible compared to those of humans wielding nuclear weapons. If necessary, they could simply sacrifice one to eliminate him. If he wished to continue enjoying cooked food, he would have to persist in these foolish endeavors. It was indeed quite foolish. Chun Mu furrowed his brow. Although at that time Chun Mu was disguised as a white-bellied sea eagle, those individuals could only harbor suspicions towards the eagle, never towards him as a wolf. Nevertheless, Chun Mu felt the potential for exposure and decided it prudent to refrain from such foolish and perilous actions. Contemplating this, he declared, "Let us depart. We must leave this place. The campfire here will attract human attention, so it is best to move on." Chapter 72. Is there reproductive isolation between the offspring of wolves and dogs? Chun Mu, accompanied by his pack, diligently hunted while seeking out other wolf packs and solitary wolves to expand his own. 3 days later, through the destruction of rival packs, intimidation, and the recruitment of solitary wolves, he successfully augmented his pack to 16 wild wolves. On this particular day, Chun Mu lifted his gaze upward. A creature resembling a cat was perched atop a grand tree, holding the lifeless form of a young elk in its grasp, its feline-like eyes fixed upon him. Lynx? Chun Mu recognized the creature's identity. Although it bore similarities to a cat, its size was significantly larger, with pointed ears adorned with long tufts of fur. Instantly, he identified it as a lynx. It was hunting within our territory, preying upon our quarry once more. The she-wolf beside him glared at the lynx, clearly disdainful of it, exclaiming, "Our food is already scarce, and yet it dares to hunt our prey. Truly detestable." The distribution range of the lynx closely mirrors that of the wild wolf, and their prey is also akin. Thus, wild wolves and lynxes exist as adversaries. The lynx's size exceeds that of a typical domestic cat, while the wild wolf is larger than a standard dog breed. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, a lynx could easily dispatch a wild wolf. Yet, should the lynx find itself surrounded by a pack of wolves, its fate would be sealed. Therefore, to claim that the lynx is the natural enemy of the wild wolf would be inaccurate, as would stating the opposite. They are simply foes. The she-wolf turned her gaze towards Chun Mu, as did the other wild wolves, seeking direction from their alpha. When encountering a wolf pack, a lynx has no reason to fear as long as it is not encircled. Lynxes are adept climbers, while wolves cannot ascend trees. Thus, as long as there are trees, the lynx can evade these wolves. Now, it all depended on the decision of Chun Mu, the wolf king. The pack could only await his command. Chun Mu scrutinized the lynx, which was fixated on him. If he allowed it to live, would it compete with the pack for food? Should resources dwindle, the wolves would face starvation, potentially leading to their demise. Therefore, it appeared there was no alternative. With little inclination to ponder further, Chun Mu regarded the lynx, which was smaller than himself. Exercising his control, the lynx leapt from the tree, approaching him of its own accord, devouring it. The lynx transformed into golden light and merged into Chun Mu's being. He was not hungry, thus direct consumption sufficed. Due to their overlapping territories and similar prey, lynxes and wolves have become entrenched adversaries. Lynxes are remarkably patient creatures, capable of remaining motionless for days, abstaining from food and water while they hunt. In order to survive, it may choose to remain in the trees for several days. It is indeed quite challenging for a pack of wolves to eliminate a lynx. However, for Chun Mu, As long as the creature is smaller than him, it presents no challenge whatsoever. At this moment, Chun Mu can truly be regarded as the king of wolves. He is even capable of contending with grizzly bears. In this vast grassland, there seems to be no beast that he cannot handle. The size of the wolf pack is fundamentally determined by the availability of food. With Chun Mu around, whenever prey is spotted, it willingly approaches him. Thus, the notion of a food shortage is non-existent. Therefore, what Chun Mu must do now is to seize the cubs and gather the lone wolves. Yet, Chun Mu is swift in his endeavors. A month has passed, and Chun Mu has observed something peculiar. This pack of wild wolves appears to be somewhat unusual. The most striking oddity is that these wolves wag their tails upon seeing him. Although different from dogs, whose tails are raised and wag vigorously, these wolves have their tails lowered, swaying gently. Despite the difference, it still gives Chun Mu the illusion of having raised a pack of dogs. Surely, these creatures cannot be a mix of huskies. Chun Mu examined the bushy fur on their tails. Wolves are indeed characterized by their bushy tails, which is why some refer to them as big-tailed wolves. There is no doubt that these are wolves. Chun Mu is too indifferent to ponder further. As long as he accomplishes his tasks, that suffices. Indeed, dogs are domesticated descendants of wolves. However, many fail to recognize that it was the wolves themselves that initiated this domestication. Humans do not hold the dominant role. Rather, the domestication of wolves is a result of their own evolution. The primary transformation of wolves into dogs lies in their newfound ability to digest starch and utilize the nutrients contained within it. An adaptation that emerged as wolves sought to coexist with humans. From that moment onward, wolves began to consume the remnants of human food, thus becoming mankind's loyal companions. As felines, tigers and lions can interbreed to produce ligers, yet due to reproductive isolation, the offspring of ligers cannot propagate. Conversely, wolves and dogs are essentially one species. Because there is no reproductive barrier between them, their offspring can indeed continue to reproduce. If wolves can be domesticated into dogs, can dogs regain their wild instincts and revert to wolves? Clearly, this is possible. The Australian dingo originally descended from a group of ordinary dogs from elsewhere, which became feral when their keepers could no longer care for them. These wild dogs then developed their own hunting techniques, akin to wolves, collaborating to hunt prey. For the people in that region, the arrival of wild dingoes signifies that wolves have come. If wolves are domesticated, they gradually lose their hunting abilities, adapting to live alongside their keepers and evolving into dogs. Currently, the pack of wolves led by Chun Mu is living a domesticated life, with Chun Mu as their keeper. The task assigned to Chun Mu by the system is to accompany the wolf pack for a year while ensuring their safety. He would naturally refrain from sending the wolf pack outside to engage in any skirmishes, for he lacked any means of treatment. The sustenance was primarily gathered by Chun Mu, while the wolves were essentially tasked with consumption. As 2 months elapsed, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at Chun Mu. Puzzled, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "This is exceedingly peculiar." Instinctively, he turned to glance behind him. The number of wolves had now swelled to 23, each one plump and round, appearing quite adorable. Yet, at this moment, these creatures bore little resemblance to wolves. They were akin to a herd of pigs. Upon noticing Chun Mu's gaze, the wolves wagged their tails, displaying signs of delight. They were truly a bunch of dogs as rotund as swine. Chun Mu averted his eyes. Although this brief period was insufficient for the wolves to undergo evolution, their habits and physiques seemed to exhibit some changes. It was all too strange, he mused. Under Chun Mu's care, the wolf pack's daily routine consisted of eating and sleeping, and it was no surprise they were gaining weight. Nonetheless, he chose to disregard it. As long as these creatures were content and fulfilling the system's tasks, that sufficed. Suddenly, Chun Mu's pupils constricted slightly as his gaze fell ahead. Perched on a rocky outcrop was a magnificent creature, its eyes fixed intently upon him. Is that a tiger? Is there truly a tiger in this place? Chapter 73. Two tigers cannot coexist unless Chun Mu felt a sense of astonishment. For him, a tiger was far more remarkable than a grizzly bear. However, Chun Mu was not intimidated by the tiger. Given his current abilities, he could enlarge his own physique to a size comparable to that of a tiger. What intrigued him was the sheer novelty of encountering a tiger in the wild. In Chun Mu's memory, the tiger was an exceptionally unique creature. It was the lone ranger of the forest, a top predator, often referred to by humans as the king of beasts. The regal symbol, depicted by black stripes on its forehead, imbued the tiger with an air of majesty. The presence of such a creature could easily overshadow many animals Chun Mu had encountered. Among these, the white tiger stood out as an even more extraordinary existence. Many believed the white tiger to be an albino, but in truth, it was not due to albinism but rather a genetic mutation, with the likelihood of such a mutation occurring being 1 in 10,000. The tiger observed the wolf pack beside Chun Mu for a moment before gradually rising. With a powerful leap, it descended from the rock and began to approach Chun Mu, baring its teeth in a menacing manner. The wolves behind Chun Mu instinctively recoiled at this sight. In terms of raw combat power, Chun Mu's pack of 23 wolves would likely have the upper hand against the tiger in a direct confrontation. However, in reality, a battle could result in the tiger taking down several wolves, leading to a potential rout of the pack. In the wilderness, upon encountering a tiger, the first instinct of a wolf pack is to flee. Wolves are cunning creatures. They would never be foolish enough to engage in combat with a tiger. For such an endeavor is undoubtedly a fruitless endeavor. Even if the wolves were to leverage their numerical advantage to overpower a tiger and secure its carcass as sustenance, the cost would be the sacrifice of several wolf lives, a heavy toll for a pack that relies on unity as its greatest strength. The wolves are far from naive. Generally, tigers fiercely defend their territories and will not hesitate to eliminate any intruding predators. Upon observing the wolf pack encroaching upon its domain, a tiger is incensed. With a thunderous roar, it lunges forward, targeting Chun Mu, who stands at the forefront. Through the course of hunting and consuming prey, coupled with the ability to share sustenance with its kin, Chun Mu has grown considerably. After invoking his power of enlargement, his size doubles, rendering him larger than the tiger itself. The tiger lunges at Chun Mu, baring its formidable fangs to seize his throat. However, upon contact, the tiger's body transforms into golden light and merges into Chun Mu. With the tiger vanquished, Chun Mu strides onward. The wolf pack watches the spectacle, their eyes alight with astonishment. Although they are unaware of how Chun Mu achieved this feat, they recognize that he has indeed slain the tiger, thus claiming its territory for themselves, a thrilling prospect for the pack. The female wolf accompanying the king follows Chun Mu closely. Observing her, Chun Mu notes that the ample food supply has caused her to gain some weight. The female wolf exclaims, "My king, you are remarkable," as she gently wags her fluffy tail, gazing at him with admiration. Chun Mu averts his gaze. The tiger and the brown bear are no match for the king. Indeed, the king is formidable. The female wolf remarks, "Our territory is expanding. By winter, we shall not worry about finding prey." Chun Mu casually responds, "That is indeed quite good. This is, in fact, quite advantageous for him. As long as he can protect the wolf pack for a year, ensuring their safety, he will fulfill his mission." The expansion of their territory and the widening access to prey is certainly a favorable development. Yet, the female wolf, affectionately nudging against Chun Mu, poses a question: why does the king not choose a queen? Her gaze is tender, and her tail wags gently, clearly indicating her affection and willingness. A flicker of discomfort crosses Chun Mu's face as he turns his attention forward, stating, "I solely wish to safeguard our pack and ensure their well-being. As for other matters, I have little interest." At this moment, his desire to protect the wolves is indeed genuine, driven primarily by his mission. However, the female wolf gazes at him with unrestrained admiration. Truly, he is a king, willing to forsake procreation for the safety of the pack. The she-wolf swayed her tail, gazing at Chun Mu, and remarked, "If the king desires to procreate, I am ever ready." Chun Mu replied dismissively, "Very well, I understand." The she-wolf inquired, "Then, my king, do you wish to procreate now?" Her eyes glimmered with anticipation. Chun Mu responded, "No." The she-wolf's wagging tail gradually came to a halt, her expression tinged with disappointment. Chun Mu continued his journey forward, but after a few steps, he noticed a den not far away, where a tiger adorned with black stripes sat sentinel at its entrance. Taken aback, Chun Mu pondered, for he knew tigers to be solitary creatures. Furthermore, they possess a fierce sense of territory, refusing to allow other tigers to encroach upon their domain, often resulting in deadly confrontations. Yet, the sight of one tiger was soon followed by another, indicating that these two were within the same territory. What could this mean? At that moment, Chun Mu observed two tiger cubs emerging from beside the adult tiger, their curious eyes fixed upon the wolf pack. Understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, while tigers maintain their own territories and do not permit other tigers to intrude, the term tiger here refers specifically to the male. The saying goes that two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. A male tiger's territory typically encompasses the territories of one or more female tigers. The male tiger Chun Mu had encountered earlier was evidently connected to the female tiger before him, and the two cubs were likely the offspring of the male. Upon noticing the wolf pack, the female tiger's demeanor shifted to one of caution, yet she refrained from charging towards them as the male might have. Chapter 74. The Wolf Pack and the Tiger. Regardless of gender, all tigers defend their territory, choosing to eliminate any intruders. However, exceptions exist. Male tigers may permit their territories to overlap with those of females, and females tacitly accept this arrangement. Nonetheless, with the exception of this understanding, all other invaders are met with lethal force. The female tiger's reluctance to confront Chun Mu was evidently due to her cubs, as she prioritized their safety over aggression. She stood, surveyed the wolf pack, and then turned away, leading her two young ones further into the distance. Clearly, she wished to avoid conflict with the wolves and opted for retreat. Chun Mu's gaze lingered on the cubs, captivated by one in particular, a white tiger. A white tiger? This was unexpected. The infinitesimal chance of encountering such a genetic anomaly had manifested before him. When tigers bear young, there exists a rare possibility of a genetic mutation resulting in a white tiger, a phenomenon with a mere 1 in 10,000 likelihood. Idly contemplating the passage of time, Chun Mu considered the notion of nurturing a white tiger. His gaze fell upon the magnificent female tiger, her form imposing. As his own body swelled in size, he directed his controlling abilities towards her. Under Chun Mu's influence, the female tiger lunged violently towards a sturdy tree. With a resounding thud, her skull shattered, and her body collapsed to the ground, convulsing before falling still. Nearby, two young tiger cubs, no larger than domestic cats, witnessed the harrowing scene with bewilderment. Their youthful innocence left them unaware of the gravity of the situation. Tentatively, they approached their fallen mother, nudging her gently with their heads, as if urging her to rise. Chun Mu approached, and the mother wolf inquired, "My king, shall I attend to them?" Chun Mu, upon hearing this, instructed, "Take the white tiger cub, incorporate it into our wolf pack for rearing." Rearing? The mother wolf was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. Indeed, Chun Mu affirmed. "Treat it as you would a wolf cub." Though slightly perplexed, the mother wolf understood that as the command of the wolf king, compliance was obligatory. She stepped forward and gently grasped the white tiger cub by the scruff of its neck, which submitted obediently, not stirring. Leading the pack, Chun Mu departed. The abandoned tiger cub, witnessing its sibling being carried away, felt an urgency. It circled its mother, emitting mournful cries. After several attempts to rouse her, and seeing its companion retreat, it hastily pursued the wolf pack. As Chunmu glanced back at the tiger cub trailing behind, he slowly redirected his gaze forward. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. A blanket of snow enveloped the landscape. Chunmu, in his wolf form, perched upon a snow-covered rock, observing the white tiger in the distance. Though only 2 months had elapsed, the once diminutive white tiger now bore a size comparable to that of an adult wolf. At that moment, the white tiger, utilizing the snow's camouflage, crouched stealthily as it approached a snow hare. As it drew near, the hare perked up its long ears. In an instant, the white tiger pounced, but the hare dashed away, swiftly disappearing into its burrow. Frustrated by its failed hunt, the white tiger clawed at the snow where the hare had vanished, only managing to dislodge a flurry of snowflakes. Realizing its inadequacy, the tiger's tail drooped in disappointment. Turning around, it surveyed its surroundings. The mother wolf, wagging her tail, observed the scene before shifting her gaze to Chunmu. Although it has faltered, it has made significant progress compared to before. With patience, its hunting skills can still be honed, the mother wolf remarked. Chunmu, however, remained silent, a shadow of disappointment clouding his expression. He had envisioned rearing the white tiger to aid in battles against formidable foes, securing sustenance for the pack. Yet now it seemed even the tiger struggled to procure its own meals. Though somewhat disheartened, the scene before Chunmu was within his realm of acceptance. It is worth noting that not only is this white tiger still in its juvenile stage, but even fully grown tigers boast a mere 10% success rate in hunting. After all, tigers are solitary hunters, rarely engaging in coordinated efforts. They rely on stealth to approach their prey before launching an attack. Their success rate pales in comparison to that of a pack of wolves working in unison. If this holds true for adult tigers, it is even more pronounced for the young. After giving birth, a mother tiger will spend 2 to 3 years nurturing her cubs, during which she imparts various hunting techniques and refrains from mating. Once the time comes for the cubs to mature, the mother will drive them away to hunt independently, allowing her to seek out a new mate for reproduction. Chunmu had chosen to rear a white tiger, partly for its novelty and partly to bolster his own strength, as relying solely on his own hunting efforts proved to be rather cumbersome. He dedicated some time to hunt down an adult elk. Once the wolves had feasted, the 2 tigers were also sated. The white and yellow tigers frolicked playfully in the snow after their meal. Nearby, a female wolf observed Chunmu, her gaze lingering on him. Noticing her attention, Chunmu instinctively glanced back at her. Initially, he had planned to raise only one of the tiger cubs, but upon seeing that the other cub had also followed, he decided to nurture both. The responsibility of caring for them fell to the female wolf beside him. At first, she seemed indifferent to the tiger cubs, but over time, she appeared to develop a maternal bond with them. Chunmu astutely sensed that the female wolf, while considering the tiger cubs as her own offspring, had also begun to regard him as her mate. Moreover, the wolf pack had subtly begun to treat her with the reverence befitting a queen. Chunmu, however, chose not to dwell on such matters. The female wolf withdrew her gaze, remarking that prey had begun to dwindle, leading to a gradual reduction in their food supply. Although Chunmu's hunting prowess was unmatched, he recognized that with the onset of winter, many of the animals had begun to migrate away from the vicinity. The departure of prey, regardless of his formidable skills, would inevitably result in food scarcity for the wolf pack. Under the influence of Chunmu's formidable strength and the enticement of food, the pack had swelled to 69 members, not to mention the 2 tigers whose appetites were steadily increasing. This had transformed them into an exceptionally large pack. The substantial number of wolves necessitated a considerable amount of food daily, which led to the once plump wolves, nurtured by Chunmu, reverting to a healthier physique. This, however, was not an encouraging sign. As Chunmu glanced back at the wild wolves, they wagged their tails joyfully upon noticing his gaze. He averted his eyes, pondering the fact that the once robust huskies had slimmed down, which was far from an ideal situation. He murmured to himself that it was imperative to seek out other prey. Chapter 75. The tiger plays with humans, and gradually, the human disappears through the lens of his consciousness. Chunmu beheld the distant coastline. The moment his gaze fell upon the horizon, a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. To Chunmu, the sight of the ocean signified an endless bounty of sustenance. With this realization, the task of caring for the pack of wolves became a trivial matter. Turning to glance behind him, he noted that the female wolf was closely trailing him. Alongside her, the 2 tiger cubs had also caught up. When the wolf pack had taken them in, they were mere infants, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding their mother's demise. Initially hesitant when fed by the wolves, they had now fully embraced their identity as members of the pack. Their behaviors began to mirror those of the wolves, even participating in hunting alongside them. For Chunmu, acquiring food was a straightforward endeavor. However, there were times when he preferred to delegate the hunting duties to the wolves, allowing this pack, which was rapidly resembling huskies, to hone their skills and avoid excessive weight gain that could affect their health. Chunmu was indifferent to whether the pack could find food. His curiosity was piqued by the actions of the tiger cubs. It was well known that tigers typically operated as solitary hunters, with little opportunity for collaboration. Yet, exceptions did exist. Young cubs often learned to hunt by cooperating with their siblings. In this case, however, the 2 cubs were learning to hunt in conjunction with the wolf pack, a phenomenon that was exceedingly rare. Evidently, these tiger cubs were quietly assimilating the hunting methods of the wolves. At around 4 to 5 months of age, tiger cubs typically begin to absorb various hunting techniques from their mother. However, these particular cubs regarded the female wolf, who had consistently provided them with nourishment, as their true mother, hence they instinctively learned hunting skills from her. Yet, these were not the traditional hunting techniques of tigers, but rather the cooperative strategies of wolves. Without further contemplation, Chunmu continued on his path. Daddy! Suddenly, a soft, childlike voice broke the silence. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Mu paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at the white tiger beside him. This white tiger, now nearly the size of an adult wild wolf, appeared slightly smaller than Chen Mu, who had yet to reach his full size. It gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Noticing Chen Mu's attention, the white tiger nuzzled against his shoulder affectionately. Chen Mu blinked in surprise and asked, "Was that you speaking just now?" The white tiger responded with a gentle affirmative, looking up at Chen Mu. "Daddy, where are we going this time?" "What?" The unexpected, childish tone of the white tiger left Chen Mu momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Although his current form was that of a wild wolf, allowing for communication with them, he had never been able to converse with tigers. Yet, at this moment, he distinctly heard the white tiger's words. What on earth was going on? Suddenly, Chen Mu had an epiphany. He understood. The language translated by the system was not derived from the translation of animal speech, but rather from the unique modes of communication that animals employed, such as body language or other actions. These were all translated into a comprehensible language, enabling Chen Mu to understand. Conversely, the words Chen Mu articulated were directly transmitted into the minds of others, allowing them to grasp his meaning in their own manner. Currently, Chen Mu's form was that of a wild wolf, and as long as the communication style of the counterpart was similar to that of a wolf, translation could occur. In other words, the white tiger was not employing the communication methods of a tiger, but rather those of a wolf. The system recognized it as a wolf. Clearly, this was the only possibility. Chen Mu withdrew his gaze and said, "Let us find something to eat." Upon hearing this, the white tiger's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Are we going to eat again, Daddy? What are we having this time? We have been feasting on rabbits lately, and I am rather weary of them." Chen Mu's lips twitched slightly. "All right, I shall take you to something delicious." "Yay, Daddy is the best." The white tiger beamed. This creature truly considered him its father. The two tigers had evidently been completely tamed by the wolf pack. They had wholly integrated themselves into the pack's dynamics. Tigers can indeed be domesticated. In some countries, it is permissible to keep tigers as pets. Previously, there were families that raised tigers alongside dogs. Due to their constant association with dogs, the grown tigers became quite docile. However, even if tigers exhibit gentleness, they remain perilous creatures. There are frequent reports of tigers injuring or even killing humans. Tigers are large felines, akin to colossal cats. Even if humans become familiar with cats and engage in playful activities with kittens, there exists the possibility that, in the throes of joy, they may inadvertently be scratched by the cat. Should a human play with a tiger, a moment of carelessness could result in a gentle bite, reminiscent of the tiger's playful interactions with its siblings. For the tiger, it has mastered the control of its strength. What is merely play among other tigers can be lethal when applied to a fragile human. Tigers can be domesticated, yet they remain inherently dangerous. This elucidates the frequent occurrences of tigers harming individuals after prolonged periods of captivity. Chen Mu averted his gaze. "Mommy, I think Daddy is really handsome," chimed a voice from one of the tiger cubs, sweet and innocent. Chen Mu felt an inexplicable swell of pride, yet he soon sensed something amiss. "Mommy?" Being addressed as Daddy implied certain implications. Instinctively, he glanced back at the she-wolf beside him. The two tiger cubs were trailing closely behind her, engaging her in conversation. The she-wolf inquired, "What makes you think so?" "Because Daddy can grow big, and he can hunt those animals that are so hard to catch. We have tried numerous times without success, but whenever Daddy approaches, they come straight to their demise. Daddy looks magnificent while hunting." The mother wolf chuckled. "Indeed. Your father is the king of the pack, the mightiest of wolves." Hearing this, Chen Mu could only shake his head in resignation and turned his gaze away, continuing onward. He led the pack directly to the shoreline, where the vast sea lay before him, though it was already encased in ice. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mu turned to the wolves behind him and instructed, "Stay here, do not advance." The mother wolf nodded in compliance, and the other wolves naturally adhered to the commands of their king. Chen Mu stepped forward, arriving at the icy surface of the sea. He glanced down, observing the azure waters beneath the ice. The thickness of the ice layer was indeterminate, yet it was clear that only by breaking through it could he gain access to the ocean and procure sustenance. But how could this be accomplished? Chapter 76. The colossal waves towering overhead. Merely a splash before him lay the frozen sea, the thick ice merely a barrier preventing access to the water beneath. To break through this ice, considerable strength was required. A doppelganger appeared beside Chen Mu, a wild wolf replica. Now, there were two fathers. The white tiger, witnessing this, felt a spark of curiosity. "How impressive!" exclaimed another normal tiger cub in admiration. Suddenly, the wild wolf doppelganger transformed into a white-bellied sea eagle, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. "Ah, another father has turned into a bird." The white tiger's eyes glimmered with excitement as it beheld the soaring eagle. The doppelganger, now a white-bellied sea eagle, flew across Chen Mu's line of sight to the distant waters. At an altitude of approximately 500 meters, the white-bellied sea eagle abruptly morphed into a gigantic blue whale. This colossal creature descended from the heavens like a monstrous mountain, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ice covering the sea was struck by an overwhelming impact. The ice shattered instantly, and this terrifying force reverberated through the ice, akin to an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. To shield himself from the ensuing shockwave, Chen Mu had instructed his doppelganger to fly far away. However, he had not anticipated the magnitude of the impact. The earth quaked beneath him, and the ice layer he stood upon began to crack. Chen Mu struggled to maintain his balance, teetering on the brink of falling. In a reflexive motion, his form transformed into that of the white-bellied sea eagle, allowing him to ascend into the air. Instinctively, he glanced back at the wolf pack. They remained steadfast, adhering to Chun Mu's command, standing at a distance on the shore. Although the ice beneath them fractured and the ground trembled, they were not drawn into the sea. In that moment, as the immense body of the blue whale breached the ice and plunged into the ocean, a thunderous roar of colossal waves captured Chun Mu's attention. Chun Mu turned around to gaze into the distance, where a terrifying wave, towering over 10 meters high, surged forth from the spot where the blue whale had plunged. He could scarcely believe that his intention to merely break through the ice had inadvertently conjured a colossal tsunami. This tidal wave, akin to a primordial beast, roared as it approached. If Chun Mu chose to ignore it, the pack of wolves behind him would face certain doom. It was astounding how the mere act of a blue whale leaping from great heights could generate such a monstrous wave. Chun Mu mused to himself, realizing he had underestimated the impact of the immense creature, measuring a staggering 35 meters in length. Once again, he created a doppelganger, two white-bellied sea eagles, which soared directly towards the oncoming wave. Observing this, the wolves on the shore displayed signs of anxiety, pacing restlessly and glancing towards Chun Mu's departing figure. A few of the wolves began to howl, seemingly worried for his safety. The Wolf King was the supreme entity among them, and each wolf bore the duty to sacrifice for him. When the Wolf King's position was sufficiently secure and he had earned the trust of his pack, his well-being would become a matter of great concern for the wolves. Father White Tiger watched this scene with a furrowed brow, filled with worry. "Have faith," the mother wolf said, her expression tinged with unease. "You must trust your father. He is the strongest Wolf King." "Indeed," White Tiger replied, lifting his head to emit a low growl, as if calling out to Chun Mu. As Chun Mu beheld the approaching wave, he squinted and remarked, "A mere ripple dares to threaten my pack. How amusing." With that, he and his doppelganger plunged into the sea. The two white-bellied sea eagles suddenly transformed into two gargantuan blue whales. These titanic creatures, each measuring 35 meters in length, positioned themselves before the colossal wave. The blue whales opened their immense mouths wide and inhaled deeply. The wave crashed against Chun Mu, now in the form of a blue whale, and most of the water was consumed, with the remainder merely splashing against their vast bodies, akin to a gentle scratch. Before the might of the blue whales, the once formidable wave was reduced to nothing more than a small swell. Having successfully halted the wave, Chun Mu submerged into the depths. "He did it. How magnificent, father!" exclaimed White Tiger, his eyes sparkling with admiration. His demeanor instantly brightened as he danced along the shore, joyfully watching Chun Mu's direction. The wolves raised their voices in triumphant howls, proclaiming, "Truly, our Wolf King is extraordinary. He is the strongest of all. He reigns as the king of beasts. How powerful! How impressive! The Wolf King is invincible." The wild wolves howled, their expressions brimming with pride for their formidable leader. At that moment, the two blue whales breached the surface once more. Chun Mu opened his mouth wide, and with a flick of his tongue, countless fish were cast ashore from the depths of the blue whales. The fish varied in size, soaring toward the ocean like a torrential rain. The wolf pack, witnessing this spectacle, became exuberantly joyful. "Is this what father referred to as sustenance?" The White Tiger gazed at the fresh fish, its countenance brimming with delight. As the White Tiger prepared to feast, the mother wolf swiftly intervened, positioning herself in front of it. The White Tiger paused, looking at the mother wolf, who said, "Abide by the rules, and wait for your father to return." Upon hearing this, the White Tiger acquiesced with a soft grunt, obediently settling aside to watch. Under normal circumstances, tiger cubs are nurtured and educated by their mothers. During this teaching phase, once the cubs are capable of participating in hunts and securing food, if there are both male and female cubs, the mother typically allows the male cubs to eat first, while the female cubs stand aside until the males are satiated. However, in this wolf pack, the rules were evidently different. Chun Mu dispelled his duplication and transformed into a white-bellied sea eagle, returning amidst the eager gazes of the wild wolves. He then shifted into his wolf form and landed on the shore. The wild wolves wagged their tails in delight at the sight of Chun Mu. The mother wolf, closest to him, approached and affectionately nuzzled against him, saying, "King." Two young tigers also came closer, exclaiming, "Father is so powerful." Chun Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These creatures, nevertheless, he was too indifferent to correct their address. After all, having slain their mother, it was not inappropriate for him to assume the role of their father. Chun Mu casually selected a fish and began to eat, while the other wolves observed. Within the wolf pack, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. Only the Wolf King could partake in food first, and any challenge to this order was met with trepidation, as no wolf dared to defy it. Once Chun Mu had his fill, the other wolves commenced their meal. Chapter 77. The year has passed. Evolving from canine to great cat, Chun Mu had caught these fish, which were actually swept up by the recent towering waves. He had taken them into his mouth, submerging himself to filter the seawater through his baleen, and then tossed the fish onto the shore with his tongue. Sitting aside, he watched the wild wolves joyfully tearing into the fish, their faces aglow with satisfaction. This ensured that the pack would not face starvation during the winter. Calculating the time, he mused that it was almost time. A considerable duration had elapsed since he had transformed into a wild wolf, and once this winter had passed, his task would be nearly complete. Chun Mu lifted his paw, examining his wolf claw, pondering what he might evolve into next. "King," a voice broke his reverie. He turned to find the mother wolf sitting beside him, affectionately rubbing against him, her face raised to meet his gaze, filled with admiration. Chun Mu diverted his attention to the two tiger cubs, who were rapidly increasing their consumption. "Their appetites are growing," the mother wolf remarked softly. Hearing this, Chun Mu nodded, replying, "After all, they are tigers." The she-wolf emitted a soft grunt, stating, "However, we are now their parents." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu fell silent, sensing an odd sense of advantage being taken by the she-wolf. He decided it was not worth his effort to engage in conversation or to alter the appellation the two tiger cubs had for him. At that moment, snowflakes began to descend from the sky. Chen Mu raised his face to observe the falling snowflakes, clearly noting the chill in the air. His gaze shifted to the two tiger cubs not far away. In such frigid conditions, creatures like the brown bear would be in hibernation, while tigers and wolves remained active. Both tigers and wolves store fat within their bodies, providing them with resilience against the cold. Moreover, their hunting prowess far surpasses that of the cumbersome brown bear. Yet, winter poses a nightmare for most wolf packs. As the season arrives, many prey species migrate away, leaving the wolves without sustenance. In the absence of food, starvation becomes a dire threat. Winter is the period of scarcity for prey, presenting formidable challenges for these predators. Nevertheless, for Chen Mu, the seasonal threat seemed trivial, as proximity to the sea promised an ample food supply. Time passed gradually, and spring arrived. The snow melted, lush grass blanketed the plains once more, and the trees sprouted fresh green buds. As usual, Chen Mu lay resting amidst the grass. The she-wolf sat beside him, while the two nearly adult tigers frolicked playfully in the distance. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Mu's mind. Congratulations on completing the task. The current wolf pack consists of 71 members, with 0 injuries among the wild wolves. You have received a 100% evolution energy reward. Congratulations on obtaining 100% evolution energy. Evolution is commencing. Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. After a year of hunting and sharing sustenance with his kin, his physique had significantly enlarged. He now stood nearly 1 meter tall on all fours, with a body length exceeding 2 meters. Upon receiving the 100% evolution energy, his size increased yet again, reaching a height of 1.5 meters on all fours. At this moment, Chen Mu had truly transformed into a colossal creature. Once the evolution energy was fully absorbed, his form became enveloped in a golden light. The she-wolf observed this spectacle, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. The surrounding wild wolves also took notice of the Wolf King's transformation, lifting their heads to gaze in his direction. Look quickly, Daddy is glowing, exclaimed the white tiger, pausing its play to inform its sibling. The yellow tiger, upon hearing this, turned to look at Chen Mu. Indeed, Daddy is glowing. Chen Mu's body began to undergo a transformation. His immense form gradually contracted. In a short span, the golden light began to dissipate. Chen Mu regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings. Was he still in the same place? This time, he had not been transported elsewhere. However, he noticed the wild wolves gazing at him with expressions of confusion. From his vantage point, he could see that these wild wolves had also grown considerably. After enduring numerous evolutions and transformations, Chen Mu began to grasp the situation. His size had diminished, and upon closer inspection, he muttered to himself, instinctively raising his paw to ascertain his new form. As he beheld it, his pupils contracted slightly. What is this? He waved his paw, revealing white fur adorned with black and white stripes. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. This fur was unmistakably familiar. Was it not the very coloration of a white tiger? Chen Mu expanded his consciousness, viewing himself through a divine perspective. Indeed, a small white tiger, resembling a feline, stood upon the grass. This petite creature was none other than Chen Mu himself. No wonder the wolves regarded him with such peculiar gazes. Observing his surroundings, Chen Mu noted that the wolf pack had coexisted with him for a year. Throughout this time, he had transformed into various animals, and being intelligent creatures, they understood that this young tiger was their wolf king. Thus, aside from a hint of confusion, their demeanor remained respectful. A nearby female wolf approached, softly emitting a low howl, seemingly attempting to communicate with Chen Mu. However, he could not comprehend her words. After all, he was still in the form of a tiger. Just as he contemplated reverting to his wolf form, a voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations on completing your evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward, language comprehension. Language comprehension? Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. What is that? This ability would enable him to communicate with all animals, allowing him to understand their conveyed messages, which would be translated into comprehensible speech. Furthermore, his spoken words would directly enter the minds of his intended audience, conveying his thoughts clearly. King. The female wolf's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's eyes brightened. Although he remained in the guise of a young white tiger, he could now understand the female wolf's voice. This was indeed the power of language comprehension, a remarkable gift. Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. It meant he no longer needed to transform into other forms to communicate with them. All right, he replied casually. Let's go prepare today's food. Congratulations on completing your evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated once more. Chen Mu's heart quickened. Could this be a second evolutionary reward? Evolution successful. You have received an evolutionary reward, ability sharing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu pondered, ability sharing? The system's mechanical voice explained. Devoid of emotion, ability sharing allows you to bestow your current abilities upon other creatures at will, with the capability to withdraw them whenever desired. With this clarification, Chen Mu understood. He could share his powers with the wolves before him, such as doubling their speed or enhancing their size. In doing so, these wolves would gain formidable abilities. Chen Mu pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the she-wolf beside him. He then shared the ability of gigantism with her. The she-wolf's body expanded at an observable rate. She momentarily froze, staring in astonishment at her gradually enlarging form. Mother has grown larger. The white tiger trotted over, its eyes gleaming with curiosity as it gazed at the growing she-wolf. Mother, have you learned to grow like father? The she-wolf, slightly taken aback, raised her paw to inspect it before looking towards Chun Mu. He then retracted the she-wolf's gigantism, restoring her to her normal size. Upon witnessing this, Chun Mu understood. He could indeed bestow his abilities upon others, allowing them to share in his powers. This was the essence of ability sharing. Interestingly, during his recent evolution into a tiger, he had received 2 evolutionary rewards, one for language comprehension and another for ability sharing. It seemed that not every evolution was limited to a single reward. King, what has happened to me? The she-wolf inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Chun Mu shifted his gaze and replied, I merely conducted an experiment and enlarged you momentarily. It is nothing to fret over. He then set forth, leading the pack in search of sustenance. With the arrival of spring, the previously departed prey returned to the plains. Chun Mu had feasted on fish throughout the winter and now craved meat. Naturally, they would prioritize a carnivorous meal, with a normal growth rate. Transitioning from a juvenile tiger to an adult one would yield greater task rewards with reduced use of abilities, while language comprehension and ability sharing remained unrestricted. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu felt a spark of realization. No wonder the system had transformed him into a juvenile tiger and endowed him with these 2 abilities. It was all part of a specific task. These rewards were perfectly aligned with the objective. Would the juvenile tiger develop into an adult tiger as per the normal growth trajectory? That was manageable, simply replicating last year's approach. However, the current limitations implied he could not partake in hunting directly. Yet, with ability sharing, this was not a significant concern. Still, it felt rather sluggish. Accustomed to the swift movements of the larger wolves, Chun Mu found himself moving at a painfully slow pace as a juvenile tiger. The contrast was almost disheartening. Land differed from the sea. In water, after adjusting to swimming, one could glide effortlessly across great distances with a mere flick of the body. On land, however, every step required resistance against gravity, demanding far more energy. Instinctively, he glanced at the she-wolf beside him, who was observing him intently. Their eyes met, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in her gaze as she spoke. King, Chun Mu replied, I am too slow. May I ride on your back? Would you be willing? The she-wolf was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening with excitement as she exclaimed, Of course, whatever you require, my king, I shall provide, even my life. If that is your wish. The command of the Wolf King is absolute. In the presence of the Wolf King's esteemed authority, no wolf dares to defy his orders. Instead, they yearn for his guidance. The more useful a wolf is, the higher its status. Generally, the hierarchy within a wolf pack is strictly enforced, and a wolf's rank is predominantly determined by age. Older wolves command greater respect, as age signifies experience in the realm of wolves. Naturally, if a wolf catches the king's favor, its status ascends even further. Chun Mu remarked, It's not that exaggerated. I have no interest in your life. I will simply enlarge you. And then you can lie down. With that, the she-wolf doubled in size under Chun Mu's ability. Initially, her stature was akin to that of a typical domestic husky. But upon transformation, she became a magnificent giant. Now, with her size increased, her height, while on all fours, was doubled, and her length matched this growth. Her muscles also visibly enhanced. She resembled a colossal wolf. Obeying Chun Mu's command, the enlarged she-wolf lay down. Chun Mu then climbed onto her back, his size comparable to that of an adult cat. Perched atop the massive wolf, he was comfortably seated. Rise now, but walk slowly. Let us pursue our prey. Chun Mu instructed. The she-wolf stood, carrying Chun Mu as she moved towards their quarry. The wild wolves trailing behind observed this spectacle with envious gazes directed at the she-wolf. After a year of camaraderie, Chun Mu's prestige within the pack had soared to extraordinary heights. The means by which a wolf king secures his position is simply through leading the pack to ample sustenance, ensuring that the wild wolves can survive. Should the wolf king fail to provide sufficient food, other adult male wolves would eagerly contemplate challenging him for supremacy. A successful challenger could ascend to become the new leader of the pack. Yet, under Chun Mu's leadership, he had singularly sustained the entire pack by his own efforts. In the eyes of the wild wolves, Chun Mu's stature had reached unparalleled levels. Upon seeing him, they showed immense respect. And it seemed that even if he were to demand their lives, they would not hesitate to comply. The ability to sustain a pack of 71 wild wolves is indeed a formidable power. With such prestige, Chun Mu's capability to assist them filled the wild wolves with pride, which is why they envied the she-wolf. The she-wolf, her face alight with excitement, cautiously advanced with Chun Mu upon her back, fearful of him falling. Chun Mu, however, was unfazed. Although her pace was slow, it was still more rapid than when he was a young tiger. He opened his consciousness, revealing a broader vision. Through this awareness, Chun Mu spotted numerous prey, the nearest being a herd of deer. Are those sika deer? He mused. Raising a paw, he gestured in a specific direction, declaring, Let us proceed that way. The prey over there is closer. Understood. The she-wolf nodded, altering her course towards the sika deer. A pack of wolves advanced toward the direction of the spotted deer. Chapter 79. Who says tigers cannot climb trees? Spotted deer are social creatures. Yet their sociability is not particularly strong. Under normal circumstances, adult male deer prefer solitude, only returning to the herd during the breeding season. Aside from the males, the other spotted deer display a more pronounced social behavior, as adult females and their fawns tend to gather in groups, ranging from dozens to hundreds. The wolf pack arrived at the congregation of spotted deer. Chun Mu stood atop the back of a she-wolf, observing the deer before him. This was a sizable herd, with an estimated count exceeding 100. The spotted deer were scattered throughout the area. Some grazed with their heads lowered, while others raised their heads, surveying their surroundings. A portion of the deer had already spotted the wolf pack, their ears erect, seemingly attuned to the sounds around them. Although the deer had detected the wolves, they did not flee. as a distance still separated the two groups. Some of the spotted deer remained alert, watching intently. In previous hunting endeavors, Chun Mu had employed his control abilities to hunt these animals directly. However, the current task set forth by the system required him to develop from a fawn into an adult tiger at a natural pace, without utilizing his abilities during this period. While he could use them, doing so would diminish the rewards for completing the task, a consequence Chun Mu wished to avoid. The most prudent choice now was to share his abilities, leveraging the wolf pack for the hunt. Chun Mu regarded the spotted deer before him. The relationship between the grasslands, deer, and wolves is quite remarkable. Deer graze, but an overabundance of deer can lead to food scarcity, causing the grasslands to suffer from desertification due to loss of vegetation. Conversely, the wolves prey on the deer, effectively regulating their population and safeguarding the grasslands. Spotted deer are a unique species. The velvet antlers we are familiar with come from both spotted deer and sika deer. Only male spotted deer possess antlers, while the females do not. The antlers of male deer naturally shed, and they are the only mammals capable of regenerating body parts. The antlers, commonly referred to as velvet by humans, regrow at an astonishing rate of 12 centimeters per day after shedding. This remarkable regenerative speed is precisely why humans domesticate deer, harvesting their antlers, which continue to grow much like plants. Currently, Chun Mu was unable to use his control abilities, and the spotted deer could reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour, while wolves could run at 55 kilometers per hour. However, wolves possess great endurance, allowing them to pursue prey until it is utterly exhausted before feeding. Nonetheless, this seemed quite cumbersome. Chun Mu turned to the white tiger, saying little bye. Upon hearing this, the white tiger turned its head to face Chun Mu. Chun Mu continued, this time, the food for the wolf pack will be your responsibility along with little Huang. Can you manage that? Although these two tigers had not yet fully matured, their size was already comparable to that of adult tigers. The white tiger hesitated at this request, pondering, can I really do it? Chun Mu stated, if I declare you capable, then you are indeed capable. The white tiger nodded in agreement, responding, very well. I shall do as father commands. The yellow tiger interjected. Chun Mu slightly raised his paw. In that instant, the sizes of both tigers surged, doubling in stature, their height reaching an impressive 1.60 meters, resembling colossal creatures. I have grown as well, the white tiger exclaimed, observing its own claws with evident delight. It turned to the yellow tiger beside it, saying, you have grown too. The yellow tiger affirmed with a sound of acknowledgement. Chun Mu encouraged, let us proceed. The two tigers exchanged glances, and under the watchful eyes of the wolf pack, they began to approach the herd of deer. They stealthily crept through the underbrush. Inching closer to their quarry, Chun Mu remained silent, observing their movements. The tiger's speed matched that of the wolves, both capable of reaching 55 kilometers per hour. Thus, they typically employed a strategy of stealth, advancing to a close distance before launching their ambush, significantly enhancing their chances of a successful hunt. However, their enlarged forms betrayed their presence, and as they drew near, the spotted deer became aware of them, scattering in alarm. Little White, seeing this, lunged forward. Yet, the distance was insufficient for a successful capture. Such a leap would be futile. Nevertheless, the white tiger's acceleration was unparalleled, faster than ever before. Little White sensed the anomaly but did not dwell on it. It surged forward, aiming for a spotted deer, opening its jaws wide to sever the creature's throat. The yellow tiger also managed to secure a deer. With eyes gleaming, Little White turned to Chun Mu, exclaiming, Father, we have succeeded. Chun Mu nodded slightly, encouraging, continue. The wolf pack consists of 71 wolves, and to satiate their hunger, we require at least 20 adult deer. Understood. Leave it to us. Little White responded with fervor, directing its gaze toward the wolves before charging forward alongside Little Yellow. The voice of the alpha female wolf resonated. Chun Mu looked toward her. The alpha female glanced back, inquiring, what is it? She remarked, their speed seems significantly improved. Indeed, their swiftness had increased remarkably, as Chun Mu had bestowed upon them the ability to double their speed. Without such enhancement, their size alone would not suffice to catch the deer. Chun Mu explained, I have elevated their speed. Upon hearing this, admiration filled the alpha female's eyes. You are truly impressive, King, she declared. Chun Mu fell silent, having received such adoration countless times. He shifted his gaze back to the two tigers engaged in their hunt. With this assistance, he could save a considerable amount of time. Soon, with Chun Mu's aid, Little White and Little Yellow had successfully hunted over 20 spotted deer. The deer were retrieved by the wolves and stacked together. The wild wolves then turned their attention to Chun Mu, who still bore the form of a white tiger cub. Chun Mu understood their implications well. Regardless of his current form, in the eyes of these wolves, he remained their king. As the king of wolves, he was entitled to eat first. Only once he was satisfied could the others partake. Chun Mu leaped down from the back of the alpha female wolf. Although the current moment finds Chun Mu facing a rather lofty she-wolf, he, as a great cat, is not a member of the canine family. Felines are not only unperturbed by heights, but are also adept at climbing trees. Many might mistakenly believe that tigers are incapable of ascending trees, but this notion is fundamentally flawed. Indeed, while adult tigers are substantial in size and weight, rendering them unsuitable for resting on branches, it does not imply that they lack the ability to climb. Should a human encounter a tiger in the wild and attempt to escape by climbing a tree, such a strategy would prove futile. Chun Mu descended and approached a group of sika deer, initiating his feast. Once satiated, he lingered nearby, observing the wild wolves as they dined. Chapter 80. Do excessively long horns lead to self-destruction? The task assigned to Chun Mu by the system explicitly prohibits him from utilizing his abilities, with the exceptions of the powers of language comprehension and ability sharing. In essence, the system intended for him to experience the life transition from a juvenile to an adult tiger. For Chen Mu, this was of little concern. As long as he retained the abilities of language comprehension and ability sharing, remaining within the wolf pack, he still held the title of Wolf King, with the other wild wolves as his subordinates. By leveraging ability sharing, he empowered these wolves to hunt, effectively resolving the most pressing issue of survival in the wild, the quest for sustenance. Once the matter of food was settled, other concerns became trivial. One day, as Chen Mu lounged on a tree, swaying his tail, he reflected on how his sustenance had primarily come from the wolf pack, thus diminishing his interest in hunting. With little to occupy his time, he spent his days resting. For a juvenile tiger, climbing trees was a simple task. After ascending, he reclined on a branch, relishing the sensation of the breeze rustling through his fur, a most delightful experience. This task proved to be quite leisurely for Chen Mu. There was no need to expand his territory or engage in other endeavors. His days could be filled simply with eating and sleeping. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a group of creatures in the distance. They were a flock of sheep, grazing on the verdant highlands. Having lived in this area for over a year, Chen Mu had encountered numerous wild animals, yet few had captivated his interest. However, the sheep before him piqued his curiosity, particularly due to their horns. In Chen Mu's memory, many sheep possessed horns akin to those of cattle. Yet, this scene was intriguing, for the sheep's horns curled like spirals, reminiscent of coiled hair, except that what twisted was not hair, but horns. These, he recognized, were the ram species. Having seen them on television before, he was astonished to find them now in reality. Chen Mu mused silently, gradually settling further into his perch, his tail gently swaying. The ram is renowned as the largest species of sheep in the world. Indeed, despite its name, it belongs to the sheep genus. And referring to it as a sheep is certainly not inaccurate. The most distinctive feature of the ram is undoubtedly its magnificent curled horns, which spiral impressively. Unlike deer, rams do not shed their horns naturally. Instead, their horns continue to grow indefinitely unless damaged by external factors. If the horns reach a certain length, they can pierce their own skull, leading to fatality. This peculiar phenomenon has indeed been observed in some rams. Having never encountered a ram before, it is likely that it has wandered from distant lands. Chen Mu, wagging his tail, mused about the taste of this creature, having never tasted it himself. He rose and leapt down from the great tree, landing gracefully on the ground. Wang, the she-wolf, stood guard beneath the tree, and upon seeing Chen Mu descend, her expression brightened with joy. The white tiger, resting nearby, also stood up to greet Chen Mu. Chen Mu surveyed the area and remarked, "There are a few rams over there. Little Bai, go fetch one for me. I wish to sample its flavor." Upon hearing this, the white tiger sprang into action, exclaiming, "Understood." It scanned the surroundings, its gaze fixed on the distant herd of rams, and dashed towards them. Chen Mu followed closely behind, observing the white tiger as it commenced its hunt. As the herd of rams noticed the approaching white tiger, they scattered in fright. The white tiger lunged forward with great vigor. Assisted by Chen Mu's doubled speed, the rams were unable to escape. With a single bite, the white tiger effortlessly severed one ram's throat. Dragging the carcass, the white tiger returned to Chen Mu's side and, with a gleeful demeanor, announced, "I have succeeded." Chen Mu acknowledged with a slight nod. However, he noticed that the large feline was gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes, filled with anticipation, its tail wagging gently behind it, as if awaiting something. Chen Mu understood its unspoken desire. After a moment of silence, he praised, "Well done." The white tiger's eyes sparkled with delight, and its tail wagged even more enthusiastically. This feline, learning from the wolves, was increasingly resembling them. The wolf pack had taken on a husky-like demeanor, and now this great cat seemed to be following suit. Leaning closer to the carcass, Chen Mu took a bite. The flavor was less than palatable. In his assessment, it was decidedly inferior to venison. While deer meat is delectable, this ram meat bore similarities to the mutton Chen Mu had previously tasted, yet it lacked the exquisite taste of venison, rendering it rather unappetizing. After a single bite, he decided to forego further consumption. As he relinquished the meat, a question arose in his mind. Why not substitute ram meat with venison? Given the clear superiority of the latter, the reason lies in the reproductive rates of the two species. Deer reproduce at a much lower rate, bearing only one fawn per year, whereas sheep can breed twice annually, occasionally yielding twins. Additionally, deer have a low survival rate, despite producing only one fawn each year. Their survival is further compromised by their selective feeding habits and timid nature. Moreover, venison's flavor bears a closer resemblance to beef, while sheep meat evidently does not compare favorably. However, due to the scarcity of deer and the difficulty of artificial breeding, consumption is unfeasible. Naturally, Chen Mu had little knowledge in this area and was unaware of the situation. A wolf approached him. Chen Mu noticed the male wolf and inquired, "What's the matter?" The male wolf replied, "We have discovered the corpse of a lynx." Previously, Chen Mu had instructed the wolf pack to report any findings within their territory. During this period, the pack had uncovered numerous lynx carcasses, which was rather unusual. Chen Mu responded, "Lead me to it." The wild wolf guided Chen Mu to the lynx's remains. Observing the emaciated carcass, Chen Mu furrowed his brow. He had encountered many lynx corpses before, most of which had succumbed to starvation. This indicated a decline in the lynx's food sources. The wild wolf and the lynx were competitors. An increase in wild wolves would naturally lead to a decrease in lynx numbers. As the wolf king, Chen Mu had aided the pack in hunting an abundance of prey and expanding their territory over the past year. Consequently, the lynx had lost their food supply and perished from hunger. Never mind, Chen Mu relaxed his brow. After all, it was not his concern. Even if the lynx faced extinction, it would not significantly affect him. Chapter 81. Departing from the wolf pack for Chen Mu. The lynx represented a rival to his wolf pack. Naturally, their demise signified an increase in available prey for the wolves, which should have been a positive development. However, as time passed, 2 months later, Chunmu realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. During this time, he had adhered to the previous pack's rules, allowing the incorporation of lone wolves, resulting in a steadily increasing population. The pack now numbered 87. Due to Chunmu's presence, the wolf population had become abnormal. This excessive number of wolves led to a staggering demand for daily sustenance. The decline of lynx meant less prey, and although hunting was simplified with Chunmu's assistance, the overall prey count was diminishing alarmingly. If this trend continued, the animals hunted by the pack could face extinction. Chunmu remarked, if the prey disappears, the wolf pack will starve. Of course, he could consider transforming into a blue whale to dive into the sea for sustenance to nourish the pack. But such a course of action would not bode well for the pack's development. Seated beneath a tree, Chunmu surveyed the resting wolves around him. Should the pack's numbers be reduced? King, what is it? A female wolf approached, glancing at Chunmu. Chunmu instructed, convey the order. The pack will no longer accept lone wolves. The female wolf's eyes lit up at this news. King, are we to breed ourselves? Chunmu was momentarily taken aback by the female wolf's sudden inquiry, observing her excitement and the gentle wag of her tail behind her. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chunmu remarked, no, I simply believe the wolf pack is sufficiently numerous. There is no need for further additions. The she-wolf paused for a moment, taken aback, and let out a soft sound that betrayed her disappointment. She rose to convey the command. Chunmu gazed at the landscape ahead, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. Indeed, he felt quite out of place. Tigers are solitary creatures, preferring to roam alone rather than in groups. In his past life as a wolf king, Chunmu relished the camaraderie with other wild wolves. But as he transformed into a tiger and grew day by day, that sense of belonging began to wane. Had it not been for the constraints of the task system that compelled him to rely on others for sustenance and protection, he would have had little desire to remain within the wolf pack. However, as time passed, his discomfort intensified. It was time to depart. Chunmu rose slightly, having made up his mind. Yet, a dilemma loomed. The task remained unfinished, and he had not yet reached adulthood. If he overexerted his abilities, thereby diminishing the rewards upon task completion, that was a scenario he wished to avoid. He turned to the young yellow tiger beside him and said, Xiaohuang. The young tiger lifted its head to regard Chunmu. Father, it responded. Upon hearing this, Chunmu declared, from now on, the prey of the wolf pack will be your responsibility. Xiaohuang hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing its face, yet it nodded in agreement. All right. Chunmu then addressed Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, come with me. Xiaobai paused, looking at Chunmu with surprise. Chunmu took a step forward, leaving. During this period, due to an abundance of food, Chunmu had grown rapidly. He had shed his juvenile form and now resembled an adult wild dog. Although not as large as the nearly adult Xiaobai, he was no longer small. Chunmu led Xiaobai away from the territory of the wild wolves. Through Xiaohuang, the she-wolf learned of Chunmu's departure. Initially, she assumed he was simply wandering as before, not giving it much thought. However, as 2 days passed, she began to sense something amiss. She found herself sitting beneath the grand tree where Chunmu often lingered, gazing in the direction he had taken. Each day was the same. She would appear beneath that tree, silently watching and waiting for his return. Many are aware that wolves are creatures that harbor grudges. Yet they are equally capable of remembering kindness. They are emotional beings. When someone shows them favor, they imprint that person's essence in their memory. For this she-wolf, though Chunmu had never acknowledged her as his mate, in her heart, his kindness had transcended the bounds of mere companionship. She awaited his return, day after day. Whenever her longing became overwhelming, a mournful howl would echo across the plains, resonating with the other members of the pack. Amidst their chorus, a sorrowful tiger's roar would also mingle, adding to the melancholic symphony. Certainly, Chunmu was unaware of this matter. For him, remaining with the wolf pack was merely a necessity dictated by his mission, nothing more. As for the pack's feelings towards him, he was indifferent. After departing from the wolf's territory, Chunmu journeyed northward alongside the white tiger. The choice to head north was dictated by the fact that the south belonged to humans, leaving him with no option but to venture northward. A chill lingered in the air. Observing the snow-laden ground ahead, Chunmu muttered to himself. The tiger, with its thick fur and fat, was unfazed by the cold. However, Chunmu, still in his youth, felt the biting chill. Nonetheless, he could adapt to this cold. As they continued their northern trek, Chunmu noticed that prey was becoming increasingly scarce. Yet, one particular creature consistently graced his sight. Becoming more abundant as he traveled further north, the snow hare. He discovered that the population of these snow hares was quite significant. In summer, their fur transitioned from black to white, but during winter, their coats thickened and turned entirely white. Initially, when Chunmu first encountered these creatures, he mistakenly believed that the summer and winter snow hares were two distinct species, only to later realize they were the same, differing solely in their seasonal fur. Generally cautious and timid, snow hares become remarkably active during the mating season from March to May, scurrying about in search of partners. Males would leap about, displaying various peculiar antics to win the affections of females. The expression happy as a March hare refers to these snow hares. Each year, snow hares produce 2 to 3 litters, with each litter comprising 2 to 10 offspring, which can live independently after 20 days and reach maturity by September to November. Clearly, the reproductive rate of snow hares surpasses that of many other animals. Chunmu observed Little White approaching, carrying the lifeless body of a snow hare. And he pondered, the further north he ventured, the more snow hares appeared. Where exactly was he now? Chapter 82. Could there really be Arctic foxes here? The farther north he traveled, the more devoid of human presence the landscape became, though the weather grew increasingly frigid. The ground was blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. By the calendar, it was now autumn, yet the proximity to the Arctic had resulted in continuous snowfall. The temperature had dropped significantly. However, for Chunmu, as a tiger, it had little impact. He merely felt a slight chill, which was manageable. Previously, he had believed that tigers could not survive in excessively cold environments. But it seemed he had underestimated their resilience. Two tigers, their fur as white as the snow, traversed the icy expanse, one large and one small. They were none other than Chunmu and Little White. Among the various tiger species, one resides near the north, known as the Siberian tiger. Not only do Siberian tigers inhabit areas close to the Arctic, but some even dwell within the Arctic Circle itself. Although this is a minority, it is evident that tigers are not creatures that fear the cold. Chunmu gradually came to a halt, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, he realized his location. This place was certainly not the Arctic. However, based on the weather conditions and the species he recently encountered, it was evidently not the Australia he had known. Asia? Chunmu was increasingly convinced of his position, which should be in the northern reaches of Asia, near the Arctic. At that moment, a fox passed by from a distance. It noticed Chunmu, quickly lowered its head, and scurried past him. This fox, with its fur as white as snow and almost devoid of any other colors, would likely elicit squeals of delight from any girl who chanced upon it, eager to adopt it as a pet. Chunmu had seen this fox several times through his consciousness vision. Previously, he was unsure if it belonged to a specific breed, but now he could affirm it was an Arctic fox. The Arctic fox bears some resemblance to the snow hare. In winter, its fur turns a brilliant white, while at the end of the season, it transitions to a black hue, much like that of the snow hare. The Arctic fox epitomizes human aesthetic sensibilities, with its snowy coat and a delicate, pointed face that exudes charm and cuteness. This was the time when Arctic foxes are most active. They do not hibernate, but must accumulate fat before the arrival of winter to survive. Thus, as winter approaches, they become exceedingly active, frantically foraging for food, showing little resistance to anything edible. Through his consciousness vision, Chunmu observed the Arctic fox leap into the air, crashing its face into the snow. Was it mad? He felt a sense of confusion at this sight. The Arctic fox jumped high and fell, using its face to strike the ground. As time passed, suddenly, Chunmu saw a creature resembling a large hamster burst forth from the snow. Upon spotting it, the Arctic fox dashed forward, seized the creature, and ran off. Was that a lemming? Chunmu's interest was piqued as he ambled along, wagging his tail. So, this was how it was. Beneath the snow lay the lemming's burrow? The prey the Arctic fox had captured was indeed a lemming, and its earlier action of striking the snow was to collapse the lemming's nest, forcing it to emerge. Nonetheless, the sight of the fluffy creature using its face to collide with the snow was quite amusing. With the lemming in its grasp, the Arctic fox made its way home. However, this female Arctic fox was unaware that within her den, a different scenario awaited her. She had 10 young cubs to care for. Having originally shared the responsibility with a mate who had fallen victim to a predator, leaving her alone to nurture the 10 Arctic fox pups. Yet, outside her den, a male Arctic fox observed her and her cubs' every move. Today, as the female Arctic fox departed, the male Arctic fox slipped into the burrow where she had hidden her young. When the Arctic fox returned, carrying the lemming, she was momentarily stunned by the sight that greeted her within the den. There, the 10 cubs lay motionless, transformed into lifeless bodies, scattered across the confines of their home. The Arctic fox gazed upon the lifeless bodies, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. How cruel it is. Chunmu reflected as he beheld this scene through his consciousness. Outside the den, a male Arctic fox wandered about. With the naked eye, Chunmu could already discern the creature. He turned to Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, Daddy, what is it?" Xiaobai snapped back to attention, looking at Chunmu. Chunmu gestured towards the distant male Arctic fox and declared, "That will be our meal today." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai replied, "All right, leave it to me." With that, it dashed off with remarkable speed towards the male Arctic fox. The fox, realizing the imminent threat, narrowed its pupils and hastily fled. Yet, its speed was no match for Xiaobai, which swiftly caught up and dispatched the male Arctic fox. Joyfully, Xiaobai returned to Chunmu, proudly dropping the fox at his feet, exclaiming, "All done, Daddy. See how impressive I am." Chunmu, with a hint of resignation, responded, "Indeed, quite impressive." Xiaobai beamed with delight. Chunmu observed the carcass of the male Arctic fox. The act of an Arctic fox preying upon the young of its kind is rare. Perhaps driven by scarcity, this male had chosen to eliminate the competition for food. Or maybe it sought to ensure that the female Arctic fox would be available as a mate next season. Such is the harsh reality of nature. Interestingly, foxes possess eyes akin to those of cats, which imbues them with a sense of agility. People often subconsciously categorize foxes as felids. However, in truth, foxes belong to the canid family. Contrary to common perceptions that label foxes as cunning seducers, they are, in fact, monogamous and deeply loyal to their partners. Unless, of course, their mate is incapable of reproduction, which alters the dynamic. Chunmu began to tear into the fox's flesh, but upon tasting it, he wrinkled his brow. The flavor was rather unpalatable. Generally, the more fat a meat possesses, the more delectable it is. Yet the meat of a fox pales in comparison to that of a bighorn sheep. Perhaps a snowshoe hare would be preferable. Chunmu glanced at the white tiger. The white tiger responded with an affirming grunt. "All right. The taste of the snowshoe hare is indeed delightful, far surpassing that of fox meat." Additionally, snowshoe hares are plentiful, perfectly satisfying Chunmu's needs. As he surveyed the nearby fox den, he noticed a female Arctic fox emerge, her head bowed and demeanor somber. All her young, which she had nurtured for so long, lay dead, 10 in total. Foxes are known for their emotional depth, and this female Arctic fox was surely enduring profound sorrow. Chapter 83. Has a bug occurred? Matured ahead of time? Chunmu glanced at the female Arctic fox before retracting his gaze and departing with the white tiger. During the daylight hours, after satiating his hunger, Chunmu rested alongside the white tiger. By nature, tigers are predominantly nocturnal, indulging in multiple slumbers throughout the day, totaling around 10 hours. During this period, Chunmu alternated between slumber and sustenance. As a top-tier predatory creature in the wild, the tiger faced no natural enemies. Before long, the young white tiger reached adulthood. With a resounding roar echoing through the skies, its powerful call reverberated. Chunmu, watching the young tiger, inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing this, the young tiger instinctively turned to Chunmu and said, "Father, I wish to seek out a female tiger." Taken aback, Chunmu pondered for a moment. Was it already the breeding season? Although Chunmu had not yet fully matured in size, he had lived over a year as a tiger and now bore a striking resemblance to an adult. Was the young tiger preparing to depart? "Go ahead," Chunmu replied. The young tiger looked back at Chunmu, nuzzling its large head against his arm. Chunmu turned his gaze forward and said, "Once you leave, you will truly be a mature tiger, but there is one thing you must heed." The young tiger paused, looking at Chunmu attentively. "Avoid humans and do not engage in conflict with them," Chunmu cautioned. The young tiger nodded earnestly. "Understood, I will remember." "Seek her out," Chunmu encouraged. The young tiger acknowledged with a nod and began to stride away, only to glance back at Chunmu after a few steps. Chunmu watched as the young tiger vanished from sight. Regardless of the circumstances, it was still a tiger. Upon reaching maturity, it naturally yearned to find a female. Another one gone, Chunmu murmured to himself, flicking his tail. Initially, he had hoped to rely on the young tiger until adulthood, but it seemed that would not be feasible. He would have to employ other abilities instead. Utilizing his dominion powers should pose no issue, he mused. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Congratulations on completing your task." Taken aback, Chunmu pondered, "Completing a task? Your evolution energy progress is at 100%, evolution commencing." Upon hearing this, Chunmu felt his body begin to expand. In the blink of an eye, his form had doubled in size, transforming him into a colossal tiger enveloped in golden light. Observing himself through the lens of consciousness, he questioned the significance of this transformation. Typically, female tigers reach maturity around 3 years, while males require a longer duration. Chunmu was certain he had not yet reached maturity. Could it be that the system mistook the white tiger for him? At this juncture, only one possibility remained. The white tiger had only recently considered reproduction, signifying its maturation. Did this mean he had encountered a glitch? As the radiant light intensified, he pondered the implications of his newfound state. Chunmu was enveloped in a golden light, which transported his body to an unknown destination. His consciousness faded away, and he was unaware of how much time had passed. When his awareness returned, he instinctively glanced at his own body and was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay 2 pure white cubs nestled within a cave, one of which was Chunmu himself. Observing the other cub beside him, Chunmu noticed it was peacefully sleeping with its eyes closed. He raised his paw and examined it. A polar bear, indeed. Its snowy fur could only belong to a polar bear. At that moment, he detected some commotion outside. A large female polar bear entered the cave, clutching a dead seal in her jaws. She set the seal down and looked at Chunmu and the cub beside him. Chunmu was momentarily stunned. Was this mother bear mistaking him for her offspring? The cub beside him stirred and said, "Mama said we were going outside today, so let us eat first. Once we're full, we can play with her." Its expression radiated joy. "This is the first time I've left the den. There must be so many fun things outside." Chunmu regarded the little bear beside him. It seemed to recognize him, and the mother bear appeared to acknowledge him as well. Thus, it dawned on him that his soul had traversed into the body of a young bear. "Congratulations. You have successfully evolved and received the evolution reward, rapid self-healing." Chunmu felt a stir of excitement. Rapid self-healing? Regardless of the injury sustained, one could recover instantly. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chunmu was momentarily bewildered. No matter what injury? Yes, indeed, regardless of any injury. Slowly, Chunmu rose, pondering, what if my head were bitten off? Would that also be restored? What if my heart were shattered? Would that too be healed? He fell silent. This was not merely self-healing, it was resurrection. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved and received the evolution reward. Significant growth in size. Significant growth? Before Chunmu could process this, the system naturally explained. This growth enables you to instantly transform from a cub to an adult, but it lasts only 3 seconds before reverting to your original size. Upon hearing this, Chunmu felt a spark of inspiration. If this ability were paired with enlargement, even transformed into a juvenile creature, he could still become remarkably strong. The task has been refreshed. Experience the life of a polar bear from cub to adulthood. During this process, you may not utilize any abilities aside from language comprehension, rapid self-healing, and significant growth. Failure to comply will result in task failure. The restrictions on the task were becoming increasingly stringent. Chunmu murmured to himself, "Brother, why aren't you eating?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Chunmu returned to the present, noticing the polar bear cub beside him gazing at him expectantly. "Let us eat," he replied. To truly experience the growth of a polar bear, he would naturally have to adhere to the habits of polar bear life. Polar bears give birth in dens, where the cubs remain for 3 to 4 months before the mother bear ventures outside with her young to explore the world. The moment the cubs exit the den is fraught with peril, a necessary rite of passage for the polar bear offspring. The most formidable threat to these cubs does not come from other species, but rather from their own kind. The primary adversary of the polar bear is, indeed, another polar bear. As the mother bear, accompanied by her cub Chenmu, exited the den. They traversed the snowy expanse, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of an adult male bear. This male was leaner than the mother and had spotted them. Sensing danger, the mother bear urged, "Run." At that moment, the male bear charged towards them with alarming speed. Chapter 84. Would a mother bear consume her own cubs? Seeing the male bear approach, the mother hurriedly led Chenmu and the cub away. However, despite her swift pace, her cubs lagged behind. Chenmu was unable to double his speed, so he moved at the typical pace of a bear cub, which was insufficient compared to the adult male's rapid approach. In the Arctic, the phenomenon of polar bears preying upon one another has escalated. Previously, it was uncommon for male bears to hunt their own cubs for sustenance, but the current climate crisis, exacerbated by rising carbon dioxide levels and the greenhouse effect, has led to the disintegration of the ice sheets that sustain life in the polar regions. As the population of prey dwindles, polar bears increasingly resort to cannibalism to survive. They no longer limit their violence to cubs alone. Chenmu watched as the mother bear sprinted ahead, a wry smile crossing his lips. Was such speed truly necessary? It was futile. Relying on his mother for salvation seemed impossible. He halted, turned, and faced the approaching male bear. "Increase in size," he declared. Instantly, Chenmu's form began to swell before the eyes of onlookers, transforming into a full-grown male bear in an instant. The adult male, now mere steps away, paused in surprise, but, driven by hunger, hesitated only briefly before lunging forward and sinking its teeth into Chenmu's shoulder. The impact of the bear's paw struck him painfully. Chenmu felt a surge of agony, but refused to waver. At this moment, he could only rely on his rapid healing and growth abilities, meaning he had to confront the male bear head-on. He opened his jaws wide and bit down on the male's flesh. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air as the male bear ripped a chunk of meat from Chenmu's shoulder. In response to the excruciating pain, Chenmu instinctively let out a fierce roar. The flesh that had been bitten began to heal almost instantaneously, swelling anew as the wound swiftly mended. The areas clawed by the bear's paw also exhibited a remarkable rate of self-recovery, visible to the naked eye. This was the manifestation of an extraordinary regenerative ability. The excruciating pain was almost unbearable for Chenmu, yet as the wound healed, a lightness enveloped him, akin to basking in the gentle warmth of the winter sun. It was a sensation of utter comfort. The delight following the agony, combined with the thrill brought on by the scent of blood, ignited a fierce instinct within him. His pupils turned crimson, awakening the ferocity of the polar bear. Chenmu began to attack the adult male bear before him with his mouth and claws. The cries of agony echoed around him, but Chenmu remained undeterred. He could feel the intense pain, but after it subsided, a pleasurable sensation took its place, recurring in waves. Knowing that death was not a possibility, Chenmu fully immersed himself in the fray. He sank his teeth into the male bear's throat, severing it with a final howl. The bear's body collapsed onto the ground with a muffled thud, panting heavily, with eyes ablaze. Chenmu gazed at the now lifeless form of the bear before him, squinting slightly. Suddenly, his body began to shrink, rapidly reverting to the form of a young cub. Coming to his senses, Chenmu looked at the carcass of the male bear, marred with claw and bite marks, blood soaking the ground. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Hunger had struck. "Brother, are you all right?" A voice called out nearby. Startled, Chenmu turned to see the young cub looking at him with a mix of confusion and concern. It was astonishing that the little bear remained there. Chenmu raised his gaze to the distance, where the mother bear had leapt down and was now staring in their direction, seemingly bewildered by the recent events. From the mother bear's perspective, Chenmu's transformation into a fully grown male bear might have appeared as that of an anomaly. However, to the innocent young cub, Chenmu was merely her brother, albeit a rather special one. "I'm fine," Chenmu replied. "That's good," the little cub said. "You grew so large just now. Almost like an adult, even bigger than Mama. You scared me for a moment. But if you're all right, let us go find Mama." Her voice was sweet and innocent, reminiscent of a young girl's. With that, the little cub scampered towards their mother. After a few paces, noticing that Chenmu had not followed, she instinctively glanced back at him. Chenmu nodded slightly and caught up to the little cub. Together, they returned to their mother's side. The mother bear examined Chenmu closely, nuzzling him affectionately with her massive head, a gesture of endearment common among beasts, often shared between a mother and her cubs. "Mom, I want to do that too," the little female cub chimed, approaching their mother and rubbing against her. As the affectionate moment concluded, the mother bear led her two cubs back to the male bear's carcass. She began to tear into the flesh, ripping it apart, and proceeded to eat, oblivious to all else. After taking a bite, it glanced at Chenmu and the little bear beside it. Realizing this, Chenmu understood that the mother bear was indicating it was time to eat. The carcass of the male bear was, for her, merely a source of sustenance. Without further contemplation, Chenmu, feeling the pangs of hunger, began to eat. Once satiated, the mother bear continued to lead Chenmu and the little bear away. As they journeyed, Chenmu suddenly beheld a shocking sight. An adult male bear gnawing on the corpse of an adult female bear, its mouth smeared with blood and its gaze fierce. Upon witnessing this, the mother bear swiftly guided Chenmu and the little bear to circumvent the scene, clearly unwilling to engage with the male bear. In his previous life as a human, Chenmu had heard tales of polar bears preying on their own cubs, treating their kind as mere food. However, he had never imagined that a male bear would resort to hunting an adult female bear. The grim reality was that, as conditions in the Arctic deteriorated, instances of polar bears turning on one another had become alarmingly prevalent. Males would consume females, and females would even devour their own cubs. In the face of hunger, even those bound by blood ties could only be viewed as sustenance. Polar bears, akin to other bears, are rather cumbersome creatures. Acquiring food is no small feat, and compounded by environmental pressures, they are compelled to kill their own kind. As the largest terrestrial carnivores on the planet, polar bears require a substantial amount of food daily, which is why they typically lead solitary lives. Interaction occurs solely during mating seasons, and even then, it is but a fleeting engagement, as they part ways after procreation. Another scenario involves the bond between a mother bear and her cubs, during which the mother teaches her young to hunt. Currently, Chunmu and the little bear were accompanying the mother bear to learn the ways of hunting. Though for Chunmu, it was not a pressing necessity. Nevertheless, since this experience was part of the journey, he embraced it wholeheartedly. Chapter 85. Can a mother bear go 5 months without food or water? Mom, I'm cold. As they walked, Chunmu's sister, the little bear, kept inching closer to the mother bear. Gradually, the mother bear halted and settled down to rest. The little polar bear seized the opportunity to burrow beneath her, seeking warmth from her thick fur and fat. Looking up at Chunmu, the little bear urged, "Brother, you should come in too. It's so warm here." It was as if they had transformed the mother bear into a living furnace. Chunmu smiled wryly, but recognizing this was part of the experience, he obediently crawled in as well. The little polar bear nestled against Chunmu, comfortably snuggled in the embrace of the mother bear, relishing the warmth. The mother bear surveyed her surroundings, her demeanor not one of the alertness of a gazelle, but rather a casual glance, seemingly on the lookout for any passing prey. Chunmu discovered that being beneath the thick layer of fur and fat of the mother bear shielded him from the biting cold. The chill had dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth, which was quite pleasant. After a brief respite, he felt rejuvenated. At that moment, the little polar bear turned to Chunmu and said, "Follow me." Upon hearing this, Chunmu glanced at the adorable creature. The little polar bear ventured outside, and Chunmu observed as it climbed along the back of its mother bear. Under Chunmu's gaze, it ascended onto the mother's back. The little polar bear looked at Chunmu and beckoned, "Come, join me." Chunmu followed suit and climbed up. Thus, the two diminutive polar bears perched upon their mother's back. The mother bear sensed their presence and turned to glance at them. The little polar bear, with a playful smile, spoke, "Mommy, I'm a bit tired from walking. Could you carry us?" Seeing her child's adorable antics, the mother bear's eyes reflected a mix of exasperation and affection. This marked the first time the two little polar bears ventured outside their den, although the mother bear had the responsibility to teach them how to hunt. The timing was not yet right. Hence, this outing with Chunmu and the little polar bear was merely a chance for them to stretch their limbs and engage in physical activity. However, noticing her offspring's fatigue and desire for a break, the mother bear was not overly concerned. If they wished to rest, so be it. She slightly rose, bearing the two little polar bears on her substantial frame, and trudged back through the snow. Polar bears sometimes carry their young while roaming outdoors. Seated on the mother bear's back, Chunmu took in the breathtaking Arctic scenery. It appeared that this journey with the polar bears would be a leisurely affair. Yet, Chunmu had no inkling that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. After a week since Chunmu had consumed seal and the carcass of a male bear he had slain, neither he nor the little polar bear had found any food. And the mother bear was growing increasingly emaciated. "I'm so hungry," the little polar bear lamented, having lost considerable weight. Chunmu, too, felt the pangs of hunger. However, he understood the reasoning behind their predicament. During this time, the mother bear had continuously accompanied Chunmu and the little polar bear, allowing their bodies to strengthen through movement. Yet, in such circumstances, it was impossible for her to hunt. In fact, after giving birth to her cubs in the den, the mother bear would remain there, converting her own fat reserves into milk to nourish the newborn polar bears. The little polar bears typically came into the world just before the mother entered a state of partial hibernation. This partial hibernation differs from the complete hibernation of snakes. It involves a reduced breathing rate, a state of semi-sleep, allowing her to awaken promptly to respond to any unforeseen events. Once the cubs are born, the mother bear transforms her stored fat into milk for their sustenance. The duration from the end of hibernation to leaving the den spans 5 months, during which the mother bear cannot hunt and must endure hunger and thirst. When the time comes to venture out, she will guide her little ones to exercise close to the den for a few days before seeking food. "Today feels like we've walked farther than the previous days," the little polar bear murmured beside Chunmu. It appears to fear the cold, therefore, while moving about outside, it constantly leans against Chunmu to absorb warmth. The little polar bear gazes at its mother and inquires, "Mom, where are we going this time?" The mother bear replies, "To find food." "Find food." The little polar bear's expression brightens with delight. "That's wonderful. I've been so hungry for a long time." As it speaks, the little polar bear looks at Chunmu, exclaiming, "Brother, did you hear that? We are going to have something to eat." Upon hearing this, Chunmu's lips twitched slightly. "I heard. This creature is so joyous." Yet it remains oblivious to the fact that leaving home poses significant dangers for a young polar bear, especially when venturing far from its den. Suddenly, Chunmu pauses, glancing ahead. Before them lies a river, with several floating ice fragments visible upon its surface. The mother bear steps onto an ice floe in the center of the river and turns back to look at Chunmu and the little polar bear. "Shall we cross?" Chunmu leaps forward, landing atop the ice floe. He turns to check on the little polar bear, which hesitates, glancing at the water with a worried expression. After a moment's hesitation, it gathers its courage and leaps onto the ice. "That was perilous, but I made it," the little polar bear exclaims joyfully upon landing. Looking at Chunmu, he nods slightly in acknowledgement. The mother bear shifts her gaze and steps from the ice floe to the opposite riverbank. Chunmu follows suit. Another jump? Observing Chunmu leap across, the little polar bear's unease grows. It hesitates, pacing atop the ice floe. Noticing this, the mother bear watches her cub. while Chenmu can only observe from the side. At this moment, the little polar bear hesitates briefly but finds no alternative and jumps. Suddenly, its forelimbs land safely on the bank, but its hind legs falter, causing its body to slip into the water. Ah! The little polar bear cries out, scrambling to grasp onto something, yet finds nothing to hold onto as it sinks beneath the surface. Chenmu's expression shifts dramatically upon witnessing this. His physique expands rapidly. In an instant, he becomes larger, opens his mouth, and retrieves the little polar bear from the river, placing it safely on the bank. Chenmu returns to his original size. The little polar bear, drenched and shivering, looks up at Chenmu with a pitiful expression. It's so cold. Hearing this, Chenmu can only manage a wry smile. After all, this is the Arctic. The little polar bear lacks the thick fur and fat reserves of an adult polar bear, making it ill-equipped to withstand the chill. Having just emerged from the icy waters, how could it possibly not feel cold? Come closer, and you won't feel so cold. Chenmu encourages, moving nearer to the little polar bear. The little polar bear gasps. No, that will make you cold. Chenmu nonchalantly replies, it's fine. He inches closer to it. For someone like Chenmu, who possesses rapid self-healing abilities, death is an impossibility, thus he remains unconcerned. His greater worry lies in the potential for the little polar bear to succumb to the cold. This is not merely a surge of compassion on his part, but a recognition that this young polar bear is slightly older than him, and under normal circumstances, it would mature more swiftly. The system seems to interpret the creatures surrounding Chenmu as extensions of himself. In essence, having experienced the journey from a polar bear cub to adulthood, it implies that Chenmu can also achieve such a transformation. Thus, its survival is paramount. The little polar bear expressed joy. Chapter 86. Can orcas be encountered in the Arctic? The little polar bear approached Chenmu. As cold water lapped against him, Chenmu's fur became damp, and a chilly breeze sent shivers down his spine. He and the little bear followed the mother bear, continuing their journey. Suddenly, the ice cracked. One of Chenmu's feet sank into the fissure, and he furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his foot. Brother, are you alright? The little polar bear looked at Chenmu, concern evident in its eyes. I'm fine, but stay close and don't fall in, Chenmu reassured. He was unafraid, but the little bear's situation was precarious. Often, the demise of young polar bears does not come at the hands of predators, but rather from the treacherous ice. With global warming, the ice is thinned, and many young cubs, while daringly traversing the ice, find themselves plunging into the sea as it gives way beneath them, facing only death. The mother bear, however, was untroubled. After all, she was an adept swimmer. Polar bears excel in the water, yet the same cannot be said for their cubs. They pressed onward. As anticipated by Chenmu, calamity struck. The weight of the mother bear compromised the ice, causing her, Chenmu, and the cub to plummet into the frigid waters. Splash! As the water erupted around them, Chenmu instinctively swam towards the cub. The mother bear swam vigorously, emerging onto the shore. She shook her body to rid herself of the water, her eyes scanning the sea. Sniffing the surface, she paced anxiously along the shore, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. The mother wished to rescue her offspring, yet lacked experience in such an endeavor, forced to watch helplessly from the land. The cub, merely a few months old, had not yet mastered the art of swimming. Falling directly into the ocean made survival a formidable challenge. Chenmu observed the little bear, frantically thrashing its body in a futile attempt to swim, gulping in water instead. Bubbles escaped its mouth, and despair shone in its eyes. Witnessing this, Chenmu felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. This adorable little polar bear, though not related to him in any direct sense, represented a sibling to this body he inhabited. Seeing it in such distress weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he understood that this emotional response stemmed from the identity of his current form rather than any personal connection. He did not dwell on it. The little polar bear was a life that must be saved. Although Chenmu, as a cub, had never learned to swim, he possessed the skills of an adept swimmer. He swiftly propelled himself towards the little bear, opened his mouth, and clamped down on its body, pulling it upwards. However, at that moment, a disturbance caught his attention. Instinctively, he turned to see a massive great white shark gliding through the water, its formidable body approaching. Upon witnessing this, Chenmu's pupils constricted slightly. Damn! A wave of frustration washed over him. In the water, facing a fully grown great white shark, one would be hard-pressed to find even an adult polar bear unafraid, let alone two cubs. Was he to abandon the little polar bears? Suddenly, another sound echoed. This familiar voice stirred something within Chenmu. It was an orca. Indeed, a mature orca was swimming towards him. The moment the great white shark caught sight of the orca, it immediately turned tail and fled. The habitat of the great white shark is vast, extending into the Arctic, while the orca's range is nearly second only to that of humans, being present in both the Antarctic and Arctic regions. With this, Chenmu let out a sigh of relief. The shark had retreated. If it were merely the orca, Chenmu felt he could handle the situation. The orca, having driven off the great white shark, surely did not come to rescue Chenmu. Like the shark, it was there to hunt. When orcas have been dissected, remnants of their meals, including polar bear bones, have been discovered in their stomachs. The list of prey for orcas is extensive, and polar bears are evidently included. While adult polar bears may pose a challenge for orcas, the two young cubs that had fallen into the water were undoubtedly a delectable feast. Chenmu called out, "Hold on, my friend." The orca, poised to feast, paused momentarily, seemingly bewildered by Chenmu's sudden voice. It glanced at him, confusion evident in its eyes. Chenmu continued, "Please do not consume us. I was once an orca myself. It's a long story, which I will share with you shortly. For now, I must bring them to safety. Can we discuss this afterward?" The orca regarded Chenmu, swimming slowly, its small eyes fixed on him. A mix of curiosity and uncertainty reflected within. Seeing that it did not attack, Chunmu breathed a sigh of relief. He had already employed his ability to communicate, and he hoped to avoid resorting to any other powers unless absolutely necessary. The orca's non-aggression implied that communication was indeed possible. Chunmu swam, with the little polar bear, towards the shore. Throughout the process, he remained vigilant of the orca's movements. The orca, clearly intrigued by Chunmu, swam alongside, observing him without launching an attack. Orcas possess a strong sense of curiosity. When confronted with the unknown, they prefer to take the time to understand rather than strike impulsively. As they are not mere gluttons. Arriving at the shore, Chunmu gently placed the little polar bear on the ground. Upon seeing this, the mother bear hurriedly opened her mouth, extending her tongue to lick the water from her cub's unconscious body. At that moment, the little polar bear suddenly coughed, expelling streams of water from its mouth. It opened its eyes and struggled to rise, coughing several times before shaking its body to rid itself of the remaining water. After completing this, it glanced around, pondering, "Am I alive?" Chunmu, hearing this, responded, "Yes, you are indeed alive." Although the recent events were perilous, they transpired not long ago. It had consumed some seawater, but not excessively, so it was not in immediate danger. At that moment, the immense form of the orca surged forth from a fissure in the ice, accompanied by a plume of mist from its blowhole, followed by a resonant call. Through a shared understanding, Chunmu could discern the sounds. "Are you not an orca? Why do you appear so different from us? And how do you share such a close bond with the polar bear?" The orca expressed its confusion. Chunmu replied, "I was once an orca, but due to certain circumstances, my body has transformed into this form. These two are my friends." "Oh, I see," the orca said, intrigued. "What happened? Could you share your story? I wish to become like you. I long to venture onto land, for it seems far more enjoyable than the sea." At these words, Chunmu's lips twitched. "My situation is rather unique. I doubt you could replicate it." "Is that so?" The orca replied, contemplatively. "Do you have a way to revert back?" Chunmu responded, "Unfortunately, there is no way at present. If I were to change now, it would violate the rules of my mission." "I understand," the orca acknowledged. Just then, a voice interrupted Chunmu's thoughts. "Brother, mother wants us to leave." Chunmu snapped back to reality, noticing the little polar bear gazing up at him, its eyes reflecting confusion as it did not comprehend the orca's language or Chunmu's actions. Following the mother bear, who moved in a specific direction, Chunmu trailed behind, with the little polar bear hastily following suit. A melodic voice resonated from beneath the ice. It was the orca's voice. The sound emanated from below. Translating to, "Could you share with me your experiences on the ice? Having transformed from an orca to a bear, you must have encountered many wonders. Please, tell me how you became a polar bear. I am so curious." Chunmu felt an odd sensation and replied, "I am not entirely sure. It just happened suddenly." "Is that so? What a pity. Where are you headed now?" "I am in search of food." "Food, you say? Would you like my assistance?" "If possible. That would be wonderful, though it is not urgent at the moment." The orca continued to converse with Chunmu beneath the ice, its chatter resembling that of a machine gun, an incessant stream of words. Initially, Chunmu found the orca's enthusiasm endearing, but as time passed, he recalled that orcas were inherently talkative creatures. With its curiosity piqued by Chunmu, this particular orca was an amalgamation of inquisitiveness, enthusiasm, and a propensity for incessant chatter, capable of overwhelming anyone with its dialogue. Chunmu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, inquired, "Do you not need to hunt? I just had a meal. I am not in a hurry. Let us continue our conversation about you." The orca replied, evidently intrigued. Chunmu, feeling a sense of frustration, noticed that, after a while, the mother bear finally came to a halt. Upon observing her pause, Chunmu glanced around, realizing that there were no prey in sight. "Were we not supposed to hunt?" "Mother, where is our food?" the young polar bear inquired, gazing curiously at its mother. The mother bear replied, "Over there," gesturing toward a hole beside the ice shelf. This opening was a remnant of fractured ice, through which the shimmering sea water could be glimpsed. Upon observing the surroundings, Chunmu instinctively scanned the area, discovering that in addition to this hole, there were several similar breathing holes nearby. "Is this our prey?" he asked. "Our quarry is the seals," the mother bear explained. "Those seals are currently hunting below, and these are their breathing holes. When they come up for air, we shall feast upon them." Upon hearing this, Chunmu suddenly comprehended the situation. It made sense now. Seals, being mammals, require air to breathe. Consequently, when they dive to hunt in the frigid waters, they must create breathing holes to resurface for air. After catching fish, they must come up to breathe. The hunting strategy of the polar bears involves patiently waiting by these breathing holes, ready to strike when a seal emerges. However, there were two additional breathing holes nearby, which meant that while they guarded one, the seals could potentially surface at another. This scenario resembled fishing. Oxygen served as bait, while the bear's mouth acted as the hook. Fishing demands both luck and patience. One might catch a fish with ease or wait indefinitely for a bite. The three polar bears stood outside, vigilant. The young polar bear, perhaps feeling chilly, nestled closer to Chunmu and playfully nipped at his arm, clearly seeking to engage in some frolic. Typically, young polar bears entertain themselves by playfully tussling with their siblings, indulging in symbolic nips. Yet, Chunmu was no ordinary young bear. He was disinterested in play. Seeing Chunmu's indifference, the little polar bear expressed its boredom, circling around him and nudging his body. "Brother, let us play hunting. You be the seal, and I'll be the polar bear. Come on." Chunmu's mouth twitched in response. "No, I don't want to play. Come on." "No," the young polar bear persisted, clinging to Chunmu in a playful manner. But Chunmu found the situation tiresome. As time wore on, he grew increasingly frustrated, for the breathing hole remained eerily silent. This was puzzling. Even if the seals did not surface at his designated hole, they should appear at another, as they inevitably needed to breathe. Yet, a considerable amount of time had passed, and something felt amiss. Hey, I'm back. Suddenly, Shenmue heard the voice of the orca again. His mouth twitched once more. This chatterbox was back. It had only just fallen quiet for a moment, and now it was back again. Just moments ago, I encountered a seal and swiftly caught several to savor. Their exquisite flavor, rich and fat, was truly delightful. I wished you could experience it too. Without waiting for Shenmue's response, the loquacious orca resumed its chatter, inundating Shenmue with an incessant stream of words. Initially, Shenmue intended to ignore the talkative orca, but upon hearing its discourse, he paused in surprise. He then inquired, "Did you just catch seals?" "Indeed, I did. Right in this vicinity," the orca replied with a chuckle. "That fellow was rather foolish, swimming about and attempting to ascend, but I drove it away from its breathing hole, leaving it unable to breathe, and it ended up suffocating. I simply went over and feasted." Upon hearing this, Shenmue began to comprehend the situation. No wonder they had not encountered any seals. It was evidently the incessant chatter of this orca that had frightened them away. It was highly probable that the seal it had pursued was one of the three for which Shenmue had been waiting. What else wrong? The talkative orca, oblivious to the unfolding events, asked. "You should not follow me. It will hinder our hunting," Shenmue cautioned. "Oh, right. I recall that you polar bears hunt fish or seals. If I accompany you, the seals will flee at the sight of me. Wait a moment. Are you currently waiting for a hunt? Could that seal be your prey?" The loquacious orca displayed considerable insight, anticipating Shenmue's thoughts before he could articulate them. "Indeed, that is the case," Shenmue confirmed. "Brother, mother has departed," the young polar bear reminded Shenmue. "Yes," Shenmue acknowledged, turning to the mother bear and following her. Chapter 88. The orca collaborates with the polar bear in hunting. The mother bear had discerned that the owner of the breathing hole was no longer present, and thus decided to lead Shenmue and the young polar bear to another breathing hole to wait. Seals do not take long to surface from the depths of the sea. The seals may have vacated the area. Let us explore elsewhere, the mother bear suggested. "All right, mother," the young polar bear responded cheerfully. After speaking, the young polar bear instinctively glanced at Shenmue, drawing closer to him, and asked, "Brother, are you hungry?" Shenmue replied, "I'm all right. I am somewhat hungry, but it is a manageable level." "Well, once mother catches prey, we will have something to eat," the young polar bear smiled. This little one certainly possessed a cheerful disposition. Shenmue did not dwell on it. The loquacious orca had ceased its conversation with Shenmue, likely feeling embarrassed for having frightened away his potential prey, and had departed. Orcas are remarkably intelligent creatures. Despite Shenmue being a polar bear, the orca trusted him, perceiving him as one of its kind. Interfering with fellow hunters was not a scenario the orca wished to witness. This made things easier, as Shenmue found the incessant chatter somewhat taxing. The mother bear led Shenmue and the young polar bear to another location, where a breathing hole for seals was also present. The mother bear settled down, gazing at the breathing hole in anticipation. Shenmue followed suit, while the young polar bear leaned slightly against him, likely seeking warmth, which Shenmue did not mind. "I'm here, buddy." Suddenly, the voice of the orca resonated from beneath the ice. Upon hearing this sound, Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. "What brings this creature back again?" "I have driven the seals towards you. Hurry and catch them," boomed the orca's voice. Shenmue, initially perplexed by the loquacious orca's words, suddenly witnessed a seal frantically erupting from the breathing hole. As soon as it reached the shore, the mother bear swiftly extended her paw, seizing the seal and sinking her teeth into it. The seal struggled, but the mother bear clamped down fiercely, dragging the seal onto the land. At that moment, more seals surged ashore, one after another, in a state of panic as they fled from the breathing hole. Observing their companion being captured by the polar bear, they appeared alarmed and hastily moved away. The mother bear, having successfully caught one seal, showed no interest in the others. "Haha, how about that? Am I impressive?" The loquacious orca called out to Shenmue, seeking acknowledgement. Now, Shenmue began to understand. It turned out that this talkative orca had been herding the seals through the water, driving them towards Shenmue's hunting grounds, compelling them to emerge from this particular breathing hole. "Not bad. This certainly compensates for the time wasted earlier," Shenmue replied. "Haha, does this mean I can follow you now?" "Haha." The loquacious orca appeared quite pleased. Shenmue responded affirmatively. Having such a creature assist in hunting was undoubtedly advantageous. Allowing it to accompany him was acceptable, though its chatty nature was a bit bothersome. The benefit of securing food outweighed that inconvenience. The mother bear dispatched the seal and then dragged its lifeless body to Shenmue and the young polar bear. Feeling hungry, Shenmue was immediately enticed by the scent of blood and flesh. Without further ado, he opened his mouth and began to feast. Unlike wolf packs, polar bears do not adhere to a strict hierarchy. They simply eat. Orcas are remarkably intelligent creatures. In the past, they even collaborated with humans. Orcapods would chase baleen whales, driving them onto the shore for humans to hunt. Once the humans killed the whales, the orcas would consume the tongues and then depart, leaving the rest to the humans. This tacit cooperation lasted for a considerable time until an incident occurred when a fishing boat encountered a storm at sea. A human, in a rush to leave, disrupted the cooperation by seizing the whale carcass before the orcas could feed. From that moment on, the collaboration between orcas and humans ceased. Orcas are astute beings. They can coordinate with their kin and also understand how to collaborate with other species. The loquacious orca, aware of the mother bear's intentions, naturally knew how to assist in the hunt. Midway through his meal, Shenmue suddenly noticed that the mother bear was fixated on a particular direction, her demeanor seemingly tense. Shenmue gazed in the direction indicated by the mother bear, and soon spotted a male bear standing not far away, its eyes fixed upon him. Upon noticing the carcass at the mother bear's feet, the male bear began to approach slowly. The melting ice in the Antarctic Circle has led to an increase in competition among polar bears, not only for survival, but also for the acquisition of prey. Such circumstances have become increasingly common. It was evident that the male bear's intentions were directed towards Chunmu's sustenance. The mother bear rose and emitted a low growl, which translated to a clear message: let us depart. It was apparent that she wished to avoid confrontation with the male bear, particularly with 2 cubs in her care. Although Chunmu had previously demonstrated his strength, the mother bear, in her maternal instinct, regarded her offspring as vulnerable, regardless of their unique qualities. Chunmu furrowed his brow in discontent at the notion of retreating. If they left, the food would be lost. The young polar bear instinctively glanced at the food, its eyes brimming with reluctance. I am still hungry. The mother bear urged, we can hunt again later. It is too dangerous to stay. The young polar bear sighed in resignation. All right, I will follow you. As they moved, the male bear continued to approach, appearing unperturbed. Yet both the mother bear and Chunmu understood that if it drew near, it would not hesitate to attack should they remain. If the mother bear dared to carry the seal carcass away, the male bear would pounce, endangering her and her cubs. Rather than retreating, Chunmu stood his ground before the food, fixated on the male bear. Despite having fought the male bear before and still recalling the pain, he could not relinquish his sustenance. The young polar bear, observing Chunmu's defiance, called out, let us go. Mother said we can hunt elsewhere. Chunmu replied, no, I will not allow you to take my food. If you wish to take it, you must first defeat me. Anger welled within him. While it might be a formidable challenge to contend with a human, the thought of being bullied by a polar bear was intolerable to Chunmu. The male bear continued its advance, locking its gaze on Chunmu, its eyes glinting with malice. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed. The ice beneath the male bear fractured. With a roar, it plunged into the icy waters below, along with the breaking ice. Chapter 89. Do all creatures enjoy being petted? The ice beneath the male bear collapsed, sending its massive form tumbling into the sea. As soon as the bear hit the water, the culprit responsible for breaking the fragile ice drew near. It was none other than the loquacious orca. As the orca approached, it seized the male bear's hind leg in its jaws and began to drag the massive creature beneath the waves. The male bear thrashed violently, attempting to swim upward. But the orca's strength in the water was formidable. Adult orcas weigh between 5 to 8 tons, while most adult polar bears weigh less than half a ton. This significant disparity in size typically allows polar bears to reign as the apex predators on land, while orcas dominate the oceans, coexisting without conflict. However, if an orca were to engage in battle with a polar bear in the depths of the sea, the outcome would be inevitable. The polar bear would be dragged beneath the waves, succumbing to the absence of oxygen, gradually weakening until its struggles ceased altogether. Above the ice, Chunmu refrained from utilizing his conscious vision, instead observing with the naked eye as the bear plunged downwards, its body sinking, leaving only bubbles on the surface as evidence of its demise. What could be the reason? It is not uncommon for adult polar bears to fall into the sea due to the breaking of ice. Yet these formidable swimmers are not typically prone to drowning. How could this particular bear have vanished without resurfacing? Chunmu pondered. Could it have truly drowned? The young polar bear approached, peering into the gaping hole left by the fractured ice, its expression a blend of curiosity and confusion. The mother bear joined, and at that moment, a massive head emerged from the pit, the loquacious orca. Upon seeing the talkative orca, Chunmu felt a spark of understanding. With its small eyes fixed on him, the orca proudly declared, it was I who did this. I saw it was about to attack you, so I collapsed the ice and pulled it under to drown it. Impressive, isn't it? Chunmu chuckled. Indeed, quite remarkable. I never anticipated that you would assist me in dealing with my adversary. The orca beamed with delight, akin to a child basking in praise from a foe. Typically, orcas do not struggle to find food in the ocean. In fact, some even release seals after a satisfying meal. They would not venture to prey on elusive terrestrial animals. Observing the orca, the mother bear exhibited no fear, instead sitting nearby, watching the creature, perhaps grateful for the offering of food. Not sensing any immediate threat, she rose and returned to the seal carcass, indulging in her meal. The young polar bear followed suit, and Chunmu departed alongside them, watching the trio as they made their way to the food. The orca, filled with envy, mused, if only I could transform into a polar bear, I too would relish a stroll on land. This thought sparked an idea in Chunmu regarding the abilities of sharing and transformation. These powers could be bestowed upon others, suggesting that he could enable the orca to become a polar bear. However, at present, he was unable to utilize those abilities, so he remained silent. The orca's call was distinct, high-pitched, reminiscent of juvenile creatures, almost endearing. When its voice was translated through the system, it expressed, buddy, I envy you so much. I wish I could become a polar bear, its tone tinged with a playful lilt. Chunmu replied, you will have your chance in due time. Really? Will there be an opportunity? The orca's voice rose with excitement. Chunmu affirmed, if I can do it, why not you? Upon hearing this, the orca mused, indeed. With my striking appearance, I am surely capable. Chunmu fell silent, choosing to disregard the loquacious and self-absorbed orca. At his tender age, as a young polar bear cub, he still relied on his mother's milk for sustenance. Although he harbored a strong aversion to it, he worried that refusing would hinder his experience of life as a polar bear. Every orca is part of its own pod, and the chatty orca had its own companions. However, it was evidently intrigued by Chunmu, often straying from its pod to engage with him in playful antics. These activities typically involved tormenting Chunmu's ears or chasing dolphins to aid him in hunting for food. As time passed, 2 months slipped by. Chunmu, alongside the other polar bear cubs, had grown considerably, although he still lagged far behind the size of an adult polar bear. With a gentle nudge, the young polar bear approached the orca, rubbing its fluffy body against the orca's partially immersed form. Giggling, it remarked, "Why are you all wet? It feels so cold to touch." The orca emitted a series of sounds that translated to, "Hee hee, I am quite content." Within the orcapod, physical contact is a sign of affection, akin to behaviors observed among polar bears. Through their time together, the young polar bear developed a fondness for the orca, thus attempting to engage further. The orca, eager to make acquaintances with other creatures, formed a friendship, while Chunmu assumed the role of translator. The orca sensed the young polar bear's words, but was oblivious to their meaning. It quickly inquired, "Buddy, did your sister just say something?" Chunmu replied, "She said you are drenched, and touching you feels cold." The orca was taken aback, expressing its dismay as a marine creature. Chunmu reassured, "It's all right. She doesn't find you unpleasant." The orca responded with a contented hum, "That's good to hear." Suddenly, another orca's voice resonated nearby. Instinctively, Chunmu turned towards the sound. With the warming weather, the ice in the vicinity began to melt, revealing numerous floating icebergs. Following the source of the sound, he spotted an orca gliding gracefully towards them. The talkative orca exclaimed, "That is my sister. I've been out here on my own, and she is curious. So I've shared tales about us." Chunmu acknowledged this with an O. At that moment, the sister orca approached, peering curiously at the talkative orca being petted by the young polar bear. The sister orca chimed in, "Brother, I want to be petted by the little bear too." The talkative orca, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I cannot assist you with that." The sister orca, feeling slighted, nudged against her brother. Observing this, the young polar bear was momentarily taken aback, its eyes filled with curiosity. It turned to Chunmu and asked, "Brother, what are they doing?" Chunmu, sitting nearby, observed the scene and responded, "They are vying for your affection." "Is that so?" The young polar bear's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let us not delay. I shall pet both of them." It stretched out its paw and gently stroked the sister orca beside it. Instantly, the younger sister orca was filled with joy. Chunmu observed this scene, murmuring to himself, "Why does it feel as if I have raised two dogs?" In the wild, when orcas encounter humans, some choose to ignore them, while others, having a more amicable relationship with humans, approach to engage in play, reveling in the sensation of being stroked. As mammals, orcas, like their fellow mammals, derive pleasure from touch. The same applies to the young polar bear. Chapter 90. Creatures that would crush their own offspring without a second thought? Many animals delight in being touched, attributable to sensory receptors within their skin that activate upon being stroked. C-type nerve fibers then spring into action, transmitting the sensation to the brain, which releases endorphins and oxytocin while simultaneously reducing cortisol levels. In simpler terms, this diminishes stress and fosters an overall sense of well-being. Mammals and birds generally enjoy being touched, with the exception of insects. The young polar bear, still in its infancy, trailed closely behind its mother daily. The two orcas evidently took pleasure in frolicking with the young polar bear, which appeared far more endearing to them than the seemingly aloof Chunmu. Initially, the mother bear harbored concerns for her cub, but upon witnessing the orcas pose no threat and even provide food offerings, her worries began to dissipate. As summer approached, the ice began to melt at an accelerated pace. The ice in this vicinity could scarcely be considered ice anymore, merely a collection of floating fragments. Polar bears rely on solid ice for hunting, and with its melting, it becomes increasingly challenging for them to find sustenance. The greatest difficulty lay in traversing the gaps between the floating ice. For adult polar bears, adept at swimming, this posed little issue. But for Chunmu and the young polar bear, it was a different story altogether. Observing the mother bear navigate the floating ice with her imposing stature, the young polar bear wore a distressed expression, glancing at Chunmu for assistance. Chunmu assessed the distance before him. It was rather wide and not easily crossed. While he could rely on his increased size to make the leap, the young polar bear would likely struggle. "Do you wish to cross?" came the voice of the loquacious orca. Startled, Chunmu returned to the moment, noticing the chatty orca surfacing. "You can walk across my back. It will be safe," it offered. Chunmu replied, "All right." He stepped onto the orca's back and made his way to the opposite floating ice. The young polar bear followed suit, joyfully glancing back at the orca, exclaiming, "It's wonderful to have you around." Chunmu responded affirmatively. "Did your sister speak? What did she say?" The orca showed great interest. Upon hearing this, Chunmu replied, "She said, 'It's wonderful to have you here.'" Haha. The loquacious orca beamed with delight, swimming joyfully in the water. Through the surface, Chunmu could see the jubilant orca beneath. He withdrew his gaze, inadvertently. Chunmu beheld a solitary polar bear. The bear was foraging not far away, yet it appeared emaciated, reduced to little more than a mere skeleton. This was a male bear. Chunmu glanced at the female bear before him, which, with the assistance of orcas, had managed to procure a substantial amount of food. Although the absence of ice made it impossible for the female bear to hunt normally, the orcas' help rendered the situation less dire. The hunting method of polar bears primarily resembles fishing. However, with the orcas' aid, this fishing endeavor became significantly easier, even in the absence of ice and breathing holes. The orcas could drive seals directly ashore, allowing the female bear to wait and strike with ease. During the summer, when the ice melts, hunting becomes exceedingly challenging for polar bears, and many endure starvation. The most severely afflicted may perish, much like the male bear, whose frame was now but a skeleton. In stark contrast, the female bear was robust, her form plump and rounded with fat. This scene was undeniably absurd. Yet, with the orca's support, such absurdities became commonplace. The male bear had also taken note of this spectacle, yet merely observed from a distance before turning away. Had this been a previous male bear, it likely would have charged forth. However, upon witnessing the formidable female bear, any male bear would surely feel disheartened. Suddenly, Chunmu's eyes brightened. In the distance, A group of creatures resembling seals, yet distinct, gathered along the shore. Although they bore semblance to seals, their size was considerably larger, and they possessed two enormous tusks protruding from their mouths, resembling ivory. These creatures were walruses. Was this a potential meal? Such a sight was rare. Walruses inhabit the Arctic and its adjacent regions, and they are also prey for polar bears. These creatures, albeit grotesque in appearance, elicited a remark from the young polar bear. Chenmu had to concede this point. Indeed, walruses were far less visually appealing than seals, which exuded a certain endearing charm. Let us move on, the female bear announced, guiding Chenmu and the young polar bear away from the congregation of walruses, heading in another direction. This prompted a question from Chenmu. Mother, are we not going to hunt those animals? The young polar bear inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, the female bear replied, if we are starving, we may have no choice but to hunt them. If we can satiate our hunger, it is best to avoid them, as they can easily inflict injury. If we are wounded in the wild and unable to hunt, we too would perish. The size of walruses exceeds that of adult polar bears, and they possess sharp tusks, displaying a fierce temperament and aggressiveness. Adult walruses are also equipped with tough skin, making it exceedingly difficult for even a polar bear's sharp teeth and claws to penetrate their natural armor. Should a polar bear be unfortunate enough to be impaled by a walrus's tusk, it would be rendered incapable of hunting and ultimately starve to death. Though walruses are indeed a potential food source for polar bears, it is evident that hunting them would only be considered in dire circumstances. The female bear, being well-fed and capable of hunting seals daily, naturally would not choose walruses as prey. The mother bear departed with Chenmu and the little polar bear. Chenmu's gaze was drawn to the gathering of walruses. At that moment, he observed two male walruses engaged in a fierce battle, their sharp tusks clashing brutally. Amidst their struggle, a walrus calf attempted to flee the chaos, seeking to evade the battlefield. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, as the two massive males shifted during their confrontation. One of them inadvertently crushed the helpless calf beneath its considerable weight, heedless of its plight as it continued to fight. By the time the victor moved away, the calf had already succumbed. Witnessing this, Chenmu averted his gaze in silence. Male walruses possess a profound territorial instinct within their domain. All female walruses are regarded as their mates. They engage in rampant reproduction, siring countless offspring, yet they epitomize the archetype of a negligent father, showing no concern for the young. Should a calf perish beneath their weight during a skirmish, it is of no consequence to them. Though walruses are mammals, Chenmu harbored no fondness for them. Chapter 91. Do walruses commit collective suicide? Brother, what are those big, clumsy creatures doing? The little polar bear's voice jolted Chenmu from his reverie. Following the direction of the little bear's gaze, Chenmu was taken aback. Upon the cliff's edge congregated countless walruses. It was the breeding season, leading many to gather along the coast. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, some were pushed precariously to the cliff's precipice. Suddenly, one walrus leapt from the edge, its enormous body crashing down. The thud echoed as it collided against the cliffs. And then, with a final impact, it plunged into the sea, its lifeless form bobbing to the surface. Astonishingly, the other walruses followed suit. Leaping off the cliff as if compelled by a shared impulse. One after another, they descended, meeting their demise in a manner reminiscent of a tragic spectacle. Within moments, over 20 walruses had transformed into floating carcasses along the shore. Is this truly suicide? Chenmu pondered. Such behavior is remarkably rare among animals. But could walruses engage in such acts? Chenmu was uncertain. Yet, this calamity signified a potential boon for sustenance. The mother bear, having observed the scene, guided Chenmu and the little polar bear toward the shoreline. Hey there, buddy. Upon reaching the coast, Chenmu was greeted by the voice of a chatty orca, emerging from the water and casting its gaze towards them. Chenmu glanced at the loquacious creature and inquired, "Are you here for the walruses?" The orca replied, "Not at all. I find them rather unappetizing. Their flesh is too tough and risks injuring my teeth. Besides, there are far more delectable offerings in the sea. I wouldn't touch this." Noticing Chenmu's silence, the orca continued, "I'm here for the show. Did you see those walruses? It was truly amusing, watching them jump off as if in a mass suicide." The loquacious orca appeared vibrant and lively. Chenmu inquired, "Are they not committing suicide?" Upon hearing this, the talkative orca chuckled, "Certainly not. They merely wish to return to the sea. However, the eyesight of the walruses is quite poor, and once they leave the water, their vision diminishes. Due to the overwhelming number of walruses, many find themselves precariously perched upon cliffs. One walrus, intent on returning to the ocean, peered down and perceived a blurred expanse below, mistaking it for the sea, and leapt off. This jump prompted other walruses to believe that following suit would lead them back to the water, cascading down after it. Thus, it resembled an act of suicide, resulting in a tragic and swift demise. The loquacious orca smiled, remarking on their foolishness. Upon hearing this, Chenmu understood. It was not despair that drove the walruses to their fate, but rather their impaired vision, leading them to mistakenly believe that jumping off the cliff would reunite them with the ocean. Nevertheless, such occurrences had been rare in the past, but had recently become alarmingly frequent, the orca mused. Chenmu was well aware of the underlying issue. With the global climate warming and the Arctic ice melting, the walruses, who prefer to linger along the shores, were forced to congregate together. The melting ice reduced their available habitat, and as tens of thousands of walruses gathered, some inevitably found themselves on the cliffs, heightening the likelihood of unfortunate incidents. Of course, this was not a matter of concern for Chenmu. His primary focus was on sustenance. He observed the mother bear and the young polar bear feasting nearby. While walruses were not an ideal source of food, they nonetheless constituted a part of the polar bear's diet. An increase in walrus fatalities would lead to a decrease in their population, consequently diminishing the food supply for polar bears. For now, the mother bear and her cub were content, aided by the Orca's assistance. However, should they lose the Orca's support, coupled with dwindling food resources, their circumstances would become dire. Chunmu chose not to dwell on this. His sole task was to experience the life of a polar bear until adulthood, a milestone he needed to reach. Yet, it was evident that some individuals were not inclined to allow Chunmu to pass through this period unscathed. One day, as Chunmu continued to follow the mother bear in her hunting endeavors, the three of them stood at the shoreline, awaiting the orca to deliver seals. At that moment, Chunmu's ears caught a sound, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. To his astonishment, he spotted two humans, bundled tightly against the cold, standing not far off on the ice. Each held a rifle, and they too had noticed the polar bears. The foremost human, upon spotting Chunmu and the others, aimed his firearm at the mother bear. Chunmu's pupils dilated in alarm. Bang! With the resounding crack of the gunshot, a bullet sped towards the mother bear. The velocity of the bullet was astonishing. In that instant, even Chunmu could not react in time. The bullet struck the mother bear's shoulder. A roar erupted from her, her massive frame swaying under the impact. Mama! Upon witnessing this scene, the young polar bear was immediately engulfed by a wave of anxiety and concern. Yet, as a polar bear, it remained oblivious to the circumstances unfolding before it. However, Chunmu was acutely aware. The challenges confronting polar bears extended beyond mere environmental changes and dwindling food supplies. The predation by humans posed a significant threat as well. The two figures before him were evidently hunters of polar bears. While some nations impose restrictions on polar bear hunting, others permit it. A segment of humanity legally hunts polar bears, while another engages in illegal pursuits, contributing to the decline of their population. Chunmu had never anticipated that the hunting of polar bears would transpire in his immediate vicinity, particularly targeting the mother bear that had cared for him for so long. Anger surged within him, and he fixated on the hunters ahead. In a moment of transformation, Chunmu's physique swelled from that of a cub to an adult polar bear, and he charged fiercely toward the two hunters. The pair, clearly unaccustomed to such an encounter, momentarily froze. An elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, quickly regained his composure and raised his shotgun, aiming it directly at Chunmu. A deafening gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced through Chunmu's skull. A searing pain coursed through him, and consciousness faded in an instant, his body propelled forward by inertia. The elderly man, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that very moment, the wound on Chunmu's head miraculously healed, and his awareness surged back. With renewed vigor, he lunged at the hunters once more. The old man's pupils dilated in shock, too stunned to react. With a swift strike of his paw, Chunmu crushed the elderly man's skull. The younger hunter, pale as a ghost upon seeing Chunmu, turned to flee. Despite their seemingly cumbersome appearance, polar bears possess a running speed that easily outmatches that of humans. Chunmu barreled after him. With a thunderous roar, he opened his jaws wide, sinking them into the young man's head and crushing it with a single bite. Gasping for breath, Chunmu surveyed the lifeless bodies of the two hunters sprawled on the ground. Gradually, he turned away and began to retrace his steps. Chapter 92. The system harbors another bug mother. What has happened to you? The mother bear lay on the ground, her limbs stained crimson with blood. The young polar bear paced anxiously, glancing at the blood seeping from its mother's shoulder, desperately attempting to lick the wound clean. Chunmu regarded the mother bear, who lay there with open eyes, appearing frail and devoid of strength. There are two primary hunting strategies employed by polar bears. One resembles that of a tiger, wherein they stealthily approach before launching a sudden attack. The other relies on patience, waiting for prey to come close. Both methods, without exception, necessitate a robust and healthy body. In the wild, if a polar bear sustains an injury, it risks losing its hunting abilities and may ultimately perish from starvation. The mother bear before him was likely beyond salvation. Should she succumb, Chunmu could rely on his burgeoning size to survive. However, the little polar bear is likely to starve to death. This is not what Chunmu wishes to witness. More importantly, there is the current task at hand. The mission is to allow Chunmu to experience the life of a polar bear from its infancy to adulthood. If the mother bear were to perish, could he still claim to have undergone the authentic life of a polar bear? Would the task be adversely affected? What should he do, little brother? The small polar bear anxiously glanced at Chunmu. Being struck directly by a bullet, even an adult polar bear would not withstand it. Chunmu rose and examined the mother bear's body closely. If he were to employ his abilities, he could save the mother bear, but doing so might jeopardize his mission. Reflecting on the meticulous care the mother bear had provided during this time, along with the sustenance she had offered him, he thought, never mind. He could simply forego the mission and acquire evolutionary energy through absorption instead. Chunmu muttered to himself, utilizing his ability to share and combining it with rapid healing. The mother bear's wounds began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. A bullet was expelled from the wound and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the mother bear's injury was healed. She struggled and slowly rose. Mama, the little polar bear's eyes brightened. Are you all right? The mother bear nodded slightly. I feel no pain now. I should be fine. Of course, she was fine. The rapid healing ability was indeed remarkable, capable of mending such injuries in an instant. Yet, Chunmu was puzzled. Wasn't it said that using limited abilities could lead to mission failure? Why had there been no notification of task failure? Never mind. Chunmu was too weary to ponder further. Since the mission had not failed, there was no need to continue concealing his abilities. With the intellect of the mother bear and the little polar bear, they would naturally remain oblivious to the fact that it was Chunmu who restored the mother bear to normalcy. Chunmu had no interest in explaining. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Shenmue snapped back to reality and saw a seal racing onto the shore, its face a mask of terror, directly heading towards the three polar bears. Without hesitation, the mother bear charged forward and swiftly captured the seal, killing it with a single bite. I'll go catch a few more seals, the loquacious orca said, peeking its head out. No need, Shenmue replied, I will handle the food. As the words left his lips, Shenmue's form transformed from that of a polar bear into a massive white-bellied sea eagle. Witnessing this, the orca's eyes widened in astonishment. Both the mother bear and the little polar bear were equally stunned. Shenmue flapped his wings and soared into the sky, then dove directly into the ocean below. Upon entering the frigid waters, he was instantly enveloped by an icy sensation, as if his body were on the verge of freezing. The loquacious whale was momentarily taken aback by Shenmue's actions. In that instant, Shenmue's form shifted once more, transforming into an enormous orca, measuring a staggering 12 meters in length. The loquacious orca, witnessing this colossal creature before its very eyes, trembled in disbelief, its expression reflecting utter incredulity. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot perceive the expressions of orcas through their colorations. However, Shenmue, who is transformed back into an orca, can discern them clearly. He gazes at the loquacious orca beside him and remarks, Did I not mention before that I transformed from an orca into a polar bear? The chatty orca pauses in surprise, exclaiming, I am simply astonished. Your size is truly immense. It circles around Shenmue, scrutinizing him, and continues, How extraordinary. Shenmue replies, There are many extraordinary things. Come, let us seek sustenance. With that, he departs with the talkative orca. As they swim, the massive body gliding through the water, Shenmue suddenly comes to a halt. A somewhat mad thought crosses his mind. The system had indicated that utilizing restricted abilities would lead to mission failure. Yet the mission is proceeding normally. This implies that the system may not recognize Shenmue's use of restricted abilities. Why is this so? Through his consciousness, he observes a mother bear and her cub on the shore. Could it be that the system considers the little white tiger as Shenmue? Since the little white tiger has matured, it assumes that the mission has been accomplished by Shenmue. This suggests a possible glitch in the system, wherein it identifies creatures closely related to Shenmue as him. If that creature completes the mission, it equates to Shenmue's success. Thus, his use of abilities did not result in mission failure because the system mistakenly regarded the polar bear cub as Shenmue. The cub has not utilized any abilities, hence the mission remains intact. Alternatively, the system may have granted Shenmue two opportunities from the outset, one for him to complete the mission himself, and another to protect his fellow cub. Although this notion seems insane, it perfectly explains why, after the little white tiger matured, Shenmue successfully completed the mission, and why his use of abilities did not lead to failure this time. This possibility is the only explanation. With this realization, Shenmue feels a surge of excitement. The mission is not yet concluded, and there is still hope. If you can transform from a polar bear to an orca, can you also transform your sister into an orca? The loquacious orca implores. I would love to chat with her. Why not give it a try? Taken aback, Shenmue turns to the talkative orca. The little polar bear represents his final hope for mission completion, and this creature wishes for it to use abilities alongside him. Shenmue swiftly retorts with a single word, scram. The chatty orca whines softly, gazing at Shenmue with a mournful expression, its tail drooping as it follows him. I was merely joking. Why be so harsh? It mumbles, still looking forlorn. Chapter 93. The Unicorn of the Sea? A horned whale? The loquacious orca trails behind Shenmue, emitting its distinctive, infant-like calls. Shenmue feels a wave of frustration wash over him. Enough with the complaints. I was only jesting, he states. Let us find something to eat. Very well, replies the talkative orca, its tail swaying as it keeps pace with Shenmue. Not long after, Shenmue suddenly observed a peculiar creature. Was it a whale? Before him swam a multitude of these beings, numbering in the hundreds, indeed resembling whales, with an estimated length of 4 to 5 meters. However, what captivated Shenmue's curiosity was that each of these creatures bore horns atop their heads. He had never before encountered a horned whale. In that moment, Shenmue found himself perplexed as to what they were. This was a narwhal. The loquacious orca remarked as it moved its body. These creatures are entirely composed of blubber and are quite delectable. The narwhal, named for its single spiraled tooth that protrudes like a horn, is not actually a horn at all. Rather, it is a tooth, specifically its left canine. Unlike the teeth we are accustomed to, this tooth extends directly from its lips, growing in a spiral fashion. A narwhal can reach lengths of up to 5 meters, while its tooth can measure a remarkable 1 meter. Such elongated teeth are found only in male narwhals, while walrus tusks serve as weapons for aggression and competition for mates. The long tooth of the narwhal primarily functions as a sensory organ. In simpler terms, this elongated tooth acts as an information collector and means of communication. It can gather certain chemical information from the ocean, and the narwhals can communicate with one another through the touch of their long teeth. Of course, the sight of a narwhal with its long tooth was intriguing to Shenmue, yet soon after, his thoughts turned to sustenance. Upon hearing this, the orca glanced at Shenmue and inquired, What do you intend to do? Narwhals travel in groups, and if the orca were to hunt them, it would require assistance, as a coordinated effort among the orca pod would be essential for a successful hunt. However, observing Shenmue's imposing figure, the loquacious orca found itself intrigued. Shenmue replied, Just like this. Under the watchful gaze of the orca, a narwhal detached itself from the pod and swam towards them. Shenmue did not attack. Instead, he looked at the orca and said, Let us go. At this, the orca was taken aback. What is happening? While the orca was momentarily stunned, Shenmue turned and began to swim back. The narwhal followed Shenmue, leaving the orca dumbfounded. The orca was perplexed. What on earth is this? It swam to catch up with Shenmue. Buddy, what is going on? Instinctively, the orca glanced back at the narwhal trailing behind, then looked incredulously at Chunmu. Chunmu stated, "As you see, we have caught a narwhal, and we are now returning." "No way. This isn't a capture. It's clearly following us." Walking to its own demise. The orca was bewildered. "Well, you could say that," Chunmu replied, uninterested in further explanation, finding it too cumbersome. Listening to Chunmu's calm response, the orca's gaze was filled with disbelief. Though it was aware that its companion was rather extraordinary, it could hardly fathom just how remarkable Chunmu truly was. To think that a narwhal would willingly approach to meet its demise. "Brother, could you enlighten me on how to achieve such a feat?" The loquacious orca, regaining its senses, began to pester Chunmu incessantly. Chunmu's lips twitched slightly. "You are incapable of doing so. Oh, come on, brother, just teach me." The chatty orca clung to the topic, refusing to relent. In response, Chunmu chose to remain silent. The orca circled around him, even nudging him with its body. In that moment, Chunmu felt a wave of goosebumps rise. While such gestures of camaraderie and affection were common among orcas, being nudged by an adult male orca was an uncomfortable experience for Chunmu, who had once been human. He promptly distanced himself from the creature. "Brother," the orca persisted, evidently determined to learn this unique hunting technique from Chunmu. Ignoring it completely, Chunmu continued to ponder. The mother bear and the young polar bear had consumed the seal, and with the addition of the narwhal, they could likely go for some time without food. He gazed ahead. They were nearly there. Chunmu propelled himself through the water, leaping from the surface. With wings unfurled, he transformed into a white-bellied sea eagle. Soaring gracefully through the air. In the distance, he spotted the mother bear and the young polar bear waiting by the shore. He glided towards them, landing and reverting to his form as a young polar bear. "Brother, you're back," the young polar bear exclaimed joyfully upon Chunmu's return, eagerly nuzzling its fuzzy head against his. The mother bear approached as well, using her substantial body to shield Chunmu from the biting cold. Chunmu looked down just as the narwhal suddenly breached the surface, crashing heavily onto the shore before the mother bear, the young polar bear, and himself, entering a state of stranding. The mother bear and young polar bear were momentarily stunned. "What just happened?" the young polar bear asked, looking to Chunmu for an explanation. "This is the food that the orca and I found in the sea," Chunmu replied. He continued, "We have just feasted on a seal, so we need not rush to consume this one. We shall wait until it perishes from stranding before we eat." The young polar bear blinked in response. The mother bear stared at the motionless narwhal, equally bewildered. Suddenly, the loquacious orca's head emerged from the ocean, its disproportionately small eyes gazing at Chunmu with excitement. "Brother, I want to learn." Chunmu's lips twitched once more. Not only was this creature talkative, but it was also quite persistent, an insistent nuisance, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, but I have one condition." The orca's eyes brightened as it smiled. "I understand, brother. Are you interested in my sister? I can help you win her over." "Get lost," Chunmu retorted. The orca laughed awkwardly. Chunmu continued in a calm tone. "I need you to provide us with food daily. Only then can I teach you." To endow the loquacious orca with such abilities is indeed feasible. It merely requires the implementation of ability sharing. However, Chunmu would not readily extend this gift to others. Upon hearing this, the loquacious orca's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Food in abundance, to our heart's content." Chunmu replied affirmatively. In Chapter 94, titled Once More into Hibernation, Chunmu activated the ability sharing. The loquacious orca acquired this newfound power. Chunmu began to explain the intricacies of this ability, yet before he could finish, the orca burst forth with enthusiasm. "Is this the method of hunting? It feels incredibly powerful. Look at me, big brother." As it spoke, the orca noticed a large fish leaping from the depths of the sea. Its face lit up with joy, resembling a child who had just received a new toy. The orca turned to Chunmu, grinning. "Big brother, see how impressive I am?" It swam through the water, akin to a child eager to showcase its newly acquired skills to an elder. Had it truly grasped the ability to utilize this power so swiftly? This made Chunmu realize he might have underestimated the intelligence of this creature. "Quite impressive. You learned faster than I anticipated," Chunmu remarked. "No surprise there. Just look at who I am." "Hee hee," the loquacious orca replied, clearly delighted. Chunmu, slightly exasperated, reminded, "Do not forget the promise you made to me. I guarantee it. Food in abundance." "Hee hee," the orca responded cheerfully. Chunmu nodded slightly. The narwhal, however, could not return to the shore and faced a dismal fate. The mother bear, the young polar bear, and Chunmu drew closer to begin their feast. Midway through their meal, Chunmu noticed a gaunt polar bear approaching from a distance. It observed the activity but refrained from approaching the mother bear, recognizing her formidable size and noting other food sources nearby. Seeing that the male bear posed no threat, Chunmu chose to ignore it, focusing instead on savoring the narwhal's flesh. He feasted heartily, to the point of feeling somewhat stuffed. Yet, after satiating his hunger, the mother bear's demeanor shifted. She decisively abandoned the remaining carcass of the narwhal and led Chunmu and the young polar bear away. As Chunmu watched the mother bear's retreating figure, he perceived through his awareness a trio of humans, heavily bundled, armed with rifles, hastening towards them. Soon, they stumbled upon the corpses of the two humans who had previously attacked the mother bear. The sight of the mangled remains, now ravaged, rendered the trio's expressions grave. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu retracted his awareness. For most polar bears, engaging with humans is an undesirable prospect. Some even inhabit areas close to human settlements, occasionally approaching them in search of food. However, this does not imply that polar bears would never attack humans, whether hunting legally or illegally. Any human encountering a famished polar bear could potentially meet a dire fate. Although instances of humans being attacked and killed by polar bears are exceedingly rare, they do occur. In fact, polar bears may even launch nocturnal assaults on humans, perceiving them as prey. Unlike the amiable orcas, polar bears possess a more predatory disposition. Upon seeing a group of humans, Chunmu understood why the mother bear had chosen to abandon her food and retreat. While polar bears have mediocre vision, their sense of smell is 7 times more acute than that of dogs. Through the scents carried by the wind, a polar bear can discern the presence of humans nearby. Naturally, if the humans are positioned downwind, they remain undetectable, and the 3 individuals were fortuitously placed upwind. As soon as the mother bear caught a whiff of those who posed a threat, she instinctively opted to flee. For her limited intellect could not fathom the existence of firearms. Thus, she merely perceived humans as a danger, disregarding the limitations of his abilities. And with the assistance of his loquacious orca companion, Chunmu found himself free from concern. Each day, he embraced his role akin to a vampire, judiciously benefiting from the sustenance provided by his orca ally. Time passed, and before long, winter arrived, blanketing the landscape in a flurry of snow. Driven by their innate instincts, the polar bears retreated into their dens to hibernate. Inside the den, the little polar bear urged Chunmu to draw closer, claiming it would be warmer. Chunmu complied. Edging nearer, the 3 polar bears nestled together, engaging in their winter slumber. Over the course of a year, both Chunmu and the little polar bear had grown considerably, thanks to their daily indulgence in plentiful nourishment. As Chunmu closed his eyes, he felt the comforting presence of the mother bear and the little bear beside him, their bodies radiating warmth against the harsh Arctic chill. The winters in the Arctic are brutally frigid, and not even the thick fur and fat of polar bears can withstand the relentless cold. There are numerous reasons why polar bears must hibernate, with the ferocious blizzards of the Arctic being particularly perilous. These storms not only endanger the bears but also diminish the activity of their prey. Without hibernation, polar bears face the dire risk of freezing to death or succumbing to starvation. The hibernation of polar bears differs significantly from that of snakes. Polar bears enter a state of partial hibernation. In simpler terms, only portions of their bodies undergo hibernation, reducing their activity levels. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they can awaken promptly to address the situation. Once hibernation concluded, they emerged from their den into the spring of the following year. Chunmu lifted his face to the sky, basking in the sunlight that he had not seen in an eternity. His brows relaxed, and his spirits lifted considerably. He pondered whether the orca was still alive, as he heard the little polar bear's voice nearby. Glancing at the little bear, Chunmu noted its significant growth compared to before. While still smaller than the mother bear, the difference was no longer substantial. Chunmu withdrew his gaze, contemplating the passage of winter. Was the talkative orca still thriving? This remained uncertain to him. In the wild, life is precarious. Creatures can perish without warning. Though orcas reign as sovereigns of the sea, they too are not invulnerable to death. Chunmu and the little polar bear followed their mother bear once more to the riverbank where they had hunted the previous year. Suddenly, with a splash, a voice emerged as the loquacious orca poked its large head from the riverbank, excitement gleaming in its eyes as it addressed Chunmu. Brother, you have slept for quite a long time, making me wait and ponder. Chunmu glanced at the creature and replied coolly, it seems you are still alive. The orca chuckled wryly. Come now, brother, if I were dead, who would prepare your food? Chunmu, uninterested in further conversation, remained silent. At that moment, the little polar bear joyfully approached, raised its paw, and gently patted the orca's head. The orca swam contentedly, deliberately rubbing its back against the little polar bear's paw. Haha, what a playful one. The little polar bear exclaimed, turning to Chunmu, saying, brother, it still retains its mischievous nature. Chunmu's lips twitched. It seemed this polar bear had indeed adopted a pet. Chapter 95. Who would prevail in a fight between the leopard and the cheetah? This year mirrored the last. With the assistance of the loquacious orca in procuring food, time flew, and another year had passed. Chunmu and the little polar bear had grown to the size of adult polar bears, having reached maturity. Like many polar bears, they eventually separated from their mother. Once the little polar bear grew, it would part ways with the mother bear to embark on an independent life. Polar bears are solitary creatures, even during mating season. Their time together is fleeting before they separate. Thus, upon maturation, mother bears typically do not keep their offspring close. Originally, Chunmu and the little polar bear were also destined to part. However, due to Chunmu's uniqueness, the bond he formed with the little polar bear was deeper than the typical relationships among polar bears. Reluctant to separate, the little polar bear decided to remain with Chunmu, and the loquacious orca naturally followed suit. Orcas are deeply emotional beings, regardless of the species. They remember those they meet. For the loquacious orca, Chunmu was undoubtedly a friend, and it would remain by his side. As before, the orca provided food for Chunmu, though this time it was the now adult little polar bear that hunted, while Chunmu observed. As days turned into weeks, Chunmu suddenly heard that long-awaited voice. Congratulations, you have successfully completed your task, achieving 100% evolution progress. Commencing evolution. Upon hearing this, Chunmu raised his paw, gazing at his body enveloped in a golden light. Brother, what is happening? The little polar bear, noticing Chunmu's transformation, looked on with curiosity. Chunmu turned to the little polar bear and said, I must depart. The little polar bear, taken aback, asked, where will you go? It stood up, insisting, I will go with you. Chunmu replied, I have already spoken to the orca. If I leave, it will continue to provide you with food. You simply need to fulfill your role in hunting the food delivered by the orca, just as before. The orca accompanied you. You may continue living as before, without concern for me. With these words, as Chunmu's voice faded, his body was entirely enveloped by a golden light. He transformed into a golden sphere and swiftly ascended into the sky. The little polar bear stood momentarily stunned, lifting its head to gaze at the rapidly departing golden orb, its eyes trembling slightly. After a while, a young woman, wrapped tightly in layers of clothing, exhaled mist as she spoke to the female doctor before her. "Doctor, be cautious. The ice is not stable." The woman referred to as doctor was clad in thick garments, revealing only a reddened face marked by wrinkles, suggesting she was around 40 years of age. On this Arctic ice, insufficient attire is not merely a matter of endurance, but a matter of life and death. The polar bears are formidable creatures. "If we move about like this, will they attack us?" inquired the young woman. Upon hearing this, the doctor replied, "Indeed, polar bears are quite dangerous. Should we encounter one here, an attack would likely prove fatal. However, to observe these magnificent creatures, some risk is necessary. Besides, do you not have a tranquilizer gun?" The doctor spoke with an air of calmness. The young woman grasped the tranquilizer gun in her hand, nodding before cautiously surveying the surroundings. The two continued their journey across the ice. Suddenly, the young woman's pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "Doctor, look!" In a flurry, she brandished her tranquilizer gun, aiming it in a particular direction. Instinctively, the doctor glanced at the young woman before following her gaze toward the coast. There, upon the shore, stood a polar bear, gazing out over the water. At that moment, an orca was herding a dolphin toward the shore. As the dolphin was driven ashore, the polar bear charged forward and killed it. After dispatching the dolphin, the polar bear regarded the orca, which had now raised its head above the surface. The polar bear cautiously approached and nudged the orca with its massive head, a gesture reminiscent of seeking warmth from a family member. Witnessing this scene, both the doctor and the young woman were left speechless. Regaining her composure, the doctor lifted her hand, taking hold of the tranquilizer gun from the young woman and slowly lowering it. The young woman, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, glanced between the scene before her and the doctor. "What is happening? Why is the orca not attacking the polar bear?" The doctor shook her head. "I do not know, but it is worthy of observation and study. This matter must remain confidential. Should others learn of this phenomenon, it could have detrimental effects." The doctor turned her gaze toward the young woman, who nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, after being enveloped in golden light, Chen Mu's consciousness faded. When awareness returned, he gradually opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Instead of the familiar thick ice, he found himself amidst a forest, surrounded by towering wild trees. Upon a glance, Chen Mu could discern that this place was not the Arctic. He lifted his paw and examined it closely. Indeed, it was a paw, but it was neither the familiar claw of a bear nor that of a wolf. Instead, it belonged to a different creature altogether. In order to ascertain his current appearance, Chen Mu expanded his consciousness to observe himself. A feline creature adorned with tiny black spots materialized in his awareness. A leopard? After scrutinizing further, he confirmed it. It was a spotted leopard. Among the leopards, the most recognizable are the cheetah and the leopard. The cheetah possesses a slender, agile physique, making it the champion of short sprints. Generally, it requires time to accelerate. Yet the cheetah can reach speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour in a mere 2 seconds, an astonishing burst of speed. The leopard, while not as swift as the cheetah, boasts far superior endurance. To differentiate between the two intuitively, one might say, upon seeing a cheetah, you might think, so frail, I could take it down with a couple of punches. In contrast, upon encountering a leopard, the thought would be, I am doomed. In Africa, encounters between leopards and cheetahs typically result in the leopard preying upon the cheetah. Though they share the same family, the cheetah often finds itself on the leopard's menu. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward. Speed capability upgraded. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward. Biological armor. Chapter 96. How does the leopard hunt zebras? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. The speed capability upgrade should be akin to the upgrade of his awareness. However, what did biological armor entail? Chen Mu resolved to inquire with the omnipotent system. System, what is biological armor? The system responded in its usual mechanical tone. Biological armor refers to the application of armor based on biological foundations. Upon hearing this capability, Chen Mu had already formed some conjectures, yet hearing the system articulate it left him somewhat astonished. He envisioned himself as a polar bear adorned with the armor acquired from this evolution. Would he not become a so-called armored bear? And what of the speed capability? What enhancements had he received? The system continued to elucidate. After the upgrade, your speed capability will increase from twice the original speed to 3 times the original speed. Chen Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Double the speed was already formidable. What terror would 3 times the speed entail? At that moment, Chen Mu remained oblivious to the fact that another leopard had taken notice of him. Leopards possess a strong sense of territory, similar to tigers. Their domain is expansive, and male leopards do not permit other males to encroach upon their territory, although females are an exception. The male leopard that spotted Chen Mu perceived him as an intruder in its territory. Gradually descending from the tree, the male leopard kept its gaze fixed on Chen Mu, slowly approaching him. Engrossed in the joy of his newfound evolutionary rewards, Chen Mu was unaware of the impending approach of the leopard. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Chen Mu resolved to act. He utilized his transformative ability to morph into the state of a polar bear. In an instant, the leopard had taken on the massive form of a polar bear. Due to the successful completion of his task, and having acquired a full 100% of evolutionary energy, his size was nearly double that of an adult polar bear. Even when on all fours, his shoulder height was akin to that of a multi-story building. At that moment, he appeared truly fearsome. The male leopard, which had stealthily approached, froze in place, its eyes wide with astonishment at the sight. Chen Mu gradually rose to his feet, standing upright like a human. This stance, coupled with his colossal stature, rendered him taller than some trees, his massive form resembling a small mountain. While it is typically challenging for a polar bear to stand, they do so in moments of rage to display their terrifying physique. And Shenmue was capable of rising slightly as well. He lifted his paw and declared, "Armor activation." With his voice echoing, a suit of iron-like armor materialized around him, enveloping his entire being. To the observer, Shenmue appeared as a mechanical bear, his head also encased in armor, once again on all fours. He now resembled a truly monstrous entity. Gazing ahead, Shenmue surged forward. His immense body charged ahead, heedless of the trees in his path. With a series of thunderous crashes, trees as thick as an adult's waist were uprooted by his sheer force. As he barreled through the forest, one tree after another succumbed to his might, creating a cacophony of sound amid a cloud of dust. Upon halting, he surveyed the fallen trees behind him and remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad." It appeared that the armor not only augmented his defensive capabilities, but also enhanced his strength. Otherwise, even with his current size, he would not have been able to topple such sturdy trunks. Not far off, the leopard that had intended to ambush Shenmue widened its eyes in shock at this spectacle. Realizing the danger, it quickly turned to flee. Whatever that creature was, it was clearly beyond its ability to confront. The leopard, not lacking in intelligence, seized the opportunity to escape while it remained undetected. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shenmue's ear. Mission refreshed. New task involves hunting 5 different prey while utilizing only speed abilities and armor activation, with a reward of 50% evolutionary energy. Upon hearing this, Shenmue raised his eyebrows in intrigue. Must I use only my biological form? He deactivated the armor, reverting to his previous leopard form. Surveying his surroundings, he understood that prey does not simply appear upon request. Otherwise, many wild creatures would not fall victim to starvation. Yet, Shenmue remained unfazed. Having undergone numerous evolutions, Shenmue has acquired a wealth of experience. He understands that evolution is not a matter of haste. There is no need for urgency. It is a gradual process. In the past, Shenmue was singularly focused on evolving into a human, but as time passed, he found himself less eager to revert to humanity. What would it mean to become human again? Each day would merely consist of monotonous work, spending daylight hours in the office and evenings at home, an existence devoid of meaning, akin to being imprisoned as a slave to wealth. Now, Shenmue yearns solely to witness the possibilities of further evolution. From the Antarctic to Australia, from Australia to Northern Asia, and from Northern Asia to the Arctic, he has journeyed far and now finds himself in what he surmises to be Africa, renowned for its natural wildlife reserves. Upon exiting the forest, Shenmue surveyed his surroundings. Ahead lay a vast savanna, where he spotted a group of creatures grazing on the grass. These beings bore alternating stripes of black and white, somewhat resembling horses. Yet they were not the familiar steeds of human riders, they were zebras. Indeed, zebras are a hallmark of Africa, often seen roaming freely in the wild. Thus, they have become his first quarry. With that thought, Shenmue approached the zebras. Capturing a zebra, particularly an adult, poses a formidable challenge. Apex predators such as leopards find it exceedingly difficult to hunt fully grown zebras. The most effective hunting strategy for a leopard involves ambush, waiting for the zebra to unwittingly enter its trap. However, even if an adult zebra does step into the leopard's ambush, it does not guarantee a successful kill. Most leopards opt to lie in wait, and through the zebra's reactions, identify the weak or infirm among the herd before targeting the vulnerable. Mature zebras are typically disregarded as potential prey. Yet, Shenmue is different. Although he possesses the form of a leopard, he has no intention of employing ambush tactics. His gaze fixates on one adult zebra in particular. However, the distance between him and the zebras remains considerable, and they have already sensed his presence, eyeing him with apprehension. They seem to anticipate that should he draw nearer, they will flee. A smirk graces Shenmue's lips. Do you think you can escape? With that, he surged forward. As his speed tripled, he moved with an almost spectral swiftness towards the zebra herd. Upon noticing Shenmue's approach, the zebras panicked and turned to flee. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not match Shenmue's velocity. He closed the distance in an instant and, upon arrival, lunged fiercely at the nearest adult zebra. Armored, Shenmue's body, embodying that of a leopard, was enveloped in protective plating. His sharp claws transformed into armored talons. With a single swipe, he tore through the zebra's neck. As the adult zebra continued to run, its neck snapped, and the body, propelled by inertia, collapsed onto the ground, sliding for a short distance before coming to rest. It was lifeless. Shenmue approached the carcass of the adult zebra, gazing at it intently before licking the blood from his talons. Chapter 97. Why can't zebras be ridden? Who is more powerful, hyenas or leopards? Shenmue disengaged from his biological mech and began to gnaw on the zebra, savoring its taste. It was rather mediocre, far inferior to that of seals or dolphins. Indeed, it was the higher fat content that rendered such delicacies more palatable. Many organisms exhibit a preference for high-fat substances, which stems from the evolutionary struggle for sustenance. In this context, the more calorically dense the food, the better the chances of survival. Consequently, numerous species have innately categorized high-fat food as delectable. Compared to pork, zebra meat lacked tenderness and carried a somewhat astringent quality. Furthermore, as it was not cooked, the flavor was even more pedestrian, imbued with a strong metallic taste of blood. However, as a leopard, Shenmue did not shy away from this sanguine flavor. Rather, it enhanced his enjoyment of the meal. While feasting, he observed the nearby zebras. Contemplating a curious question, why are zebras not rideable? Having once been human, Shenmue was well aware of the existence of horses, docile creatures that can be domesticated for riding. Yet, upon encountering the zebra, which bore a resemblance to horses, This question arose in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, zebras possess a temperament entirely distinct from that of horses. Zebras are notoriously hot-tempered, with their aggression intensifying with age, and they exhibit a strong sense of self-awareness. It is a well-known fact that the more docile an animal, the easier it is to tame. However, a zebra's disposition is such that it will defy commands, stubbornly resisting direction. Moreover, zebras are known to bite. And once they do not relinquish their grip easily. Although they may resemble horses, zebras are smaller and less robust, bearing more resemblance to donkeys. With their diminutive size and volatile temperament, they are simply not suited for domestication. Naturally, Chen Mu had not delved deeply into this subject, so he did not dwell on it further. Suddenly, a high-pitched roar pierced the air, snapping Chen Mu back to reality. He raised his head to see 5 hyenas nearby, their eyes fixed on him, emitting a series of high-decibel growls as they approached, their feet pounding the ground. Their fierce gazes indicated a clear intent to claim Chen Mu's meal. Leopards, in order to safeguard their prey from other predators, instinctively carry their kills up into trees immediately after the hunt. This tactic ensures that even if other predators witness the leopard's success, they cannot easily steal the spoils. However, it was evident that Chen Mu was not adhering to such rules. Having failed to elevate his catch, he found himself targeted by the hyenas. The 5 hyenas encroached, eyes locked onto Chen Mu, growling menacingly, and tentatively inching closer. It appeared that if he did not flee, they would soon take action. Leopards are robust creatures endowed with formidable hunting skills, and as solitary animals, they are not easily bested in a one-on-one confrontation with hyenas. Yet, 3 hyenas can pose a challenge even to a lioness, and here stood 5. The leopard, upon spotting the threat, could only flee. The hyena, a notorious rogue of the African plains, often travels in packs and specializes in targeting the vulnerable, leading to the demise of its adversaries through brutal means. As 5 hyenas bared their teeth and emitted warning growls before him, Chen Mu remarked, "I am in search of prey. Yet I find it intriguing that it has come to me so willingly." Observing that Chen Mu remained unmoved, the 5 hyenas began to reposition themselves, with 2 stealthily circling behind him. Indifferent to their tactics, Chen Mu activated his biological armor. His leopardine form was enveloped in glistening silver armor, his claws transforming into razor-sharp steel talons. The sight momentarily stunned the 5 hyenas. With a sudden lunge, Chen Mu charged at one of the hyenas. Startled, the creature attempted to react, but under the enhancement of Chen Mu's tripled speed, it could not muster a response in time. With a swift strike, he tore through the hyena's body, its agonized cry echoing as it collapsed, blood splattering onto the ground. Chen Mu landed gracefully, his silver claws stained with crimson, his entire being clad in shimmering steel armor that conformed to his sleek leopard physique, his pupils now a vivid crimson hue. The remaining 4 hyenas, witnessing this, were overtaken by fear. One emitted a howl before turning tail, followed hastily by the others. In an instant, they fled. With a slight relaxation of his brow, Chen Mu mused, "Have they run? Such a pity." He glanced at the fallen hyena beside him, reflecting, "Well, this will suffice. The taste is likely nothing remarkable. Yet it counts as 1 prey. I still require 3 more." Hyenas are formidable creatures, capable of cooperative hunting and even seizing prey from lions. Their bite force is astonishing, with some individuals measured at an impressive 460 kilograms, surpassing the lion's 360 kilograms. Such a terrifying bite allows them to easily shatter bones. They typically operate in groups. The sighting of one hyena usually indicates the presence of others nearby. Cunning in their assessments, hyenas can gauge the strength of their opponents. They will decisively eliminate weaker foes, yet retreat at the first hint of a formidable adversary. In this instance, they clearly underestimated Chen Mu's strength. Their limited understanding could not fathom how a mere leopard could possess such extraordinary power. After sampling some of the hyena's flesh, Chen Mu found it rather bland, even less palatable than zebra meat. Losing interest, he turned his attention to the zebra instead. Predatory animals may kill fellow predators for 2 reasons: hunger or to diminish competition for food. Instances of lions killing hyenas without consuming them occur, primarily to reduce rival threats. As Chen Mu continued his meal, he pondered the nature of survival in the wild. Suddenly, Chen Mu heard a commotion nearby, as a bald vulture descended from afar, landing on the ground and observing him from a distance. The vulture, being a scavenger, would not refuse fresh carrion when the opportunity arose. After a predator had made a kill, the vulture would approach to investigate. Some vultures would even chase away weaker predators to seize their prey. However, despite its interest in Chen Mu's catch, the vulture lacked the courage to challenge a leopard for its meal, merely waiting at a distance for a chance to act. Chapter 98. Is the leopard dragging its prey up a tree? Isn't it heavy? Vultures? Chen Mu squinted. Is this my third prey? Vultures, belonging to the family of large raptors, are known by many names, including bald eagles and mountain vultures. From a distance, it appeared that a leopard was vigilantly watching the vulture not far away, just as Chen Mu was about to make a move. More vultures began to descend from the sky, landing beside the first. A swarm of vultures surrounded Chen Mu, their eyes fixed on him as well as the carcasses of a zebra and a hyena nearby. The number of vultures here was considerable, with so many of them. Even an adult leopard might find it prudent to flee. Vultures, like hyenas, tend to operate in groups, and in this region of Africa, many animals would scavenge from those weaker than themselves. Hyenas do, and so do vultures. While 1 or 2 vultures would stand no chance against a leopard, a flock was a different matter. Emboldened by their numbers, the vultures gradually approached Chen Mu. Their primary goal was food, and they intended to intimidate him with their size and quantity. In fact, if Chen Mu were an ordinary leopard, he would likely be frightened away by these vultures. But Chenmu was not just any leopard. He was a unique one. Who would have thought that first hyenas would present themselves, and now vultures? It seemed this task could be completed in no time at all. Chenmu activated his biological armor, encasing his body in a suit of steel. He lunged forward at the nearest vulture, his claws sweeping through the air, severing the neck of one vulture cleanly. The sudden attack startled the others, causing them to flap their wings and take to the skies. A throng of vultures ascended into the air, evading Chenmu's advance. He looked up at the circling vultures above. Suddenly, one of them let out a cry and swooped down towards him, claws extended. The others followed suit, launching an aerial assault on Chenmu. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "It seems you are not as clever as the hyenas." The vulture lacks the formidable head of the hyena and possesses a temperamental disposition. Initially startled by Chenmu's sudden transformation, it soon decided to attack out of hunger after a brief observation. Chenmu, empowered by thrice his usual speed, swiftly leaped into action. With a few deft movements, 6 vultures lay lifeless on the ground, their necks severed, blood splattering around them. Recognizing the peril, the remaining vultures took to the sky, hesitating to approach Chenmu any further. Chenmu gazed at the vultures above, realizing he was temporarily unable to utilize other abilities. If he were to transform into a white-bellied sea eagle, they would surely meet their demise. Well, these vultures merely serve to fulfill the task's completion rate. There's no need to eliminate them all, he murmured, raising his eyes to the sun, which hung high in the sky. He noted it was already noon and the heat was beginning to overwhelm him. Yet, he still felt hunger gnawing at him. Suddenly, a rustling sound filled the air, the flapping of wings drawing his attention. Upon looking up, he noticed the vultures had landed at a considerable distance, cautiously observing him from afar. Not the sharpest of creatures, he muttered. Though they had indeed settled farther back than before, with the enhancement of his speed, he could easily dispatch them if he wished. The vultures, clearly less astute than hyenas, chose to wait at a distance, likely hoping for Chenmu to depart. He saw no reason to engage with them further. For Chenmu, he had already hunted 3 types of prey and needed only 2 more. As for vulture meat, it held little appeal, given that the current task was solely focused on the hunt. The weather was steadily warming, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the rising temperatures. Despite this discomfort, his hunger persisted. Vultures, being scavengers, would likely offer little in terms of culinary delight, and he had no desire to partake. Among the 3 prey he had successfully hunted, the zebra was the most delectable. He seized the zebra, dragging its lifeless form toward the forest. Within the shelter of the trees, the oppressive heat began to dissipate. As he ascended, he hoisted the carcass of the adult zebra onto a branch. Though it was cumbersome, the act brought him a sense of familiarity, satisfaction, and security, an instinctual behavior inherent to leopards. Only by hoisting their food into the trees can leopards truly feel at ease while feeding. In Africa, numerous formidable predators roam, and while leopards are undeniably fierce, they remain at a disadvantage compared to packs of hyenas or lions. However, Chenmu felt no fear of these creatures. His sole concern was the warmth of the day, prompting his retreat to the forest. It was merely instinct that compelled him to drag the zebra upward. The zebra weighed approximately 300 kilograms, and leopards possess the remarkable ability to haul prey weighing up to 3 times their own weight into the trees. With the forest providing some respite from the heat, Chenmu savored his meal while gazing through the foliage ahead. As soon as he departed, the group of vultures swooped in eagerly. Some were feeding on the carcasses of hyenas, while others consumed the remains of deceased vultures. A flock of vultures encircled these bodies, indulging with a certain rudeness. Chenmu remarked, "What loathsome creatures they are." Indeed, vultures can be quite repugnant, yet their existence sustains many animals on the grasslands. To numerous creatures, vultures serve as guides. As raptors, they soar through the skies in search of sustenance, their diet comprising both carrion and freshly deceased animals. While vultures scout for their prey, some animals attentively observe them from below. When a vulture locates food, these animals often follow, hoping to partake in the bounty revealed by the vultures. Suddenly, Chenmu spotted a lion. Upon sighting the lion, he ceased his own feeding, his gaze fixed upon the majestic creature. The lion reigns as the sovereign of the savanna, and unlike the solitary tiger of the forest, lions are social beings. Although exceptions exist, such as the banished male lions, the lion before Chenmu was evidently a solitary male. This lone lion was intently watching the vultures, who, though aware of its presence, did not pause their feast. Instead, they consumed their meal with even greater urgency. In an instant, the male lion lunged forward, causing the vultures to scatter like startled birds, shrieking as they took flight. Consequently, the food became the lion's domain, and it paid no heed to the vultures, indulging in its meal with singular focus. The vultures, aware of their disadvantage, dared not confront the lion, merely standing by and observing. Witnessing this, Chenmu's brow relaxed slightly. Even a solitary lion could follow vultures in search of food, albeit with the potential of encountering carrion. While lions are not scavengers, a famished lion may resort to consuming a small amount of carrion, particularly when the present offerings are not decomposed. This lion had evidently tracked the vultures to this feast. No matter how numerous the vultures, they were no match for the formidable male lion, even if it stood alone. It was a clear case of vultures seeking meat, with the lion trailing behind. Chapter 99. The fourth prey. The lion. The social structure of lions bears resemblance to that of wolves. Just as a wolf king may expel male wolves from the pack, a lion king will cast out adult male lions. Those expelled become solitary wanderers. A lone male lion can be regarded as the apex predator on the grasslands. Theoretically, a female lion would flee from 3 hyenas, while a male lion could effortlessly dispatch them. Some male lions may find themselves at a slight disadvantage when confronting 4 hyenas. However, if that male lion is hungry, it can still prevail even against 4. There have even been instances where 2 male lions have frightened away 20 hyenas, demonstrating that presence can be pivotal. In simpler terms, among the predators of the savannah, lions stand as the pinnacle of existence. Vultures, naturally, do not dare to provoke such formidable beings. As for the lion, Chun Mu gradually descended the tree trunk and stepped closer to the majestic creature. The zebra, hyena, and vulture. This line marks my fourth quarry, Chun Mu muttered. As a leopard, Chun Mu's actions drew the attention of the nearby vultures, who observed him from a distance. The lion was fiercely tearing into the hyena, its maw stained with blood. Hyena meat is hardly delectable. When compared to herbivores, its taste could be deemed quite repugnant. Clearly, if the lion had been well fed, it would not have resorted to such unpalatable fare, indicating that this male lion had been hungry for some time. The lion, noticing Chun Mu, released its grip on the hyena's carcass and fixed its gaze upon him. It must be said that witnessing a lion up close is truly daunting. An adult leopard stands approximately 0.8 meters tall at the shoulder, while a lion typically reaches around 1.2 meters. The leopard's physique is robust compared to that of a cheetah, yet it pales in comparison to the lion's formidable presence. As Chun Mu regarded the lion before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The lion, displeased by Chun Mu's proximity, suddenly lunged towards him. Lions possess a fierce sense of territoriality and will eliminate any carnivore that encroaches upon their domain. Though a nomadic lion lacks a defined territory, it cannot abide the approach of a leopard while feasting. It was determined to vanquish this leopard and instill a sense of dread within it. With a biomechanical transformation, Chun Mu donned his silver armor. The lion's claws struck against the shimmering surface, leaving no mark upon the impenetrable material. The lion opened its jaws wide, aiming for Chun Mu's neck. Unflinching, Chun Mu allowed the lion to bite down, its teeth clamping onto the armored flesh of his neck, unable to penetrate the protective layer. Calmly, Chun Mu remarked, "You think you can kill me?" With just that, he raised his paw and swiped. With a swift motion, the lion staggered back, revealing a deep gash visible to the bone, its blood staining its body. The lion, now fixated on Chun Mu, registered the blood on his claws before averting its gaze back to the predator. Suddenly, the lion turned and fled. Lions are social creatures, possessing a degree of intelligence. Although it could not fathom Chun Mu's true nature, it was certain that remaining in this vicinity would lead to its demise. Observing the desperately fleeing lion, Chun Mu called out, "Run? Do you think you can escape?" If it were the hyenas, he might have spared them, having already dispatched one, thus lacking interest in a second. However, this lion was different. It was the fourth target he had set his sights upon. Chun Mu sprang into action, pursuing the lion with fervor. With a surge of speed thrice that of the lioness, it stood no chance of outrunning him. In no time, he pounced forward. The lion, hearing the commotion, glanced back at Chun Mu, its pupils narrowing in alarm. Chun Mu raised his sharp claws for the decisive strike. A deep claw mark marred the lion's neck, blood splattering in a vivid display. With a mournful roar, the lion staggered, its body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Blood oozed from its wound as it struggled to rise, yet its throat had been torn, rendering it increasingly feeble as the life force ebbed away. Each attempt to regain its footing resulted in another collapse. When it endeavored to stand once more, it found itself unable, lying on the ground in convulsions, gradually succumbing to silence. Chun Mu approached the fallen lion, disengaging his biological armor. Observing the lifeless creature, he leaned in and sank his teeth into the lion's throat, tearing it apart decisively, severing what remained of its windpipe. The lion's body was cleaved asunder. Chun Mu held no interest in the lioness carcass. Through his experience, he knew that the flesh of carnivores paled in comparison to that of herbivores. His intention to fully sever the lioness throat was merely to confirm the hunt's success, marking the completion of his fourth target. Releasing the bloody remnants, he turned away, heading toward the zebra. If he were to feast, it would be on zebra flesh, for the lion had lost its allure. Ascending the tree, he returned to the zebra's carcass to commence his meal. Meanwhile, vultures descended upon the lion's remains, relishing the taste of its flesh. Watching this scene unfold, Chun Mu pondered the fate of even the king of the savannah. In death, it was reduced to sustenance for vultures. Indeed, in the wild, wherever vultures gather, the remains of deceased animals inevitably become their nourishment. In the biological realm, there exist various roles: producers, consumers, and decomposers. Producers primarily refer to green plants, such as the grasses of the savannah. Consumers include organisms that feed on plants or other animals, like sheep and tigers. Decomposers are those capable of breaking down corpses, including bacteria, fungi, certain protozoa, and scavengers. Though vultures are indeed animals, they belong to the category of decomposers, efficiently clearing away carcasses to prevent the spread of disease. From a certain perspective, despite their unappealing appearance and behavior, vultures play a beneficial role in the ecosystem. After finishing his meal of zebra, Chun Mu descended from the tree and began to traverse in a direction unknown to him, simply seeking out more prey. Africa is vast, akin to a grand natural zoo, where locating 5 types of quarry is hardly a daunting task. In Chapter 100, the question arises, can the honey badger, the nemesis of snakes, succumb to venom? Soon, Chun Mu discovered the 5th creature required for his mission. Not far off, a small being captured his curiosity. Its back was a pale gray, beneath which lay a coat of black fur. At that moment, it stood in defiance against a venomous snake. Africa is home to numerous venomous snakes, their population exceedingly abundant. Before him lay a venomous serpent, confronted by its natural adversary, the honey badger. This particular honey badger had already been identified by Chun Mu as his 5th target. Chun Mu was unhurried, for witnessing a honey badger hunting a snake was a rare spectacle. The honey badger bared its teeth at the serpent, and suddenly, the snake lunged at it with ferocity. The honey badger attempted to evade the attack, but was caught off guard and bitten, undeterred by the venom coursing through its veins. The honey badger retaliated swiftly, sinking its teeth into the serpent's head, ultimately killing it. Observing this scene, Chen Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. It was not the outcome he desired. Should the honey badger succumb to the snake's venom, he would be unable to pursue it for his own hunt, thereby failing his mission. Yet, the honey badger seemed indifferent to its plight. After dispatching the snake, it began to consume its prey with an insatiable hunger, akin to savoring a spicy snack. However, midway through its meal, the honey badger suddenly collapsed, evidently succumbing to the effects of the venom. It slipped into unconsciousness. Chen Mu, watching from a distance, refrained from approaching, choosing instead to observe quietly. He recalled having seen a documentary on television about honey badgers hunting snakes, noting their formidable resistance to venom. Even if bitten, they typically recovered after some time, which eased his concern. As the minutes turned into hours, Chen Mu's brow furrowed with worry. 2 hours had passed, and the honey badger remained unresponsive. Growing restless, he rose and approached the fallen creature, gently prodding its body with his paw. To his dismay, he discovered that the honey badger's body had grown cold, indicating its demise. What could have transpired? Chen Mu found himself bewildered. Indeed, honey badgers possess a remarkable resistance to snake venom, allowing them to hunt and consume snakes, thus establishing themselves as their natural enemies. However, resistance does not equate to immunity. Instances of honey badgers succumbing to venom are not uncommon. While many are aware of the honey badger's fierce reputation, the fearless creature capable of warding off lions and intimidating leopards, fewer know that many honey badgers fall prey to lions and leopards as well. Their fiery temperament and resilient, sleek fur make them challenging to kill, yet this does not mean they are invulnerable. Many formidable predators avoid attacking honey badgers simply out of apathy, as hunting them requires an investment of time and effort. However, should the honey badger provoke these predators, or if they find themselves in a state of hunger with scarce prey nearby, they may not hesitate to indulge in a honey badger feast. Contemplating the honey badger that had perished from the snake's venom, Chen Mu felt a sense of resignation, knowing he must abandon this potential quarry. As darkness enveloped the land, a full moon illuminated the surroundings. Leopards are nocturnal hunters, often prowling the night in search of prey. Although Chen Mu embodied a leopard, he was unique in his own right. Nevertheless, he continued his relentless pursuit of honing his hunting skills under the veil of night. With the keen eyes of a leopard, Chen Mu could clearly perceive the movements around him. Suddenly, he spotted a monkey resting atop a grand tree. As a leopard, Chen Mu skillfully ascended the thick trunk. The monkey remained oblivious to his presence. Stealthily, Chen Mu approached and, in an instant, pounced. The monkey emitted a startled cry. Chen Mu swiftly pinned it down with his claws and sank his teeth into its neck, forcefully severing its throat. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a reward of 50% evolution energy progress, echoed the system's voice. Chen Mu's physique grew visibly larger, expanding substantially compared to before. Slowly, he released the monkey's neck, his mouth stained with blood. 50% evolution energy progress, is it? That hardly seems adequate, he murmured. Where shall I acquire the next 50%? Should I employ my devouring ability to consume the creatures of this African land? However, Chen Mu had already undergone numerous evolutions, and the energy required for each subsequent evolution increased proportionally. If he were to rely on devouring to gain further energy, he would likely have to consume every creature in Africa, an impossible feat. The task has been refreshed. Delineate your own territory and select a female leopard to cohabitate for 1 year. Completing this task will grant you an additional 50% evolution energy progress, the system announced, its tone as devoid of emotion as ever. Upon hearing the task details, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he only needed to live with a female leopard, had the system required him to reproduce. He would have preferred to devour all the creatures in Africa instead. This task seemed manageable. Defining a territory simply meant finding a location, eliminating all other predators within that area, and leaving herbivores as prey, followed by locating a female leopard. As he mused, Chen Mu descended from the tree and wandered aimlessly forward. Suddenly, he paused, captivated by a creature before him. It stood with its back turned, adorned with a coat of yellow fur, speckled with distinctive spots. Could it be a leopard? Chen Mu was astonished to find his kin so readily, and moreover, it was a female, perfectly aligning with the task's requirements. The female leopard, sensing something, instinctively glanced back and locked eyes with Chen Mu. He gradually settled down, observing her. I'm hunting. Please do not disturb me, she asserted. Chen Mu refrained from responding, casually swaying his tail as he leisurely watched her. The female leopard, evidently not in her breeding season, displayed a lack of hospitality towards Chen Mu, which was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. The female leopard displayed no visible reaction upon noticing Chen Mu, instead directing her gaze forward. It was then that Chen Mu realized the leopard had already fixated on its prey, a monkey, specifically a female monkey cradling a small one, which rested with its eyes closed in the comfort of its mother's embrace. The mother leopard ascended the tree with remarkable agility, executing the movement silently. Suddenly, she lunged forward, sinking her teeth into the mother monkey's throat. Before the latter could comprehend the imminent danger, she succumbed to the leopard's lethal assault. After securing her kill, the leopard placed the mother monkey's lifeless body upon a branch, intending to feast. However, her attention was abruptly drawn to the small monkey. Observing the bewildered little creature, who seemed utterly oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded, the leopard appeared momentarily perplexed. It seemed she had not noticed the infant monkey nestled in its mother's arms. Chen Mu surmised that the angle of vision had concealed the small monkey from the leopard's sight. Chapter 101. The leopard adopts a monkey? The female leopard initially seemed disoriented, uncertain how to address the presence of the small monkey. She glanced at the mother monkey's carcass, then instinctively looked towards Chen Mu. As their eyes met, the leopard exhibited signs of unease, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, the mother leopard picked up the small monkey and swiftly descended the tree, evading Chen Mu's line of sight. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. Why would she abandon an adult monkey in favor of a mere infant? Was it due to the latter's perceived delicacy? Pondering this, he set off in pursuit of the leopard. It appeared she was consciously avoiding him, likely fearing he might harm the small monkey. However, this particular leopard was indeed his target. Allowing her to escape was simply not an option. The leopard moved with remarkable speed, yet Chen Mu, being a leopard himself with an added threefold acceleration, was not to be outpaced. Soon, he caught sight of her again. To his astonishment, the leopard had brought the small monkey to the trunk of another tree, where she lay beside it, grooming the infant with her tongue, treating it as if it were her own offspring. The small monkey, evidently still very young, remained unaware of the peril surrounding it, oblivious to the fact that its mother had just been slain by this very leopard. Yet, it seemed to sense the leopard's maternal affection, instinctively gravitating towards her for protection. The leopard welcomed the infant into her embrace, allowing it to rest peacefully against her. Observing this tender scene, Chen Mu began to comprehend that the mother leopard did not intend to consume the small monkey. Rather, she had chosen to care for it, as if it were her own child. The paradox of having killed its mother, yet nurturing the infant was indeed perplexing. While such instances of adopting prey as offspring are rare, they do occur. However, the fate of herbivorous offspring adopted by predators often ends in tragedy. The mother leopard, having detected Chen Mu's presence, guarded the young monkey while fixating her gaze upon him. Chen Mu gradually seated himself, observing her intently. The mother leopard slowly rose, cautiously descending from the tree, and approached Chen Mu, baring her teeth in a warning. If your intention is to harm it, I shall not permit you to lay a finger on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu inquired, do you intend to adopt it? The mother leopard affirmed, indeed. From this moment forth, it shall be my child, and I shall care for it diligently. Chen Mu reassured her, rest assured, I shall not harm it. However, can you truly provide for it? The mother leopard paused, regarding Chen Mu with a hint of surprise, seemingly unprepared for his agreeable demeanor. Of course, I will take good care of it, she replied, her previous hostility dissipating as she moved about before him. Though she was no longer as vigilant, she instinctively maintained a distance, perceiving Chen Mu as a potential threat. Once a female leopard bears offspring, she ceases to be an estrus. Thus, if a male leopard encounters a female with cubs, he may choose to eliminate her young, prompting her to swiftly enter her mating period once again. Consequently, female leopards become exceedingly wary of other males when they have their own young. Although the monkey was clearly not the offspring of this female leopard, her desire to rear it as her own would still influence her reproductive cycle. This explains her heightened caution towards Chen Mu. Yet, he remained unconcerned, intrigued solely by the mother leopard's ability to nurture the young monkey. Noticing Chen Mu's silence, the female leopard found his demeanor peculiar but dismissed it, turning to leave. Chen Mu observed her retreating figure without any intention of intervening. He resolved to watch her actions closely. Climbing onto a nearby branch, he rested there, halfway through his slumber. Ever alert Chen Mu was stirred by a noise. He opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards the female leopard, who was now descending the tree with the young monkey in her mouth, preparing to depart. A slight smile graced Chen Mu's lips. Despite his prior assurances to the mother leopard that he would not harm her young, it was evident that she still harbored doubts, attempting to stealthily escape while he rested. Her intentions were commendable, yet the challenge of evading Chen Mu was considerable. Many felines exhibit such behavior, unlike the foolish albatross. Leopards instinctively relocate their young to safer locales when they sense a threat. Chen Mu rose and followed the female leopard from a distance, ensuring he remained undetected. The following day, the female leopard concealed the young monkey within the grass while she ventured out to hunt. As the leopard dragged a zebra carcass to feed the little monkey, a rather perplexing situation arose. The small monkey showed no interest in the meat. Chen Mu observed this scene from a distance atop a tree trunk, amused by the spectacle. He mused that the little monkey was likely still weaning and thus incapable of consuming flesh. However, the leopard, oblivious to this fact, found itself bewildered by the monkey's refusal to eat, yet was powerless to alter the situation. This peculiar dynamic persisted for 2 days, with the leopard persistently attempting to offer the meat, but the little monkey remained disinterested. After 2 days, the little monkey succumbed to hunger, lying motionless in the grass. Upon returning from another hunt, the leopard discovered the silent form of the monkey. It wandered about the lifeless creature, licking it gently, as if attempting to rouse it through a gesture akin to human affection. Yet, the little monkey had already breathed its last. The leopard raised its paw and nudged the monkey, but the little creature did not respond. Standing by the monkey's body, the leopard remained in a trance for an extended moment before finally departing. Chen Mu, having witnessed the mother leopard's retreat, leapt down from the tree and followed in her wake. The mother leopard noticed Chen Mu's approach, cast him a fleeting glance, and then averted her gaze, disregarding him entirely. Yet, her demeanor was less cautious than before. Have you taken care of it? Chen Mu inquired. At the sound of his voice, the mother leopard whirled around, baring her teeth in a warning. Do you seek a confrontation? She was clearly agitated. Taken aback, Chen Mu clarified, I merely inquired about the little monkey, as I had not seen it. The mother leopard shot him another glance before returning her gaze elsewhere, dismissing him once more. Chapter 102. Claiming one's territory, Chen Mu regarded the female leopard beside him. According to the mission parameters, He was to remain in the company of this leopard for an entire year. If she were to escape while he rested, he would find himself in quite the predicament. What to do about it? He gazed ahead, noting that twilight had settled in. The sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, painting the western sky with hues of crimson. Suddenly, a herd of antelope appeared in his line of sight, the majestic antelopes of Africa. Antelope were among the quarry of leopards, and their prey was diverse, ranging from herbivores to carnivores, and even their own kind. Naturally, antelope were considerably more palatable compared to many other options. However, the female leopard had recently hunted and feasted. Showing little interest in these new prospects, Chun Mu refrained from rushing. He simply followed the female leopard until the next day. The mother leopard, likely feeling the pangs of hunger, sought out the herd of antelope and began her hunt. Chun Mu watched as the leopard crouched low, utilizing her unique camouflage to blend seamlessly into the grasses, inching closer to the unsuspecting antelope. Given the leopard's speed, a direct chase would be nearly impossible. Leopards are astute creatures, employing ambush tactics and targeting the weak, old, or infirm among their prey, like a robust adult antelope. It is exceedingly challenging for a leopard to hunt one, although it is not impossible. However, the endeavor is time-consuming and fraught with the risk of injury, rendering the cost quite substantial. Thus, leopards typically opt for the weaker prey. Observing the cautious demeanor of the female leopard, Chun Mu felt an inexplicable amusement. "Allow me to demonstrate," he murmured to himself. Since he was to remain with her for a year, she was to be considered a companion. Consequently, he believed he should partake in the hunt. With resolve, Chun Mu lunged toward the herd of antelopes. The female leopard was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Her frustration was palpable. Such a direct approach would surely yield no prey. The startled antelopes scattered at Chun Mu's sudden movement, rendering her previous stealth efforts futile. With no other option, the leopard abandoned her concealment and sprinted forward alongside Chun Mu. Yet, what transpired next left the female leopard wide-eyed in disbelief. Chun Mu dashed into the panicked antelope herd with a speed that rendered the female leopard utterly bewildered. The antelopes, now fully aware of his presence, began to flee. Under normal circumstances, a leopard without the advantage of ambush could not catch an adult antelope. However, Chun Mu closed the distance in an instant and pounced. As he approached, he activated his biological armor, his claws enveloped in a silvery sheen, transforming into lethal silver talons. With a swift strike, he slashed. The antelope's neck was torn open with a sickening sound, its throat severed and blood gushing forth. In agony, the antelope collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, but with its throat in ruins, it weakened, unable to stand. It lay there, convulsing, as blood pooled on the ground. Standing beside the fallen antelope, Chun Mu watched as its life ebbed away. Turning to the female leopard, he saw her staring in a daze at the scene unfolding before her. Lowering his head, he picked up the adult antelope, dragging it to the female leopard and placing it at her feet. The female leopard looked at him in confusion. Leopards are solitary creatures, even during mating season. Male leopards tend to abandon their offspring to the care of the female. Thus, sharing food among leopards is almost unheard of, typically reserved for nurturing cubs. Not for adult leopards. Her bewilderment was entirely understandable. "Go ahead and eat if you're hungry," Chun Mu offered. The female leopard regarded him with curiosity. "You are quite peculiar." Chun Mu merely glanced at her, saying nothing, and stepped aside. She observed him, realizing he genuinely intended to share his meal. Though perplexed, she accepted the gesture. Looking back at him, she beckoned, "Let us go." "Go? Where?" Chun Mu found himself puzzled. Upon hearing this, the female leopard cast a peculiar glance at Chun Mu. "Of course, I must drag the carcass up into the trees. Otherwise, if hyenas arrive, it will be snatched away." With that, the female leopard picked up the prey in her mouth and began to pull it towards the woods. Witnessing this, a smile spread across Chun Mu's face. "She seemed to have lowered her guard around me, instinctively considering me a companion. It appears I have nearly succeeded. Now, all that remained was to wait for time to pass, and the task would be accomplished." Chun Mu followed the leopard, but before they could venture far, he noticed the leopard abruptly halt. She released her grip on the prey, her gaze fixed ahead. Observing her demeanor, Chun Mu turned his attention forward as well. To his surprise, he spotted another leopard ahead, this one far more robust than the female. It was evident that this was a male leopard. The presence of a male leopard indicated that he was in its territory. Male leopards possess their own domains and will drive away other males encroaching upon their territory. In the eyes of this male leopard, Chun Mu was an intruder. The male leopard did not charge forward. The reason was clear. After completing his previous task, Chun Mu's physique had grown significantly larger than that of an adult male leopard. Judging by size, the male could not ascertain whether he was a match for Chun Mu. Yet relinquishing his territory was not an option. He remained rooted in place, staring at Chun Mu, seemingly engaged in a final contemplation. For Chun Mu, the task had indicated the need to establish his own territory. Thus, if he were to kill the male leopard before him, its territory would become his own. Chun Mu mused to himself, and with that thought, he acted without hesitation, leaping towards the male leopard. The male, upon seeing him, was instantly terrified and turned to flee. Determined to secure this territory, Chun Mu had no intention of letting the male escape. As he closed in, his claws transformed into iron silver talons, sweeping across. With a howl of agony, the male leopard was sent sprawling to the ground, a deep gash visible in its neck, blood cascading forth. It struggled to rise and attempted to run again, but halfway through, it collapsed, never to rise again. Chun Mu observed this and thought, task accomplished. He turned to the astonished female leopard and said, "Let us go." Leopards are predators, and if severely injured, they lose their hunting capabilities, ultimately leading to one fate: starvation. Furthermore, Chun Mu's previous strike had already severed the male leopard's throat, sealing its doom. Hence, he felt no concern. However, the female leopard appeared somewhat bewildered. While she was not intimately familiar with Chun Mu, she recognized the male leopard well, for her territory lay within the bounds of his domain. The male leopard was a robust adult, yet when confronted by Chun Mu, it exhibited little to no capacity for resistance. This was utterly unexpected for it. Regaining its composure, it noticed Chun Mu had already ventured far and resumed its grip on the antelope's carcass to follow him. In Chapter 103, the relationship between black leopards and spotted leopards is explored. Chun Mu found a stout tree and ascended its trunk. He observed the female leopard below, laboriously dragging the adult antelope in his direction. It was understandable, considering the antelope Chun Mu had hunted was an African eland, known to be the largest of all antelope species. An adult African eland typically weighs around 1,600 pounds, whereas an adult leopard usually weighs merely 200 pounds. Thus, it was no surprise that the leopard struggled with its burden. With considerable effort, the female leopard maneuvered the prey beneath the large tree, releasing her grip to rest. She gazed up at the imposing tree. Despite the eland's weight, it was feasible to hoist it aloft. However, it was evident that this female leopard was incapable of such a feat, while leopards can lift prey weighing up to 3 times their own body weight. The adult African eland was beyond her capabilities. Chun Mu recognized this limitation. Descending from the tree, he retrieved the large eland under the watchful gaze of the female leopard and ascended the trunk. Having gained 50% progress in his evolutionary energy, his size had increased significantly, surpassing that of an adult leopard. For him, the weight of the eland was trivial. He secured the carcass in the tree and then turned to the female leopard, beckoning her to come up. The female leopard, observing Chun Mu's actions, was filled with astonishment. The weighty object she struggled with was effortlessly handled by him. She cautiously climbed the tree. Chun Mu lay comfortably along the trunk, watching her. The female leopard, after a moment of hesitation, approached the eland's carcass and began to feed. Chun Mu paid her no mind and turned his gaze toward the horizon. The scenery was quite pleasant, albeit a bit warm. In such heat, a human would surely find it unbearable. Chun Mu leisurely swayed his tail. Suddenly, he sensed movement nearby. When he turned, he found the female leopard had come closer, licking his fur. For leopards, there are various ways to show camaraderie, and grooming is one of them. It was clear that this female leopard had begun to accept Chun Mu's presence and considered him a companion. Chun Mu chose to ignore her, redirecting his gaze to the distance. For him, reaching his objective was paramount. Achieving a bond of companionship was sufficient. A single eland could yield an abundance of meat, enough to sustain both Chun Mu and the female leopard for an extended period. Of course, food is finite, and it would eventually be consumed. 2 days later, Chun Mu, accompanied by a female leopard, traversed the vast savanna in search of their next prey. Suddenly, he halted, prompting the female leopard to instinctively inquire, "What is it?" Chun Mu's gaze was fixed ahead, where he spotted a creature, nearly the size of an adult leopard, resting languidly on a tree branch. The creature, a sleek black panther, had also noticed Chun Mu. Its eyes locked onto him. Black panthers are a rarity, and Chun Mu was taken aback by their unexpected encounter. "How peculiar it looks," a voice murmured beside him. Chun Mu, momentarily lost in thought, responded, "Indeed, black panthers do possess an unusual appearance." "What is a black panther?" the female leopard inquired. Glancing at Chun Mu, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking at her. According to the system's translations he had relied on, the creature he described should have been understood by her, yet this time, she seemed oblivious. Why was that? Chun Mu pondered, then turned his attention back to the black panther. If the leopard did not refer to it as a black panther, how did she identify it? "She's like us." "A leopard," the female leopard remarked curiously. "Though she does look a bit strange, it is not so unrecognizable, is it?" "You are quite odd." Chun Mu was taken aback. A black panther is a leopard? Lacking knowledge about black panthers, he was unaware of the truth. In reality, a black panther is a leopard that has undergone a genetic mutation. Offspring born of jaguars and leopards may exhibit a complete black coat due to genetic variation, thus becoming black panthers. To humans, black panthers and leopards are distinct species, yet to leopards, a black panther is simply a leopard that appears somewhat unusual. Unfamiliar with this concept, Chun Mu instinctively scrutinized the black panther further, and he could indeed sense a kinship emanating from her. He was also able to discern her gender. She was a female black panther. As they continued forward, they would be entering the territory of this female black panther. As a male leopard's territory typically encompasses several female leopards' domains, which also included Chun Mu's territory, it was not unusual to encounter another female leopard within their territory. Without further contemplation, he resumed his search for food, while the black panther watched him depart. Not long after, an odd sound pierced the air. A series of short, sharp barks echoed from a distance. Chun Mu lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, he could see a pack of hyenas, their cacophony accompanying their movements. "The sound indicates a group of 23 adult hyenas," the leopard remarked. With her acute sense of hearing, she assessed the number of hyenas and gauged their strength, determining whether to confront them or flee. "Let us go," the leopard advised Chun Mu. "We cannot contend with them." Aware of the considerable number of hyenas, the female leopard recognized that together, she and Chun Mu were no match for the pack. However, she remained calm. As they were still a safe distance away, and with their speed, they could escape should the hyenas take notice. As the leopard was about to depart, it noticed that Chun Mu remained stationary, gazing intently at the hyenas. "What are you doing?" The female leopard exhibited a hint of confusion, eyeing Chun Mu quizzically. Chun Mu replied, "This is my territory, and this pack of foolish dogs has intruded upon it, which is a direct affront to me." With that, he boldly advanced towards the group of hyenas without a trace of fear. The mother leopard was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Chun Mu's intentions. At present, Chun Mu's physique was quite impressive, nearly rivaling that of a male lion. However, it was worth noting that even a lion would find itself in flight when confronted by a pack of 23 hyenas. The mother leopard could not fathom what Chun Mu was planning. Several hyenas had also taken notice of him, raising their heads in curiosity. Suddenly, one of the hyenas let out a sharp howl, prompting the others to turn their attention towards Chun Mu. Realizing his presence, the pack began to advance swiftly, evidently intent on attacking and teaching this audacious leopard a lesson. The hyenas emitted a series of short, urgent calls as they charged towards Chun Mu, their eyes fixed on him, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. Chun Mu scanned his surroundings and realized that the hyena pack had inadvertently encircled him, making any chance of escape difficult. Yet, he felt no need to flee. A cold smile crept across his face. So, it is a matter of numbers, is it? At that moment, another massive leopard appeared beside him, his doppelganger. The manifestation of his splitting abilities stunned the hyenas, while the observing female leopard blinked in disbelief. Before the hyenas could fully comprehend the situation, one of them suddenly lunged at its companion, viciously tearing into it. The anguished cry of the attacked hyena echoed as it struggled in fury. Suddenly, Chun Mu and his doppelganger doubled in size. In an instant, the doppelganger transformed into an enormous leopard. Due to the energy from his evolution, Chun Mu had already reached a size comparable to that of a lion. And now he had grown to an even more formidable stature, surpassing that of a lion. With their forms now clad in shimmering silver armor, the two colossal leopards charged towards the pack of hyenas. Witnessing this spectacle, the 23 hyenas immediately turned to flee, completely stripped of their fighting spirit. Retreat was indeed the wisest course. With a swift swipe of his paw, Chun Mu cleaved one hyena into 3 pieces. With a fierce bite, another hyena was obliterated. Out of the 23 hyenas, only 7 managed to escape, while the rest lay lifeless upon the ground. Observing the panicked retreat of the hyena pack, Chun Mu's doppelganger vanished, and his form gradually reverted to its original state. He caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood, mingled with the distinctive stench of the hyenas. A rather unpleasant aroma. He instinctively furrowed his brow, withdrawing his gaze to glance back at the female leopard behind him. The leopard stood at a distance, mouth slightly agape, eyes brimming with disbelief as it regarded Chun Mu. Observing its demeanor, Chun Mu remarked, "The meat of these hyenas is rather unpalatable. Let us seek another quarry." As the female leopard watched him depart, it regained its composure and hastily followed Chun Mu. This time, he employed several abilities, yet Chun Mu remained unconcerned. For he had already completed the first task that restricted his powers. He was now engaged in the second task, which imposed no limitations. Thus, he felt free to wield his abilities at will. With their assistance, Chun Mu swiftly captured a prey, a full-grown zebra, together with the female leopard. He relished the zebra meat at their location. However, at that moment, 2 humans, armed with rifles, concealed themselves behind a nearby tree. One robust male human fixed his gaze on the feeding Chun Mu and the female leopard, stating, "Look at that leopard." Beside him stood a bald man, also armed, whose attention was entirely focused on Chun Mu. Goodness, what a massive leopard. Its size rivals that of a lion. Truly astonishing. Can a leopard grow this large? In my lifetime, I have slain numerous leopards, yet this is the first of such magnitude I have encountered. This must be the king of leopards. If we could hunt it, its pelt would fetch a handsome price. As the short-haired man spoke, he lifted his rifle, aiming it at Chun Mu. The bald man responded, "A leopard of such size likely won't fall with a single shot. Allow me to take a follow-up shot." He too drew his rifle, directing its muzzle at Chun Mu. The short-haired man took aim, squinting, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, a bullet erupted from the muzzle, hurtling towards Chun Mu. Almost simultaneously, the bald man squeezed his trigger, unleashing his bullet as well. The 2 projectiles sliced through the air, aimed at Chun Mu. In an instant, the silver armor enveloping Chun Mu materialized. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the sounds of metal colliding, sparks ignited upon his silver armor. Chun Mu gradually ceased his meal, leisurely turning his head to regard the 2 poachers. He had long since detected their presence, but had chosen to ignore them. For although he had somewhat forgotten the sensations of humanity, he still possessed a human heart. Thus, upon seeing the 2 men, he had no intention of engaging with them, merely observing their actions through his conscious vision. However, Chun Mu was utterly unprepared for the fact that despite the myriad choices available to them, the 2 humans opted for the most ill-advised course of action. Encased in his iron armor, Chun Mu advanced step by step towards the poachers. In certain regions of Africa, some countries lease land to hunting companies, which then enclose these areas, designating them as hunting grounds. Those in search of thrill would pay to hunt here, seeking the adrenaline rush of stalking ferocious beasts. Among these creatures was the leopard, one of many. Beyond the hunting grounds, leopards often fell prey to poachers engaging in illegal activities. Typically, an adult leopard would stand little chance against a human's firearm. However, Chun Mu was quite extraordinary. What manner of being is this? The short-haired man gaped at the formidable biological armor enveloping Chun Mu, disbelief evident in his widened eyes. The bald man, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this? Shoot, shoot." The short-haired man, in a panic, hastily squeezed the trigger. Chun Mu remained unfazed, allowing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly off his armored form, creating mere sparks upon impact. Uninterested in wasting time with the 2 poachers, he took flight. His speed left the 2 hunters agog. With a swift swipe of his razor-sharp claws, he severed the throat of the short-haired man, blood spraying forth. The man collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Chun Mu landed gracefully, flicking his tail as he turned to face the bald man, whose visage was etched with terror and dread. Ah, ah, the bald man cried out, firing at Chun Mu in desperation. Chun Mu ignited a burst of flames upon impact, utilizing his control abilities. The bald man's pupils dulled to a shadowy hue. In a daze, he unwittingly withdrew a military knife from his pocket, slashing it across his own throat. He crumpled to the ground, convulsing, blood pooling around him. As the darkness in his eyes faded, he clutched his throat in panic, fear radiating from his gaze as he fixated on Chun Mu. Chun Mu, having dispensed with his biological armor, regarded the bald man with indifference and remarked, "What utter foolishness." Upon hearing Chun Mu's voice, the bald man's pupils constricted, his fear intensifying. Chapter 105. Are there no wolves in Africa? Chun Mu cast a glance at the bald man before stepping away. The light in the man's eyes gradually extinguished, leaving them dim and lifeless. As Chun Mu returned, a female leopard approached, rubbing against him affectionately. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "No harm done," Chun Mu replied coolly. "Just two blind fools seeking their demise." The female leopard acknowledged with a soft sound, glancing at the two lifeless bodies nearby. "Let us feast on zebra meat. Do not touch those two," Chun Mu instructed. "Understood." She replied obediently, returning to enjoy the zebra meat alongside Chun Mu. Once satiated, as was her custom, the female leopard dragged the remaining food to a tree, hoisting it up to safeguard against other animals. Observing her actions, Chun Mu refrained from comment. With his presence, food was abundant, and hunger was a non-issue. He saw no need to explain. Moreover, this was merely the leopard's instinct, and he preferred not to interfere. Chun Mu, as per usual, reclined upon the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, resting without difficulty. At that moment, the mother leopard approached, lowered her head, and nuzzled against Chun Mu's body. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Over time, she had grown increasingly affectionate towards him. The mother leopard looked at Chun Mu and proclaimed, "I am ready." Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in confusion. "Ready for what?" he inquired. The mother leopard replied, "To reproduce. I am prepared." Chun Mu was momentarily stunned by her unexpected declaration, but upon reflection, he comprehended her meaning. The mother leopard was in her estrus cycle. Typically, female animals possess maternal instincts, and this particular female leopard had adopted a young monkey, nurturing it as if it were her own offspring. Tragically, the monkey had perished, and although it was not her biological cub, its death had undoubtedly affected her deeply. The loss of a juvenile often triggers estrus behavior in female leopards. Some male leopards resort to killing the offspring of females to provoke them into estrus. Consequently, the death of the young monkey had similarly influenced this female leopardess cycle. Regaining his composure, Chun Mu took a moment to collect himself and responded, "No, I am not interested in that." With that, he averted his gaze and focused on the horizon. The female leopard paused, bewildered, her expression somewhat vacant as she paced back and forth in the trees, seemingly at a loss. However, it appeared she had little recourse in this matter. Chun Mu was indifferent to the thoughts of the leopard. His sole objective was to spend a year in her company. As for what would transpire thereafter, he had no interest in the prospect of raising cubs with a leopard. Days passed. One day, while hunting alongside the mother leopard, they encountered an unforeseen situation. Hidden amidst the grass, Chun Mu's keen ears picked up on a disturbance. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he spotted a pack of creatures resembling dogs moving in the distance. These animals bore a canine resemblance, yet their ears were round and large, a stark contrast to the dogs Chun Mu was familiar with, and their legs were notably longer than those of ordinary dogs. After observing for a moment, he recognized their identity: African wild dogs. In Africa, wildlife is often ranked, with the lion at the top, followed by the hyena, and these wild dogs occupying the third position. The reason leopards do not feature in this hierarchy is due to their solitary nature. When a solitary leopard encounters a pack of social predators, its only recourse is to flee. Before him was a pack of African wild dogs, numbering at least 32. They had spotted Chun Mu as well and began to vocalize excitedly, drawing closer to him. For the pack of African wild dogs, leopards were among their potential prey. These wild dogs could easily tear a full-grown leopard to shreds. In the event that a mature leopard encountered a pack of wild dogs, its only viable option would be to escape, lest it become a meal for the pack. Chun Mu observed as the wild dogs approached, their urgent and high-pitched calls echoing in the air. The wild dog pack was evidently unaware of Chun Mu's prowess, likely mistaking him for merely an oversized leopard. A clone materialized beside Chun Mu. Upon its emergence, the approach of the pack slowed perceptibly. Observing this, Chun Mu murmured, "It seems these creatures possess some intellect." Upon witnessing my summoning of a clone, they realized the situation was amiss. However, attempting to flee now will not be so simple. The clone's form suddenly expanded, transforming from a leopard into a colossal polar bear, towering as high as a floor of a building. A suit of steel armor enveloped the giant bear, rendering it an armored behemoth. Upon sighting this formidable creature, the wild dogs fully grasped the imminent peril, instinctively turning to flee. The armored bear, born of Chun Mu's clone, let out a furious roar. With a sudden charge towards the wild dog pack, it did not require deliberate aggression. Its massive frame trampled through them. Any wild dog caught beneath the armored bear was utterly crushed, accompanied by a chorus of anguished howls. The ground bore the imprint of giant paw prints, beneath which lay the mangled remains of the wild canines. As the armored bear dissipated, the wild dogs scattered in terror. Observing this scene, Chun Mu remarked, "How feeble they are." Yet, contemplating the wild dogs and recalling the hyenas he had encountered earlier, he pondered the absence of wolves, another member of the canine family. In Africa, while Africa does host a type of wolf known as the jackal, it is not a true wolf, differing significantly from the wolves Chun Mu had previously transformed into. Analysis suggests that the absence of true wolves in Africa can be attributed to the presence of other species, such as hyenas and wild dogs, which occupy the ecological niche typically filled by wolves. Furthermore, the environmental conditions in Africa differ markedly from those inhabited by wolves. Should wolves be relocated to Africa, they would require a period of evolutionary adaptation to thrive in that environment, likely evolving into creatures akin to the African wild dog. What are you contemplating? A voice interrupted Chun Mu's thoughts as the leopard approached, nuzzling against his leopard form. Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed, he replied. Shortly after Chun Mu departed, an off-road vehicle arrived at the scene. A man armed with firearms escorted a woman from the vehicle. Upon witnessing the desolation and the numerous corpses strewn about, the woman's eyes widened in shock. What on earth happened? This scene was also captured within Chun Mu's consciousness. He had long been aware of these two individuals, having previously dispatched two poachers whose bodies were now discovered by humans. These two appeared to be investigating the circumstances surrounding the poacher's demise. The commotion Chun Mu had caused had naturally drawn their attention. He focused on them through his consciousness. As long as they remained oblivious to his presence, it was of no concern to him. As one begins to turn their attention inward, they must consider the circumstances and decide whether to remain or depart. Chapter 106. The Law of the Jungle. Survival of the fittest. Days pass by, and Chun Mu, along with the mother leopard, finds themselves patrolling their territory out of sheer idleness, akin to a futile endeavor, merely taking leisurely strolls. The dietary needs of a leopard are minimal compared to that of a blue whale. A single adult zebra suffices to sustain a leopard for several days. Therefore, Chun Mu finds himself with ample free time, not compelled to hunt incessantly. As evening descends, when the sun is not too fierce, he ventures out for a stroll, allowing him to witness the unfolding wonders of nature. He observes a cheetah accompanied by its cub, traversing the grasslands. Suddenly, the cheetah seems to sense something, instinctively turning its gaze in a particular direction. In the distance, a majestic lion stands, its eyes fixed upon the cheetah. The expression on the cheetah's face shifts dramatically. Swiftly, it turns back, seizing its cub in its jaws. The young cub appears bewildered. The tall grass of the savanna conceals half of the cheetah's form, and as it carries its cub, it flattens its body to avoid detection by the lion. It carefully places the cub in a thicket of dense underbrush. At that moment, the lion has also spotted the cheetah. Upon sighting the cheetah, the lion charges forth. Once the cheetah has secured its cub, it faces the approaching lion with trepidation, yet boldly steps toward it. As it draws nearer to the lion, it suddenly veers to the right and sprints away. The lion lunges in the direction of the cheetah, but the cheetah is swift and evades capture. The lion, realizing it has missed its target, halts, its expression twisted with ferocity. The cheetah, now distant, watches the lion warily, its demeanor betraying anxiety. A mother cheetah, when confronted with formidable predators, instinctively conceals her cubs and uses her own body as bait to divert the predators away. This tactic, while often effective, does not guarantee safety. The lion, seemingly uninterested in pursuing further, stirs a sense of unease within the cheetah, for the distance between the lion and her cub is not great. Yet, the cheetah dares not confront the lion. After all, it is a fully grown male lion, a creature that even hyenas would prudently avoid. Meanwhile, the cheetah is but a solitary figure, one that two hyenas could easily overpower. Suddenly, a sound pierces the air. It's the voice of the cub, small and innocent. Upon hearing this, the lion's ears perk up, its gaze shifting toward the location of the cub. The mother cheetah's expression darkens in alarm. The lion begins to advance slowly towards the cub's direction. Chun Mu wanders aimlessly through his territory alongside the leopard, when suddenly, he catches sight of a cheetah standing afar, gazing intently in a particular direction. The expression on the cheetah's face conveys helplessness and resignation. Chun Mu follows the line of sight of the cheetah. Before him lay a majestic lion, lounging amidst the parched, yellowed grass, leisurely devouring a young cheetah. The little creature's body had been torn apart, revealing its sanguine flesh. It was evident that the cheetah was a female, and the cub was likely her offspring. Confronted by the formidable lion, she could only watch helplessly as it consumed her young. At that moment, Chun Mu felt the presence of a female leopard approaching, nuzzling against him. The cruel law of nature, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, was starkly evident. Compassion is not solely a trait of humanity. Even as a leopard, Chun Mu sensed a complex array of emotions. A mother, forced to witness her own progeny being devoured before her very eyes by a lion. Such torment is perhaps incomprehensible to the average individual. Chun Mu advanced towards the lion, while the female leopard observed him intently. Having witnessed his prowess, she no longer doubted his ability to conquer a lion, opting instead to watch from the sidelines as he handled the situation. Leopards are typically solitary creatures, akin to lone wolves. Yet, like humans, there are exceptions to every rule. As Chun Mu approached the lion, it became apparent that this lion was a rogue. For lions are social animals. Encountering a solitary male in the wild invariably indicates a stray. Upon noticing Chun Mu, the lion relinquished its meal, rising to its feet and fixing a cold, piercing gaze upon him. The lion's massive, robust physique radiated authority, rendering even a sturdy adult, standing at 6 feet tall, feeling like an infant in comparison. In that moment, Chun Mu was a leopard, and though his form was similar in size to that of the lion, the lion's majestic mane lent it an air of undeniable dominance. With a fierce snarl, the lion bared its fangs and lunged at Chun Mu. The clash was immediate. The lion's sharp claws scraped against Chun Mu's steel-silver armor, producing a jarring sound. The lion paused, momentarily taken aback. Chun Mu's form swelled dramatically, doubling in size instantaneously. Faced with a leopard now larger than itself, the lion's pupils contracted in shock, and it swiftly turned to flee. In an instant, Chun Mu extended his claws, pinning the lion down, and bent low to sink his teeth into the lion's neck. A sickening crunch echoed as the lion's throat was severed, and within moments, it lay lifeless. Having concluded this encounter, Chun Mu gradually reverted to his original form. The female leopard approached, affectionately rubbing against his shoulder. Chun Mu then cast his gaze toward the nearby cheetah. Upon meeting his eyes, the cheetah trembled in fear and fled in terror. Observing the retreating figure of the frightened cheetah, Chun Mu redirected his attention and continued to patrol his territory alongside the female leopard. A year passed swiftly. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing your task. You have earned a 50% energy evolution reward. With the announcement, a wave of energy surged through him. Chun Mu's physique expanded at a visibly rapid pace. The tree trunk beneath him fractured under the weight of his growing form. Upon witnessing this, the female leopard hastily leapt down from the tree. Chun Mu also descended along the trunk, landing on the ground. His size continued to increase. An adult leopard typically stands about 0.6 meters at the shoulder. Previously, after absorbing 50% of the energy, his shoulder height had doubled to 1.2 meters. Now, his shoulder height would double again. A colossal leopard, towering over 2 meters, materialized before the female leopard. To put this in perspective, a standard floor is approximately 3 meters high. At this moment, Chun Mu's shoulder height approached 3 meters. The sight was quite astonishing, causing the female leopard to widen her eyes in disbelief. Congratulations, you have acquired 100% of the evolutionary energy. Evolution commences. In the pitch blackness of the night, Chun Mu's body became enveloped in a radiant golden light, shining brilliantly. Chapter 107. Today, I am a lion. Chun Mu lifted his paw, gazing at it intently. As time passed, his form was entirely transformed into golden light, which gradually diminished before the watchful gaze of the female leopard. Soon, the golden glow began to coalesce into a brand new shape. As the golden light slowly dissipated, the female leopard found herself uneasy at the sight of this unfamiliar creature. Taking a few steps back, Chun Mu regained his senses and opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the female leopard, who looked back at him with evident apprehension. Instinctively, Chun Mu raised his paw to examine it. This paw was considerably larger than that of a leopard, though he could not see his own appearance. A glance at his body gave him a fair idea of his transformation. To confirm his new form, he chose to open his consciousness view, observing himself from a divine perspective. Is it? Chun Mu murmured. Indeed. What he saw through this heightened awareness was precisely as he had anticipated, a lion adorned with a magnificent mane. Addressing the female leopard, he reassured her, do not be afraid. It is I. Upon hearing this, the female leopard blinked. Through a shared language, Chun Mu could communicate with beings of different species. Although his form had changed into that of a lion, he still retained the ability to converse with the female leopard. Recognizing him, she inquired, what has happened to you? Chun Mu replied, due to certain unique circumstances, I can alter my appearance at will. With that, he transformed into the shape of a leopard. However, even in this form, his shoulder height exceeded 3 meters, rendering him quite imposing. Lowering his head to meet the female leopard's gaze, he questioned, isn't it so? The female leopard's mouth slightly agape. She stared at him, momentarily taken aback. But this is rather large, isn't it? In response, Chun Mu reverted to his lion form, shrinking down to a more manageable size. Once my form enlarges, I cannot revert to a smaller size, he explained. The female leopard approached him slowly, nuzzling against his shoulder while emitting a soft, rumbling purr. Once Chun Mu confirmed his identity as Chun Mu, he naturally embraced this persona. Congratulations on your evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward. Predatory evolution. Predatory evolution? Chun Mu pondered. What does that imply? The system's mechanical voice echoed. To evolve through predation, consume a creature of the same species, and then employ predatory evolution to transform into that organism. Chun Mu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Does this mean that he now has the autonomy to choose what species to evolve into? Congratulations on your evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward. Gluttonous evolution. Hearing yet another reward that eluded his understanding, Chun Mu became intrigued. What exactly is gluttonous evolution? The system's emotionless voice responded, by utilizing gluttonous evolution and consuming 5 animals. You may induce a genetic mutation, granting you a unique ability. This revelation struck Chun Mu as peculiar. Are the abilities gained through gluttonous evolution inherently positive? Having once been human, Chun Mu possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding genetic mutations. He understood that mutations could yield both beneficial and detrimental outcomes, with the likelihood of adverse effects typically outweighing the favorable. If he were to engage in gluttonous evolution, could it inadvertently lead to unforeseen consequences? Gluttonous evolution harbors both advantages and disadvantages, and failure may even result in death, the system's dispassionate voice reiterated. Indeed, as Chun Mu had surmised, the evolution associated with genetic mutation could bring about unfortunate events. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by gluttonous evolution. Wait a moment. Chun Mu suddenly realized a pressing question. Are there no tasks remaining? He instinctively inquired of the system. The system replied, all tasks are complete. This indicated that no further tasks awaited him. Chun Mu lifted his gaze towards the azure sky. However, should he choose to evolve next, he could entirely rely on predatory evolution, meaning he no longer needed to consume creatures to facilitate his transformation. That evening, Chun Mu glanced at the resting female leopard perched in the tree, then withdrew his gaze and rose to his feet. After over a year, it was time to depart. The female leopard, hearing the rustle, opened her eyes and beheld Chun Mu, now transformed into a majestic lion, as he gradually walked away. The female leopard descended from the tree, watching from a distance as she bid farewell to Chun Mu. Over the course of a year, Chen Mu had familiarized himself with the locations of numerous nearby animals. At present, he held little interest in becoming another creature. Rather, he was captivated by the prospect of gluttonous evolution. What kind of evolution could arise from genetic mutation? Gluttonous evolution falls under the category of genetic mutation. If he were to attempt it himself, his luck might falter, potentially costing him his life. It would be prudent to select a fortunate candidate to undergo gluttonous evolution in his stead. Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. I shall use my control ability to capture an animal, then share the gift of gluttonous evolution with it, providing sustenance until it undergoes genetic mutation. Following that, I can employ predatory evolution to consume it, thereby reaping the benefits of gluttonous evolution. With this thought, Chen Mu's heart raced with exhilaration. This approach allows one to deftly evade the perils posed by genetic mutations, thereby reaping the utmost rewards. How delightful. Now, which animal would be more suitable for genetic mutation? Chen Mu paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to a nearby pride of lions. A cluster of lionesses was resting, while a solitary male lion lay beneath a tree. Seemingly aware of the commotion, his eyes locking onto Chen Mu's. As their eyes met, the male lion bared his teeth, abruptly rising and charging towards Chen Mu with great speed. Witnessing this, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems you have been chosen. Under the watchful eyes of the lionesses, the male lion swiftly approached Chen Mu. The tension in the air intensified, with the lionesses visibly anxious at the prospect of an impending confrontation. Typically, a pride is led by a single male lion, and if an outsider possesses considerable strength, he may challenge the reigning leader. Should he succeed, the leadership of the pride would shift. The victorious male lion's first action would often be to eliminate the offspring of the lionesses, prompting them to enter estrus once more. Thus, this impending battle held the potential to determine the fate of their young. However, as the Lion King drew near to the outsider, his pace began to slow. The outsider led the Lion King away, leaving the lionesses in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 108. I shall gift the lion wings. Chen Mu immediately employed his control ability on the Lion King, leading him away and leaving the bewildered lionesses behind. The following day, in the guise of a male lion, Chen Mu reclined upon a large rock, leisurely observing the Lion King as he hunted a greater kudu. Africa is home to numerous species of antelope, and the greater kudu is among them. These antelopes are relatively small, with adult greater kudus standing at a shoulder height of merely 75 to 100 centimeters. For a male lion, a greater kudu is merely prey. However, greater kudus are exceedingly swift, necessitating coordinated efforts for successful hunting. A solitary wandering lion must rely on the cover of tall grass and ambush tactics to hunt a greater kudu, making the endeavor quite challenging for a lone lion. Typically, lionesses engage in hunting, utilizing teamwork. They begin by lying in wait, and due to their collective efforts, their success rate is considerably higher. Now, Chen Mu intended to feed the Lion King greater kudus, facilitating his evolution through gorging, allowing the Lion King to evolve in his stead. If the outcome of this evolution proved favorable, he could then employ predatory evolution to consume the Lion King, thereby acquiring his evolved state. This method would allow Chen Mu to sidestep the adverse effects associated with gorging. Naturally, he did not plan to hunt the greater kudu himself. Rather, he opted for the Lion King to undertake the hunt independently. Even for a male lion, hunting a greater kudu is no simple feat after all. The high-horned antelope is exceedingly nimble. Yet, this posed no challenge for Chen Mu. He employed his control ability on the Lion King, subsequently sharing a tripled speed enhancement. The Lion King lunged ferociously into the herd of high-horned antelopes. Startled, the antelopes scattered in disarray. The Lion King locked onto one particular antelope and pounced. With the tripled speed enhancement, the antelope stood no chance of escape, swiftly falling under the Lion King's might. Once subdued, the Lion King invoked the ability of Devour Evolution. In an instant, the antelope transformed into a golden light and merged into the Lion King's form. Observing from the side, Chen Mu felt a sense of novelty. Is this the Devour Evolution? It resembles the ability to consume, he mused. Nonetheless, this seemed quite advantageous. The thought of consuming in increments would be an utter waste of time. After devouring one antelope, the Lion King, under Chen Mu's control, charged towards another. Confronted with the Lion King's tripled speed, the antelopes had no means of defense. Their once proud speed was utterly crushed. The Lion King downed another antelope, utilizing the Devour ability to absorb it once more. The requirement for Devour Evolution was 5 animals, and soon, under Chen Mu's guidance, the Lion King absorbed 5 high-horned antelopes. After the final antelope was absorbed, a golden light enveloped the Lion King. Chen Mu rose, gazing at the Lion King. Has it commenced? Indeed. The Lion King began its evolution. The golden light enveloped the entire Lion King as Chen Mu watched intently. A brand new male lion emerged before him. Stunned by the sight of the lion, Chen Mu pondered, is this what genetic evolution entails? The majestic lion sprouted 2 antelope horns atop its head, its legs elongated, resembling those of the high-horned antelope. In other words, having absorbed the antelope through Devour Evolution, it acquired the antelope's genes, Chen Mu speculated. Is this a favorable transformation? Let us observe. Contemplating, Chen Mu commanded the lion, now infused with high-horned antelope genes, to run. The lion exhibited the antelope's genetic traits through its 4 legs and 2 horns. While the horns seemed inconsequential, the 4 legs surely held significance. A lion can reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, while a high-horned antelope can reach 90 kilometers per hour. There was no comparison in speed. However now, With the antelope's limbs through devour evolution, the lion's speed noticeably increased. Suddenly, the lion's body pitched forward, collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this, Chunmu furrowed his brow. A failure. He conjured a clone, transforming it into a colossal armored bear, which swiftly ended the lion's life. Approaching the lion's lifeless body, Chunmu's gaze fell upon its limbs, scrutinizing its hooves. He frowned. The excessive speed, coupled with the elongated legs, rendered the body unmanageable, resulting in a loss of balance and a fall. Such a genetic mutation and evolution had transformed the lion's most vital weapon, its claws, into hooves, a complete inversion of its purpose. This is entirely a failed evolution of voraciousness. Chunmu began to consume the carcass of a lion, the taste being a mixture of lion meat and that of the kudu, neither of which appealed to his palate. However, satiating his hunger was not an issue. After finishing his meal, Chunmu began to ponder. The evolution of voraciousness could fuse the genes of the devoured creatures into his own being. This implies that if he intended to utilize this evolution, he must contemplate the distinctive traits of the animals he would consume. For instance, the advantage of the kudu lies in its swiftness, but to acquire such speed, he would need to adopt its physique. Hence, through voracious evolution, his lion claws might transform into hooves, which was far from Chunmu's desire. Now, as a lion, what kind of genetic evolution suits me? Chunmu mused. The strength and lethality of a lion were undoubtedly adequate. The sole drawback might be its speed. Yet, the issue with speed was that one could not simply exchange their feet. Suddenly, an idea struck Chunmu. He instinctively lifted his head to gaze at the sky. There, he observed several vultures flapping their wings, soaring gracefully through the air. Wings. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Chunmu's eyes. While exchanging feet would result in the loss of his lion claws, acquiring wings would be a different matter altogether. However, genetic mutation, such evolution carries an element of randomness. Much like the lion he had just encountered, which, upon devouring a kudu, developed horns. For the kudu, those horns served as weapons, advantageous in competing for mates. Yet for a lion, the kudu's horns would be superfluous. After all, it was absurd to imagine a lion competing with a kudu for female attention. Therefore, this genetic mutation did not guarantee that the outcomes would align with Chunmu's needs. It was equally possible that he could end up with something entirely unnecessary, rendering it futile. This meant that he still had to revert to his previous method, seeking out a lion to undergo the evolution in his stead, and if suitable, he would then employ voracious evolution to obtain the final result. The thought of a male lion sprouting wings filled Chunmu with exhilaration. Although Chunmu could transform into a bird, none of those avian creatures could rival the awe-inspiring fusion of avian and lion traits. Resolute in his decision, Chunmu expanded his consciousness to search for nearby male lions. As for lionesses, he dismissed the notion entirely. Chapter 109, Twice Mutated. A fortunate outcome according to the principles of voracious evolution. Chunmu speculated that if he were to devour a lioness, he would likely transform into one himself. He had no interest in such a metamorphosis. Chunmu focused his consciousness on locating a male lion to substitute for his own evolution through voraciousness. However, during his search, he became acutely aware of a particular issue. Their numbers were not plentiful. Globally, it was said there were approximately 23,000 lions, though the actual count remained uncertain. What was clear was that the population of lions was exceedingly scarce. The lions Chunmu sought were males, who, upon reaching maturity, were compelled to leave their prides to confront the challenges of the wilderness alone. Moreover, the survival of male lions was fraught with competition. Consequently, among lions, the mortality rate for males was significantly higher than that of females. Lions are inherently scarce, and the number of male lions is even fewer than that of their female counterparts. Nevertheless, for Chunmu, who possesses the ability to utilize consciousness vision, locating a male lion is not particularly challenging. It is merely a cumbersome endeavor. Given their limited population, male lions are dispersed over a wider area, which means that if Chunmu wishes to conduct multiple experiments, he must travel considerable distances, capturing them one by one. This inconvenience is something Chunmu finds rather unappealing. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a solution. His gaze fell upon a distant herd of kudu, which had been startled by the recent advance of a male lion and were now retreating, casting wary glances in that direction. Chunmu narrowed his eyes and thought, "You will suffice." With a flicker of his control ability, one of the kudus lost its luster in its eyes. Suddenly, its form began to morph, transforming from a kudu into a formidable male lion. As the kudu assumed the shape of a male lion, the other kudus recoiled in fright, instinctively distancing themselves from their once familiar companion, now a lion. They gazed in astonishment at the creature that had emerged from their midst, bewildered and disoriented. This was a demonstration of Chunmu's mastery over his control ability, sharing, and transformation capabilities. Since seeking out male lions posed a challenge, it was far more efficient to simply convert another creature into one. Thus, the dilemma of locating a male lion was resolved. Looking up at the vast African sky, Chunmu often spotted vultures soaring above. Vultures are among the larger avian species, although their size pales in comparison to that of Chunmu in his lion form. He contemplated employing his control ability on a vulture to capture it. However, the complication arose. He was already exerting control over the kudu that had transformed into a lion. This meant that if he were to exert his control on the vulture, the lion would slip from his grasp. Transforming from a lion into a white-bellied sea eagle, Chunmu flapped his massive wings and soared into the air. With a tripled velocity, his keen eyes locked onto the vulture gliding in the sky, and he swiftly approached it. In an instant, his size doubled. The startled vulture, sensing the enormous white-bellied sea eagle rushing toward it, squawked in alarm. Chun Mu raised his sharp talons, extending them to grasp the vulture's head. With a crisp snap, his claws closed in, crushing the vulture's skull. The bird plummeted from the sky. Below, the lion, under Chun Mu's control, swiftly dashed toward the fallen vulture. Chun Mu murmured to the lion, "Hurry, devour it, and evolve. Only then can I benefit from you." The lion employed its voracious evolution to consume the vulture that had landed on the ground. Observing this scene, Chun Mu shifted his gaze to hunt the next vulture. Before long, as the lion evolved through gluttonous consumption, it devoured 5 vultures, its body enveloped in a golden radiance. Witnessing this transformation, Chun Mu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It has begun. The golden light gradually constricted under his watchful gaze, and as it diminished, Chun Mu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Before long, a brand new creature emerged before Chun Mu. This being possessed black wings resembling those of a vulture, its head transformed into that of a vulture, and its neck elongated and bare, with its body retaining the form of a lion. Its appearance was decidedly unappealing. Most notably, its size had diminished significantly, now smaller than a full-grown male lion. Chun Mu felt a sense of helplessness, another failure. This creature looked nothing like the vision he had in mind. Given its grotesque aesthetics, he had no intention of keeping it, especially with its reduced size. He decided to start anew. Transforming into a male lion, he approached the monstrosity before him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I could use my transformation ability to revert this aberration to its original form? After contemplating this, he resolved to give it a try. Chun Mu employed his ability to share power while simultaneously activating his transformation ability. However, the outcome was irreversible. Taken aback, he addressed the system, inquiring, "Why can it not revert?" The system responded in its mechanical tone. "The evolution through voraciousness is based on genetic forms. Once evolved, it cannot revert to its original state." Understanding dawned on Chun Mu. This evolution was indeed irreversible. Frustrated, he swatted at the creature, instantly killing it. Forget it, on to the next one. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a distant herd of zebras. Chun Mu utilized his control ability to seize one zebra, and then employed his transformation ability to convert it into a new male lion. Once again, he transformed into a white-bellied sea eagle, scanning the skies for vultures to hunt. Before long, the male lion devoured 5 vultures, initiating yet another genetic mutation evolution. Observing this scene, Chun Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike the previous transformation that resulted in a decrease in size, this time, a pair of massive wings sprouted directly from its back. As the golden light dissipated, the magnificent new lion before Chun Mu dazzled him. This lion retained its lion-like appearance, now adorned with a pair of grand wings at its shoulders. This was precisely what Chun Mu had hoped to see. Delighted, he examined the winged lion thoroughly. After ensuring there were no issues, he nodded in approval. Should he initiate predatory evolution now? Chun Mu pondered, then shook his head. No, he was not foolish. Genetic mutations sometimes manifest in ways that are not immediately apparent. Perhaps the exterior was impressive, yet the internal conditions were lacking. It was prudent to observe for a while longer. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he decided to monitor the creature's behavior. He directed the flying lion to move. The lion sprang to life, its wings flapping vigorously, and with a leap, it soared into the air. Under Chun Mu's watchful gaze, the flying lion ascended into the sky, gliding like a bird. However, after merely half an hour of flight, the winged lion suddenly plummeted from the sky. The force with which it flapped its wings diminished, and it appeared unable to continue. No matter how Chun Mu exerted his control, compelling it to beat its wings, it remained motionless, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. With a resounding thud, the lion, adorned with wings, crashed down, its head shattered upon impact, blood oozing forth and staining its wings crimson. Chun Mu hurried over, observing the lifeless lion sprawled upon the earth. A frown creased his brow. What was happening? He understood that genetic mutations could yield both positive and negative outcomes. Yet he had not anticipated that this lion, having just acquired wings, would meet its demise so abruptly. This left Chun Mu utterly perplexed. Was this voracious evolution truly so flawed? An inexplicable dissatisfaction stirred within him as he queried, "System, are you playing tricks on me? What is truly happening here? If this voracious evolution is mine, does that mean I would perish as well, and in such an obscure manner?" As he contemplated the cause of death, the system's mechanical, emotionless voice chimed in. Analysis complete. The target acquired evolution through genetic mutation, gaining vulture wings, but experienced no internal transformation. Flight necessitates substantial energy expenditure. The target could not adapt, resulting in tachycardia and sudden death. A suggestion followed. When utilizing voracious evolution, it is advisable to consume similar animals to mitigate such occurrences. Upon hearing this, the chaos in Chun Mu's mind began to clarify. He comprehended that the physiological structures of mammals and birds differed significantly. During flight, whether from the act of flapping wings or the reduced oxygen at high altitudes, heart rates would increase. To accommodate flight, birds possess a unique anatomical structure distinct from mammals. Birds have robust lungs and an exceptional respiratory system, known as double respiration. In a single breath, part of the oxygen is immediately utilized, while another portion is stored for later use, effectively doubling the efficiency of each breath. In contrast, mammals do not share this advantage. While the notion of a lion sprouting wings was intriguing, the lion cultivated by Chun Mu possessed only wings, lacking the avian anatomical features necessary for adaptation, which ultimately led to its untimely demise from rapid heart failure. In reality, the sacrifices birds make to achieve flight are far more considerable than one might imagine. Now, the system offered Chun Mu a friendly suggestion: to consume other animals for voracious evolution. Indeed, if he were to forego the wings and instead devour other mammals. The process would be considerably simpler, as they share the same biological classification. Shenmue pondered. Is it truly impossible for mammals to gain wings through the consumption of birds for evolution? According to the system's calculations, it was indeed feasible for mammals to merge avian genes for evolution, albeit with great difficulty. The system continued in its emotionless tone, typically responsive to Shenmue's inquiries, though occasionally it refrained from providing answers. However, it now provides answers, indicating that it will indeed elaborate on the matter of capabilities. Given that the system has stated so, it signifies the possibility of success. Thus, Shenmue remarked, is the difficulty exceedingly great? Then let it be. He spoke with a calm demeanor, for he had ample time at his disposal. A greater challenge merely implied a longer duration of effort. Perhaps the act of consuming other mammals for gluttonous evolution would indeed prove simpler, yet what significance would that hold? At present, Shenmue yearned for those wings. To evolve the genes of a majestic lion. What else could possibly compare to a winged lion that stirs the blood? Since he had resolved to pursue this, Shenmue had no intention of retreating. He continued to employ his abilities of mastery and transformation, converting the captured animals into lions, and subsequently feeding them vultures to acquire new life forms. Once again, the newly generated creatures failed to possess wings. Some possessed wings, a lion's body, and the head of a griffin, yet were too diminutive, resulting in failure. Others had wings, a lion's body, and head, but died after merely 2 hours of flight, thus failing once more. There were those with wings, a lion's body, and griffin head, yet their appearance was grotesque, leading to another failure. Countless attempts ensued, totaling 120 experiments. At last, Shenmue succeeded in creating a brand new being. Gazing at this creature before him, he paused in astonishment, circling around it. It possessed wings, with the front half resembling a vulture-esque body and the rear half that of a lion. Previously, he had only managed complete bodies of either vultures or lions, yet this time, it was an intriguing amalgamation of both. Its size was slightly larger than that of an ordinary lion, a perfect physique. Were it not for Shenmue's deliberate use of his powers to double his own size, he might have struggled to maintain control. However, the vulture's distinctive large head and elongated neck rendered this creature somewhat unsightly. Oh well, Shenmue mused, let's see how it flies. It was a rare opportunity to witness a mutated being in flight. Under Shenmue's control, the lion vulture flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. Shenmue stood on a rock, gazing upward at the half-lion, half-vulture creature soaring above. He watched with cautious anticipation. Previous creations had perished within mere hours of flight. Yet, this lion vulture appeared unique, though Shenmue held little hope. Time passed, from morning to dusk. To his astonishment, the lion vulture continued to glide leisurely in the air. After half a day, it had not succumbed. Shenmue's eyes brightened. Had he succeeded? No, he resolved to exercise patience and wait a while longer. As time flowed on, 2 days elapsed. The lion vulture remained in good health, and under Shenmue's command, it was capable of engaging in various hunting activities. Due to its massive size and the combination of a lion's physique with a vulture's flying ability, its hunting success rate approached 100%. Shenmue observed this extraordinary creature before him, pondering, it seems that I have indeed triumphed. However, the creature before Shenmue was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had merely desired a lion with wings, yet what stood before him was a grotesque amalgamation of a lion and a vulture. The large head and the bare, featherless neck of the vulture left Shenmue feeling quite uneasy. He lifted his paw and gestured, with a sickening sound of flesh parting. The lion vulture collapsed lifelessly to the ground, silent. Shenmue remarked nonchalantly, even if it were alive and possessed power, its appearance is far too unsightly and does not meet my requirements. Next, if he were to create, he desired perfection. Anything flawed was unacceptable. Chapter 111. Am I a griffin? Merely a coincidence? Shenmue dedicated additional time to continue feeding the lions using his previous method, inducing evolution through gluttonous consumption to facilitate the fusion of lion and vulture genes. This endeavor consumed an entire week of Shenmue's time and over 200 experimental subjects. At last, a remarkable new creature materialized before him. Observing this being, which had doubled in size to resemble a majestic lion, Shenmue circled around it, scrutinizing its form. Strangely, the creature boasted a lion's body and tail in its posterior half, yet its front half presented an entirely different visage. It possessed the head of an eagle adorned with white feathers, its neck displaying a mix of white plumage and the lion's mane, exuding an air of grandeur. The claws on its forelimbs appeared to be a fusion of eagle talons and lion paws. However, the dense white feathers on its neck mingled with the lion's mane obscured its identity as a vulture. It resembled a blend of an eagle and a lion. Shenmue felt a twinge of confusion, but after a moment's contemplation, he comprehended. The system had stated that gluttonous evolution occurs through genetic mutation. Vultures, being a type of raptor, inherently possess avian genes, which had evidently undergone mutation, resulting in this transformation. Shenmue mused, though it lacks the majestic presence of a lion, it is certainly more aesthetically pleasing than the vulture's bare neck. Moreover, this creature was impressively large, surpassing even a mature lion in size, emanating a formidable aura. Yet, he wondered how long it could survive. Although this being was not what Shenmue had imagined, it appeared satisfactory in both appearance and size after a week of experimentation. He intended to investigate whether it had any physical issues. To that end, he utilized his control ability to observe it closely. The creature fluttered its wings, soaring into the sky under Shenmue's watchful gaze, reveling in its newfound freedom. Time passed swiftly. 2 days slipped away. On that particular evening, Shenmue maneuvered the hybrid of a lion and a vulture, observing as it descended upon him. Remarkably, after 2 days, his body exhibited no signs of distress. Chunmu murmured to himself, how peculiar. After a week of experimentation, he had finally discerned a critical observation. Any newly evolved creature born of gluttony, with a vulture's front half, was unlikely to experience flight issues. Conversely, those with a lion's forebody invariably faced challenges, often succumbing to fatality within 2 hours of flight. This was, in truth, not surprising. Birds have evolved to bear the immense cost of flight. Their pectoral muscles must be exceptionally developed to sustain such an endeavor. For a lion to achieve flight, its chest muscles would need to be even more robust, yet the lion's physique is inherently designed for terrestrial pursuits, not the aerial. Thus, hybrids with a bird's front half encountered fewer complications, while those with a lion's forebody found it nearly impossible to meet the conditions necessary for flight. As Chunmu pondered this, he resolved to delve no further into speculation. He gazed at the newly formed creature before him, a fusion of vulture and lion, and declared, "You shall be the one." Approaching the magnificent being, he initiated the process of predatory evolution. In an instant, the creature's form transformed into a golden light, which gradually melded into Chunmu's being. As the golden luminescence dissipated, Chunmu found himself enveloped in its glow. Both bodies coalesced into a radiant orb, which then reformed into an entirely new corporeal form. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed his body and turned to behold a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Redirecting his gaze towards the heavens, he felt a slight weightlessness, and with a powerful leap, he took flight. With a powerful flap of his wings, he harnessed the winds and ascended into the sky. Soon, he hovered midair, his limbs suspended in a novel sensation. Instinctively, he glanced downward, and with his keen eyesight, he beheld an expansive vista. Suddenly, his focus locked onto an adult zebra below. He flapped his enormous wings and swooped down upon the unsuspecting creature. Startled, the zebra bolted in panic. Chunmu refrained from employing acceleration, relying solely on the gliding speed to close the distance. He raised his sharp claws, a fusion of eagle talons and lion's paws, and struck at the zebra. With a piercing thrust, the claws penetrated the zebra's body, toppling it to the ground under his weight. Chunmu opened his formidable beak and swiftly tore into the zebra's throat. The zebra struggled momentarily, but under Chunmu's immense weight, it was rendered immobile, slowly succumbing to the inevitable embrace of death. Standing atop the back of a fully grown zebra, Chunmu remarked, "In terms of strength and speed, this creature is quite commendable, far more formidable than a mere lion." He pondered aloud, what name should this new being be bestowed? A fusion of lion and vulture, perhaps? As he furrowed his brow at the thought, he mused, this sounds akin to a mythical creature. A griffin, no? Am I unwittingly conjuring a griffin from the realm of fantasy? Chunmu gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Could it be mere coincidence? Reflecting on his current form through his consciousness, he realized, is this not reminiscent of the griffins described in mythology, often depicted as mounts for heroes? With a dismissive shrug, he decided it was merely a coincidence. Given his present stature, should humans consider riding him, he would not hesitate to regard them as dinner. Flapping his wings, he took to the skies, motivated purely by a desire to test his speed and strength, as he felt no hunger at that moment. Embracing the wind that rushed towards him, he reveled in the exquisite joy of flight. Gradually, a new idea began to take shape in his mind. Wait a moment. Previously, I had the ability to transform other creatures into lions and achieve evolutionary advancement through feeding them. Does this imply that I can now transform other animals into my current form and subsequently pursue further evolution? Chapter 112. Apologies, but this time, I am the calamity. Chunmu envisioned his griffin-like self undergoing another evolution. Thus, he soared through the air, observing the beasts below. His gaze landed upon a herd of zebras. Zebras? Swift and adorned with black and white stripes. What use is that? Next, he spotted a cheetah. The cheetah, known for its incredible speed, is the epitome of short-distance prowess, yet lacks endurance. Worthless. He then encountered a pride of lions. I already possessed the genes of a lion. Next, his attention turned to a herd of elephants. Elephants. Massive yet cumbersome, characterized by their colossal size and dexterous trunks. The thought of transforming his own nose into that of an elephant made Chunmu grimace, promptly dismissing it. As for size, if he sought to increase his stature, perhaps consuming a blue whale would be more fitting. The blue whale is indeed the largest mammal on Earth, while elephants merely represent the largest land animals. However, such enormous size would demand immense energy. While I could theoretically evolve by devouring a blue whale, considering the scarcity of terrestrial creatures, how long could I sustain myself before succumbing to hunger? Chunmu shook his head, rejecting that notion. Although he found the idea of increasing his size intriguing, the prospect of starvation was far from appealing. After all, the land offers far fewer resources compared to the ocean. Terrestrial animals are unable to proliferate unchecked primarily due to a scarcity of food, whether it be competition among their own kind or predation by others. The crux of the matter invariably revolves around sustenance. If food were abundant, most creatures could indulge in unrestrained reproduction. However, the reality is that resources are limited, compelling these animals to self-regulate their populations. An overabundance of a species leads to a depletion of food, resulting in starvation. Conversely, when a species' numbers dwindle, food supplies increase. Thus, the populations of these creatures and the availability of food maintain a delicate, sustainable equilibrium, avoiding imbalance. Of course, Chunmu could transform into a colossal beast and dwell in the ocean, where ample food resources abound. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that he has now sprouted wings, enabling him to thrive on land and soar through the skies. It would be foolish for him to choose to return to the sea. Consequently, while he is intrigued by the prospect of increasing his size, the scarcity of food necessitates a temporary relinquishment of that ambition. As Chunmu circled the skies of Africa, he observed numerous animals, yet found little interest in them. None possessed strength surpassing that of the lion, although some herbivores exhibited speed that piqued his curiosity. However, attaining such swiftness would require sacrificing his claws for hooves, a trade-off he could not accept. He flapped his wings and gently descended upon a massive rock. At present, his physique seemed impeccable. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small creature, a dark-hued scorpion perched upon a stone in the distance. The very thought of the scorpion conjured images of its venom. Scorpion venom is a truly fearsome substance. The venom sac at the end of its tail can inflict excruciating pain upon being stung, leading to convulsions and paralysis, and in more severe cases, resulting in cardiac arrest and respiratory failure. Though diminutive, it is undeniably lethal. That tail appears formidable. If my tail were to transform into that of a scorpion, Chunmu shook his head. Such an appearance would be quite unsightly. Indeed, while it could enhance his offensive capabilities akin to acquiring a biological weapon, the question remains, does he truly require such an instrument? What creature can he not already vanquish? A scorpion's tail would merely be an embellishment, and in Chunmu's eyes, it might not even be a desirable one, as the majestic lion's tail morphing into that of a scorpion would detract from his aesthetic appeal. Nonetheless, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the scorpion. Thus far, Chunmu had transformed into various creatures, fish, mammals, and birds, but had yet to assume the form of an arthropod like a scorpion. You shall be the one, he declared, swiftly darting to the scorpion's side, raising his claw to press against it. Before the scorpion could react, he had already made contact. Predatory evolution. A golden light enveloped Chunmu. Chunmu's physique gradually diminished until he transformed into the form of a scorpion. He raised the stinger behind him for a moment, then averted his gaze. Utilizing his transformation ability, he reverted to his griffin form. The change to a scorpion was merely for the purpose of collecting samples, allowing him to effortlessly adopt the scorpion's appearance at will. He began to ponder his next evolution, despite having gained predatory evolution, which afforded him the ability to transform into any creature he desired. This was of little significance to Chunmu. The true essence lay in the two abilities he could acquire with each evolution into another being. Those two abilities were paramount. Currently, the special predatory and voracious evolutions evidently could not bestow upon him new abilities. This implied that to attain new capabilities, he would need to rely on the standard accumulation of evolutionary energy progress. With no tasks remaining, it meant that he could only accumulate evolutionary energy through devouring or hunting. Having undergone numerous evolutions, the required energy progress was certainly no trivial sum. He mused that even if he consumed all the creatures in Africa, he wondered whether it would suffice to fulfill his evolutionary energy quota. Forget it, Chunmu thought nonchalantly. This is not for me to contemplate. If all the animals in Africa must be devoured, then so be it. Earth had previously endured mass extinctions, so why could there not be another calamity? For instance, why not let him be the harbinger of this disaster? Observing the pride of lions below, he flapped his wings and plunged directly into their midst. Devour. One lion after another transformed into golden light as they were consumed by Chunmu. In the blink of an eye, the entire pride vanished without a trace. All converted into evolutionary energy. He ascended once more, seeking other creatures. Regardless of their nature, as long as they were living beings, Chunmu chose to devour them. They were merely evolutionary energy in his eyes. In Africa, no creature surpassed Chunmu in size, not even the elephants. He could double his size and become larger than them, and if that proved insufficient, he would resort to sheer force, turning the elephants into mere fragments. They could hardly surpass him in stature. Chapter 113. In pursuit of powerful genes. I transformed into an ant. Chunmu frantically consumed the animals of Africa for an entire month. However, to his astonishment, after this month had elapsed, there was not a hint of progress in his evolutionary energy. System, how much energy do I require for my next evolution? He inquired. The system responded in its mechanical voice. The energy required for your next evolution is 100 million evolutionary energy points. Currently, you possess 211 points. Upon hearing this, Chunmu gasped in disbelief. 100 million. After a month of consumption, he had only accumulated a little over 200 points? How long would it take to reach the required amount? Was this not absurd? Chunmu felt a wave of headache and frustration wash over him. As the creatures in the animal kingdom dwindle due to my insatiable consumption, I ponder the impending extinction of wildlife in Africa before I can achieve my next evolution. Chunmu reflects on the predicament. What should I do? To obtain the energy for evolution, I must devour living beings. Yet, the question looms, from where can I procure a sufficient number of them? Suddenly, a thought strikes me. Aquaculture? A grimace crosses Chunmu's face. Is it truly necessary for me to engage in farming? The mere thought of it fills him with a headache. If I were to embark on farming, it would take an eternity, he mumbles. But then, a light bulb moment occurs. Wait a minute. If I leverage my abilities for farming, the scenario changes entirely. According to the energy parameters set by the system, the higher a creature stands in the food chain, the more energy I can acquire. In the African savanna, the apex predator is the lion. If I wish to expedite my acquisition of evolutionary energy, lions would be the most suitable choice. However, the time required to breed lions is excessively long. A lioness takes over 100 days to gestate before giving birth to 16 cubs. The most troubling aspect is that lions cannot be confined and fed. Thus, if I were to assist in nurturing these cubs, they would still face the trials of nature, leading to inevitable disappointment. Simply raising lions would be futile. Yet, what if I were to capture a lioness and allow her to consume a queen ant, thereby acquiring the queen's genetic material? This way, I could devour these new beings to gain even more evolutionary energy, and their reproduction would be rapid, potentially limitless. I could then voraciously consume and amass evolutionary energy. With this thought, Chunmu's blood surged with excitement. Excellent. Let's proceed. While acquiring a lion is not overly challenging, obtaining a queen ant poses a significant difficulty. My consciousness cannot perceive the world beneath the soil. Chunmu contemplates. I have a solution. Gradually, he descends to the ground, surveying his surroundings, and his gaze fixes upon a small ant climbing a tree. Approaching it, he lifts a claw and makes contact. Evolution through predation. The ant transforms into golden light as it is devoured by Chunmu. His massive form is enveloped in the golden radiance, gradually contracting. As the golden light dissipates, an ant materializes on the ground. Indeed, it is Chunmu. Through the ant's compound eyes, he surveys the world around him. How intriguing. Chunmu observes a blurry realm, instinctively raising his foot to inspect it. Only when sufficiently close can he discern anything. Such is the plight of severe myopia. It seems futile. To rely on an ant's vision is, in itself, a jest. Ants possess numerous compound eyes made up of countless tiny facets, perceiving the world through myriad small apertures, rendering their vision quite poor compared to that of humans, almost akin to blindness. Chunmu activates his consciousness, and his field of vision sharpens instantly. As Chunmu inhabiting the ant, he can detect a certain biochemical hormone permeating the air through the two antennae atop his head. Through the biochemical hormones, Chunmu was able to distinctly perceive that this scent was left by his companions. Antennae serve as the communication tools for ants. Lacking a spoken language, they convey messages through their antennae and the biochemical hormones they release. When two ants encounter each other, they touch antennae to communicate, either to inform a companion of food sources or to ascertain whether the other is an ally or foe. After all, not all ants belong to the same colony. A confrontation between ants from different colonies could lead to a fierce battle. Chunmu's intention in transforming into an ant was straightforward. He sought to locate the queen ant, and the simplest method to achieve this was, of course, to become an ant. With the translation ability granted by the system, he could now communicate with his fellow ants. At that moment, Chunmu noticed an ant passing by. Approaching it, he said, "Hello." The ant instinctively turned its gaze toward him. Ants do not vocalize. Their communication relies almost entirely on biochemical hormones. However, equipped with the system, Chunmu could transmit his thoughts directly into the ant's mind, while simultaneously receiving the ant's responses through language conveyed to his own mind. To an outside observer, it would appear as if they were conversing, yet the ant remained silent. Chunmu continued, "I have an important matter to attend to. I need to find the queen. Could you guide me?" Upon hearing this, the ant approached and gently touched Chunmu's antennae. "Follow me." Once it confirmed that Chunmu was a companion, the ant proceeded in a specific direction. Though it could not comprehend Chunmu's true intentions, it had received the message that a comrade required assistance, and thus, it willingly obliged. Ants are remarkably united creatures. As Chunmu followed the ant, he observed it closely. The ant before him boasted a deep orange abdomen and legs, while its head and body were black. What species of ant was this? Chunmu was uncertain. The ant he had transformed into was known as a soldier ant. There exists an overwhelming variety of ant species, and this one was indeed a soldier ant. Not long after, Chunmu beheld a nest ahead of him, and upon seeing it, he felt a profound sense of awe. As a griffin, Chunmu would have felt indifferent to such a sight, but now, in his diminished form, the world seemed magnified. The scene before him was utterly astonishing. Countless ants intertwined to construct a nest. This nest was astonishingly composed of the very bodies of the ants. These ants were still alive, yet the spectacle left Chunmu in a state of shock. Were there ants that utilized their own bodies to create a nest? Chapter 114. The beginning of the genetic fusion experiment between lions and ants. The night had fallen, and a full moon hung in the sky. The soldier ants differed significantly from the ants Chunmu had once known. Numerous ants diligently construct their own nests, remaining within their sanctuaries except when foraging for sustenance. Conversely, army ants are perpetually on the move, consuming whatever they encounter and ruthlessly eliminating any unwary creatures that cross their path, transforming them into nourishment. Their dietary preferences are virtually limitless. During World War II, an unfortunate army inadvertently stumbled into the territory of army ants, resulting in the grim discovery of over 1,000 skeletal remains left in their wake. These ants are always in a state of migration, with swarms numbering from 1 million to over 2 million individuals. Naturally, as night falls, they require rest. During these periods of repose, army ants engage in mutual biting, using their bodies to construct a temporary nest. It is crucial to note that they do not bite to the death. Rather, they secure themselves by holding on to one another. The structure of their nest places the most numerous worker ants on the periphery, followed inward by soldier ants, male ants, minor ants, and the queen. When confronted by adversaries, the soldier ants promptly emerge to confront the threat. Such temporary nests dissolve by the following day. Before Chunmu lies one such ephemeral nest. In a state of astonishment, the army ant continues to guide Chunmu into the nest. He witnesses the queen resting at the very heart of the nest, who, noticing a worker ant accompanied by a soldier ant, displays a look of confusion. "Why have you come here instead of constructing a nest outside?" she inquires. The worker ant replies, "Your Majesty." He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the queen turns her attention to Chunmu. He remains silent and rushes toward her. As he draws near, he lunges at the queen. Upon contact, a transformation occurs. Evolution capture. The body of the queen instantaneously radiates a golden light, and before the gaze of the surrounding ants, both the queen and Chunmu are enveloped in this luminous glow. merging into one. The other ants stand bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Gradually, the golden light dissipates, revealing a brand new queen before all the ants. This queen is none other than Chunmu himself. "My queen, are you unharmed?" The worker ant assesses through biochemical signals, confirming that the creature before them is indeed their queen. "I am fine," replies Chunmu, in a distinctly feminine voice. At that moment, a shiver runs down Chunmu's spine, realizing the magnitude of this sacrifice, transforming a steadfast male into a female. He dismisses the thought and declares, "I have a command for you." "A command?" The surrounding ants express their perplexity. "What command?" A sense of confusion permeates the air. With a smirk, Chunmu proclaims, "The command is for all of you to perish." As his words hang in the air, Chunmu's form suddenly morphs into that of a griffin. In that instant, his devouring ability activates. All army ants that come into contact with Chunmu's body are transformed into specks of golden light and consumed by him. His objective is singular, to capture the queen. The other ants are mere refuse, easily disposed of. Once the army ants have been eradicated, Chunmu spreads his wings and ascends into the sky, setting off in search of lions. The griffin, having evolved from the lion, renders Chunmu incapable of transforming into a lion using his metamorphic abilities. In other words, he must seek out a lion anew. Fortunately, with the presence of the ant queen, he can transform other creatures into ant queens, facilitating his forthcoming experiments. Utilizing his consciousness vision, locating a lion proves to be a simple task, especially since his target this time is a lioness, whose numbers far exceed those of the males. Soon enough, Chunmu found a lioness and seized her with his control abilities. He then transformed a random creature into an ant queen and fed it to the lioness. After offering 5 ant queens, he observed the lioness radiating a golden aura, shining brightly amidst the stillness of the night. As he watched this spectacle unfold, he thought, "It begins." Before his gaze, the lioness began to diminish in size, shrinking to half her original stature as the golden light dissipated. A novel creature emerged before him, possessing the skin of a lion yet fused with the texture of an ant. Crowned with a lion's head but with eyes resembling those of an ant. This creature appeared grotesque, undeniably a monster, so hideous that it was difficult to behold. Before Chunmu could fully comprehend its form, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This scene felt all too familiar. During his prior experiments merging lions and vultures, he encountered similar outcomes. The genetic fusion of the two species resulted in a new body that could not adapt and ultimately perished. Furrowing his brow, Chunmu realized he did not necessarily require ants. His true desire lay in the ant queen's reproductive capabilities. However, merging the genes of a mammal with those of an insect proved to be exceedingly challenging, far more so than the fusion of mammals and birds. It appeared that this genetic fusion endeavor would not be without its difficulties. Yet, for Chunmu, surrender was not an option. Faced with substantial challenges, he resolved to persist. He was determined to succeed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he transformed an ant into a lion and then consumed it? Could he acquire the same evolutionary energy as that of a lion? His eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect. If successful, it would eliminate a great deal of inconvenience. Ants were virtually limitless. Transforming them into lions could potentially yield abundant energy. However, a friendly reminder indicated that the current evolutionary energy of an ant stood at a mere 0.00001. Before Chunmu could finish his thought, the system's friendly prompt chimed in. His lips twitched in frustration. It seemed the system was entirely unwilling to grant him any opportunities to exploit glitches. It made sense. If ants could serve as lions, then, after a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "What if I engage in a gluttonous evolution between lions and ants?" The resulting creature's evolutionary energy would belong to this new entity. As the system's prompt echoed, Chunmu felt a surge of motivation. This meant that creating a new being was indeed feasible. "Let us proceed," he declared with determination. "I will manifest this new creature." Chunmu flapped his wings in search of the next lioness, embarking on yet another experiment. The second trial commenced. The subject's size diminished, genetic mixing ensued, and the experimental organism perished. With a reduced size, possessing the form of a lion yet the head of an ant, it survived for merely an hour before meeting its demise. Maintaining its form, resembling an ant's body, it lasted half an hour, only to die again. Another attempt yielded a creature with the body of a lion and the head of a lion, adorned with ant-like antennae, yet lacking any reproductive genes inherited from the ant, a failure indeed. After a staggering 300 experiments, Chunmu finally succeeded in creating a brand new organism. Chapter 115. The birth of a new creature, the marching lion. What stood before Chunmu was entirely different from his imagination. This creature, roughly the size of a lion's head, boasted a pair of wings and a fluffy body, resembling a gigantic bumblebee. What was this? During his evolution through voracious consumption, he had utilized lions to devour ants, yet here emerged this bizarre being, a bee of sorts? Chunmu was perplexed, though such outcomes were not entirely unexpected. Genetic mutations can yield a plethora of results, potentially evolving traits that had never before existed or even causing atavistic phenomena, which is to say, the emergence of long-abandoned genes. The ancestors of ants were creatures known as the ant bee, which served as both the progenitors of ants and bees. Through subsequent evolutionary processes, they eventually diverged into distinct species of ants and bees. This time, Chunmu's voracious evolution had resulted in a mutation of the ant genes, aligning them closely with those of bees. Nevertheless, he decided to observe just how long this creature could survive. Chunmu understood that genetic mutation bore considerable uncertainty. While he felt a flicker of surprise, he swiftly returned to his experiments. The enormous bumblebee, under Chen Mu's control, soared through the air for approximately 3 minutes before abruptly ceasing its flight and collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Thus, it was as expected. Chen Mu approached and gently touched the bumblebee, which transformed into a golden light and was consumed by him. This particular bumblebee did not defy Chen Mu's expectations. He discovered that any experimental subject exhibiting excessive ant-like features, regardless of its outward appearance, could not endure for even an hour. The system indicated that the cause of death was asphyxiation. Insects, such as ants and bees, possess an entirely different respiratory mechanism compared to humans. Insects lack lungs. Human respiration necessitates lungs for the process. Instead, insects breathe through spiracles, which are akin to human nostrils, facilitating direct contact with external air. The oxygen obtained through these spiracles is then transported throughout the insect's body via tracheae. However, the dilemma arises when an insect grows too large. The spiracles cannot deliver sufficient oxygen throughout the body in a timely manner. The inherent differences between spiracle respiration and lung respiration dictate that insects cannot attain excessive sizes, lest they meet their demise. In Chen Mu's experiment, due to genetic factors, the genes of the ants would dominate. When the ants attained a larger body size and transitioned to spiracle respiration, they would succumb to their environment and perish. For Chen Mu, this was of little consequence. His desire was not for the physical form of the ants, but rather for the reproductive capabilities inherent to the queen ant. In his perspective, the optimal outcome would be an experimental subject that retained the lion's form while simultaneously possessing the reproductive abilities of a queen ant. This was his utmost aspiration. However, Chen Mu was acutely aware that achieving this would necessitate a multitude of experimental subjects. He remained undeterred, even if it meant exterminating all the lions of Africa. He was resolute in cultivating a lion endowed with the reproductive genes of a queen ant. Thus, an entire month elapsed. During this time, Chen Mu conducted thousands of experiments. At last, a novel organism materialized before him. Externally, it appeared to be a lioness, seemingly unremarkable. Chen Mu instinctively inquired, "System, what genes has it acquired?" The system replied in its distinctive mechanical tone, "Its reproductive system has fused with that of the queen ant, and it has also inherited certain genes from the queen." Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not precisely what he desired? Satisfied, he relinquished control over the creature. The organism regained its senses, instinctively glanced at Chen Mu, and promptly fled. Chen Mu expanded his consciousness to observe it. A name was requisite, since it was a hybrid of ant and lion, primarily lion, perhaps antlion? However, that name seemed to belong to another creature. Hence, he opted for marching lion, inspired by the species of ant that constructs such temporary nests. Clearly, this marching lion retained memories of its time as a lioness, leading it to return to its pride. The other lions accepted her as they would any other lioness. Chen Mu, observing through his consciousness, noted the passage of time. As with other prides, the dominant male lion mated with the marching lion. Witnessing this, Chen Mu was instantly elated. Had it begun? Initially, the marching lion appeared no different from the others, but after mating, the transformation commenced. Her abdomen began to swell, distending significantly. The other lions, witnessing her transformation, looked on in confusion and bewilderment. At first, the marching lion was still able to move, but as her abdomen enlarged further, it eventually made contact with the ground, rendering her immobile. The pride, seeing the marching lion in such a state, abandoned her. Left with no choice, she could only lie quietly and await her fate. Observing this through his consciousness, Chen Mu realized that if he did not intervene, the marching lion was doomed to perish. At present, the mother army lion, due to her progeny, resembles a queen ant with a swollen abdomen. However, unlike the queen ant whose abdomen is situated at the rear, allowing for mobility, the army lion's abdomen is centrally located, rendering her hind limbs powerless, forcing her to lie on the ground, awaiting her demise. Although she has lost her ability to move, her death will not be immediate. Without assistance, she will ultimately succumb to hunger. As the mother army lion resigned herself to her fate, she closed her eyes. At that moment, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Chen Mu, the griffin, who dropped the lifeless body of an adult zebra beside her. The mother army lion was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chen Mu. He tore a piece of flesh and tossed it before her. Confused, she looked at him, but with food before her, her instincts prevailed, and she began to eat without hesitation. Her appetite appeared insatiable. The body of a single adult zebra should have sufficed to satiate an entire pride of lions. Yet Chen Mu observed that she devoured the entire zebra and still seemed unsated. This was not surprising, given her pregnancy and the likelihood of carrying multiple cubs, necessitating immense energy. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Mu resolved to leave a duplicate of himself while he hunted to provide sustenance for her. This endeavor represented the culmination of his efforts over the past month, and he was unwilling to let her perish. It is worth noting that lions in Africa have become scarce, and he could no longer continue his experiments. Should she perish, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. During her incapacitation, Chen Mu decided it prudent to continue feeding her. Chapter 116. The eggs have hatched after feeding the army lion 3 adult zebras. When Chen Mu returned with a fourth, she had clearly reached satiety and ceased to eat. Chen Mu gradually found a suitable spot, lay down, and observed the army lion before him. With her current inability to defend herself, he assumed the responsibility of protecting and feeding her. Thus, the feeding continued for a week. The army lion's abdomen had swollen to an alarming degree, yet she remained alive. Chen Mu noted that while she once resembled a lion, her abdomen and waist had previously been in a contracted state. Now, with her pregnancy, the swelling had expanded, making it evident that her abdomen and waist mirrored that of a queen ant. This expansion was astonishing, measuring several times the size of the mother lioness' original body. Appearing quite fearsome, ants belong to the insect family, and during mating, the queen possesses a spermatheca, where she stores received sperm for later use. Certain species of ants exhibit a phenomenon known as nuptial flight, during which the queen and male ants grow wings and mate in flight. A single queen may mate with multiple kings to acquire the necessary sperm. When the queen ant has stored enough resources, she descends to the ground, shedding her wings, and subsequently builds a nest to lay her eggs. The sperm she has acquired is sufficient to sustain her reproduction for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the male ant meets his demise shortly after the mating. The queen of the army ants, however, is quite distinct. She migrates continuously and mates multiple times with other male ants. During a resting period of approximately 2 to 3 weeks, she lays around 250,000 eggs. Throughout this time, her abdomen expands due to the multitude of eggs she carries within, resembling the army lion before him. Chunmu instructed his doppelganger to stand guard while he ventured off in search of food. On the following night, Chunmu was roused from his slumber by a series of low growls. He lifted his head and gazed at the army lion, and the sight before him ignited a spark of curiosity in his eyes. He flapped his wings and flew closer. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that numerous eggs were nestled behind the army lion. This creature had inherited the reproductive system of the queen ant, and while such reproduction appeared rather extraordinary, it had not caused her any detriment. The size of the eggs was comparable to that of a young lion cub, as the eggs encased their contents. Chunmu was intrigued by what lay within. Are these eggs indeed? Chunmu circled the eggs, pondering. Lions are mammals and give birth to live young, whereas ants are insects and lay eggs. However, army ants differ from ordinary ants. The eggs laid by the queen are carried by worker ants during their migration. Although Chunmu utilized the genes of the army ant queen, it remains uncertain how many traits of the army ant this transformed lion would retain. At least, judging by the current situation, this army lion would be unable to migrate. It was unclear when the eggs would hatch. The army lion continued to produce, and the number of eggs multiplied. Let us just observe for now, Chunmu murmured to himself. He flapped his wings and took to the air once more. As time passed, he waited patiently. The quantity of eggs increased steadily, and soon, the army lion was surrounded by a multitude of white eggs. Upon estimation, there were already thousands of eggs in this vicinity. A week later, while resting upon a rock, Chunmu heard a sound. He raised his head to locate the source. There, one of the white eggs had developed a crack, and a claw emerged from within. Chunmu flapped his wings and flew to the side of the egg. The egg split open, and a creature began to emerge slowly. Upon witnessing this being, Chunmu's pupils trembled slightly. This creature bore a striking resemblance to an ant, complete with a pair of antennae. Its size was substantial, surpassing that of an ordinary ant. The antennae twitched, and its eyes turned toward Chunmu. As it locked eyes with him, a chill ran down Chunmu's spine. In his memory, ants were blind. They could not discern their surroundings. In that moment, Chunmu felt as though the ant was scrutinizing him, surveying him from head to toe. After its inspection, it turned and departed. At that instant, one egg after another began to crack open, and a multitude of colossal ants emerged. To Chunmu's astonishment, none of these giant ants bore any resemblance to lions. Upon noticing Chunmu, they paid him no mind, and instead flocked towards their king, a marching lion. The lion appeared bewildered and somewhat frightened upon seeing these offspring. As if it could not recognize them, it seemed inclined to flee, yet its body remained immobile. Meanwhile, the giant ants gazed at it, seemingly awaiting something. Why was this happening? Chunmu pondered in confusion. Previously, he had conducted experiments wherein any subject resembling an ant found it exceedingly difficult to move, and survival beyond an hour was virtually impossible. Yet the scene before him defied comprehension. These giant ants, comparable in size to a juvenile lion, moved with remarkable ease, exhibiting none of the oxygen deprivation symptoms that had plagued his prior experimental subjects. System, what is happening? Chunmu inquired. However, it appeared that this time the system deemed it unrelated to his abilities and offered no response. Furrowing his brow, Chunmu found the system akin to a novice tutorial, addressing only fundamental questions. At that moment, the marching lion was consumed by fear and unease, while the giant ants exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. The entire colony of giant ants descended into chaos. This horde resembled an army, yet without any commands being issued, disorder reigned. Chunmu flapped his wings, soaring to the side of the marching lion. Issue a command, he urged. The lion regarded Chunmu with a puzzled expression. Have them seek food, Chunmu instructed. Upon hearing this, the lion hesitated, somewhat perplexed, but recalling how Chunmu had consistently provided for it, it instinctively directed its gaze towards the giant ants and commanded, seek food. Immediately, the giant ants ceased their commotion and commenced their tasks in an orderly fashion. Thousands of these colossal ants began to disperse in search of prey. Witnessing this, Chunmu understood. Indeed, it was as he suspected. These giant ants retained the intrinsic behaviors characteristic of their kind. Within an ant colony, the queen holds supreme authority. Her commands are to be obeyed, and the other ants act in accordance with her directives. Should the queen fail to issue commands, chaos would ensue within the colony. Chapter 117. Giant ants with an alternative respiratory system? In an ant colony, if the queen is unable to command, disorder will reign. And when chaos erupts, some colonies may expel the queen, while others might even kill her, subsequently selecting a new queen. Generally, a queen lays various eggs during her reproductive cycle. When an ant colony loses its queen, the remaining ants will select fertilized eggs to rear male and female ants. From these females, one is chosen to become the new queen. In truth, Those ants frequently seen foraging and transporting items are worker ants, which are indeed female but lack the ability to reproduce. Although they are female, worker ants cannot ascend to the role of queen. Only through rearing can a new queen be formed. This is simply the nature of ants. Chunmu gazed at the army lion before him. This creature, a fusion of lion and army ant genes, seemed to identify itself primarily as a lion. What, then, were the massive ants it produced, lion or ant? Chunmu observed the vast legion of giant ants, numbering in the thousands, marching ahead. Generally, ants reproduce through eggs, which hatch into larvae incapable of self-care. Appearing plump and white, devoid of legs, relying on worker ants for nourishment. Eventually, they pupate and emerge as true ants. However, this new species bypassed these stages, emerging from their eggs already equipped with the ability to care for themselves. Clearly, they had diverged significantly from both lions and army ants. Turning to the army lion beside him, Chunmu noticed 6 giant ants, considerably larger than the others, flanking the lion. They seemed to be guarding the army lion, now serving as the queen. Soldier ants, perhaps? Chunmu pondered. The division of labor within an ant colony is distinct, with worker ants tasked with foraging and transporting food. Following the workers are the soldier ants, responsible for protecting the nest. These soldiers lack the ability to feed themselves and rely on workers for sustenance. Their primary function is to safeguard the eggs, larvae, and queen. Observing the soldier ants, it was evident they appeared somewhat dazed. With such soldiers protecting the army lion, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Flapping his wings, Chunmu took to the skies, hovering above the vast throng of giant ants below. Some of the worker ants dispersed, likely to seek food, making their efforts significantly more efficient. Chunmu was curious about how these giant ants could survive for so long while still resembling ants. Thus, he targeted a giant ant that was somewhat distant and pounced fiercely. His claws struck down, crushing the giant ant. Upon doing so, he examined the interior of the creature and was taken aback. Typically, insects breathe through spiracles and a network of tracheae, lacking lungs. Yet, after crushing this giant ant, Chunmu beheld the organs within. Inside this giant ant, he observed crimson blood and 2 lungs. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon him. No wonder. Insects, due to their unique respiratory systems, find themselves vulnerable to death from suffocation when their size exceeds certain limits, as they cannot adapt to the environment. However, the colossal ants before me possess a lung-based respiratory system akin to that of mammals. Consequently, despite their immense size, they are able to secure ample oxygen, which allows them the freedom to move and consume. Chunmu devoured one of these giant ants. The system emitted no sound. Upon this, Chunmu inquired, "System, I wish to know how much evolutionary energy this entity has bestowed upon me." The mechanical voice of the system responded that the recently consumed target provided 0.7 units of evolutionary energy. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes glimmered with intrigue, remarking, 0.7. That surpasses the average yield from a lion. Previously, a lion yielded approximately 0.5 units of energy, but this creature, although resembling an ant, was deemed a more advanced organism due to its size. This was what Chunmu valued most, whether this giant ant could sufficiently supply him with evolutionary energy. It now appeared that it could. The next step involved ensuring they received adequate sustenance, while also allowing the army lion to continue its reproduction cycle. These giant ants outwardly resembled their smaller counterparts. Yet within them lay the genetic essence of a lion. It seemed they could perceive my form, likely inheriting the lion's keen eyesight. Chunmu mused. It appears the genetic stability of the army lion is compromised, resulting in the birth of such a distinctly different creature. It seems a name change is in order. This creature, resembling an ant yet exhibiting lion-like traits, would henceforth be known as the lion ant, or lion ant beast. The name resonated well with Chunmu. As days passed, the population of lion ant beasts burgeoned, with the hatchlings growing steadily. Upon encountering other creatures, they would pounce ferociously, whether facing hyenas, wild dogs, lions, or elephants. Typically, a sudden strike from their massive mandibles would tear their prey asunder. However, as time progressed, the surrounding fauna were nearly depleted by the lion ant beasts. Gradually, some perished from starvation, as they refrained from consuming their own kind. Yet, the number of lion ant beasts succumbing to hunger continued to rise. Observing the numerous lion ant beasts lying lifeless from starvation, Chunmu furrowed his brow. This situation was untenable. If it continued, the lion ant beast population would dwindle before it had the chance to thrive. The scarcity of food in Africa was evident, leading to the conclusion that the lion ant beast was a failure. Chunmu activated his devouring ability and plunged into the midst of the lion ant beasts. One after another, they were consumed, transforming into his evolutionary energy. Chunmu felt a sense of harvest, after nurturing this population for so long. The time for reaping had finally arrived. However, his ultimate goal was an endless supply of lion ant beasts, which would enable him to perpetually gather evolutionary energy. Clearly, that expectation was not yet realized. For now, he could only devour them all. Having consumed all the lion ant beasts, Chunmu turned his gaze toward the army lion before him. The abdomen of the army lion is quite substantial as it lies on the ground. Although it is not deceased, its gaze is devoid of vitality. Having been utterly reduced to a mere tool of production, it must be engulfed in despair. Chunmu declared, "I shall assist you in your liberation." Transforming into an army ant, he made contact with the army lion and proclaimed, "Predation evolution." The army lion was consumed by Chunmu. His form morphed into that of an army lion, albeit one that is not yet pregnant, resembling a female lion in physique. Chunmu then reverted to the visage of a griffin, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. The experiment with the lion ant beast had failed. revealing that the quest for boundless evolutionary energy is far from straightforward, necessitating a re-evaluation of strategies. In Chapter 118, the inquiry arises, why can cattle graze? Can grass be digested? System, how many evolution energy points do I possess now? The emotionless voice of the system responded. You currently have 1,637 evolution points. Chunmu relaxed his brow, feeling at ease. Previously, after a month of running in this vicinity, he had only accumulated a little over 200 points, yet this time, by nurturing these lion ant beasts, he had obtained over 1,000 points in one fell swoop. It appears that this direction is indeed promising. If the food issue for the lion ant beasts can be fully resolved, I shall possess an unending supply of evolutionary energy, enabling infinite evolution and boundless power. However, the challenge lies in how to address the food dilemma. Chunmu pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Flapping his wings and hovering in midair, his gaze descended, fixated on the ground below. Within his line of sight, he beheld a herd of creatures resembling cattle. Unlike ordinary cattle, these beings were colossal, entirely black, adorned with formidable horns. They are the African buffalo, a herbivorous species that dares to confront lions. The African buffalo and the lions of the savanna can be regarded as fierce adversaries, unlike most herbivores, which instinctively flee from lions. The African buffalo is known to initiate attacks against them. Particularly when encountering lion cubs, these buffalo become fiercely aggressive. Lions are, without a doubt, the primary targets of the African buffalo. Although they do not consume meat, they possess an inclination to hunt lions. The combat prowess of the African buffalo is formidable. In a one-on-one encounter with a lion, there exists a chance for the buffalo to triumph, though lions sometimes pay a price, even with their lives. A photographer once captured a moment where a male lion boldly attacked an adult African buffalo, only to be slain by it. Nevertheless, even the African buffalo is merely a source of sustenance for the lion ant beasts, which Chunmu raises in groups. Upon observing these creatures, an idea struck him. What if the lion ant beasts could adopt a herbivorous diet? If they could derive the energy needed for their activities from grass, the food issue would be completely resolved. Resolving to act on this thought, Chunmu hesitated not. He gradually descended onto a stone, standing atop it while gazing at the vast expanse of African buffalo before him. Buffaloes are typically found in herds, and he beheld a multitude of them. Chunmu employed his mastery to seize control of one buffalo, utilizing his abilities of sharing and transformation to metamorphose it into a marching lion. As one buffalo transformed into a lion under the watchful eyes of its companions, the surrounding buffaloes were initially befuddled, only for one to soon display a furious expression and charge at the lion, thrusting its horns forward in an aggressive assault. Observing this, a smirk crept across Chunmu's lips. This certainly alleviated some of my burdens. With a command of gluttonous evolution, the buffalo was swiftly consumed upon contact with the marching lion. The attacking buffalo was instantly transformed into golden light, devoured by the lion. The other buffaloes, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond to the unfolding events. Chunmu, however, had no intention of wasting time. He directed the lion to pounce upon the nearby buffaloes, devouring 4 more through gluttonous evolution. Upon fulfilling the requirement of consuming 5 creatures, the lion was enveloped in radiant gold, initiating the process of gluttonous evolution. Ants are omnivorous creatures, capable of consuming both plant and animal matter. However, their plant-based diet typically consists of fruits rather than grasses. Conversely, lions are carnivorous, with some occasionally indulging in fruits, yet they primarily favor meat. Neither of these species can graze on grass. There are exceptions within the ant family, such as termites, which consume wood. Termites can digest wood due to the presence of flagellates within their bodies, which aid in breaking down the material into nutrients that termites can utilize. However, army ants, unlike true ants, can consume fruits and meat, but cannot gnaw on wood or graze on grass. At this moment, Chunmu sought the ability of buffaloes to graze. Buffaloes possess this capability due to a unique chamber in their anatomy known as the rumen, which functions as a microbial factory, housing an astonishing 2 billion microorganisms per cubic centimeter. These microorganisms can decompose the cellulose in grass into starches and sugars, which serve as essential nutrients for sustaining life. If the marching lion were to acquire the genetic traits of the buffalo, including such a chamber, it would also gain the ability to graze. Consequently, any progeny born from this union would also be capable of consuming grass, thereby effectively resolving food scarcity. However, the endeavor was far from straightforward. As the gluttonous evolution commenced, a new entity materialized before Chunmu, a colossal ant adorned with a pair of horns upon its head. Upon its emergence, it collapsed, lifeless. The first experiment had ended in failure. Chunmu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that progress would need to be gradual. Gaining the grazing ability of the buffalo was evidently a complex task, yet Chunmu remained unhurried. Although the lion population teetered on the brink of extinction, there remained a considerable number of buffaloes. After conducting numerous experiments with 5 subjects each time, and with the possibility of repeating the process tens of thousands of times, Chunmu persevered through countless trials. Finally, after 2,000 attempts, he succeeded in creating a new organism. This creature, superficially resembling a lioness, exhibited a singular distinction. A pair of water buffalo horns adorned its head, and its tail had transformed into that of a cow. This newly birthed being possessed the genes of an ant queen and, thanks to its water buffalo lineage, was capable of grazing, surviving 3 days without succumbing, and showed no signs of abnormality. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Chunmu stood upon a stone, leisurely swaying his tail as he gazed at the creature before him. He contemplated initiating the cultivation of a new species, which might be more aptly termed the lion bull ant. Just as he was poised to take action, however, the lion's tail he was idly waving gradually came to a halt. A furrow appeared on his brow. Previously, the marching lion was able to mate with male lions due to its almost indistinguishable resemblance to a lioness. Yet now, observing the creature before him, adorned with horns and a bovine tail, Chunmu's brow relaxed slightly. Well, if letting nature take its course is not an option, then I shall employ a more forceful approach, he resolved. He captured a male lion and initiated a friendly conversation. Hey, you will mate with it, Chunmu instructed. The lion, regarding him with a snarl, retorted, have you lost your mind? I am the Lion King. Do you truly believe I will comply with your whims? I am devoted, and that is a monster. In response, Chunmu raised his paw and activated his biological armor, sweeping it aside. A tree, as thick as a man's waist, splintered at his touch. The self-proclaimed Lion King, with utmost seriousness, declared, as a Lion King, I am loyal to every lioness. Regardless of her appearance, Chunmu, unimpressed, chose to remain silent. Under his unwavering gaze, the Lion King could only shed tears of humiliation as he slowly approached the marching lion. Days passed after resolving the mating issue, and the abdomen of the marching lion began to swell. Much like the previous instance, the marching lioness found herself immobilized due to her expanding belly. Observing the creature before him, Chunmu mused, the name marching lion seems in need of alteration. It shall henceforth be known as the Lion Bull Ant Queen, which will simplify matters. The offspring produced will be called Lion Bull Ants. Perfect. Given its current state, it was clear that he would need to feed it just as he had done before. Chunmu created a clone to assist him, taking wing in search of sustenance. The creature's digestive system, not only akin to that of a cow, but also amalgamated with the genetics of a lion and a marching ant, allowed it to consume all forms of nourishment, whether meat, fruit, or grass. Consequently, the task of foraging became significantly easier for Chunmu. Soon enough, the Lion Bull Ant Queen began to lay eggs, each one appearing in succession around her. Subsequently, a multitude of giant ants adorned with horns emerged, captivating Chunmu's attention. Chunmu felt a sense of unease. With the presence of the bullhorns, it was likely that these lion bull ants, birthed from the Lion Bull Ant Queen, possessed bovine genes. He pondered whether they had inherited the genes for herbivorous behavior. After the emergence of these lion bull ants, Chunmu instructed the queen to command them to gather food. Consequently, the lion bull ants began to proactively collect sustenance, which included meat, fruit, and grass. Chunmu observed that these lion bull ants also consumed grass. Watching the massive ants with horns grazing, he sighed in relief. Surely, in the vast African savanna, the abundance of grass would suffice. And they could not possibly consume it all, could they? Evidently. Chunmu had underestimated both the reproductive rate of the Lion Bull Ant Queen and the voracity of the lion bull ants. As time passed, within a mere 2 months, their numbers surged dramatically, from 1 to hundreds, from hundreds to thousands, and now exceeding 1 million. The fauna within a 10,000-meter radius had been entirely devoured, and soon the grasses followed suit. In that same area, not only the grass but even trees and their roots were stripped bare. The lion bull ants were now compelled to venture farther afield in search of nourishment. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Chunmu opted to reset the population. With a flap of his wings, he glided across the periphery. Any lion bull ant he touched transformed into golden light, which he then consumed. Maintaining control over the queen, he ensured that these creatures would not turn against him. He commanded the queen to instruct her kin that they must not attack him, even at the cost of their lives. While Chunmu was not genuinely concerned about their potential aggression, they could not harm him. He sought merely to facilitate observation. Throughout the consumption process, he encountered no resistance, which surprised him. Unlike lions, which would react to an attack on their brethren, these lion bull ants seemed utterly indifferent, even to their own existence. Chunmu mused. It appears that in terms of emotional capacity, these creatures have inherited more from ants. Insects are devoid of emotions. They are governed solely by instinctual behaviors encoded in their genes and reflexive actions, existing purely as mechanisms of survival. The emotions that humans recognize are foreign to them. Simultaneously, a drone hovered overhead, its camera trained on Chunmu. In the distant grassland, numerous tents were erected, surrounded by various equipment. Inside one of the tents, a display screen showcased the scene of Chunmu consuming the lion bull ants. Within this tent were 7 personnel. One man, clad in a white coat, observed the screen with a serious demeanor. Beside him stood a woman in a tank top and cap, who glanced at the screen and inquired, Professor, what is he doing? The man adjusted his glasses, then crossed his arms and remarked, if I am not mistaken, it appears to be conducting an experiment. An experiment? The woman turned her gaze toward the man. He continued, previously, it harnessed a force beyond our comprehension to merge lions and ants, resulting in a new organism capable of infinite reproduction, which it subsequently consumed entirely after a period. Now, it is combining the genes of that organism with those of a cow, thereby giving birth to this creature. If my conjecture holds, it is in the midst of creating a new life form. Currently, it seems to be reducing the population of these beings. The woman looked at him and asked, Teacher, what exactly is this creature? Upon hearing this, the man crossed his arms again and replied, when we first discovered this creature, it was already engaged in such experiments. With the body of a lion and the face of an eagle, it possesses a high level of intelligence and wields powers unknown to us. As far as I know, such an existence has only appeared in one place. A place? The woman was perplexed. The man stated, mythology. Such beings are only recorded within myth. The woman exclaimed, are you suggesting it is a god? Surprised, she added, but teacher, did you not previously tell me that gods do not exist in this world? Indeed, the man replied. I did not believe in the existence of gods in this world, but my conviction has been somewhat shaken since I witnessed this creature with my own eyes. If it is not a god, then its abilities are inexplicable. However, if it is a god, then how could it remain unaware of our prolonged observation? That would indeed render it quite weak. A voice interjected, "Do you truly think it is oblivious?" Upon hearing this voice, the man turned to see a soldier entering. A wry smile upon his lips. The man in the white coat replied coolly, "Do you think it is unaware?" The soldier's smile faded gradually, replaced by a furrowed brow. "Do you believe it knows?" The man in the white coat remarked, "Do you think a god would concern itself with the prying eyes of mere ants? It is far more likely that it has known about us for some time, but simply chooses to disregard us." He shifted his gaze back to the screen before him, observing Chenmu. "Moreover, I have already warned you, it possesses intelligence. Its current experiments deliberately avoid our human locations, but that does not imply fear of humanity. It merely avoids unnecessary trouble. If you covet the power of the divine and seek to challenge it, then only death awaits you." The soldier frowned at this. Meanwhile, on another front, nearly all the lion cow ants had been consumed by Chenmu. He retained 6 worker ants and 2 soldier ants. Commanding the lion cow ant queen, he instructed the worker ants, "Lift me up, we shall migrate to another location." The 6 fully grown giant lion cow ants complied, carrying the queen toward a grassy expanse, while the soldier ants trailed alongside. Chenmu soared through the air, observing this scene unfold. The lion ant queen halted at a distance of 10,000 meters, laying fresh eggs to commence a new cycle of reproduction. The soldier ants stood guard nearby, while the worker ants began foraging for sustenance. Observing this scene, Chenmu ascended into the sky, his gaze sweeping over a distant drone. He pondered the intentions of these bipedal creatures who had been watching him for so long. Ultimately, he decided to disregard them. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage with them. Chenmu flapped his wings and returned to his original position, surveying the barren land before him. If this area was not managed properly, it would likely be a long time before any grass could grow. It required attention. Chapter 120. Africa lacks 4 seasons, and the flying whale, Chenmu flapped his wings and gently descended onto a large rock, gazing at the land before him, where even the roots of the grass had been thoroughly devoured. It was imperative to prevent the lion ants from proliferating unchecked. The best course of action would be to regulate their numbers and consume the excess lion ants. Then, they could be made to traverse a designated area, depleting the grass there before moving on to another region. However, even with such measures, if the consumed land was not properly tended to, it might not regenerate grass in the future. For sustainable development, the land ravaged by the lion ants needed to be rehabilitated. The optimal solution was to irrigate the soil. Chenmu lifted his head to examine the clear sky. Africa's seasonal patterns differ from common understanding. It experiences only 2 seasons, the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season spans from April to October each year, while the rainy season lasts from October to the following April. Chenmu had frequently encountered rainy days in the past, yet it had been over a month since the last rainfall. It was likely the dry season now, making it nearly impossible to expect the heavens to bestow water upon the land. Thus, he resolved to act in place of the heavens and water the land himself. Chenmu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. With a twist of his body, he transformed into a colossal albatross. He spread his wings and flew toward the ocean. Meanwhile, within the tent, the man in the white coat observed Chenmu's transformation into an albatross on the screen. His brow furrowed in concern. Beside him, a woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only can it alter the genetic makeup of other beings, but it can also change its own form. This is nothing short of miraculous. Truly, this creature defies conventional understanding. Just as you said, it may indeed be a deity. She then glanced at the man in the white coat, her expression tinged with confusion. Teacher, is something wrong? If you believe it to be divine, then a deity transforming into another creature seems within the realm of understanding, does it not? This also validates your hypothesis, so why the furrowed brow? The man in the white coat replied, if it retained its divine appearance, the soldiers might hesitate to act out of fear. However, now that it has transformed into an albatross, it is merely perceived as a large bird. Those individuals will likely find it difficult to restrain themselves. Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed, why? Why are they so foolish? Teacher, you have already informed them that this creature is no ordinary being. It may very well be a deity from mythology, yet they still wish to engage in combat with such a god, fully aware of the potential consequences. Is that not exceedingly foolish? The man in the white lab coat crossed his arms and replied, do you comprehend the value of this creature before us? The woman hesitated, shaking her head in confusion. The man continued, not everyone subscribes to the belief that it is a god from myth. If we were to capture it alive for research, uncovering the nature of its divine powers could yield groundbreaking advancements in technology. Such discoveries would translate into immense wealth. The organization we represent would never allow the military to relinquish this readily available fortune simply because the entity in question is deemed a god. He added coolly, moreover, capturing it would also equate to acquiring formidable power. But it is a god, the woman protested. If we provoke its wrath, the consequences could be fatal. The man in the lab coat replied nonchalantly, as I mentioned, not all perceive it as a deity. They merely regard it as a resource waiting to be exploited. The woman was momentarily at a loss for words. The man redirected his gaze to the screen, where Chenmu had already flown beyond the range detectable by the drones. Meanwhile, just as the man in the lab coat had anticipated, a contingent of soldiers clad in military uniforms commenced their operation. The soldier who had previously interacted with the lab-coated man was driving a rugged vehicle, leading a substantial force forward. Commander, are we headed towards the location of those giant ants? A female soldier sitting beside him inquired. The soldier responded coolly. I have no desire to be torn to shreds by those giant ants. We shall proceed to a location where they will not follow. I suspect that creature will return there shortly. The female soldier asked, are you referring to the desolate area that has already been ravaged by the giant ants? Yes, the soldier replied. Although I am uncertain why that being is fixated on that barren land, given its past behavior, if it is concerned, it will undoubtedly return. He continued. If it transforms into the so-called god, our task would become exceedingly complicated. However, if it morphs into a large bird, our tranquilizers will certainly come into play. Inform the team to increase the dosage of the sedatives. We will position snipers in concealment, and once it returns, we will administer the fast-acting tranquilizer immediately. Even if it is a god, I shall take it back. The soldier spoke with a subtle smirk. Understood, the female soldier replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Shen Mu had been flying for a considerable duration and finally reached his destination, the ocean. Africa is nearly surrounded by sea, making seawater the most accessible source of hydration. Diving into the ocean, Shen Mu's form transformed into a colossal blue whale, measuring approximately 35 meters in length. With his newfound form, he opened his mouth wide, allowing an immense volume of seawater to rush in. An adult blue whale can consume up to 80 tons of seawater at once, and Shen Mu, being far larger than an adult whale, could easily swallow over 100 tons in a single gulp. A thought began to form in Shen Mu's mind. He sought to harness the immense body of a blue whale to transport seawater. However, this endeavor necessitated an experiment. With its colossal mouth, he engulfed 100 tons of seawater. Shen Mu then employed his transformative ability to metamorphose into an albatross. Soaring into the sky, he ascended above the waves. And at a certain altitude, his form transformed once more into that of a gigantic blue whale. As the whale opened its mouth, the seawater stored within cascaded forth like a waterfall, crashing onto the ocean's surface and generating towering waves. Suspended in the air, the whale's form reverted to that of an albatross. He flapped his wings and took flight, observing the tumultuous sea below, stirred by the deluge of water descending from above. The experiment proved successful. The seawater remained intact even after his transformation. It seemed that his ability had integrated the seawater as part of the whale's essence. This was promising. Thus, he could preserve seawater within the blue whale's body and subsequently transform into a bird to transport it back for irrigation. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Mu. Why not intertwine the genes of a bird and a blue whale to create a flying whale? Chapter 121. I am a giant bird, soaring in the skies without hesitation. Shen Mu descended from the heavens, plunging into the sea, where he transformed into a blue whale. To endow the whale with avian flight capabilities, he would naturally need to employ the method of voracious evolution. Shen Mu had conducted numerous experiments prior and was acutely aware that failures outnumbered successes. Thus, he prudently refrained from participating in the evolution experiment until its success was assured, for that would be foolish. Through his conscious vision, he pinpointed a pod of dolphins 100 meters away. Utilizing his control ability, he immobilized one of the dolphins. Sharing his transformative power, he guided the dolphin to employ its ability. With a resounding boom, the dolphin's form instantaneously enlarged, revealing the colossal body of a blue whale breaching the surface, sending seawater splashing everywhere, cascading down its immense frame. The other dolphins, caught off guard by the sudden expansion of their companion, found themselves toppled against the whale's massive body. The force of gravity and the water caused them to tumble off the whale's back. Thud, thud, thud. The dolphins landed back on the sea, bewildered as they gazed at their transformed companion. One dolphin turned to its fellow. Is that blue whale our friend who just transformed? The companion, still in shock, replied. It seems so. I just saw that fellow glowing, and then he turned into this. Upon hearing this, the dolphin exclaimed, oh. Suddenly, its eyes widened as it looked at its glowing companion, asking, what is happening? Why are you glowing too? The companion was taken aback, examining its own golden luminescence. Huh? Am I glowing as well? In an instant, the companion regained focus. Wait, you are glowing too? The dolphin was suddenly filled with surprise and excitement. Are we to transform into blue whales as well? How marvelous. As golden light illuminated the scene, the two dolphins morphed into albatrosses. Floating upon the ocean's surface, they exchanged bewildered glances. How did we become birds? Inquired one albatross. The other replied, I have no idea. Aren't we supposed to transform into blue whales? This is unfair. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, the blue whale opened its massive mouth, and the two albatrosses were swept away by the rushing seawater, plunging into the depths of the whale's cavernous maw. This is it, it's over. The albatrosses struggled in vain. Despite their transformation, they had yet to learn the art of flight, and the torrent of seawater inundating the blue whale's mouth left them utterly powerless. One of the albatrosses regained its composure and noticed several other dolphins that had also transformed into albatrosses nearby. Upon this realization, anger began to dissipate within its heart. It dawned on them that they were not alone in their misfortune. Others had also become birds. The albatrosses swallowed by the blue whale transformed into golden light, merging into the whale's being. Gluttonous evolution. The blue whale itself shimmered with golden radiance, which coalesced into a colossal sphere, measuring a staggering 40 meters in diameter. This immense orb floated upon the ocean's surface, half submerged and half above. However, the massive sphere did not linger for long before it began to change shape. In order to facilitate the mastery of its newfound abilities, Shen Mu had doubled in size. Now, transformed into an exceedingly gigantic blue whale, he swam around the luminous sphere, observing its metamorphosis through his conscious perception. Before long, the immense sphere transformed into a completely new creature. Shen Mu was momentarily taken aback as a colossal gray bird materialized before him. This gigantic avian creature possessed an astonishing size, measuring nearly 40 meters in length. To put this into perspective, a typical floor in a building stands about 3 meters high, meaning this bird was equivalent to 13 or 14 stories tall. It was an absolute behemoth. Upon its emergence, the giant bird floated upon the ocean's surface, akin to numerous seabirds, under Chun Mu's control. Its size was overwhelming. Chun Mu had envisioned a blue whale with wings, yet this was an entirely different entity, transformed into a giant bird. If it were merely a giant bird, it would be incapable of navigating the ocean's waters. However, this was of little concern. Chun Mu could utilize the albatross as a foundational form for predatory evolution, allowing him to eventually revert to a blue whale. In due time, he could employ the blue whale's capabilities, combined with transformation abilities, to become a giant bird capable of traversing the seas. With such a massive avian form, its speed would surely be extraordinary. Yet, the challenge remained. Gene mutation evolutions, such as gem evolution, had a failure rate far exceeding the success rate. Was it feasible to transition from a blue whale to a giant bird? Only one way to find out. Chun Mu commanded the transformation ability, shifting from the giant bird into a white-bellied sea eagle. The white-bellied sea eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The larger the avian species, the more arduous the task of takeoff becomes, to the point where certain weights preclude flight altogether. Presently, the largest of birds, the ostrich, has forsaken the ability to fly entirely. Slightly smaller in stature is the albatross, which requires a running start to achieve liftoff. This enormous bird before Chun Mu, despite its outward appearance as a colossal avian possessing all the characteristics necessary for flight, would undoubtedly face considerable difficulty in taking to the skies. Thus, Chun Mu decided to elevate it partway into the air, utilizing the updrafts to grant it the propulsion needed for flight before proceeding with his observations. The white-bellied sea eagle ascended toward the cerulean heavens. Upon reaching an altitude of approximately 6,000 meters, the eagle shimmered momentarily before transforming into the gigantic bird. The colossal creature unfurled its vast wings, which resembled clouds suspended in the sky, immense in size. With a powerful flap, it soared gracefully through the air, observing from the ocean through his consciousness. Chun Mu scrutinized the great bird for a while, noting that it appeared to be untroubled. However, exercising caution, he opted to wait for another day. The following day, the giant bird continued to hover in the air, seemingly without issue. Under Chun Mu's guidance, it descended beside him, splashing water in all directions. At that moment, Chun Mu transformed into an albatross. As he did so, the lackluster gaze of the giant bird suddenly gleamed with a flicker of light. The condition for control was that Chun Mu's size must exceed that of the creature he aimed to command. However, upon his transformation into an albatross, he diminished in size and thus lost control over the giant bird. It regained its awareness and let out a resounding cry that soared into the heavens, reminiscent of a phoenix's song. Yet, as the albatross, Chun Mu lunged onto the giant bird. Through multiple experiments, he had come to realize that predatory evolution disregards size. However, to successfully prey upon a new organism, it necessitated the presence of a creature sharing a similar gene. In simpler terms, to prey upon this magnificent bird, one would require either an albatross or a blue whale to execute the hunt. Chun Mu chose to employ the albatross. As the process of predatory evolution commenced, the giant bird transformed into a golden light and merged into Chun Mu's being. His form was reconstituted, morphing into that of the colossal avian. Chun Mu raised his wings and smiled, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. This was a stroke of serendipity, akin to drawing an SSR card from a single attempt. Previous experiments had shown that it typically took months to yield a satisfactory organism, yet this time, he had acquired such a magnificent bird in just one attempt. Of course, such a gargantuan avian also bore its flaws. Its sheer size rendered takeoff a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Chun Mu remained undeterred. He transformed into the white-bellied sea eagle and soared directly to an altitude of 6,000 meters, pivoting his body gracefully. Transforming into a colossal avian creature measuring no less than 40 meters in length, it spread its magnificent wings and, harnessing the updrafts of the air, ascended as if propelled by the wind itself, akin to a kite caught in a gust. It soared through the clouds nestled between 6,000 and 10,000 meters, breaking through to heights exceeding 10,000 meters. There it glided gracefully, with clouds beneath and the sun ahead, the latter appearing lower than itself. The fierce winds caressed its feathers, and Chun Mu experienced an overwhelming sense of liberation. A sensation known as freedom surged within him. Comfort enveloped him as he exclaimed in exhilaration. In tandem with his rapture, an involuntary, resounding bird call erupted, echoing into the heavens. Chapter 122. A giant bird as large as a commercial airliner, and the Kuan? 3 rugged vehicles stood parked upon the grassy expanse. Several marksmen, armed with specially designed tranquilizer rifles, were strategically positioned, focusing intently on the direction in which Chun Mu had departed, awaiting his return. A military officer, clad in uniform, lounged in one of the vehicles, his leg crossed nonchalantly, gazing into the distance where Chun Mu had vanished. Beside the vehicle, a female soldier in uniform was also in anticipation. The officer lifted his hand to check his watch, then redirected his gaze, his impatience mounting after 2 entire days without the return of their target. The female soldier instinctively glanced at the officer, inquiring, "Sir, should we consider a temporary withdrawal?" Upon hearing this, the officer squinted, responding, "Let us wait a while longer. Instruct everyone to keep a vigilant watch on the northern sky. The moment he appears within striking distance, we shall engage." Understood. The female soldier nodded in affirmation. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. One of the marksmen turned his attention to the direction of the breeze, spotting a dark silhouette in the sky. He murmured, "What is that?" Instinctively, he raised his binoculars to scrutinize the shadow. Through the lenses, he discerned two birds soaring in tandem amidst the clouds. Realizing their true nature, the marksman muttered, "Ah, merely two birds." Lowering the binoculars, he lifted his gaze once more, now able to perceive their silhouettes with the naked eye. A realization struck him. He paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he instinctively glanced at the laser rangefinder attached to his binoculars. In that instant, the marksman abruptly raised his eyes to the birds soaring above, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How could this be? He pondered. The further the distance, the smaller the target appeared, a mere trick of perception. Various types of laser rangefinders existed. Civilian models could only measure shorter distances, while military-grade devices could accurately gauge distances of several dozen kilometers. The two birds were, in fact, Chun Mu and his doppelganger, both soaring at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, rendering them mere specks to those below. Sensing the wind, the female soldier seemed to perceive something amiss. She raised her face, instinctively scanning the sky. She also noticed two shadows above the clouds in the sky. What is that? The female soldier instinctively exclaimed, as if recalling something, and she glanced towards the uniformed man beside her, saying, "Commander, look over there." Upon hearing this, the uniformed man followed her gaze and furrowed his brow. That is, he picked up the binoculars resting nearby and looked into the distance. It's a bird. However, at this altitude, something feels amiss. The uniformed man's expression shifted as he observed the distance through the binoculars. This is impossible. The female soldier looked at him and asked, "Commander, what's wrong?" The uniformed man lowered the binoculars and replied, "That altitude is 15,000 meters. At such heights, that bird must be the largest in the world. We shouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye." His expression bore a hint of disbelief. The female soldier's demeanor also changed, her pupils trembling. "Unless it is as large as some commercial airliners." But the thought seemed too insane to accept. Could it be? The female soldier instinctively muttered. Sweat beaded on the uniformed man's forehead as he gripped the binoculars tightly, saying, "We must withdraw." The female soldier was taken aback, looking at him. "Chief." The uniformed man disregarded her concern and climbed into the off-road vehicle. The other snipers, too, abandoned their mission and followed suit, boarding the vehicle one by one. Meanwhile, through the drone's camera, a man in a white coat observed the scene, narrowing his eyes. "Teacher, are they leaving already?" A woman beside him inquired, puzzled. The man in the white coat crossed his arms and replied, "Specially designed tranquilizer darts may suffice for a slightly larger albatross. But to tackle a colossal beast comparable to a commercial airliner is sheer folly. Not only would piercing its skin be improbable, but even penetrating its feathers would be a daunting challenge." He found it difficult to defy the organization's orders. He had to confront the creature, yet he had no desire to risk his life. Comparable to a commercial airliner? The woman was taken aback. Incredulity etched on her face as she looked at the teacher. "Is it truly that enormous?" The man in the white coat said, "It's currently at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. At this height, if we can still make out its form from the drone's position, it implies that the bird size is at least that of a commercial airliner." The woman gazed at the screen, muttering, "Peng." Upon hearing this, the man in the white coat turned to her, asking, "What did you say?" The woman replied, "Teacher, I've previously studied Eastern mythology, which mentions a colossal bird known as Peng. It is said to have transformed from a giant fish called Kuan. I wonder if what we are witnessing now could be Peng." The man in the white coat contemplated her words, but remained silent, subconsciously directing his gaze back to the screen. At that moment, Chun Mu and his doppelganger had already soared above the area that required watering. The two gigantic birds simultaneously morphed into two colossal blue whales. As the giant blue whales appeared, they opened their mouths, each containing over 100 tons of seawater. The combined volume of seawater from the two blue whales approached 300 tons, cascading down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. As the water was entirely poured out, Chun Mu dispelled his clone. Due to his transformation from a giant bird to a blue whale, he had lost his wings, and his immense form succumbed to gravity, plummeting downward. In that moment of descent, Chun Mu's colossal body crashed into the water he had just released. The icy seawater splashed against him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Was it not said that objects of equal mass would fall simultaneously? Why, then, did the seawater descend at a much slower pace than himself? Indeed, in a vacuum, objects of differing masses fall at the same rate under the influence of gravity. However, this scenario was not set in a vacuum. Numerous upward forces, such as air resistance and rising currents, came into play. Under the influence of these factors, denser objects fall more rapidly, while those of lesser density descend more slowly. With a resounding thud, the rapidly descending Chun Mu dispersed the nearly 300 tons of water that had merged together. Inside the tent, the man in the white coat and the woman watched this scene unfold on the screen. The giant bird had transformed into a large fish, plummeting from the sky. As the fish continued its descent, it became increasingly distinct. The considerable height, compounded by the surrounding water, made it appear as though the fish were swimming through the air. The man in the white coat recognized the creature. A blue whale? His expression turned to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, the woman's pupils trembled slightly, her lips moving faintly. A flying Kuan in the sky. Chapter 123. Can the Kuanpung also summon clouds and rain? The woman murmured. In the North Sea, there is a fish called Kuan. The ancients of the East enjoyed using hyperbole to describe certain phenomena. They claimed that the Kuan was 1,000 miles in size, likely an exaggerated expression of its vastness. The Kuan can transform into a great bird, known as the Peng. She gazed at the gigantic blue whale on the screen. Under her scrutiny, the colossal blue whale shimmered with a radiant light, morphing into an unprecedented great bird. As Chun Mu's altitude diminished, the transformation into the great bird became clearer to the woman. The expansive wings, each measuring an estimated 40 meters in length, combined with its body, nearly reached 100 meters. It overshadowed the sky, as if the entire firmament were enveloped by this magnificent creature. The great fish had transformed into a giant bird. The woman's eyes quivered slightly. It is the Kunpeng. Instinctively, she turned to her teacher and exclaimed, "Teacher, it is the Kunpeng." The man in the white coat looked at her, perplexed. "Kunpeng?" The woman nodded. "I have studied ancient Eastern mythology. The Kuan is a great fish that transforms into the Peng. The Kunpeng is capable of such transformations, and, according to ancient myth, they are immensely large. What we are witnessing is indeed the Kunpeng." The man in the white coat furrowed his brow. "Is the blue whale the Kuan?" The woman nodded again. "It is possible. The Kunpeng is recorded in Zhuangzi's Xiaoyaoyu, and bears no relation to the Shanhai Jing. In the depths of the Northern Ocean resides a fish known as Kuan. Some speculate that the blue whale could be the very essence of Kuan. Detractors argue that since Kuan inhabits the northern depths while blue whales predominantly congregate in the Antarctic, such a comparison is implausible. However, this rebuttal is flawed. Blue whales are, in fact, globally distributed. The extensive hunting in modern times has caused their populations to concentrate in the southern seas, yet historically, blue whales could have been found in any ocean capable of accommodating their immense size. Blue whales often breach the surface, and when they leap, their colossal fins resemble the wings of avian creatures. Given their extraordinary size, surpassing that of all other whales, it is plausible that ancient peoples referred to them as Kuan, associating their majestic leaps with the mythical Peng. After all, the author of Zhuangzi, Zhuangzhou, may not have witnessed such a sight firsthand. It is conceivable that he heard tales from others, which gradually morphed into the legend of this creature through oral tradition. Of course, it is also possible that Zhuangzhou conjured this fantastical being from the depths of his imagination, devoid of any real prototype. Ultimately, the truth remains known only to Zhuangzhou himself. At this moment, in the eyes of the woman and the man in the white coat, the creature on the screen that can transform from a great fish into a giant bird epitomizes the legendary Kunpeng. Shenmu, of course, would not engage in freefall antics to amuse Newton with the form of a blue whale. Thus, he metamorphosed back into the guise of a colossal bird, flapping his wings and soaring through the air. Suddenly, Shenmu sensed something amiss. The nearly 300 tons of seawater cascading from the heights began to evaporate furiously due to air friction and updrafts. The outer layers of seawater evaporated first, ascending into the sky and forming clouds. As the outer water dissipated, the inner layers continued to evaporate gradually, with the increasing volume of water vapor. The clouds above Chunmu darkened ominously. At this moment, the sky was thick with storm clouds. Thunder echoed, and lightning flashed. Chunmu, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated that the seawater he expelled from such heights would plummet directly to the ground. He never fathomed that it would transform into clouds. Indeed, had the location of his nearly 300 tons of seawater been sufficiently close to the ground, it would have descended like a gentle shower. However, the reality was that this water fell from an altitude of 10,000 meters, where it could not reach the earth before vaporizing due to air resistance and other factors. Much like water drawn into a tornado from the sea, vast quantities of seawater were hurled into the sky. The water caught in the tornado, even at heights below 10,000 meters, would swiftly coalesce into clouds and rain. What Shenmu had accomplished was akin to the actions of a tornado, transporting oceanic waters to the heavens. What transpired next mirrored the chaos unleashed by a tornado. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The disparity in atmospheric pressure resulted in a furious wind howling between the clouds and the earth, laden with moisture and a hint of saltiness. The soldiers, who had been preparing to depart, halted, gazing intently at the spectacle before them. The female soldier stared at the darkening sky, momentarily bewildered. It was the dry season, and rain was an impossibility at this time. What could possibly be happening? The man in military attire watched the gargantuan bird circling beneath the clouds, his pupils quivering in trepidation. It was it. It had summoned these clouds and conjured this tempest. A grave and fearful expression washed over him. Could it be that the claims made by that individual were indeed true, that this entity was divine? Meanwhile, within the tent, the man in the white coat and the woman stood transfixed by the unfolding scene. Clouds and rain. The man in the white coat uttered instinctively, his pupils trembling with astonishment. The woman exclaimed, "Asnt that an ability possessed only by the dragons of Eastern mythology?" The man in the white coat, his expression solemn, replied, "If this scene were to be disseminated, it would irrefutably confirm that this is no ordinary beast, but a deity. But could it truly be responsible for this? Look, teacher!" The woman suddenly exclaimed, having noticed something, and quickly directed her attention to the man in the white coat. He was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the screen displaying Chunmu. To his astonishment, Chunmu had landed on the ground. The colossal bird radiated waves of golden light. Is this a manifestation of its divine power? The man in the white coat marveled. Indeed, it is orchestrating clouds and rain. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating everything, followed by a resounding boom. Chunmu glanced towards the source of the lightning, realizing that landing had been the prudent choice. Being struck by that bolt would surely have been detrimental. Yet he pondered, what is happening? Observing his own body, he noticed it emanating waves of golden light. Concurrently, he felt sharp pains coursing through him, coupled with a sensation of rapid self-healing. This golden glow was the result of his accelerated regenerative abilities. Why do I feel such intense pain since landing, even as this rapid healing restores my body? What is going on? Chunmu murmured. The system's mechanical voice replied, your skeletal structure and organs cannot support your immense weight. While airborne, The rising currents of air cushioned your body, preventing injury. Upon landing, the absence of such support has led to bodily harm. Upon hearing this, Chunmu understood. It was indeed due to the burden of his weight. Just as the blue whale suffers when it comes ashore, unable to sustain its mass, leading to tragic consequences. It was essential for the blue whale to dwell in the ocean, buoyed by the water's lift to ensure its survival. As Chunmu transformed into a colossal bird akin to a blue whale, he soared through the skies, buoyed by the ascending currents much like the buoyancy of water, preventing his immense form from being crushed. However, upon landing, the scenario shifted dramatically. Chapter 124. You have taken action. The sky was enveloped in darkness. Torrential rain cascaded down, drenching the earth below. Sensing the pain, Chunmu, wary of attracting lightning, opted to diminish his size, morphing from an enormous bird into a griffin. At that moment, a female soldier remarked, "Sir, look." She noticed Chunmu reverting to his griffin form, prompting her to direct her gaze towards her commanding officer. The man in military attire scrutinized Chunmu's figure, his brows furrowed as he adjusted his mindset, and glanced at the sniper's rifle held by the marksman beside him. This sniper rifle was equipped with specialized tranquilizer rounds, capable of incapacitating a creature as formidable as Chunmu in his previous form. Yet, now that he had transformed into a griffin, the situation was markedly different. The griffin's size, slightly larger than that of a lion, meant that these tranquilizer rounds could easily subdue 5 or 6 lions, and the griffin was no exception. Previously, the man in military attire had refrained from taking action due to his apprehension towards Chunmu. Now, however, they were within 1,000 meters of him, the optimal range for a sniper shot. Moreover, Chunmu remained motionless, presenting an unequivocally perfect opportunity for a strike. Should they manage to incapacitate him and capture the deity, his name would soar to new heights, granting him whatever he desired. Yet, failure would incite the wrath of the divine, heralding certain death. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, fear dissipated. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly seized the sniper rifle from the marksman beside him, aiming it at the distant griffin. He commanded, "All snipers, target the objective." The snipers hesitated momentarily, but being soldiers, they were compelled to obey their superior's orders. The rifles were raised, aligning with the distant figure of Chunmu. "Fire on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Tranquilizer rounds erupted from the barrels, hurtling towards Chunmu at breakneck speed. Excitement flickered in the officer's eyes. Success would lead to true triumph. As the tranquilizer rounds neared their target, a layer of silvery armor enveloped Chunmu. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted as the tranquilizer rounds ricocheted off, twisted bullets veering off course. Witnessing this spectacle, the officer's pupils contracted slightly, his expression marred by disbelief. The other soldiers were equally unsettled. What was happening? They pondered, bewildered as to why the bullets had been deflected. What could this phenomenon be? The female soldier, gazing at the griffin clad in silver armor, came to a realization. Had it known of their presence all along? Chunmu slowly turned his head. His visage also encased in armor, his eyes obscured by the metallic covering, replaced by a piercing crimson glow. The soldiers comprehended that the deity was observing them. Their expressions shifted from unease to sheer terror, a profound dread enveloping them. At that moment, one of the soldiers suddenly cried out in alarm. "Ah!" He abruptly turned and fled. The man in military attire was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you running for?" He remained strong and composed, casting a stern glance at Chunmu, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I refuse to believe there's anything to fear." As he spoke, he retrieved a grenade from his waist. He glared at Chunmu, threatening, "If you dare approach, I will take your life." Observing this scene, Chunmu chose not to engage in further conversation. Instead, he advanced step by step towards the humans before him. He coldly scrutinized them, internally murmuring, "Indeed, you have chosen to act." Chunmu's perception was not limited to mere sight. Rather, he perceived through a conscious vision that allowed him to see everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. He had noticed these humans from the very beginning, but had opted to ignore them. Of course, Chunmu understood the innate greed of humanity and sensed that they would eventually strike. However, he had not anticipated that they would do so at this very moment. Meanwhile, within a distant tent, a man in a white coat, observing through a monitor, remarked, "I told you, it cannot be unaware of our scrutiny. How foolish." The woman beside him was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at him. "Professor, will angering such a being bring consequences?" The man in the white coat furrowed his brow, responding, "Uncertain, the consciousness of a deity is beyond our comprehension." The woman bit her thin lip, watching as Chunmu drew closer. At that moment, the soldier in military attire gritted his teeth and hurled the grenade at Chunmu. Chunmu did not even cast a glance at the explosive. Bang! As the grenade detonated, flames surged around Chunmu. Yet this threat, formidable to humans, left not a single mark upon his armor. Witnessing this, the soldier's pupils quivered, and he instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, those soldiers behind him began to realize Chunmu's invincibility, and one by one, they fled towards the off-road vehicle. The female soldier glanced anxiously at the soldier in military attire, saying, "Commander, we must run." However, the soldier remained transfixed, staring at Chunmu, seemingly entranced. Observing this, the female soldier furrowed her brow, bit her teeth in frustration, and turned to leave, abandoning the soldier. Chunmu unfurled his wings and soared into the air, gliding above the soldier in military attire and lunging towards those attempting to escape. The female soldier felt the rush of wind behind her and turned to see the armored griffin approaching, her pupils trembling in horror. No. Its sharp wings sliced through the air like blades, cleaving the human forms in two. Hearing the anguished cries behind him, the soldier in military attire slowly sank to his knees. Though initially blinded by greed, the chilling fear of death now snapped him to attention. He realized escape was futile. No matter how fast the vehicle, could it outpace a winged deity across this vast expanse? Soon, all 18 soldiers lay lifeless on the ground. The soldier in military attire heard the ominous rush of wind approaching from behind. He scarcely dared to lift his head. At that moment, with his gaze cast downward, he beheld the claws of a monstrous creature, sharp and beastly, merging into one. It was a deity. A god had returned, standing before him. The man in military attire felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation as the icy rain pelted his body, the biting cold seeping through him. Yet, this chill paled in comparison to the frigid dread that surged from within, a terror that penetrated deep into his soul. That chill bore a name: fear. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Do you seek mercy? A foreign voice pierced his ears, causing the soldier to tremble as if struck by lightning. Slowly, he raised his face to gaze upon the creature before him, his eyes reflecting an indescribable astonishment. Inside the tent, the man in the white coat, upon hearing that voice, stood frozen, as if electrified, his gaze fixed upon the screen, his pupils wide with disbelief. Chunmu regarded the soldier with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Alas, it is too late." With a swift flap of its sharp wings, the soldier's body was cleaved in two. Chapter 125. The peacock looks impressive. It can be utilized inside the tent. The man in the white coat stared vacantly at the image on the screen, fixated on Chunmu's departing silhouette. Time seemed to stretch as he struggled to regain his composure. Eventually, he muttered to himself, "It can speak human language." The woman beside him glanced at the man in the white coat. The teacher had confirmed that the creature before them was indeed a god. Yet the shock of witnessing an animal-like being articulate human speech was beyond the capacity of mere words. The teacher instinctively remarked, "If it can speak our language, does that mean we can communicate with it?" The man in the white coat, upon hearing this, instinctively turned to the woman beside him. "Communicate?" He withdrew his gaze, contemplating the screen once more. "Communicate with a deity?" He shook his head, slowly pulling out a chair to sit down, propping his forehead with his hand, eyes closed. Seemingly lost in thought. Are humans truly suited to engage with a god? This is a question I cannot answer. The woman glanced at her teacher, equally at a loss for words. She could only choose to remain silent, staring at the screen. For Chunmu, the actions of humanity were merely a trivial interlude. Once a human himself, he was acutely aware of certain human greed. Their assaults upon him were entirely predictable. Yet he felt a twinge of disappointment, a disillusionment stemming from his former identity as a human. Returning to the realm of the lion ant queen, Chunmu resumed his routine of nurturing them. The reproductive rate of the lion ants was astonishing, with millions birthed in the span of a month. To ensure that the grasslands could keep pace with the rapid proliferation of the lion ants, he chose to consume and eliminate them every 15 days, thereby controlling their population. Naturally, the lion ants were voracious eaters. Wherever they roamed, other creatures either fled or became their sustenance. Thus, time passed gradually, and before long, 2 months had slipped away in the blink of an eye. On that day, a lion ant captured a creature, diligently transporting it back to its lair. Chunmu, resting nearby, noticed the peculiar prize clasped in the lion ant's grasp. Upon closer inspection, he instinctively lifted his gaze. A peacock? The lifeless form the lion ant carried was unmistakably that of a peacock, specifically, a blue peacock. Among the various peacock species, the blue peacock and the green peacock are the most common, distinguishable by the color of their necks. A blue neck signifies a blue peacock, while a green neck indicates a green peacock. The creature before Chunmu was indeed a blue peacock. Previously, in Africa, Chunmu had encountered peacocks, yet he had failed to recognize them at that time. In this region, there exists a species known as the Congo peacock. To Chunmu's recollection, peacock tails are exquisitely ornate, resembling a myriad of colorful eyes, resplendent in their hues. These lengthy and lavish tails are characteristic of male peacocks, which grow such plumage during the breeding season to attract females. However, the Congo peacock, despite possessing the body of a peacock, lacks the extravagant and iconic tail, which is why Chunmu had not identified it earlier. In stark contrast, the peacock before him boasted a magnificent tail, clearly not a Congo peacock, but rather a different species altogether. The presence of a non-native creature in this locale typically suggests one of two origins. Either it was introduced from a zoo, or it was brought in by humans who purchased mature peacocks or eggs from other countries for artificial incubation. Chunmu was unaware of these intricacies. He simply hadn't anticipated encountering a peacock at that moment. An idea sparked within him. Previously, when he had transformed into that large bird, he resembled a rather unappealing gray albatross. Perhaps a change in appearance was in order? With this thought, Chunmu rose, flapped his wings, and soared over to intercept the lion ant. Upon noticing him, the lion ant paused, regarding Chunmu with curiosity. "I shall take this creature," Chunmu declared. The lion ant, upon hearing this, relinquished the peacock to the ground and turned away. The lion ant recognized Chunmu as an equal to its queen, and thus, none dared to defy his command. Chunmu examined the peacock, lifting a wing to gently prod it. One of its wings was missing, leaving only a wound that stained its body crimson. Was it dead? Chunmu pondered briefly. Until now, he had never attempted to prey upon deceased animals for evolutionary sustenance. Would consuming a lifeless creature lead to his own demise? It was worth a try, a simple experiment. With this resolution, Chunmu directed his gaze toward a nearby lion ant. Exercising his control abilities, he commanded the lion ant to approach. Through the sharing of powers, he facilitated the lion ant's predatory evolution upon the peacock. Accompanied by a burst of golden light, the body of the lion ant metamorphosed before Chunmu's gaze into a resplendent peacock. Its form remained intact and magnificent, standing unscathed in its place. Witnessing this transformation, Chun Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His experiment had succeeded. The evolution through predation allowed for the consumption of corpses. Approaching the peacock, which had emerged from the lion ant, Chun Mu initiated the predation evolution. As his consciousness gradually faded, he instinctively glanced at himself. Was this what a peacock resembled? Its colors indeed were splendid. Combining the hues of this peacock with those of a giant bird might yield an exquisite creature. With this thought, Chun Mu resolved to experiment further. His gaze fell upon the lion ants meandering past him in search of sustenance. Transforming into a giant bird, he stood by, observing the scene. Before him, one lion ant morphed into a giant bird, while another became a peacock. The giant bird employed its gluttonous evolution to devour the peacock. After nearly consuming 5 peacocks, the giant bird radiated a golden glow. Its form began to shrink, reducing to the size of a peacock, and gradually, a shape emerged. A small blue whale, adorned with peacock feathers, appeared before Chun Mu, thrashing momentarily before falling still, clearly deceased. Chun Mu's lips twitched slightly. On to the next, continuing to wield his control abilities. Sharing transformative capabilities and gluttonous evolution for genetic fusion, Chun Mu embarked on a more intricate experiment. This endeavor, however, proved far more complex than the blue whale consuming the albatross. Over the course of a month, he conducted over 1,000 experiments. Fortunately, the reproductive capacity of the lion ant queen was remarkably vigorous. Otherwise, at the rate Chun Mu was conducting these trials, genuine peacocks would have faced extinction. At long last, a brand new creature materialized before Chun Mu. It measured only 2/3 the size of the giant bird, yet boasted extraordinarily ornate plumage. The integration of blue whale and albatross genes had altered its appearance significantly, particularly its tail. Unlike the peacock's fan-like tail, this new being possessed 5 elongated feathers, each adorned with eyes reminiscent of a peacock's. Its slender body stood tall, exuding an aura of regality, the essence of a king. Chapter 126, Scarlet as the Phoenix. Azure as the lawn, it appeared quite exquisite. Chun Mu transformed into a peacock, flapping his wings to soar beside the giant bird. As the golden light of predation evolution illuminated the scene, Chun Mu and the giant bird merged into a radiant sphere of light. Upon becoming this luminous orb, he began to shift into the form of the giant bird. Chun Mu materialized as the giant bird, its claws firmly planted on the ground. He felt no pain, nor did he experience any rapid healing. This indicated that, despite the 1/3 reduction in size, the diminishment brought unforeseen benefits. The reduction in weight had lessened its impact on him. Could his skeletal structure and bodily organs now support this weight? This indeed was an unexpected gain. Chun Mu shifted slightly, surveying his own form. Now, he stood approximately 15 meters above the ground. Considering that a single floor is roughly 3 meters, Chun Mu was equivalent to 5 stories high. Although his size had diminished significantly compared to before, he was still undeniably a colossal being. This stature, however,